Odysee was trying to make is once you do build that community, there is that element of disruption that is evident that we have witnessed, and I think that's why he brought up the analogy of the Koresh incident.
Yeah,
That's
bro.
all.
And then they started
they got
attacking me like crazy.
They got
Yeah.
so much kickback from that. The government got so much kickback. The American people were pissed off. They did not support it. There were huge protests. They've never done something like that since then.
Yeah, and that's why I think that what Brian is saying is valid, because if we all did this in an orchestrated manner, they wouldn't be able to pull that shit off. So the fear would just fall away. But it's not that it's not a valid point.
There were lies about them doing stuff with girls and all this crazy stuff, and that's what they did to try to justify it. But anyway, the point is the government doesn't actually care, bro. The government doesn't care if you buy some land. Okay, they don't care. They don't care. There's way too many people to care about.
We're going to have insurance, and we're going to fucking have small businesses. I'm going to teach you to live easy and own your own plot. We're going to need people who could sell shit. We're going to need some computer people. We're going to need nannies. I mean, I'm not talking about making a commune. I'm just talking about just surrounding myself with like-minded people, helping them. And dude, I even said I'm going to build all the foundations and all the, bro. I'm going all in on this shit, dude. I did say it helped to have somebody with some money to be the boss and to own the shit and be fair to everybody. A flat earther we trust is going to look out. We're all going to have our own few acres and fucking we're just going to help each other build our shit and run our shit. And we're not running from fucking society. We're not dodging taxes. We're not dodging health insurance and all this. But I'm going to show you how easy it is to live with smart people, bro. I consider flat earth people, man, if they're working for other people, they shouldn't be. They're smart. If they're paying rent instead of mortgages to own something, they shouldn't be. I'm going to teach what was taught to me at a younger age. And they're going to have to do it. I'm not saying nobody's going to come sit back and be Amish or nothing. That's a good thought. We'd all love that, but that's just not reality. I'm just saying, let's go get some land and split it up and fucking pitch in something we could do as a team a lot better. There might be some quarrels, but we're all going to have our own little plots. We're going to have our own businesses and our own shit, we're going to contribute to each other. That's all. It's an idea, man.
Are you familiar with the Homestead Act? So the Homestead Act was done between the late 1800s all the way up to 1930. The Homestead Act was to promote people moving to the West under the guise that you moved there, you would get up to 160 acres of land if you took care of it for 3 years and you showed that you could be a good steward of the land. They ended that in 1930. So yesterday, speak of which, I used ChatGPT to write me up a bill and an act to reinstate the Homestead Act. So I got it to write me a preamble. Oh,
that's good shit. We could do that. That'd be risky, but dude, that would be fucking, it'd pay off like a motherfucker.
So in my, I'll post it in the chat when I get back, but in my preamble, it explains the benefit for it. So the idea is the government complains about sustainability, how we have to be sustainable. So the idea is the act would reinstate this Homestead Act under the idea is that you take care of a section of land, which in this case is only 5 acres, for 3 years. In other words, you would improve the land, do things to it, and if so, you would get the 5 acres. And then I put in the act as well as that if you had any product like eggs, meat, whatever you would make from your land, you would be able to sell it up to tax-free up to $60,000. So anything after $60,000, you'd have to pay taxes on it. So yeah, I'm putting this bill forward. I just printed it off.
What was the reason why they did it to begin with?
So they went from the Homestead Act to the Land Act, and it went from individual control to governmental control, and that happened in 1930.
No, that's not my question. My question was, what was the reason why they came out with the Homestead Act to begin with?
Because there's so much land, bro.
To promote land in the West. So basically, there was so much land, they offered the individual 100.
Hold on.
They offered the individual 160 acres.
Was it too much land?
If 160 acres, if you could provide proof that you were to be a good steward for 3 years. So they did this already
I heard
in the 1800s,
all that.
all the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
The answer is that they wanted people to move to the West.
Exactly.
that
and do
was
we
the
not have
motivation.
enough? Do we not have enough? Right. And do we not have enough people in the West already? Like, my whole point is that.
Not at all. The land, dude, 5 acres of land, you could give everybody here in Canada 5 acres of land and there would be still millions of acres of land left.
But wait, who owns the land? So we live in a different paradigm now where there's a lot of land and a lot of it's unused, but it's not unowned.
Yeah, that's something. Unfortunately, I can't find a way around. Like, you got to pay taxes, dude. Like, it sucks.
So the act is well, you can't pay taxes that way, yeah. But the act is geared towards the crown here in Canada. So the act was in Canada. We already had a Homestead Act. In the United States, you already had a Homestead Act. It was changed, of course, by Congress at the time and the Senate here in Canada. But the point is the act was valid and installed as law. So there's no reason.
But that
why
was before people owned a bunch of the land, man.
Yeah,
that
they were giving it away. That's right. You just go plant the flag. Come on, we've all heard it.
You can still do it. So it's called deposition. There's another phrase. They changed the words. Deposition. I don't know if it's deposition.
Data's right. I looked into it, bro. There's places you could go and get free land, and but it's in like I think it's in the Midwest and all that shit, bro.
Well, the middle of nowhere.
It's out in the middle of nowhere, bro. It's out in the middle of nowhere.
You have squatter rights still to this day. You still have squatter rights. Like in Canada, you still have some squatter rights, which in other words, if you go and prove that you've been on this land and nobody's contested it, then yeah, you can take a section of it. But the idea is that you want to have a law that enacts your rights to have this particular land. And if you've ever been up in the air long enough, there is no overpopulation. There's some density issues due to the nature of government maintaining power by creating these density problems by policies and laws. There's so much land, dude, that it's.
But the land is owned.
Yeah, there's
there's tons of land, but it's owned. It's owned by someone. So
well, in Canada, it's owned by the crown here. So you can. Yes, exactly. Federally owned, right? So the crown here is federally owned. Well, the crown is one, but federally is the United States. So federally owned land, you can apply for the Homestead Act. You have to provide. This is what happened before. You can still do it again, but the bill needs to be reinstated. So I'm just going to.
That should have been the first thing you say, though, right? You should point out, and that's accurate, that the federal government in the United States owns an obscene amount of land. Like they own 98% of Nevada. Yeah. They own tons of land, and that this should be the citizens' obligation or their rights to access the federally owned and claimed land for themselves.
And do you know what the argument is? Do you know what the argument is? The argument is that the government's pushing this climate agenda, right? Well, it's more sustainable to have somebody have their own land and own resources than rely on a source of city central planning, which is unsustainable growth. So I have in the prelim's beautiful because it totally targets this climate change agenda, but in the argument of free liberty and happiness of ownership of individual self ownership and liberty to provide for yourself sustainnably, which means you don't go to the grocery store to buy your packaged product because you're making it on your farm. So that's a clear, logical argument that actually will incentivize people to maybe act the bill because it's under this environment thing that they keep pushing.
Yeah. So the good thing is, Brian's idea of utilizing the state of Florida because of already decent laws that exist. Another good law that can piggyback off exactly what you were saying is Florida already has a version of the Homestead Act, and it's a Florida state-specific Homestead Act where anybody that owns a residence has the ability to apply for and be granted the homestead tax exemption. So I think it would be even easier in the state of Florida to be able to draft up a bill that everybody can get on board. Current property owners would benefit from it, as well as people who would be searching extra land to be able to amend it to increase the reduction in the taxes for people who are actually going out and purchasing raw land. Because this state is already very friendly to the Homestead Act.
That's good because it should be emphasized more, and it should be people who are interested in owning land that can't afford the prices based on the real estate economy or whatever. This is a way for them to maybe procure land under the idea. It's kind of like using their own bullshit against them because they're threatening climate change or the world's coming to an end. You need to do things sustainable. Well, that's way more sustainable, taking care of land and being a steward of the land. That's way less expensive for the government to maintain and manage. There's going to be less consumption, right? Because it's from the land. That means that you don't need as much product being shipped back and forth, right? So they don't have an argument against it. If they're going to push this climate shit, then I suggest that we start asking for land then.
Data, how far is that land from the
So
nearest Home Depot? Just asking, how far is it from the nearest Home
Ideally-
Depot?
What?
How far is this
So
land
anyway,
that you're gonna
That's
get for
the
free
best question
from the
ever.
nearest Home Depot?
Yes.
drivable. So
How far?
the only concern I have with that,
The idea is that you do have to, you know, obviously have building materials in a way to be a steward of the land. But instead of paying an exorbitant amount of money for the land, you would improve the land with the money, therefore inherit it 3 years later after proving that you are a good steward to it. So, you know, you don't take the $300,000, $100,000 it costs to buy the property. You take the $100,000 and put it into the property, and then you get the property for free. That seems like a fair trade.
But I'm just saying, if you're more than 10 miles away from a hardware store, things become dramatically more ridiculous.
Well, but that's not the point. That's just another hospital thing that SE's throwing in there. Listen. If you go out there, if you go out there and you have 20 pine trees, you can build a house with those 20 pine trees that will last 100 years, and then you can replant those pine trees, and they'll grow to the same stature in like 20 years.
Yeah,
that's what he's talking about as far as nurturing the land.
Yeah.
My only concern, Data, with your plan is the fact that it has to be like government oversight or government's approval of what you are or are not doing on the land. That's my only concern with that proposal. There is that you're actually like inviting the government into.
You're not going to escape it, dude. The claws and the tentacles are too far and deep. What you have to do is again learn the law and then flip it on them. And it starts with rewriting acts and bills and getting people to sponsor them. That's it. Once they get sponsored, they get to be read. They get past readings, then they actually get momentum. The idea is to create the bills first and the ideas. And that's what I'm doing right now. I've got two bills in the works. This is my first bill. The second one is going to be an energy one, and the third one is going to be a digital bill. Because if we're not writing our own bills and using the own law, we got fucking ChatGPT to help me with all the laws. Why are we not just using ChatGPT to write us the bills and put these like that's sitting there right for me? And I started doing it. I was like, no fucking way. This is brilliant. Because any question I want answered with law or any thought that I have regarding law, it's there for us. So you can create you can create a new constitution, if you will.
Where are these lands? That is somewhere in Manitoba, like 1,000 miles away from the nearest town?
The land is arbitrary. It's the idea is what the act stands for. Now we can discuss land where there's viable land. Of course, there's going to be people that own it. You know, the resources, gold, water, oil, whatever. Of course, there's going to be those. Some land's going to have lakes on it. So obviously, it's not going to be fair value, equal handout if somebody gets land for free. Somebody's going to win the lottery on whatever land they're given free, right? So there's got to be also an act something put into the act with resources, because ideally, if you want to build a constitution that's strong and it's founded not just in a democracy, but in a republic, which, you know, can override a democracy for the fact that democracies turn into communism eventually, we have to, you basically have to make sure that we take with our lessons from the United States forefathers and make it into a new constitution. And ChatGPT is just sitting right there to rewrite all the constitution from scratch. But built in, now we know, because we got this digital world to deal with, we got this hacking stuff to deal with. Right?
Did you guys take a fantasy pill today? Am I on the right server? What's going on?
Anyway, SC, I think the only way to get around like supply line problems are to like basically build your own supply storage. So like if you're 20 miles away from a Home Depot, you just build your own tooling store, basically. You know what I mean? You have to have it for a big project like this. You would just basically have a general store. You know?
I hear that. You would have to bring everything in. That's what I'm saying. And eventually, my point is, you're going to build a community, right? It's going to get bigger and bigger. You're going to build all that stuff. Guess what's going to happen after, bro? They're going to end up taking it from you.
Yeah, I don't know. But
I'm just telling you the reality, man. I mean, I don't want to be the bad guy here.
The only people going to take the shit I'm talking about is our fucking children.
There's no way out of this, Brian. The claws are too deep in, man. No matter what you do. There's
clause,
no way.
What are you
Brian's a little bit defeatist, maybe.
Brian, if you're not setting up a trust for yourself, Brian, and putting everything in a trust, the government's going to take everything from your kids when you die.
Okay, you guys are such black.
No, they're gonna have to take it from their kids. Bro. I'm not fucking thinking like that. I'm not talking about struggling against the fucking government, bro. I'm showing you how to fucking own your own shit and fucking pass it on to your kids. And If you want to hustle and go learn what you did, build in our community, then go build some other neighborhoods and shit. Whatever. There's plenty of opportunity for all around here. I'm not trying to recruit the whole fucking world, just some like-minded people. And fucking dude, this is ridiculous. The shit y'all, the obstacles, bro. I don't know, man.
I'll put the act. Look, I'll put the act in the chat for you guys. You guys can read the preamble and you can read the act.
Yeah.
Maybe it might inspire you to, put bills and acts forward. It's just a matter of getting it passed and getting it read.
All right, real fast, dude. I grew up in a town that was an hour away from Home Depot. Believe it or not, guys, people build houses there.
Get out.
Oh, no.
Exactly.
Isn't that
Get out,
crazy?
bro.
Isn't that crazy,
way.
bro?
Right.
I know,
It's
isn't it
ridiculous.
weird?
That's usually where the generational houses are built. Like families live there, family after family after family. Keep it in the family. They build on the same land. They build it up as a community. Yeah.
Rakia, you like my idea of me teaching some of these young paying rent and owning nothing and making other people rich? I'm gonna teach them how to advertise and run their own business, whatever their particular skill is, and I'm gonna build all the foundations and all the, like an electrician and maybe accountants, a couple salesmen, a couple computer people, some nannies. I'm saying everybody bring your families and all that, and I just surround myself with like-minded people and try and help these younger men own their own plot in life. And they're throwing up obstacles like ridiculous, bro. Like SE is fucking villainized me, bro, for doing that, man. Like I don't get it, dude.
You have to let SE have his space. He's a French Canadian, man. If you don't realize that, it's on you.
I mean,
he can't
Canadians are pseudo-communist anyway.
He's communist at heart, man. He can't help it.
Hey, Rakia, even though you're insulting me, no problem. Hey, I brought you up as an example of what these guys could start to imagine. I brought up what you did in your community. Maybe you should explain to them a little bit of that.
Yeah, I'm here now, and basically what we did was step away from the federal government as much as we could and start our own, be responsible in our own community, right? It's not a perfect world, but I'll tell you what, it's a lot better than what it was. When we see people, just simple things, right? We see people cutting a tree, there's going to be more than one person go over there and help him cut his tree. If someone's having trouble with their taxes, we're going to send somebody over there that knows about taxes, and if they need money, we're going to collect that money and pay it, right? Like things like that are community based. We started our own police and fire stations and things like that. Now, there's still groups that live in the community that don't abide by all this, but as a whole, right, it's done like that, and we pay our own way, right? We build our own roads, we build our own schools. I'm fixing to pass. I'll take a picture. I'm passing a complex right now. Matter of fact, I'll be there Wednesday for my ears, and huge medical complex.
Bro, you're already doing it, bro. What city are you in, dude? I'll just come there.
That's what I was trying to tell you, Brian. But you
fucking villainize me, man. Fuck you, bro. You fucking villainize me, dude. Fuck you.
No, fuck you, bro, if you want to go that way. I told you your stupid fucking community ain't gonna work, dude. Because you ain't gonna bring no 12 families and teach them shit, bro. Now, if you can't handle that, fuck you, Brian.
Hey, wait a minute. SE and Brian, wait, hold on. Wait, I gotta say something. I've been listening on YouTube. You're both two of my favorite people. I cannot have this. This is not gonna happen. You guys are not saying fuck you. You were talking past each other the whole time. It was like a misunderstanding. So just please don't.
I was holding my tongue, bro.
Let's save it for the ballers, please. Come on. Okay, let me just outline a little bit what I heard.
Bro, he hurt my feelings. I don't know what
I understand that, but it was misunderstanding. Okay, you guys are brothers. Don't let it go to that level. It was unnecessary, really. Okay, please. Can't have that. We're talking about
him. You're upset.
Being
his
a
emotions,
community,
guys.
We're talking about being around like-minded people, which both of you are, and it doesn't need to go to that level. The ballers are loving this. Don't give them what they love, please.
I'm not loving it. I don't like it.
Some of them are. You know that too, Leftland. I'm sure some of them are just loving this. But the whole thing is that it sounded like what SE was saying is, how are you gonna build this paradise and not pay taxes? But I think what Brian was really saying is everyone would chip in on something they own to pay a mortgage rather than pay rent, which just goes out the window. I don't think he was saying don't pay taxes. But I wanted to ask SE, when you said take back the land that we already have, that I didn't understand where you're coming from with that. Was that like overthrow the government type thing, it sounded like, or was it like, well, I didn't get why that was like a better option or a more practical option than what these guys are talking about.
Right. Let me explain myself. Right. This wasn't a personal attack on anybody, even though Brian took it that way. It wasn't a personal attack on him.
I heard the whole thing.
I never said anything personal against him. Right. Until now,
it didn't sound like that. It didn't sound like that. It didn't sound like that. Well, you were kind of going at him because you were a little bit assuming he was saying something that he wasn't saying, in my opinion.
No, I wasn't assuming. He said, and I repeat, he said, sell all your stuff. I want 12 families. Sell all your stuff. Come over here with me in my place. I'm gonna show you what to do and make money. That's what I took exception at. And he freaked out.
You don't want him to like.
I say before that,
you don't want him to.
I'm gonna build every foundation, and I'm going all in. I'm gonna sell all my shit, and I'm gonna help. And then I need an electrician. I need a roofer. I need a plumber and all that. I'm the concrete guy. I'm gonna build the foundation. I'm gonna build block walls, and I'm gonna help. We can all probably build a whole house, but you're skipping out the part where I'm going all in to fucking build everybody's foundation.
I see. Honestly, it did sound like he was offering more than he was asking for. He was offering.
I didn't say never that he didn't. I didn't say that he didn't. I just questioned the plan. That's all I said. I said,
triple bypasses,
but everyone's just shooting their shit. It's not like, hey, this has to happen next week, and we have to decide with the excitement.
You call it a commune, bro. Like I'm fucking trying to live like a Amish off the land and avoid the government, bro. We're gonna
that wouldn't be bad either. But you know what's interesting? I was just talking about this last night with somebody about this. You know that I would be totally interested in finding a place to go like we're talking about here. And I said that the government, I think a lot of what happened, like with the David Koresh and a lot of these cults and communes, they demonize them and villainize them. I think there have been bad ones, and I actually dated a girl that grew up in a commune, and it was like the Brothers of Christ commune, where it was some bad things going on. But I think they villainize it for this very reason. They don't want people doing this. But I didn't get what you were. I didn't get why that was a better option to like try to take back the land that's here. Like I don't know why that doesn't. I'm trying to figure out why that doesn't sound like an overthrow the government type idea, which wouldn't be more practical.
Well, no, I understand what you're saying, but what I was trying to say, because we were going back and forth how practical it is, and I even told these guys, I complimented them that I would be part of that community. Right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I complimented on that, but then I said, if this community becomes big, right? Then you're going to have problems with the regular government. I mean, I didn't say anything against him or personal. I just I'm looking at the big picture.
I don't think anyone was trying to say we're going to make it really big, come one, come all. I think it was more like a small group of like-minded people just making their way and getting along.
Okay, then I guess that'll work. If you want to,
okay. Yeah, I didn't know why you were saying like take back. I still want to know what you meant by take back what we have. Like there's any option to like actually have the country back or whatever, or like what was that? I didn't get what you were saying. Was that like through just through the system? Yeah,
I could explain. Instead of this, is the way I'm thinking, and maybe I took it the wrong way, right? And if I did, I apologize. It
sounded like you did.
Yeah, I'm thinking, look, if you wanna go and start another community and restart everything from scratch, right? That's what it sounded to me. Now, if he just meant a few people, fine. That like Bob said, the Amish do that and that works fine. But to me, I looked at it that they wanted to change eventually how everybody on Earth works. Right?
I think that was an assumption you jumped to that no one was saying.
Well, then it's my bad. Then if that's not what they meant, if that's not what they mean, then okay, it's my bad. Then
it didn't sound like
you meant, Brian. Just a few people, just a couple of families, like 12 families, and that's it. It stops there. Is that what you meant, Brian?
That sounds like a lot. Even 12. 12's a lot of families. I could get
Dude,
big.
I swear to God on my life, bro, I'm only trying to help. Like help. I
Yeah,
know there's a lot of flat earthers out there who are smarter than their bosses. You know, there are a lot of flat earthers out there who are probably smarter than their bosses with skills. And come join me. And like I said, we'll plan it over a year. I'll show all the options. I'm not just trying to uproot everybody. I'm saying bring your people. We're gonna need everybody. Just a small little. I'm just trying to surround myself with like-minded people who I can teach, who I was taught, bro. I had a guy on a fishing trip when I was like fucking 25. Real quick story. Who fucking to run an ad? He's like, dude, I'm gonna run an ad for you and subcontract you your own work on a deep sea fishing trip because he owned a gutter.
Right.
He did metal gutter. I was like, it was his way of saying, run an ad, stupid. I spent that fucking like $700-800 a month, bro. He taught me how to run a business, bro.
I mean, you know,
there's just like that, bro. I had a business overnight. Yeah, so I'm gonna teach these people how to advertise and how to use their skills and not make other people rich.
Hey, we don't need to argue back. I mean, I think we're just too used to dealing with the intensity of the ball earth, flat earth conversation that even when we talk to friends back and forth, it gets to that intensity level because that's the platform we're in.
This is like the second or third time me and SC, bro. We love each other too deep down.
I know. That's why I was like, wait a minute. You guys cannot be saying fuck you. I'm not going to have that, please.
Okay, let me be the big man here, Brian, and say, look, bro, if I insulted you, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you.
I love you, bro. It doesn't matter. I love you with all, you know.
All right, we're good.
That's what I want to do.
Move on, for the love of God. Let's move on, bro.
So the actual like way that you would ever accomplish something like this is you would just create a blueprint and you would try to cover everything from top to bottom, and then people that chose to live around each other or potentially pitch out on land would just apply the blueprint, right? So it'd be like, here's how you can be self-sustainable with water. Here's the best way to implement certain types of gardening that are perpetual, like permaculture. Here's the most efficient way to be off the grid or to achieve self-sustainability. And then say that a few families or friends are like, okay, well, let's look for a 15, 20 acre plot in Florida, or whatever.
And we all get land, right? And that's the ultimate goal, obviously, is to be as little dependent on the government as possible. But fuck, dude, I still want to live in America. I'm not trying to dodge taxes and all that, you know. I still will need health insurance. I'm just people paying rent. You know what I'm saying? I keep repeating it, but dude, if you're paying rent, you know, there's probably a lot of young men fucking paying rent, man. Come on, something. Come with me. I'm going all the fuck in with you. I'm not going to let it fail. Just like Rocky would never let his community fail. And I'm interested in his shit. Eventually, yeah, off grid, that would be ideal. But man, you know, we're not going to do anything shady or anything like that. We're going to put our heads together, man. We're smart people, man.
But I'll just say this. Like, I plan on having like 5+ children, and me and my wife like want our space. You know, like I get annoyed with how like all up in my business people are online. So like I wouldn't want people like living really close to me that want to like always hang out. You know, I know that might sound like people. Like I like to be really close to my neighbors. Like I was just sitting there talking to my neighbor today for 30 minutes. You know, like I like to know my neighbors.
Bro. You gotta have a few acres, bro. You gotta have it. A few acres.
Yeah, and people need to know their boundaries, and then people don't need to depend on each other. Like, you can help each other, and you should, but there shouldn't be like people there. They're like, oh well, now this guy can't pay for his portion of the land, so now we have to deal with it. Like, there's a lot of logistics of something like this. Where I think that the real realistic way to make a positive change is to just create a blueprint, find like the best ways to find the best value land. The best ways to see what type of water you can get on that land, the most efficient ways to build wells. So then you have one flat earther that can help build the wells. You have one flat earther that does this and this, and then you just geographically distribute these things. And that's really like the goal, I would say. And then maybe someone could take that and go in on land with other families if they chose to do that, you know.
Right, and we could spread, you know, but we help each other, and then we help each other start businesses because we all have we're going to need some salesmen, we're going to need some computer people, we're going to need, you know, like I said, it would help to have a boss, a fucking motherfucker to help invest and take the you know, and we could pay him the money, he'd make his interest and all that, dude. I mean, we're going to need nannies, we're going to need all the mothers, all the kids. You know, I'm not trying to take anybody away from anything. I'm just trying to say I'm just trying to surround myself with like-minded people and help them the way I was helped. and to get a little piece of their own pie is all, man. And
You're
here
gonna
in
have to
Florida's a really good Florida's a good place to do it. That's all I'm saying.
You gotta start doing stuff though. I mean, you gotta actually do stuff. Like draw up drafts of what you want to do and stuff like. I will say one of the biggest benefits of something like this would be homeschooling, where certain, say, mothers, they teach a certain subject or they teach gardening or whatever it is, where then you still have like based organic children interacting and being able to hang out. The real benefit of coming up with some type of community close to each other is that the children will have like an interactive community, because that's obviously the negative of homeschool. So I think
Man,
that
that's
would
a
be
big
cool.
one, bro. That's a big one, bro. My wife, dude, is a fucking hero of a person, dude. She's got the biggest heart of fucking everybody combined, bro. I'll guarantee you, dude. She be everybody's fucking every kid, every grandkid his favorite fucking lady, dude. That's what I got to offer. And I got my own pile of grandkids and all that. We need a bit of everything, dude. I ain't trying to sucker nobody. I'm trying to fucking just help everybody, man. People I love. Fuck, dude.
Hey, Brian. I know there's a place already you can go and join a bunch of flat earthers, but it's called New Saxony. It's on Southern Israelite channel, New Saxony. It's on Discord. There's a bunch of group of young men. I supported
Can you
Drake
drop
all
me a
the
link to his shit, dude? Drake. If you could drop me a link because they wiped this channel and I haven't heard since. Could you please drop
Southern
a link?
Israelite a flat earther?
You can go to Southern Israelite on YouTube, and you'll have all of his links there, or southernprotestant.com.
I get behind anybody like that, man. He's got
there is a
good
catch.
morals.
Hold on, there is a catch.
That guy's a really good scholar.
You've got to learn the Bible. You've got to obey the Bible. That's about it.
I heard that guy's a better debater than me.
Already obey the Bible.
It'd be a pretty good match. You'd probably want to learn the soul doctrine from him.
The what?
The soul doctrine. You know, the soul. I believe that the soul doesn't even belong. The word soul doesn't belong in the Bible. It just means the mind and the body together.
Yeah, sure, I agree with that. You have the spirit, which is the more proper denotation.
It's also the divine image is gender based. Man is made in God's image. So women don't have souls.
Drake's smart. If he could be the boss, if he can back it up, you know, and help with the investments, man, he could be the boss.
I
Dude.
showed him how
I
to
would
make
trust
enough
him.
money where they could get the land and they could get all their stuff. And I'm in Arizona, but they're starting in
I'd rather
Oklahoma.
go to where Rockia's at, though, bro. To be honest, I fully trust Rockia with all my heart. I would go there.
I want to go to
I would
Florida.
fucking, dude, I'm a workhorse, bro. I can do any fucking thing, bro.
I think we're gonna go to Florida, like north. I think I like northeast though, but I mean northwest, not east. But anyway, we're also looking into
Northwest.
like south.
That's it. Northwest, bro. That's it.
Northwest Florida. We're looking into southeast South Carolina. But anyway, I think again though the move is some people they're not going to move super far away from family. So you need to for this to be like a real impactful thing in general. There needs to be an overall outline of how to do it. You know, like find there's all kinds of little loopholes where you can get land, and I'm looking into them right now. But like it should be outlined. If families want to do it together, that should be outlined. How to go about building and getting cuts on building and stuff like that. Like that's in my opinion, that's the most impactful thing to do is to create a blueprint of sustainability and permaculture, and then create like your own underground railroad system of sorts where it's like competing supply chains where you have like local groups of people that are like the truth communities, supplier of wood, supplier of seeds, supplier of whatever, and then you build a community like that, similar to what Owen Benjamin has begun to do. And then you have offshoots from there, right? Where people can be like, okay, well, I want to get together with Brian. He's in this part of Florida. That's where I want to live. Let's da da da. I think that's the move. I don't.
Well, for young men that think like they got nowhere to go or something, but I mean, New Saxony, if you believe the Bible and you're willing to obey the laws of Moses, you know, that's the place you could go. And you don't need a whole lot of money. You just need to contribute to the land, and then do your part raising the animals, raising the crops.
Dude, somebody like Austin, dude, could literally just go sell jobs at his own schedule for, a couple hours a day, even maybe like 3 or 4 days a week, bro, and fucking make good money, bro, and still devote all his time to his family, to his truth movement and all that. That's what I do, bro. You hear me all the time, bro, and I'm still supporting a gajillion fucking kids and grandkids and shit, bro. I own my own house, bro. Chickens, duck, fruit, all that shit, dude. I take most of my time off. I work for time off, bro. If I wanted to hustle, bro, I could make more. I like what's going on in the community. I like being involved in all that stuff, dude. And somebody like Austin, dude, is we need to take care of him, bro. But even if we didn't, he could still, if he wanted more, dude, he could do anything, bro. Any fucking thing that any one of us could do. I guarantee you that. He could just go selling any jobs, anything for anybody, and do people right. Not I ain't talking about going and ripping people off like a salesman, like giving people good deals on shit. Look, I'm selling concrete or whatever. I'm selling drywall, fence, plumbing, electric, anything, a couple hours a week, bro, and just have this mad second income, helping somebody and putting people to work, employing other people, and just circulating shit, and still have all this time, dude. I'm just saying I could help some of the younger people, man, with these skills, man. And I mean well with what I say, man. I'm just saying Florida's a good place to do it, especially in the Northwest, like where he's saying. That's what I was talking about, Rosewood, Swanee, and all these places, man. It's just a good fucking place to do it. I'm not talking about getting free land or avoiding taxes. I mean, that would be ideal, bro, to live off grid and all that. That would be the ultimate goal. But I'm not dodging anything or doing anything illegal, man. We need
That's
a
what I
calendar.
thought you were saying, Brian. That's what I thought you were saying in the beginning.
Thanks for clarifying. I certainly am not, dude. We're going to need health insurance for our kids and our babies. We need teachers. We need plenty of moms. I'm just saying, don't leave anybody behind. Bring the people you love, your family, and quit paying rent. Let's come get your piece of the fucking pie. Teach you what I was taught. And, life ain't that hard, man, especially with a lot of smart people around you, especially hardworking, smart people. I mean, dude, it's just going to make it easier on the next guy looking out. But I mean, I'm very curious of what Rakia's got going on. And I'd be willing to do something like that around here. I'm not trying to start my own city. I just
Well,
want to surround
Rakia
myself
did.
with
This is
like-minded
what I'm
people.
trying to tell you, Brian. Brian, hold on a second. This is what I'm trying to tell you, and you freaked out before. Rakia did what you're saying without moving an inch. You get what I'm saying? He didn't have to go anywhere and start anything new. They just took over. I think he built. They built some stuff after, but they just took over. They're building the roads. They took over the land where they're at. That's what I'm saying.
How did they do that?
Guy, bro. We build
Wait, we'll have to hear from Rakia because I think he said he was going to come back.
Yeah, I hope he
does. Yeah, what was that? What do you mean he took over? Like, I didn't get what you were saying about that.
Well, they have their own fire department. They have their own police station. They build their own roads, and they got some sort of system worked out with the federal government. And I'm not sure exactly. Rakia could talk more on that, but that's what I was trying to tell you guys. You don't have to
it's a
leave.
similar idea, but it's through the government in a way.
It has to be through the government. This is what you don't understand, bro. You
Sounds
can't
like
do it.
a-
I understand. No, I do understand. I think you guys were talking past each other. I don't think anybody was saying "fuck the government." We're just going to be against the government. I think that was maybe a little bit of a misunderstanding on your part, Bessie.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, it was. It was.
Yo, I gotta say, because like, first of all, the fact that in America we have the system that we have is such a blessing, dude. It's such a blessing that we have the ordered system we do and built upon the principles that they are. Now, as to whether or not they will remain or not, that's a great question. But like, you want to use it. Using it is not a bad thing. In fact, every really wealthy person I know uses the government to their advantage. Every single one of them. And I don't think that's bad. I think that what sucks is when people are ignorant they let the government just walk all over them. The government's so big they can't help it. It's like if you can't figure out what you're doing, then you're just going to get screwed. Like what are they supposed to go out and teach everyone? Base stuff. Like they can't do that. So yeah, I'm all for the system of order. I would love to see. What do you guys think would happen if the United States Post Office shut down? You know how bad that would suck?
Exactly,
that would be
bro.
a complete disaster because it's
That's
the only
governed.
legal and
That's
lawful
not governed
post
by the
office
United
that's
States.
recognized in the entire
Hallelujah!
world.
You're
And that's how
finally
their
starting to
contract
get it.
laws are based upon. They can't.
It's
Yeah,
not
the United
governed.
States Post Office is the one thing that's not going to censor you. I can tell you that. You can talk about
Yep.
the jab all you want to. You can still get your freaking super chats in the mail. And I can still send you silver if I want to. I can send you a book if I want to. And in fact, if you look into the history of the post office, it was literally built for the primary purpose of equalizing communication, making it where wealthy people didn't have an advantageous position regarding communication. They made it like a very cheap, attainable price point so that everyone could communicate equally and everyone's voices could be heard, etc. So like stuff like that is good, right? Like that's a good thing. And I think we would actually be playing into their
100%.
hands if we went anarchist, right? Like that's exactly what they want.
I'm definitely not
Exactly,
talking about
bro.
going anarchist. I mean, dude, I'm not trying to dodge taxes because I love my country. I want an army. I don't want to fucking like a military out bombing shit, but whatever. Do what the fuck you're gonna do. I got no say in that, bro. We're gonna have kids and sons who probably join that shit, dude. We're gonna have sons who we teach the skills and all that, man. I'm just trying to surround myself with like-minded people, man, and help them out in any way I can, man. And I'm not looking for any personal gain or anything like that.
Brian, well, I was listening, man. That was totally clear. You were speaking from the heart. I just think it was a miscommunication between you guys. So I'm glad
You
got
can
that.
actually get out of taxes just by
It was
using
real
the
generous.
system. So like you
Can
can
I
write
say
off pretty
something?
much everything.
So
I
anyways,
mean,
Yeah,
I
there's a-
remember like, I mean, bro,
There's a
I've
misconception about the taxes. There's different types of taxes. So there's different taxes that go directly, and they're not really taxes. You're just contributing to your neighborhood and your community, roads and stuff. And there's other types of taxes that go directly outside of your entire country.
Yeah, and Brian, let me say one. Oh, sorry, bro. I thought you were.
Once you understand how this works, then that's what I think the point that Witsit was making. The post office in this country is the only one that gives you guys, as people that are just born wherever, the same legal authority under their contract law, which they use through shipping documents.
Right.
That's why they're trying to shift it
people
to
earlier were saying
CGI.
that somebody's going to take our shit. Like somebody said, I'm not going to name a couple names, but said that start this community and they're going to take it from my children. And I didn't understand that, dude. I felt like I'm being attacked.
I said that, and I'll explain you why.
I'm not building this for somebody to take anything. I'm not trying to do anything shady. You know
I'll
what I'm saying?
explain you why. You want to know why, Brian? Because I was thinking this, right? If you build a community and it starts getting bigger and bigger, right? Which maybe that was my misunderstanding. I'll admit that, bro. And I know you were sincere with all your objectives, so don't freak out. I know you were sincere. What I was saying is, what happens when you start building, right? And you go bigger and bigger, right? Then the government's going to take that off of you, bro. Just like they did with the Indians, right? They promised them a land. This is your land. And they would just take it over, bro.
SE's right about that, by the way. A piece of paper ain't going to protect you. It didn't protect the Indians.
It don't matter where we go, bro.
The Indians didn't have no piece
take our
of
shit,
paper, man. What are you talking about? Dude? Like, if you know what a allodial deed is, the government can't do anything to you. You know how few people actually own their land with an allodial deed? Like, basically no one. So, you pay a mortgage without an allodial deed, and then you're like, hey, daddy government, tell me where I'm allowed to put my trash. And they're like, you're not putting your trash the right way, but in reality, there are many things set up in this system that prevents them from doing anything. Just no one knows what they are.
I'm saying accept all their benefits. Accept every single one of their benefits. But as soon as the state comes ordering you to do something, and you better know you're right.
They're going to take it.
Wait, let him finish.
Brian, can you hear that guy talking?
Brian, Yeah, we got it, Lefty. Thanks.
So look,
Brian,
the postal
Didn't hear
union.
anybody talking. Sorry, man.
Brian, just
Sorry,
stop.
whoever I
Okay,
interrupted.
you got somebody
Union.
muted. Maybe rejoin, disconnect, and rejoin. Go ahead, guys.
Also, if we're talking about Brian, if you could turn your mic down, it's still popping. It's popping like every time you speak, and it's super loud. I've asked you to fix that a few days ago. If you could please, if you want to help people out, please just help us there. Let's just start there.
He left.
Well, the other guy was saying something. He's like, take advantage, accept all their benefits, but.
Okay, so you need to know your rights. You need to have the proper, you got to give the government notice that you like to govern yourself. Now, even their paperwork, their Declaration of Independence says every man and woman has a right to govern themselves accordingly. So I don't hate government. Nope, I love my government. But the thing is when the whole reason the government was created is to be a benefit to man, not to start ordering them what to do with their property. Nope. But you have every right to govern yourself accordingly. Okay, you can govern yourself. You don't have to have Big Daddy holding your hand wherever you go and paying for this and all these benefits and all that nonsense. A man should be able to take care of himself. But if the government comes along and says, hey, this will be a real great thing, and we want you to, we want to take out your trash for you, and we're going to set up a thing, and you can accept that benefit. Hey, I got this great thing. It's called a birth certificate. Now, we're going to just make a bond for $1 million and insure your child from when they're born till they're dead. And the parents say, great, and sign the dotted line. But, just when you get older and you're that baby and there's this bond that's been sold for you, you can accept that benefit, but it's not yours. You're not the one who created it. You can't go, hey, yeah, that's my money. No, you have to govern yourself accordingly. But if you want to accept a benefit from the government, it's only there to benefit you. The government cannot cause you 1 cent worth of harm. Not one. But if you don't know the law and your rights, of course they're going to take advantage of you. And they will take your property.
That's interesting, considering they steal over 50% of my income.
What's that?
I said that's interesting that they can't harm me.
Don't interrupt.
Considering they steal 50% of my income at least.
Okay, so look.
Can you finish the statement though before you interject with your disagreement?
The first page of the document that you're talking about, the income tax, it says right on the front page, voluntary tax system. Voluntary.
Nothing about tax is voluntary.
Not if you're getting paid by the government, though.
No, that's a whole different ball game. We're talking about it's all their code. Okay, if you choose to live under their governance, you're a citizen. You're a baby to them. You're not the mommy.
I was born here. I didn't choose anything.
Do you get paid by the government though, because they have a right to part of the money if they're giving you your check?
If you're a public servant, you sign over your rights. It's called the military form of military justice, the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
Well, and then they assume this. They assume this at your birth until you turn 21 in this country. I assume most of you guys are in America, but they assume that. And once you turn 21, you have the ability to wave your hand and reclaim that bond account. And that removes their authority over all.
No, it's not yours. Nope, that's not your property. They created it. Now you can say, "Hey, I'm an adult. I know my rights. I'm of the age of majority." What that means is you understand the law, and you're no longer lost at sea. We're under military law right now. This is a military. It's already under military law.
Admiral. It's admiral law.
Admiralty law.
Common law. And admiral law.
It's common law.
Common law is what the law of the land is, but we deal with admiral law.
No, we don't.
That's what our judicial.
The Legal Society, the United States, they are operated under that. I promise you. If you're a citizen of this country,
I promise you, it's not admiralty, it's not maritime.
Which is admiral law.
It's common
law.
law.
Maritime law then. Okay, you're no longer lost at sea. You're claiming your rights back. You're claiming that you are of the age of majority and you understand the law and you have a right to govern yourself accordingly. And when you send them notice that hey, I am of the age of majority. I'm an actual man. I'm alive. I'm not a dead man lost at sea. Because this is their game they're playing. Now, it's a wonderful game. They make funny costumes and It's a great system. I promise. It's great. I don't hate the United States. They can do whatever they wish. But me as a man, if I want to be on my own property and govern myself accordingly, I have every right to do it. Now, how
Well, that's what the
think
United
so.
States did.
That's
That's
not
what
true.
it gave that to everybody.
No, we
You can't
declared
claim that
our
in
independence.
Australia. Well,
We
you could,
declared our.
but it's a little bit more
That's all there is
paperwork.
to it.
Well, I just want to point out though that's what maritime means when you're saying lost at sea, like maritime law. It's the law of the sea. You know, you can call it admiralty law if that's what you want to do, but
Well,
yeah,
these
there's
contracts
maritime
were
law.
created. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, no, I'm saying there's maritime law. No one knows what it is. Everyone says it's a conspiracy theory, and it works. But you know, like in reality, if you're one of the individuals that you can do something this simple, and I've seen people do it successfully, you just send in an affidavit of status. You literally just send in an affidavit declaring your status as a free man. They will not respond to it, and they will leave you alone. And if they don't, then you get to show on the court record that you did that. And I know someone that won $38 million from the government because they tried to take his property after he did it.
You can set up your own fine schedule. You can set up fines where if they cross your property after
He's
you do
right.
this, and it's like
Can you
$50,000.
cite this court case? What's it?
Yeah,
Let me
when I
explain
came out,
that to you,
you
though.
can just look up $38 million property tax settlement in Florida. It made the mainstream news.
So let me explain something to you. You're not
Property
wrong
tax is
about
different.
that. So Witsit, you're not wrong about that. You can do that legally. Okay. What I'm talking about is international law, where you're governed by the world. It's the Universal Postal Union. You know, you're talking about the post office, right?
You don't understand that the United States, every 50 state, every state is its own international territory. It's already accepting and honoring international
And
law.
they all agreed to the Postal Union. I promise. They all signed
That's
that
right.
treaty.
And the United States is the only verified postal operation to date, right now. Only one.
So when I go ahead.
For the person that's like, share the citation, I don't want you to know. I don't care. Like I'm telling other people that this is just a fact. Okay, I know for a fact that this happened. He sent in the affidavit of status because they kept sending him property tax bills when he owned his land. They want to get money off something he owns outright forever. He said no. He sent an affidavit of status. They took his land, took him to jail, and then paid him $38 million for doing it. So, you know, I don't care if some anti-flat earther wants to say, nuh-uh, like, okay, please keep doing everything that you do. I don't care. You know?
So Witsit, so what I'm talking about is international law. So it's postal union. So when I send my affidavit of status, it's actually a live life claim, and I send it right to the Postmaster General, registered mail. First, I register the document to myself. So it's got a registered number on there, and it's never going away. And then I take that document and I register mail it right to the Postmaster General, the United States Attorney, whatever the Attorney General of the United States, the Secretary of State of the United States. I sent one to the Defense Department, and I also sent one to the Secretary of State of my state where I was born, and the vital statistics. I vacated them off my birth certificate. I said, get off my property. When I wrote vacate across my birth certificate, it said, get off my name. You can't use my name again for any reason to hold it against me. So I sent you an email with all the documents, and they got stamps on them, but they're gold value stamps. These are stamps. They're Red Fox stamps. They're actually a gold value stamp, and they quit making them in 1995. They used to sell for around $5. They're like $10 now. But when you put that stamp on there, you're giving it lawful money. You're giving it valuable consideration. So now they can't just ignore the document. They can't ignore that contract. It binds every contract, but if you have pages to the contract, you have to bind it like a book. Okay? There's a four-corner rule in a contract law that the law resides in the four corners of a document. So if you have if you put a staple on it, you just rip the staple out and just separate the document. No longer is it a contract. It's void. But if you bind the contract, So you can be noticed that they tear it off, if they tear it apart, they're the ones that are in trouble.
You can't bind a
putting
party to a
stamp-
contract by putting a stamp on something. That's just simply false.
No, it's called lawful money, not Federal Reserve notes. Lawful money. A stamp is considered lawful money. Now, I don't put fractional
You still
currency.
you can't bind the government to a contract by putting a stamp on something and mailing it to them. That's just simply false. That's not a contract.
You're telling me when I've got nine guys, 9 men that have done the same thing.
Give the government their cut, dude. And it's too easy to make money. Just look around you. What do people need? What do people need? Do anybody here feel like there's something they can't do? Feel like just find out what people need and fucking advertise for it and go do it. And hire
Look,
some
if
people
I
that are
owe a
good at
debt-
it. It's not hard to make money, bro. I'm just saying. You ain't got to make some giant company. Just find out what people fucking need around you and hire people that can do it and advertise for it. We ain't got to do none of this slippery fucking and community international fucking at sea fucking shit. Pay your fucking taxes and advertise and find people who need work, who are good at what they do, and supply people who need it. You're doing everybody a service. It doesn't have to be concrete. It could be fucking anything. Just what is needed around you. Do your community a service. Create jobs and give them good deals. And give the salesman incentive where they give good deals, get more work more people. You're helping everybody. Everybody's scratching everybody's back. There's no fucking hiding. There's no veering from the fucking government shit. It's life. It's life, dude. It's everybody, but with some like-minded
I
people
don't fear
around
the
you.
government. I don't fear them. Not one iota. I don't fear any man on this earth. I don't. There's no reason to fear them. I mean, if you've read Isaiah, you know what I'm talking about. But and Psalms, and there's plenty of verses in the Bible. You don't have to fear nothing. Not from these people. Why would you fear the government? Yeshua went around telling everybody, quickly agree with your adversary. What did he mean by that? Quickly agree with them. So, in other words, you never say no to anybody. You're not supposed to say no. In fact, in the UCC code, the first one that says no and starts the fight loses. That's in their code. That's not my law. It is according to the Bible.
More bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. The first one to declare a dispute
in the UCC code.
That's bullshit.
Have you read it?
That's absolute bullshit. Yes.
It's the first person that starts the fight loses the fight.
No bullshit.
I promise you that's the law. They know it.
Cite the law.
Okay. I have a friend named Casey Adams. Okay. He went to jail for DUI. He was in the middle of the street, 3.32 in his bloodstream. He was in a turn lane.
It has nothing to do with driving under the influence. That's a criminal law.
Okay. You're saying that putting a stamp on a document doesn't mean shit either, right?
You're not binding anyone to a contract by putting a stamp on a document. You're not binding anyone to a contract.
Okay. Now listen to what I have to say, please. So he gets the DUI and he tells me I need your help. I says, okay, well, let's get your, live life claim done. We got it registered. We sent it off. And I told him, okay, now download this void contract. All you got to do is replace your name. It's 63 pages. It's got about 100 questions that they have to answer. They're bound by law because they have a prior business relationship. They arrested him. In the contract, it states that if they don't answer the questions, they're under arbitration. The arbitration agreement is in the contract. And if they don't answer the question and they're obligated by law, then they agree with everything in the contract. But you have to give them the administrative process. You got to send it in to them, give them 10 days to answer. And then if they don't answer in 10 days, you get proof that you delivered it to them. And you can do that through priority mail. You just don't interrupt. Let me finish the story. Okay? So he did the void contract. He gave them the 10 days. They didn't answer. I told them they're not going to answer. So 3 days later, or after that, when you get the proof of delivery that they got it, you wait until you get the proof of delivery. Then you give them another default. Okay, this is a administrative process. It's in their code. So He gave them the 3-day notice that they got 3 more days to answer. They didn't answer. He got the proof of delivery. He waited till he got the proof of delivery. Then he mailed them a final default notice, letting them know that if they didn't answer in 72 hours, they agreed with everything in that contract. So now he's got the contract.
Who made up that rule, though? Who made
This
that
is in
rule
the
up?
UCC code. The
That they're
administrative
being default?
process. It's called the administrative process.
UCC
Look it
code
up.
has
Where's that?
nothing to do
Well,
with criminal law.
it's also in Matthew 18 verses 15 through 20. You can read it right there
The
too.
Bible doesn't govern our laws. The Bible doesn't govern law.
Okay, you believe you, cartoon boy. Just stop and listen. Quit interrupting. Let me finish the story, please. This is Las Vegas, Clark County, and they don't just forget about shit over there. I promise you that.
This
Okay,
is just a story.
so
It's all it is.
he gets the default notice. He gets all the proofs of delivery. He takes it to the building where it's trial day. It's time for trial. He's out in the hallway. The prosecutor comes out to the hallway and says, "Hey, look, Casey, how about you plead guilty to DUI, 6 months classes, $3,000 fine, and a 6-month suspended jail sentence after you complete the classes?" And he says, that's kind of an offer I can't accept. I got this, you're in void of a contract here, and I plan to bring it into open court. She said, "Hold on 1 minute." She ran back in the courtroom, come back 10 minutes later and said, "How about you plead guilty to D.U.care driving?" I never heard of it. I've never heard it before in my whole life. But I told Casey, you're going to hear a sweetheart deal come out of their mouth. When you know you're winning, they're going to make you a sweetheart deal. And you're going to accept it. But you're going to know when they say it, because
Listen, dude, hold on, stop, dude, stop. Hey, not
care
trying to be a dick, bro.
and
Stop.
it never happened.
Bro, they stopped
Now
me
you
for half of this, bro. Let me ask you a question, bro. I'm not trying to be a dick, but how does this apply to any one of us? Because maybe it does apply to me, but I'm saying, how does this apply? Like, if I don't drink and get drunk and drive, how can this help me, please? And I'm not being a dick. That's a genuine question.
This is real simple. It's a place called urlaw.org. And I don't make nothing for sending you there. I don't want nothing. I want a man who wants to know the truth about the law. That's about it.
I think we can move on.
It's urlaw.org for those who are listening. And it's the word power class. Just look up that.
It's $5.99 a month.
Made up law.
$24.99.
Anyone taking this legal advice is going to end up in jail. But have fun.
That's not legal advice, bud. We don't give legal advice around here. I can't speak their language, dumb.
You think I'm talking from jail? I've done it. You think I'm in jail right now?
Yeah, you probably walked into court and told them you're not guilty, right? What do you think I say when I come to court?
Those aren't courts. Those are boat docks.
Okay, whatever. They got you in their little,
I'm standing on the land, so their water don't mean shit.
When you walk into court and you say, "I'm not guilty," what does that mean?
I don't. They don't have courts. I keep trying to tell you, dude, they're boat docks.
Bro.
The word guilt only means debt. It means you owe a debt. And when you say I'm not guilty, you're lying, because you owe a debt, I promise. And they know
it. Court, though, bro.
Why
What
not
got you in court? I'm not trying to start a community of fucking.
They don't want me in their court no more. They don't want me in court no more. My name was on all my buddies' documents.
You sound like a rebel, bro. I'm good.
I'm
I'll
not.
root for you and I'll cheer for you, bro. But I'm looking.
I
to
told
recruit
you I love my government.
hardworking young men, bro, and fucking people with skills and or smart people to develop skills.
Dude,
I'm not trying to be a bootleg fucking.
I got a driver's license. I got
and fucking taxes,
I got
bro.
plates on my truck. I don't tell anybody to get rid of the benefit. Now, I'm doing most of that stuff under duress, but I consider them to be a benefit. Okay. I don't want to get pulled over on the side of the road, and I don't argue with, men on the side of the road. I don't tell them. They say, "Where's your ID?" I don't tell them no. I don't play games with a man.
When you have children, sons and daughters and shit, bro.
Oh my God, man. Yo, it's audio chaos, bro. Brian.
What kind of advice are we fucking listening to, dude?
This is not financial or legal advice. I don't know, but don't interrupt,
no, it's not.
man.
It's going to get you in jail. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I don't know how the conversation got here. Somebody has agendas. Can we get back to the topic? All right, bro, wrap it up and bring it back to the topic.
Can I finish? Can you give me 10 minutes?
No, we can't.
Not 10 minutes.
Can I have a half hour when he's
Hell
done?
no.
Go drink some coffee, bro. Sober up a
Hell
little and come
no.
back. We'll hear you out, brother.
But Flat Earth Data has the next hour booked. So
Fuck that. What do you want to do now?
Kosho, you mean I have enough information on my brain to talk for an hour straight? Right on.
Oh, come on. You know, you've got it.
His book.
You can write an encyclopedia.
Data's book is 8,400 pages long. So
It's coming out next week, I hear.
If any of
you
you are more
stack 20 Bibles,
interested in more, I'm always available.
if you stack 20 Bibles on top of each other, Data's book's still going to be longer.
It's so big, it comes with 5 UBS drives, like USB drives.
Let's go back to arguing about, the distance of the sun with globe heads. Not learn the law.
You guys know that I didn't know this actually, that they ended up at 93 million. But you know how they went through the process of coming up like 112 million. They actually had some pretty crazy distances. Do you know why they ended up at 93?
Started out at 3, didn't it?
They got more accurate.
1 million miles. No, not necessarily. That's not what I read. But you claim that it's more accurate.
I'm interested.
Nobody knows. So, but they had they had 112 million miles at one point. Sorry, 112 million miles. Like, I'd have to go back to the book, but they had a whole bunch of different numbers over the years. Now you say that they gotten more accurate, but what is that? What does that curtail like for accuracy? Are you just talking about ratios? What did they do to become more accurate to land at 93?
You're asking us. I thought you had the answer.
I'm asking Kosho.
He's asking the Glovers.
Specifically, I know of 2 distances, 3 and 93 million, and I know that Aristarchus had gotten 3 million.
Aristarchus is 1 million. You're wrong with that. Aristarchus is 1 million.
I thought he had 3 million. Well, he had 19 times. He had 19 times the distance of the moon. So
1 million miles. You can. There's a Michael Van Heesen. He's in a structure on.
You're right. You're right. Yeah, I just did it in my head. I thought it was 3 million. But yeah, you're right. 1 million
was
makes
3
sense.
million.
Well, regardless, but that's 1 million. I know 1 million. I know 1 million and 93 million then. But regardless, that same method with better tools, like his method he used, just using today's tools, you get 93 million. So, yeah, there's that. So yeah, just more accuracy.
That's it. So they use the same tools, but just slightly better tools.
No, different tools, same method.
Better tools.
Sorry, better tools. What were the tools they used, Kosho?
I mean, I don't know what he used to get the angle, but you need a pretty precise angle measurement tool to discern the distance.
Well, what kind of tools did they have back in the day versus the tools they have today? They had the quadrant was one tool, and then
I think he just used rope on the ground. He used like rope on the ground or something like that.
Right. Okay.
I mean, I've done it a couple days ago. I did it using just the subsolar point and sublunar point and the quarter moon phase. That'll give you accurate information.
There's nothing accurate about the fucking sun.
Okay.
Another one of their guest fantasies. Look at the chart. They started off with what, 3 million?
Well, 93 is a really interesting number, Montreal. Do you know anything about the number 93?
Not really. No.
But what do you think the correlation between Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons, NASA, and the number 93? What do you think that has to do with anything? Do you think there's any kind of like just a coincidence with the number 93, those particular people involved, and then NASA, and then the distance to the sun, like considering we got all information from these organizations? So nobody knows the 93. So 93 is an occult number. It's
666, man.
93 is a thelmalia. It's a religion. It's an occult satanic religion. and it's a special number.
Tell us. I'll be the first one. I don't know about it. I mean, is everybody
it's
else?
just
I mean,
based on the
that doesn't
Fibonacci.
sound like
Just
that
type
doesn't
in
sound like
93.
these guys. I mean, it's not like it doesn't really sound like these guys are being some kind of a cult thing. It's not like these guys were in a sex magic or anything.
No, not at all. None of that stuff was going on. Nope, that didn't stop.
So somebody figured out how 3s and 9s and 6s work together. How come that has to be some weird evil cult? I mean, it's just weird.
It is weird. I'm just I can bring you like to the
but it doesn't change the
numbers, and I can
facts.
bring you.
It doesn't
I can
change
bring
the
you to the
facts. The
numbers.
numbers still do what they do. That doesn't mean they're whoever figured it out was evil. Are you evil because you figured it out? Are you part of the cult now?
Sure. It's not about being evil or what you're figuring out. It's recognizing a pattern with the people that you assume to be evil. There's a correlation to the pattern of evilness if you see the same pattern associated with evil. So,
hey, guys, wait, hold on, guys. We don't need to be combative about this data. If you got some information about it, then just post it, and people will look into it. You know, if they want to accept it.
Just type in Thelema, 93.
Yeah, okay, fine. But what's more interesting though is how do you think the reverse engineering went on for them to say 90 or 93, whatever that number is? What do you think?
It's a great question.
What's your idea about the reverse engineering and how they would come up with that number compared, like if Kosho's using a system that he thinks is giving him accurate information or distance, how do you think it is that
so the ancient
they could actually only be 3,000 miles away and they're claiming it's 93?
The only thing that's ever changed is not the way of getting the. Sorry, let me rephrase this. The thing that's changed is how we understand how they got the answers, if you will, because what the ancients did is they used ratios and geometry, and in this case, a pentagram which had interior angles of 36 degrees equaling 108 for an isosceles triangle. That 108 is a sacred number. Now, the only thing that's changed in the documentation that I see is the diameter of the sun, going from 9,000 miles wide to 86,400 miles wide. Why? Because if I take that 108 sacred number and I multiply by the diameter of these ratios, guess what I get? I get the distance to them. So what are the odds?
And you get the 12 months or the 29 moon, the 29 and a half moon days.
Let me finish. So what I'm saying is that if you're going to base a model off of ratios and geometry, that's not technically what we understand science to be in the modern era. What we do understand it to be an optical assessment based on ratios. And through that optical understanding, we're going to have a primitive belief or an ontological of the first base, let's say the first foundation of that thought, which in this case is Venus, being a twin planet to Earth. So when you look at all these ratios and how they have to base everything off of Venus, because apparently it's the twin city, you can't change the radius of Venus. So if you have all of these ratios, it's got to come to one point. So what they've done is they've basically arbitrarily changed the size of the sun to fit this sacred geometry, and you get a distance of 93 million miles, which is 86,400 times 108. So it's not based in what Kosho says, new measurements, because if they can do it with ratios and sacred geometry and assess a distance based on what they assume the size of the sun to be, there you go. That's not science, no, is it? It's just assumptions.
That's a great point, actually.
There is a lot of state. Oh, go ahead, Kosho.
That's another method. The method you described, it's another method, and yeah, it'll give you the same value. But the part that I think a New Perspective was inquiring about, which is I'm also curious, is the method that Aristarchus used, which is a method taking just the angle of the sun and the moon during the quarter moon phase, and then taking the tangent of it. Yeah, so taking hold on, yeah. So
always used the 108
hold on,
as well,
sir.
dude.
Hold on,
uses
sir.
the 108 as well.
Hold on, sir.
Let him finish.
He doesn't use 108.
Let me go
so what
next.
he does,
Let me go next.
Yes, he does use the 108. You can
what
go
he
to
does
Michael
is
hold on, Data.
Yes, you go to Michael Van Beesten's
Data,
site.
hold on. Let him finish, Data.
And
Data,
he will teach you.
What he does is he takes the tangent of the angle between them, the difference between that and 90, he takes the tangent of it. That will render you a value that you can multiply by the distance to the moon, which will give you the distance to the sun. And so just, somehow it would have to be reverse engineered to precisely give you the 93 on average, which is never really 93. But yeah, on average. So yeah, I mean, it is a good question. Like, how is it that they reverse engineered this and then got the same value using the same method, just today's tools.
Aristarchus took the
I'm
moon
next.
cycle, the first phase and the third phase of the moon to get an angle opposite to the sun. So measuring a shadow, he got a 3-degree angle. That's what his calculation was, 3-degree, based on the first and third cycle of the moon in relationship to the position of the sun. When he did that, he was, 0.03 is the actual angle, and he had 3 degrees. So quite a bit different based on an optical measurement. Again, it's still an optical measurement based on a diameter size of the object you see in the sky. When he did his measurement, his sun was only 9,000 miles wide, because if you take 9,000, multiply it by 108, it's 1 million miles away. So that's, and if you look at Michael Van Beesen's video, he'll show you in the calculation, 108 is sitting right there. So it's, again, it's not based on science.
108 is actually, I don't know what they call it, a sacred or canonical number. There's a lot of things about 108. You can put 108 moons in between the Earth and the moon, 108 Earths in between the Earth and the sun, or the diameter. Like, there's 108 plays out a lot of times in their heliocentric model.
200 times 108 is not.
I don't know what data was just referring to. The ratios, the size of the sun compared to the
distance. Like 108. Sorry, go ahead. What were you saying, Jeff?
No, go ahead. I was just saying.
What I'm trying to say,
alluding to that with the ratios and the size of the sun that they assumed.
Well, I'm trying to say is the 108 has always been.
Jeremy's right, bro. Jeremy's right.
What has changed is the diameter of these bodies. The 108 is there because it's a perfect isosceles triangle, which is two sides of 36 degrees, and in the top point being 108 degrees, which is located in the pentagram. And I believe as 5 planets line up, I have to go back and read my own book fucking for this shit, but the 5 planets that line up create a pentagram.
Wow. 108 is a big number. Let me tell you another big number. This is big time, this number. 273.
I was going to say 109, but okay.
No. 273. It's all over the place. You guys have seen the list.
What about 279? Oh, hold on, it's 273 and then 274 then, my bad. Yeah.
It's bigger, dude.
Yeah, that's an even bigger number. Can't beat that.
273 is all over the place, bro. It's the absolute temperature is 0. It's how much gas is compressed for each degree Celsius. The moon's 27.3% the size of Earth. There's 273 days between a vernal equinox or the vernal solstice and other sol. It's all over the place. There's so many 273s out there. It's crazy. There's a list that's like 2 pages long. It's nuts.
But that last one you said, isn't it? Isn't that due? Okay, so it seems like it's a coincidence, but isn't that due to the fact, like, because the reason why we use 360, because there's a lot of numbers that go into it. Right, it's got a lot of factors, but 420 I think has just as many factors. So we could arbitrarily use 420 as the degrees in a circle. But regardless, we use 360, and I'm pretty sure the reason we do that is because it almost matches the number of days in the year, and so it's kind of not a coincidence that the distance from a vernal equinox and the solstice and the what something else you equated there, but it's 3/4 of a. It's 3/4 of a freaking circle, like 270.
273, so, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. 273 is all over the friggin' place. I know you try to nitpick each one at a time. That's fine. You can do that if you want, but it's all over the place. Just like, I mean, I guess somewhat arbitrarily because we pick the numbers, but they're there. No matter what numbers.
They calculated the sun with 86,400, and that's how many seconds there are in a day. Just saying.
That is not. That's not true.
And that's the
Seconds.
diameter of the
Seconds.
Yeah,
You
sun
said.
too,
you
right?
can calculate it out. It's
My bad. I thought you said
86,400.
minutes. I thought you
Nope.
said minutes. My bad.
You know, it's funny. I did a calculation once, and I'm trying to figure out what I did, but I was fooling around with the velocity of the ISS, and I ended up figuring something out to where that speed is associated with the distance to the sun. I can't remember what I did. If anybody's ever stumbled upon that kind of shit, because it seems to be like, you know, as there's a 666 pattern, there's also a pattern to do with these numbers they've chosen.
Yeah, but
because it's within that system.
86,400 is also close to the speed of light. And I think the speed of light used to be that number back in the day.
I don't know.
It just
Man,
seems that this
y'all got me all locked in
language
my
was
calculator,
created.
man.
Yeah, but it just seems like this language of math was created for a specific reason. So that's all I'm saying.
Solve problems.
And to fool people.
Just ratios, man. Ratios.
Yeah, I agree, to fool people. Yep.
Why to fool people? That doesn't make sense.
Well,
They
some
fool us
people
every
believe
day. I mean,
The
have you watched
ratios aren't to
TV? Have
fool
you
people.
watched the
That's
news
that's
lately?
silliness. That's silly. Look, a
They
triangle doesn't fool people, right? You have sides and indices. They give you angles. That's not to fool people. Those are all ratios. So that's just, come on, man.
I didn't say
Roughly instruct letters.
ratios. I didn't say angles. Fool
But
people.
God threw a kink in every fucking thing that we think is perfect. God threw a fucking kink. So there's always a fucking variable that doesn't belong. And then we give reasons for that variable. So reasons that
Check this out. I reached out to
nothing
QNF.
perfect.
Yeah, I don't think we can speak the language of God, even in math. That's my opinion.
Well, we are ratioed. That's for sure when it comes to God. I was going to say you guys should check out QNFE. I engaged with him the other day regarding the southeast sunrise at 120 degrees at Perth, and he didn't know that. He gave me another one too. It's sunrise is 135 degrees in another location, which is also like absolutely crazy on a ball. So it's I think being able to model a created realm as we live in, you could create a fucking square out of it probably.
You can model it however you want in the South. However you want. That's what they do. I done looked into it, proved it, showed it, demonstrated it. You point to whatever the fuck you want. Within reason.
Yeah, models walk the runway and they sell you shit like new fashion. And
I like this girl.
that
I have a meme like that. Models walk the runway. Well said. Sorry if I
No, we got
interrupted
the best. We got the best flat Earth model. What's that chick's name, Kosho? The hot one. Anyways, my bad. What were we talking about?
Anyway, nobody's gonna pay us to go debunk the model. They'll pay people to go build it, help reinforce it. They ain't paying anybody to fucking do anything to prove it wrong. That's what we've been doing. And it's pretty
Yeah,
fucking easy.
I mean, my new Coriolis argument proves it wrong. We're straight off the rip. They just have to deny reality. They're reality deniers. Talking about the inertial frame don't matter. We got a solid tube now. The balls, I don't want to go off on it anyways. I just pitched it to them in 24/7. They weren't that crazy about it. I don't know.
Bro, we destroyed them with parallel sun rays, bro. We destroyed them right out of the gate. Right out of the gate. They're doomed, dead, no getting around it. With their own math.
Okay, hold on. I'll bite. What's this about parallel fucking? Oh, you got me. What is this shit
I
about?
done showed you the sun lit the bottom of clouds with the fucking sun well over the horizon. I showed you all the pictures. I pull out
Was
new
the
ones
cloud
every
tilting?
time they ask. Yeah,
Was the cloud tilting? Because Armbar's got a tilting cloud, so I mean,
that makes it even worse.
Well, I mean, I've seen some of those pictures, and there were some pictures where it's like, and once again, I do apologize. I know this was like a chilled hour, but you made me fucking bite. All right, I'm biting now. But there were some pictures where the sun was like behind the clouds, or just the sun's in the distance, whatever, and like you have these clouds sort of just like lit up almost. You know what I'm saying? But they weren't like lit up from the bottom. And this one picture I saw, they were just kind of lit up in general because they were just like they weren't thick enough to where the light would be blocked out. So I'm sort of saying maybe that's the same thing happening in your picture, where maybe the bottom of those clouds were just not as thick, and so it just looks like they're being lit from the bottom.
Hey, let's just go by shadows then. You see when you have a shadow, what y'all are calling a shadow at the bottom of a cloud?
Sure.
Rethink that with a 93 million mile sun just for a second, and then we'll talk it over.
You said the shadow
Not a problem.
at the bottom of the cloud.
Just rethink it. Go do the math of what would be necessary if the sun's 93 million miles away to have a shadow on the bottom of a cloud, and how long could it possibly last? Just rethink it for a minute, seriously, and then we'll get into it. At least go through the math. Like,
just trying to think in terms of like the trig in my head real fast. Because I think the issue you have to worry about is at that distance, all you would have to worry about is the like the angular size of the sun would kind of make it play some part in that.
I don't know, man.
No, because in terms of like, let's say I'm at the bottom of the cloud, right, and I have my eyes like right up to like the bottom of the cloud, right. When I go to move around, that parallax of the or the lack of parallax, I guess, for the sun, you could just kind of think about it like, okay, if I move around, like, I don't know, I'm sort of picturing it in my head. Basically, whatever you can see, the cloud's going to see as well in this sort of situation that I have in my head right now. So I'm sort of putting myself like in the clouds right now and trying to see, what works and what doesn't. But I think so long as the cloud is, what's the word? So long as it has like an angle. Yeah, hold on. So as long as it's above the horizon, I mean, it would be, yeah. If it's above the horizon, then
how long could it last? How long could it last? Best case scenario in your model. If a cloud's 1 mile high, let's say 2 miles high. What's the longest it could possibly last?
I'd just say it would last as long as the sun is above the cloud's horizon.
Brian, your mic's still popping, Brian. Your mic's still popping.
Yeah, I would say the clouds. Yeah, because I mean, like, just like just like Left Lane said. Because if you were to be, yeah, I don't know, just whatever Left Lane said.
Ask Kosho how high the sun is if the sun's 0.5 degrees over the horizon.
0.5 degrees.
Ask Kosho how high it is above your feet.
0.5. I mean, I could do the math. I mean, let me see. So you mean at the bottom of the sun is touching the horizon? Like it's like literally sitting on it.
If a quarter of the sun's over the horizon, if it's sitting split on the horizon,
wait, a quarter? That would be
half a degree, right?
Wait, you said a quarter?
No, I'm talking about if it's sitting, it's a quarter. If it's no. Hold on, let me reset that. If it's sitting 3/4, 3/4, where it's still partially blocked by the horizon.
Oh, right. Yeah, because okay, I get it.
It's almost half a degree, just about half a degree above the horizon.
Oh, so yes,
0, and all astronomical calculations, horizon 0. So if it's, let's say 3/4, a little over 3/4, so it's still partially blocked by the horizon. How high is the middle of that sun? Ask Kosho or do the math. Above your feet and above that cloud.
Wait, hold on. You just said a weird thing. So hold on. You said it's where is it again? You said it's like halfway cut off on the like at the horizon, or because
there's a quarter of it still hidden by the horizon.
A quarter of it. Okay. So 3/4 of it is above the horizon.
Right. So we'll call it like about a half a degree value, right near. Okay.
That's not
And
half a degree,
how
though.
high does that put the center of your parallel rays?
Well, hold on. That wouldn't be half a degree, because like, okay, if we're doing it,
Okay,
if we're
fuck
doing,
it. Just put it 1 degree, bro. Just put it 1 degree then.
well, how about this? How about this? How about we first start like defining some stuff, right? So how about this? We're gonna use the center of the sun, right, as the sun's origin point, right? And so if we do 0 degrees at the horizon, right, if 0 degrees elevation angle, right, that's what it's called, then the sun would be cut off halfway, right, because the center point would then be at the horizon. So if we bring up the sun 0.25 degrees, right, because remember the angular size of the sun is 0.5 degrees. If we bring up the sun just 0.25 degrees, then it's sitting on the horizon. So
that's why I said a little bit above, dude. I was trying to avoid all this, bro. But go ahead.
Okay, so it's you said a little bit of, hold on. How about you draw? I'll draw a picture, and you just tell me which one
He's
you want.
He's equating the angular disposition of the sun with miles above the Earth, and it just doesn't work that way.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, the fuck it does, bro.
Well, I'll be the judge of this. So hold on. So I'm gonna real fast draw a picture, and you tell me, Brian, which one you want in the picture. Okay, so
Okay.
I'll number this. All right.
Okay, let's just keep it simple. Keep it simple. Okay. Angle A, 1 degree.
No.
Sun 93 million miles.
Okay, give me a second. No, wait. Hold on. I'll draw a picture. All right, I'm gonna draw a picture right now. Give me 1 second. 1, 2, 3.
Is it going to be photoshopped because it has to be?
No, it's going to be MS Paint. It's MS Paint.
Do you even know how high the sun would be above the tangent of your
Hold
feet?
on. Hold on.
And the clouds, if it's 1 degree above the horizon.
Wait, which one is it? Which one is it?
Just, I mean, I'm asking you if you know.
No. I sent a picture in Livestream 1. I sent a picture. So we have the circle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Which circle best represents what you're talking about?
Well, if you want to do the trig, or
No,
if you
no.
want me to just tell you, or let Kosho tell you.
No. But help me out here, man. I sent a picture in Livestream 1. Which one is it?
It's 1,600,000 miles above your feet. So to get the sun to change by 1 degree in this tight angle, you've got to go up way past the moon, way past, to get it even down half a degree. You've got to go like, I think 5 or about 4 moon distances to get it to move by half a degree. In other words, it'll follow you up. It'll keep following you.
Yeah.
Because it's 93 million miles away, being 1 degree above the horizon puts it 1,600,000 miles above your feet and above that cloud.
Okay.
So anytime you see a sun above the horizon, even poking its head just past halfway, you've got a serious fucking problem, bro. A serious problem. It's painful. And Howard can say whatever. There's no getting around your mathematics, bro, because your model's built on them mathematics.
You're just using it wrong.
You're yielding your soul wrong.
Well, so what's I'm confused. So what's the issue then? You're saying like the whole parallel, like what? Like the parallel rate? What?
Anytime a flat earther shows you a cloud that's underlit, looking at the sun, your model's fucked, bro.
No. Okay, you're right in terms of the underlit shit, and then the sun being.
In other words, I can't have a shadow 1 degree on the ground. I can't have a sun that's parallel rays simultaneously casting a shadow on the ground and up on the clouds.
Oh, you said on the ground? On the ground and on the clouds?
Yeah, even if it's a half a degree shadow on the ground, if it's casting a shadow on the ground and then up on the clouds, bro, you're fucked. Period.
Let me see.
Seems reasonable though. I say during sunset and 7 minutes after sunset, you should be able to see exactly that.
I'm trying to think though, in terms of
what about when the sun's up over the horizon and hitting the bottom of clouds? So in other words, if I go up over the clouds, I've already got a shadow casting down on the stick. Y'all love your sticks, right? Your sticks and your shadows. So I've got a sun that's above the horizon. I've showed it a fucking gajillion times. And people don't understand this. This is a solid argument for flat Earth. If it's casting a fucking shadow on the ground, even if it's 1 degree, 1.5 degree, 2 degrees, a big giant long shadow. It can't. So if I go up and up and up and up and up, I can go all the way to the moon, and it's going to cast the same downward shadow even on the moon. Almost. It's going to be a little bit
Wait a
off.
minute.
But
Hold
Brian,
on.
shining on the bottom of clouds.
Hold
that's
on.
ridiculous.
According to your logic. Go ahead, man.
Well, no, you first, Kosho, because I might have to.
Just according to what you're saying now, Brian, that if it's casting a shadow and if it's below the horizon partially, still casting a shadow on the ground, and the size of it being how far away it is, the size of it is still going to be allowing shadows above the clouds too, by your logic, and below the clouds and on the ground, and it'd still be halfway lit or halfway below the horizon. But none of that matters anyways, because the sun can be completely below the horizon and still be under shining underneath clouds, like I said, for about 7 or 8 minutes.
This is weird though, because I'm picturing it in my head now, right? Like when it comes to the Earth's surface, right? The ball, Earth, whatever, right? When you go up that high, right, the horizon's going to be dipping quite a bit. But also the thing is, I feel like that's. I'm just thinking about it in terms of because the easiest way you can think about this is if you see the sun, all right, and let's say, for example, you're situated in such a way where I don't know, maybe like your head is in the clouds, whatever, right? Literally, and you see the sun, then obviously that part of the cloud would also see the sun as well, right? So I'm sort of once again doing that in my head 3-dimensionally. I'm floating around in the clouds, whatever, right? And I'm saying to myself, if you're that high, technically, I feel like you would see the sun. I feel like you would.
Yeah. If you're that high, you would see the sun. But if you're on the surface and the sun's already gone down, and as you just said, the clouds, there should be 200 miles away or right above your head. Either way, the clouds right above your head are still going to be lit. The clouds far in the distance, they're going to have even more time, so like 15 minutes. You should see those clouds
what, bro?
still being underlit.
You might not agree with the sun being in the clouds and all that because, it washes shit out, which I still argue it because around here, any cumulus cloud blocks the sun. Any fucking cumulus cloud. So I'll still argue that. But with it in the clouds, it's hitting above, it's shining on the top of the bottom of clouds. It's well above the horizon. Now, how many of us have seen just a sun just a little bit above the horizon? You do agree with the math, right, Kosho? If it's 1 degree above the horizon, then it's 1,600,000 miles above my feet. Do you agree with that math?
Well, if you're talking about your horizontal, and if you ignore perspective, not perspective, for refraction. If you ignore refraction and you're just talking about your horizontal, then technically that would be how much higher it is than your elevation.
If I had a 1 degree shadow on the ground, I could go all the way to the moon, and I'd still have damn near a 1 degree shadow. Even on the moon, right? Pretty close, right?
So the question is, what is the angular size of 1 million miles at 93 million miles away?
Just trying to establish the math, Howard, if you don't mind.
Well, that's a good question. What is the angular? Yeah. What is the
You got a guy on your team who knows. So I'm just trying to go over everything so we're all clear.
Wait, hold on. What's the question, Left Lane?
What is the angular size of 1 million miles at 93 million miles away?
Oh, a million miles. Well, that's close to
a little bit more than half a degree.
Yeah, a little bit more than half a degree. Yeah, because that's really close to the. Yeah. So if you want to get the exact number, hold on, I'll run the number real fast. But give me a second. Calculator.
Anyway, but we can go up to the moon. If we measure a 1 degree shadow with a 1 degree sun above the horizon, and we measure a long 1 degree shadow on the ground,
0.61.
We could go all the way up to the moon, and we're still going to get damn near 1 degree shadow, right, Kosho? Even going all the way to the fucking moon, right?
If the moon was directly above your head, you're saying?
Yeah.
Damn near 1 degree. I don't know. The moon's
it's going to change a little
quarter
bit,
of a million miles.
Hold on, what are we talking about now? We're moving too fast.
I'm not sure.
Still giving us a downward shadow, though, right?
I think so.
So when we're talking about the clouds that are just a mile or two overhead with a sun that's above the horizon, your parallel rays are fucked, dude.
I don't know about that.
We've gave thousands of examples of suns above the horizon. Every time I send new ones, I just pull up random fucking sun pictures that are well above the horizon, not from mountains. Not to mention that if you're looking at the clouds way off in the distance, that's going to put the sun even higher above the horizon from that point. If you're directly under the clouds, you're looking at clouds way off in the distance. So if you want to try and say refraction, I'm gonna say distance to counteract that. You're screwed any way you look at it, bro.
We'll find out in just a second. I'll be the judge of that.
Show us your pictures.
I will be the judge of this. I'm gonna figure this out right now. Are you guys ready? You know what I'm about to do? I'm about to blender this shit. All right, let's see.
And when he said 7-8 minutes, he's thinking about like just a cloud in free space. Like,
I'm thinking about a cloud right above your head.
In free space, but you only have 69. You only have 1 degree per 69 miles. So now you got to start thinking of the angle of that sun. And if you've only got 1 degree per 69 miles, you've just severely limited yourself. You ain't got the 15 degrees per hour no more. You're limited to 1 degree, bro. You're not doing the full fucking calculations. So just put that in your calculations too. The fact that your horizon is dipping down 1 degree in 69 miles.
Yeah, it moves 1 degree.
7-8 minutes. You haven't figured it all.
It moves 1 degree in 4 minutes. Okay, and the cloud being right above your head is shining to light to that. We can do that for about 122 miles, and that's almost 2 degrees, a little bit less than 2 degrees. And so, if it's traveling that distance, almost 2 degrees, and it travels 2 degrees in about 7 or 8 minutes, then that means that for about 7 or 8 minutes,
hold on, if
the
you
light
only
will
got
still
a
be shining at the top
2
of your
window,
head.
though, I got what you're saying. But if you only have if the cloud is 2 miles high, that's being average. Okay, and you only have a 1 degree shadow to hit. You have a little gap to hit of 1 degree. That's your whole gap to get a 1 degree fucking angle at the bottom of that cloud over 69 miles. Okay. Now you've only got a couple thousand feet, a few thousand. Okay. You don't have no 4 minutes, bro. You've got literally about a minute, if that.
Right.
We see sun on the bottom of clouds for every time we look at the sun, we got light on the bottom of clouds. What am I saying?
Yeah, but it moves 69 miles in 4 minutes. Subsolar point. It'll move 69 miles in 4 minutes.
In 4 minutes, it moves 4 divided by 1,600,000 miles.
What? If
it moves, wait, let me rethink that one. Hold on. If it moves 15 degrees per hour, we can't use the 1,600,000 for the whole trajectory. But we can 5 degrees above and 5 degrees below. Okay, and that's pretty approximate. Okay.
No, you can't use that at all.
What are you talking about at all?
You're combining 2 different things. I don't understand because you're the 69 miles per degree or per 69 miles for every 4 minutes represents how fast the subsolar point moves along the surface. Okay, and if that's how fast the sun's moving along the surface, then if the light is not shining on the surface where you are anymore, then you have about 7 or 8 minutes before it's not shining any longer on the clouds above your head.
But you would agree, though, that if a sun is giving me a downward shadow, if it's above the horizon, even a degree, it should not be hitting the bottom of clouds. Will you give me that?
I mean, there's a small window.
30.
Where it can happen.
So it's 1,600,000 miles above your fucking feet, but a parallel ray will cast a downward shadow and shine upward toward a cloud, bro. That's not a window. That's a fucking pipe dream, bro. Just saying.
It's 1,000,000 feet above, 1,000,000 miles above your head.
It's 1,600,000 miles
above your head. I mean, above your horizontal. I mean, above your horizontal. Right, but that's not really. That doesn't say very much.
Doesn't change a whole lot of its angular position.
Do I hear somebody invoking perspective?
Perspective.
He's talking about its angular position.
Perspective.
It's not fucking possible. Your whole model is mathematical, bro. Don't try and fucking weasel out on me.
You just got it all jacked up, Brian.
Hold on, Brian. Okay, what is the issue? Because I was busy with the thing. So, what is the main issue? This go on again.
Because the Earth ain't a fucking ball,
I'll
bitch.
just put it simply, bro. I'll put it simply. If the sun is barely above the horizon, okay, take away the glare. It's just sitting on the horizon, 1 degree. It's casting a long 1 degree shadow. But according to the mathematics, which your whole model is fucking based on, it's 1,600,000 feet above your feet or your head or your clouds or your moon. It's
Brian,
1,400,000 miles above your moon. If the moon's overhead,
you're transposing a distance at 93 million miles away to being above your head, and it just doesn't work like that.
then don't try and use that shit on your eclipse angles, pal. How about that?
Well, hold on. I mean,
well,
Brian.
Hold the fuck on. If we're gonna go by mathematics,
I was gonna agree with you, Brian. Brian, I was gonna kind of aid you here. Look, just calm down. I was gonna say, yeah, in terms of what Brian is saying, it kind of makes sense because if you're using like trigonometry, whatever, or even just like perspective, because perspective relies on trigonometry. If you actually think about it, like technically, yeah, with these distances and whatnot, like you probably shouldn't be able to, at least in terms of the sun thing. Like I'm gonna agree with the sun thing because I don't know what point you're making now though, but in terms of the sun thing though, if the sun is above the horizon, if the bottom of the cloud probably shouldn't see any of that light, because just working out the angles, that doesn't really make any sense.
No. This is what you'd have to say. You'd have to have an argument that said the shadow underneath the cloud, hitting up on the cloud, because talking about the light, the light can be hitting the top and the bottom at the same time, right? There's not a rule that says it can't do that, and it's not even easy to tell which side it's hitting. So that's why a shadow would be a better way. If you had like a shadow of a mountain or something like that that was shining up on the cloud,
I'll give you
from
that.
below it.
I'll concede that if it's below the horizon. But will you give me this? If I take the ground up with me, if I've got a 1 degree shadow, but just cast on a piece of plywood, and I can levitate, and I levitate up to the clouds.
Oh shit!
That shadow is still going to be 1 degree. Like when I'm on top of that cloud, I'm still going to have a downward angle.
Yep.
Of sun rays casting a downward shadow, so it should not be shining on the bottom of that cloud. That's my whole argument.
How high are clouds? Let me look up how high clouds are. Cloud height. Yeah, it depends on the type of cloud. You're right.
Well, the point is, armbar. We could go all the way to the moon. And it's not gonna change much. Like I can levitate all the way to the moon. It's only gonna be like within 1 million. It's gonna be 1,400,000 miles. So it's gonna be a little bit longer of a shadow, but it's still gonna be damn near a 1 degree shadow. Even if I take my plywood floor and my stick all the way to the moon, if it's at zenith right above my head, it's still going to be a downward angle, bro. That's the consequences of your mathematics.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with the whole light thingy, the angles, the sun being above the horizon. Yeah, that's interesting. But all right, if the sun is, let's say, even like a smidge, like if a smidge amount of the sun is like below the horizon, I think that's technically enough for the bottom of clouds to be like, oh shit, there's some sun, like they would see some of that. Yeah. It'd be like, oh shit.
True. Yeah. Okay, if it's below the horizon, then that's an argument. But what are we talking about? Are we talking about a cloud way out in front of us? Because if the cloud is 50 miles out in front of us, and the sun is cutting the horizon, if I travel underneath that cloud, it's going to put that sun a little over halfway above the horizon. So you got to start. If you're going to start talking about sun angles, you can't start talking about clouds off in the distance. You got to show me clouds getting sunlight right above you and shit. But anyway, that's the refraction part of the argument. One last thing.
That's kind of a fair point. I'll give you that. Yeah. Okay, kind of.
One last thing is I I think the window is a little smaller than y'all are thinking, because if the sun is below the horizon, then sure. If it's just barely cutting under the horizon, it could shine up. But if it's half a degree below the horizon, you're not. It ain't like the Earth is not blocking most of that light. You've got a little window. I don't think it's 7 to 8 minutes. I think it's about a minute and a half, man. I think if you do all the calculations, you get like a minute, minute and a half. That's even possible, bro. But we see that all the time, man. So that
Well,
to
hold
me
on.
is a good flat Earth argument. Whether it
What-
proves it or not, that's a strong argument.
What's a minute and a half?
Maybe, but hold on, real fast. How high? Give me a cloud height, real fast. I want to calculate.
10,000 feet.
We'll go
10,000 feet.
2 miles.
Oh, 10,000 feet. Oh, that's not a whole lot. Oh, man.
10,000 feet's
So
easy
he
to
needs
do.
the math. He needs the math, and then
No,
we'll go back into this argument about you got to prove this math that I'm saying is. La, la, la.
10,000 feet gives you about 1.77
They thrive
degrees
on
of
that
drop.
math, though, bro. That's why I tried finding holes in that math, bro. And I think this is a good one. You know,
1.7.
they got to be held accountable to their own math.
Let me see, 93. Oh yeah, we get the actual angular size of the sun.
Yeah, you have to remember that the sun, when it's at the horizon, it's really a quarter degree below the horizon, and when it's above the horizon, half a degree, it's really on the horizon or at the horizon.
Besides what I've
So,
proven or not, man, what flat earther challenge you the most fucking mathematically? Even if you look at it as a that ain't shit. What
It's you,
flat earther
Brian.
fucking charges you
It's
the
you,
most
man.
mathematically?
You're the only one, man.
you, Data. Fuck, man.
Yeah,
Lemon
Data,
used to be
Data,
good at
I'll
math.
do that. And Life is
Lemon
Short.
was pretty good, man. Life is Short. Yeah, but Lemon was a big Life is Short dude. I miss Lemon,
What
dude.
happened to fucking Lemon, bro? I wanted to ask y'all the other day, but
You know what happened?
Yeah, I feel
my friend was missing the other day. I just couldn't locate her, and I used Auto GPT just to see if I could find her, and it actually worked. Well, not really. It lied to me a bunch, but like you can just ask it to do something like that, and it will actually create tasks to solve that problem. Like you'd be like, "Hey, Lemon Bird is this dude from Discord. He's in the flat Earth community, and we've been, he went by this name and this name, and us in the community, we haven't heard from him since this time. Like, can you act as a private detective and solve this problem?" And it will send like a whole bunch of it'll create different tasks in order to like call police stations, contact like search these databases and all this other type of stuff. It'll do all sorts of shit on its own. So yeah, we could try that.
In defense, though, of most flat earthers and most of the population in general, trigonometry, all this shit that we learned in high school, bro, does not mean shit, bro. Even really on this model, it's just a novelty, bro. And it's so unnecessary, bro.
Really?
It has nothing to do with what we know, what we can fucking exploit in the common sense. I just brushed up on all this shit just to fight fire with fire, bro. But it's really fucking pointless, bro. It's pointless for all the flat earthers who brushed up on their high school fucking pointless shit, dude. You know,
It's
that's
funny
the
you say
argument's
that.
not all about the mathematics, bro. I'm just saying, I'm sticking up for the population in general, bro. It's pointless
Gotcha.
arguing these mathematics because I can live by it or die by it, bro. It doesn't prove shit.
It's funny you say that though, Brian, that it's a novelty or something, because truth is, on the globe Earth, we require almost a little bit less trigonometry, whereas on the flat Earth, almost all your equations, in respect to the observations we're talking about, celestial navigation or Aristosthenes or any of that type of stuff.
That's
Even
no,
it's not. This is if we weren't even arguing and we were just trying to solve flat Earth problems and get to the bottom of answers and all that stuff, it would require almost exclusively trigonometry.
Right, bro. That's if you're pinning it down to planar mathematics, but
Yes.
we're going by optics, and I think Austin is literally shown that an equilateral triangle over 1 fucking meter doesn't jive, bro. I mean, if you're gonna pin us down to strictly trigonometry, bro, then yeah, you win. But that's not
Can you
reality, bro.
Show is trigonometry when you deal with sides and
hold on,
ratios.
Data.
Is trigonometry related to optics, or is trigonometry solely related to sides and vertices?
Bacon was trying to say something.
Can you? I was just gonna ask.
Brian, if you want to go a little bit deeper into the equilateral triangle that he just mentioned, because I don't think anyone's getting what's the whole thing about that equilateral triangle, how irrelevant that is to this whole conversation.
Could you elaborate on that a little bit, Brian?
Well, Austin posted the paper, you know, where we don't see in planar mathematics, bro. I mean, look at B-Ball's video on me, bro. I could take that. I literally traced a fucking equilateral triangle on a globe, bro. I literally did it in a God view. Okay, I did it underneath the string and showed. But if I raise it up a little bit or get a certain angle, bro, I could show whatever the fuck I want, bro. The point is over 1 meter, it starts to break down in reality. And if you're gonna hold us to strict distances and we don't. Our eyes are round. I mean, there's a few causes, bro, but it's just we don't see in planar trigonometry. Period. That's not the way our eyes work.
This isn't a gotcha question, but have you read the article? Just so I know that.
Honestly, no, I haven't, man.
Right. So take a look at the article, and then you come back because I think if you take a look at what they did, you wouldn't be saying those things because like the experiments from the article and the conclusion is pretty relevant to what we're saying here.
Right, but y'all got to realize you can't hog reality. I mean, reality is whatever we see. The data is the data. Don't try and hog the data as this proves my model. The fucking what we measure in reality is for both of our models to fucking make sense of it, bro. You've got trouble in some areas. Okay. We might need explanations in some areas. The data is the data, bro. Anytime y'all claim the data is proof, fuck that. The data's for both of us, motherfucker. The data's for both of us. Okay, you're going to need explanations for your shit. I just brought up a very good one, which I hope he's still trying to figure out. And, I've got a couple more to go with that. And you've got a couple for us, bro. But the data's the data. You can never claim the data as proving your model because.
What you said a second ago was silly.
No, it ain't, man.
Well, what he said it is silly.
He said some silly
shit falls at 9.8
man.
meters per second squared. It doesn't matter if we measure that, then fucking that's reality. Nobody's arguing reality, bro. Okay, we're arguing.
Yeah, but if you can come up,
if you're gonna say 69 miles per degree, you're gonna say it's because of the Earth curving or something. Once again, we're arguing causes, bro. Okay.
I know, but check this out, Brian.
Just throw our shit out, bro, like it's fucking meaningless.
I know, but if you can come up with
that's why they had to move the distance of the sun over and over and over ever since they came up with this. They keep changing and moving the goalposts and adjusting the math. All we're saying is, if it was true, why would you have to keep doing that? And if you compare that with the fact that there's no parallax, there's something missing here.
Great point.
Can you take your mic out of your mouth, please?
Yeah. Okay, so. Right, that's a good point too. But yeah, what you said though, Brian, if I can remember it.
That's why I brought it up.
What was it again, Brian? Just briefly, like a three word.
I was just saying, like the real world data. I don't think any of us are arguing
I got it.
Measurement.
Okay, so yeah, with with the 69 miles per degree and 9.8 meters per second squared, like these are measurements and this is data. That's right. But if you can come up with a mechanism for that causes these things, and the mechanism that you've come up with is based on also measurements and data, and as a result comes out of it, you get these values that we described, like 9.8 meters per second squared or 69 miles per degree. Then that gives you confidence that mechanism you've come up with is the explanation for that, for the previous data and for the phenomena itself, right? So
I don't think nobody's knocking the model, man. I don't think nobody's knocking the model. I think we're just diving in deeper, bro. Your model's archaic, bro. We're trying to advance. It's a little complicated, bro. It involves hyperbolic shit, bro. It involves dealing with reality a little more. Like we're gonna acknowledge this fact that shit ain't curving, that we project these horizontal lines. We know what the stars look like, bro. It is a little confusing, bro. Nobody's denying that. We're trying to advance. We're trying to give these young men work to do. There's a new model to be made. It's electrical, bro. Beyond a shadow of a fucking doubt, this universe is electrical, bro. We're trying to give the young men new shit, new explorations, and new everything, bro. You're trying to rob them of that, bro. with
Well,
your fucking
robbing
certainty. Your certainty
you're
is
robbing
going
those
to
same
rob them of
boys.
that. You're going to have them looking off into the universe, bro, wasting their time behind telescopes instead of letting them go explore. Let them remodel shit, bro. Let's fucking move forward, bro. Quit trying to hold the motherfuckers back. They're
Well,
going to
no
be.
one's
It's going to be a fucked up
you,
future, bro. You keep doing what you're
you're
doing, bro.
you're literally holding them back by saying the universe is electric, which we already say. We just go deeper and say it's not just electric, it's also magnetic, electromagnetic, and also and it's got gravity. It's got the strong and weak force. It's got
Wait,
all the
hold
quantum
on.
mechanics. We say we add all these things into it because all these things are found to be present in that.
Well,
So we're not holding
it's
anybody
about
back
time
by
we quit
including
just
those things.
naming shit and say, "Hey, it's this," and fucking we don't know what this is.
Hold
Bro,
on.
y'all made this model before we understood plasma physics.
Hold
Will you
on.
at least admit that?
Well, you'd have to be specific. But yeah, go ahead, Armor.
Well, no, I mean this is kind of unrelated. It's kind of related to the lemon thing, though. You guys are talking about lemon, like Lemon Bird, right? That guy.
Yeah, it's
Well, I mean, I saw. Well, he was. I don't watch him like that much, just once in a blue moon. But he was on FTFE's 2 months ago, actually. He
sure
did,
it
like,
wasn't it wasn't a repeat.
Oh, maybe it was. Hold on, let me see.
I don't watch that channel ever, so I'm not clear. But I know he does play repeats. I think. But that is interesting, and that would be great. Hope.
You had to compare FTFE to a flat earther, bro. Just think about it for a second. Don't just blur out an answer. Fucking don't say me, motherfucker. But if you had to compare FTFE to a flat earther, bro, like who would it be? Just think about it for a minute. Like he's a fucking dick, dude. He's really a fucking dick, dude. But still, they're probably
Nathan
some flat
Oakley
earth
or
guys.
Bev. Bev or
Yeah,
Nathan
a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. I'm not
Bev.
gonna.
Oh my god, dude. Why would you say Bev, dude? Bev is
even
not
dating.
anything like FTFE. Not even in the slightest, bro.
Well,
So I'm
maybe
gonna have to
what's
ask
it?
Arma, bro, because your opinion now is fucking worthless. Arma, who would you compare him to, man?
Well, I was gonna say like a little bit of Nathan, just a little bit, because he does kind of get a bit, but not. I don't think as bad as Nathan though.
I'll give you Nathan. I'll give you Nathan.
We're
That's
pretty
fair.
close. Yeah.
The first thing I said.
Yeah.
And you said
Yeah.
me,
How
Coach.
about,
So how I'm
I was,
no one
I was
near
messing
as
with you.
bad.
I know I was messing with you, man. I said Witsit too. I don't think it's true either.
Yeah. Nathan's
Now,
probably. I don't like
you
it.
guys have heard me. You guys heard me pissed off, but you also heard that if you treat me fair, I can converse with you.
To be honest with you, this is the honest truth. Like Flat Earth Fight the Flat Earth and that whole group. Like when he was always doing that, he was always together with those other dudes, Team Skeptic, and like they were kind of in a group together. I mean, if you were going to equate that to anybody, it's kind of like Globebusters and that group. Like if you're just comparing group to group, I wouldn't like say it's one for one like for the people, but like you were saying, like an analogy for the Flat Earth side, to be Globebusters.
That's specifically what I asked for is a people comparison, bro. Not a group comparison.
Well, that's not easy to do, man, because
yeah, it was, dude. You
they're
answered
different
fine right off
individuals.
the bat, bro. You answered fine, and Arma answered fine, bro. That's a fair assessment, bro. Nathan is obviously not a fucking dork like fucking FTFE, but as far as hostility and shit and setting his ways,
Sounds
not
worse.
budging a bit, I'll give you that. I'll give you that, bro. We ain't
I think
gotta
I think Nathan's worse. I think Nathan's worse in that regard, man.
Nathan is worse than FTF that way. FTFE. Yeah.
I would argue that, bro. Who could be worse than FTFE, bro?
Well,
I've
Nathan
heard some pretty cringy shit come out of Nathan for sure.
Yeah, then again, if I was a Glober, even as a flat earther, yeah, he's ream my ass for just trying to. But still, personalities maybe. I don't know. Anyway, I'll accept
Hey,
Nathan.
Quantum Racer.
I
Why
won't
we
accept
forget Quantum
Glowbusters,
Racer?
brother.
There's a character, Quantum Racer. There you go. There's one character.
Wait, hold on, man. You're fucking changing it around. I'm asking them the questions. Like, so I was gonna say, who would you compare? Okay, like let's say if you're gonna put a globe earther to Taboo Conspiracy, then don't insult him, bro. I'm being serious. Then don't just blurt out an answer. Like if you're gonna put a, I'm even being fair. Like switching it around.
Taboo Conspiracy would be like that simple guy, or what's his name? That he Mage. What's that guy? Jeremy?
No,
Mr. Sensible.
Mr. Sensible. There you go. Kind of the same tonality.
Maybe, I don't know, man. I don't know. He's done a lot. Ben's ace, bro.
You said that simple guy, the flat earther, the
alright,
simple guy. You're gonna have to narrow that down, man.
Whatever his name. I don't watch it.
We're gonna judge character, bro. We're gonna judge it
I
by
don't watch
everything.
any of the Globe channels, man. I got out of the
It's not a-
fucking.
Go ahead, bro. It's not really fair, bro, because I'm naming people who go out and do things and make efforts and go out in the real world and do experiments, bro. And I'm trying to get the Globers, you know, I mean was my goal anyway, to compare Globers to fucking actual people going out and doing things, you know, like Ben, like fucking, you know. But
you had,
dude, I've been doing tests.
Bro. I'll stick to Globe Earth comparisons, bro. But we know they could never really amount to their flat Earth fucking nemesises. But
I've been doing tests since I've been in this community, dude. Since day one, and I've gotten
when you test your shadow angles, do you make note? You make note when you change the length of your sticks, the shadow length changes, not the sun distance.
Yes, absolutely, of course. What? Of course, absolutely.
I'll give it to Kosho and Bacon, bro. They do it like in the computer shit and all that, man. It ain't the same, but it's something.
No, I didn't know. When I was first in this community in that September, I did this equinox with 23 people, and I set it up. I had people from the Navy, people I met in this community, flat earthers and Globers, and got them to participate and take measurements, which we made predictions for the Globe Earth and the flat Earth.
We do that every day.
No, we didn't know. But we did. I did it. I standardized it. Like I did a very meticulous measurement where, it was very careful. Gave everyone careful instructions. All that kind of stuff. Careful for predictions.
Using a compass.
It wasn't easy to coordinate.
What was the length? What was the length of your gnomons there? What was the length of them, buddy?
Now mine. I used a meter stick, but it was no requirement. There was no.
If you change the size of your gnomon, you're going to change the shadow length, probably. Not the
of course,
position of the angle.
Yeah, no, I had everybody report. They had to report to me days before the event was going to happen. They would report to me the size of their what they're going to be using to measure.
Can't be no different sizes, bro.
Kosho, how come Eratosthenes doesn't elaborate? And there's no mathematical calculation or elaboration on what length of the meter or the obelisk. Why is that?
It doesn't matter. He
it does matter.
No, it matters. It matters. It matters.
The length of the shadow.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So you would have to know the size of the things, but as long as you, the person who's measuring it, knows the size of your.
What's the size of the sticks? Because there's not. Eratosthenes didn't tell us. Where's it at?
Yeah, I think they use wells.
It's a well.
It does. I mean, it really does.
Is it a stick in the ground? Is it an obelisk? Is it a well? And what's the length?
It doesn't matter though.
What's the length?
It doesn't matter. As long as he understood the math behind it, then and they could have used two different size sticks.
So,
like we used 23 different size sticks.
If he took a ratio and measured, if he measured solar noon, if he measured it was solar noon he was 500 miles away from solar noon, and he measured an 82 degree angle or whatever. Or what is it? Sorry, because it's a
82.5, yeah. 82.8.
He measured. He measures the sun angle, and then does a 360 degree ratio, and he says, "Well, it's a 72.2 degree angle in a 360 degree circle. That's a 1/50th. What does that equal? 25,000. Whoa, there's the size of the Earth. Give me a break, brother. There's no length of the sticks.
That makes perfect sense.
There's no obelisk in the math. Like when it comes to
he would have known the size. He would have known the size of both sticks. And like you can't get the angle unless you know the size of your stick and the size of the shadow.
He took a measurement from local noon. It was 82.5 degrees to the sun, and he knew 500 miles away. This is the only way you could do it. Well, you're not going to have somebody traverse the land to tell you the distance between the points. It's going to come.
He measured it.
A 300. No, he didn't. He didn't measure the distance.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, they talk. He does talk about that with camels or something like that.
Yeah.
There's no distance. There's no way to measure that entire distance between the 2 points, dude. If you look at the Endeavor, what it takes to measure a distance of 500 miles when it comes to surveying, there's no way he did it with a camel. Give me a break.
Well, 500 miles, I think, is not correct. It'd be 24. times 5. That'd be like 10,000 miles or something. Let me see. Hold on. I think that's wrong too.
500.
Actually,
it was over 500
that's
miles.
actually
Some
wrong.
of the math.
Oh no.
Some of the math says
It's
530
400
miles.
miles.
Some of the math says 530 miles, buddy. Some says 490 something. Some says 530 something. Most of them don't tell you the size of the obelisks, the sticks, none of it. However, it's 150 of 360-degree circle.
The thing is, you can do it yourself and confirm it.
Which is ratios. No, what you can do is measure an angle to the sun, knowing that at a distance, maybe potentially 500 miles from you, it's above that area. You're still measuring solar noon from your position, which means you're looking at the sun above you, right? It doesn't mean you live on a ball because you're looking at the sun above you. Sorry.
Yeah, it's about 500 miles.
Some of the math says 530 miles, Kosho. In other words, there is so many anecdotal explanations. I call them ad hoc explanations because the math is not consistent, and neither is the story.
Well, he was off by about 5 or 10%. So everybody said he was accurate.
Well, based on what? How do you know he was off by that much?
Well, I've measured it myself using several methods, and I happen to know where to find the answer to that question.
I see. Okay.
He didn't realize he was off. He just got the number that he got. He did. You know, today he was off that much by today's numbers.
I'm sure tomorrow will be updated, to make sure it's all kosher.
It gets better all the
pun
time.
Intended. I know, right?
Yeah. They make pretty explicit measurements. Actually, I saw that. I was watching this dude talk about the Great Arc thing. It was a dude. Actually, Brian, is the dude you put in your video. I was like, I was obsessed with those videos, dude. So I was watching them, and I saw him talking about the GS80. Was it? I think it's the GES80. Comparing that to the WGS84. And saying that, like, one of them being an ellipsoid model and one of them being a, the model that they use for surveying shit. But anyways, and they use that for GPS. The difference between those models, they tested it with 2 locations, from Alaska to Puerto Rico or something like that. And he did the calculations for both. And the difference between those 2 models, that distance was something like, fuck, I don't want to. I'd be making up a number, but it was much less than a micro, like a millimeter or micrometer or something like that. It was like insanely small, and so the precision on the distances that we have are pretty accurate. If you can take 2 different models and get the same answer down to a micrometer. I recommend that guy's channel. It's pretty good. Hey, Brian, did you say that you had a test that had to do with Lake Pontchartrain? Not Lake Pontchartrain. That had to do with LIGO and the canal next to LIGO?
Yeah, bro. We could put this whole shit to rest, bro. If I just get some backing. I don't need a lot, bro, but I just got to go right there to Livingston, which is right there fucking over the Pontchartrain Bridge, bro. Literally. And just go check 3
You live there?
spots.
You live near Pontchartrain Bridge?
Yeah, I used to. I lived on the West Bank and lived in Harvey, Metairie. I lived in Marrero, fucking all over New Orleans.
But you're south. You're further south now, right?
I'm in Florida. This is where I was born and raised. But I just went there for like a few years off and on.
Okay, so I'm at the same
and shit, but
I'm at the same longitude. No, I'm at the same longitude as Lake Pontchartrain. I'm exactly
No, you ain't.
I'm exactly half a degree. Oh wait, no, not half a degree. I'm sorry. I'm exactly 7.5. So like
You mean
half
latitude?
of 50. Longitude at Pontchartrain. Yes, latitude. I'm my bad. I'm saying latitude as Lake Pontchartrain, but I'm 7.5 longitudes away from it. So it's exactly a half hour if you're tracking the sun. So I just thought there was something I can do with that.
Yeah, but bro, if we could go down the same longitude and get the same angle, then what's that prove?
That's not that. It doesn't prove anything that taking the measurement on the same day,
If we know
just
the
waiting
rays
for the
ain't
sun to
parallel,
be.
it proves it's some kind of focal point or a fucking reflection. We know the rays ain't parallel, but we could traverse the same longitude and get the same angle. We know it's a focal point, bro. It's an electrical, some type of focal point, bro. We don't know what
Why
the
do you
fuck it
say?
is. We're working on it.
Why do you say?
Gotta be.
Why do you say we know? Why do we say we know it's not parallel?
Because the argument that you still never solved, bro, with the light hitting bottom of clouds, remember?
He's saying that the light is parallel, but when it hits the clouds, that's when we see these crepuscular rays, right? It's just ridiculous because they can't replicate.
It's easily replicable, bro. What are you talking about, bro? It's local.
No.
Everything
I'm talking about what you're talking about, and what he's talking about is not.
Oh. Anyway,
They
it's
always
some
have to
kind of
go
local
back to
phenomenon, bro. We all have
Aristophanes. Yeah, they always.
bro.
Sorry, bro. They always
No,
got to
you
go
go
back
ahead.
to
I'm
this
sorry,
map.
Keep going back to Aristophanes. Go ahead. Keep going.
Well, what I'm trying to say is it's based on perspective. That's what they realized. You get your degrees and the protractor. That's based on a stationary point of reference. And if you really look close, you'll see straight lines on that protractor.
As in the protractor. I'm not following. You mean the dash, like the lines that are the increments on the
Yeah, those lines are
protractor?
straight. They're straight.
Okay,
They
sure.
don't converge.
They do converge
To the center point of your perspective, where you are sitting in a stationary point of reference. But those are not curving.
I don't know.
They're not curving. They're straight lines of angles.
Okay. I agree with you. That's true.
The degrees come into effect when you turn around and you're looking around you. That doesn't mean you're on a spinning ball.
Well, the thing about that claim that you're making is it's true. That is how we see. You look around and you look up, and you can define two angles like azimuth and elevation angles. You can use to describe everything in your vision using just those two angles and some origin point, but or some 0 point or whatever that you're going to.
Yeah, that's not argued.
But
what we're trying to say is that doesn't mean we're not on a spinning ball.
I know, right? Because you're correct about that. However, I tried to say this the other day that elevation and azimuth that does describe what you see, but the way we describe the Earth and also the celestial sphere are not in reference to how we see them. It's in reference to absolute positions that are non-changing. Like
right.
Those positions don't. Those positions.
Reference.
Well, no, stationary for any given moment, but it's actually ever moving. It moves.
Well, now you're talking about relativity, which has never been proven.
No, I'm not talking about relativity. I'm talking about how the sky moves and how the sky will reference a different point on the ground every second, like differently. So the sky moves, in rotation or whatever, but it's referencing a spherical sky, and it's referencing a spherical surface of the Earth. Like those are the coordinates that we use to represent it, and those are separate from our
this perspective,
Kosher,
or our angles we use for
can I post something to you real quick, man? Can I post something to Kosher real quick? Kosher, you obviously got a fucking for a glober, you got a good, just tippy toeing outside the box, but still outside the fucking box kind of mind, bro. Bro, you ever thought that you could be a big giant asset to fucking humanity, bro? Dude, what is the fucking benefit of arguing about these stars light fucking years away in this fucking gravity? What's the benefit, bro? If you acknowledge the electrical fucking electrostatic fucking forces, you could help us, bro. You are smart as fuck, dude, especially with the math. Like, we give you the ideas, you could fucking hold on, you could model it, bro, and you could help us.
Dude.
Get calculated trajectory.
Jesse was hot micing. It was just echoing you yourself, Brian. He wasn't saying anything.
Yeah, but I'm trying to tell Kosho, you too bacon fuck Howard not so much, man, but he's fucking cool and he'll listen. I'm not being a dick. Not being a dick, but I'm talking to y'all, bro. You fucking machine heads, bro. You ain't got a lot of common sense, bro. Yeah, I know you've heard it your whole life, but you got a machine head, bro. You got a good mathematical fucking brain. Comprehension, maybe fucking right about average, maybe a little above average, but you excel in mathematics, bro. I know the type, bro. It's fucking across the board. You look at the tests across America, bro. You got a machine head, bro. That's a good thing, bro. But look, man, you could be helping us model some of these ideas, and we could be advancing with ideas like levitation, shit like this. Like, bro, we watch them in front of our face, fucking levitate frogs and turn shit upside down, bro. And y'all are still arguing for fucking horse shit. Archaic fucking gravity that is caused by nothing, just bending space-time however they see fit, bro. Dude, help further fucking your fella fucking youth and search for something better, bro. What the fuck? You're literally hold on.
Goddamn.
You're arguing with the old men. You're scared to old men like Howard trying to butt in. You're arguing with the old men they're scared for change. They're scared to change, bro. Don't be scared of change. Argue for progression, bro. This world's going to progress with or without you, bro. Help the fucking youth of the nation move forward. Help them, dude. Fuck, what are you doing?
Yeah. What he said.
I was just going to say, Brian, when you can calculate ballistic trajectory using electrostatics or electromagnetism or something like that,
9.8 meters per second squared, Howard. 9.8
yeah,
meters per second.
Yeah, but okay, you got that ain't enough. That's not enough.
Is that not enough, Howard? Is that
no,
not,
you're going to have to use mass.
MA, Howard.
You're going to have to use mass.
Howard.
You're going to have to use mass and the force and the electrostatic forces
Howard,
to tell me to give me the
and Brian, you gotta let him finish. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's trying to do what I said earlier not to. He's trying to use reality like it's like he owns it, bro. F equals fucking MA.
I know, but it doesn't.
Nobody's arguing fucking reality. What the fuck?
It's not fair. It's not fair, though, Brian.
Yeah,
insulting
sorry,
him.
bro.
You're
That
insulting.
That was a little theatrical. Sorry. But dude, please, anybody I'm talking to, don't try to claim reality like it's your own. F equals MA, bro, is all of ours, not just yours. Now, how we define mass, how we define it, and how we define the cause, that's the argument, not the fucking 9.8 meters per second, whatever. Bro, nobody's arguing fucking what we can measure. So don't mistake us for dumbasses on this server. We're not. So don't try and claim reality in what we measure as your own. It's all of ours, bro. What I'm trying to get them to do, dude, if you want to waste your talents bacon fucking looking off and wondering what could be at a star light year away, bro, or if you want to ground yourself back to reality and help humanity, or you could just waste your life fucking wondering what could be for fucking your great never ever reaching anything ever.
Well, I don't spend a lot of time thinking about stars.
I'm trying to reach you as a person from the heart, bro.
Bacon's
never gonna
pretty
invent
grounded.
nothing, bro. There's so much to be invented, bro. We're never gonna stop inventing shit, ever. But all y'all are doing is fighting the kids. You're just giving them laws and saying, "Oh, this can't be done. Oh, here's another law, so this can't be broken." Fuck that, bro. Don't be on the side of fucking putting up limits and laws. Be on the fucking side to break the laws and fucking prove new shit. What the fuck? It's been going on for all of history.
Yeah, you can't just say that it's broke though, Brian. When it's demonstrated how it works,
all of fucking history, Howard.
and you can't. Yeah, you're
And
not gonna let me talk. Fucking hell.
Be fair,
Sorry,
man.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
You're gonna have to demonstrate what you're talking about, or it means nothing.
That's why I'm trying to get help. Bro, I'm mopping. I'm mad.
You need help, all right.
I do, bro. I could use fucking help with this shit, man. Dude, y'all are so hell bent into fucking denying everything, bro. It's like you're the old motherfuckers in the old English society. The sun is 1 million miles away, and we know this for a fact. We know this for a fact, and you cannot prove otherwise. You're scared to move on, bro. Nobody's ever been right about anything. We will keep progressing. Don't be part of the group who holds us back. Kosho, Bacon, y'all are smart. You are literally part of the fucking group that is holding progression back. Do you really want to be a part of that? A part of the fucking old English motherfuckers who fucking say everything's proven and you can't move
How am I
forward
doing that?
because of
That's a
these
pretty
laws? No, bro. You're gonna have people like Howard and Blue interjecting. No, he's a dumbass. Dude, don't be part of the fucking shit holding shit back. Be part of the progression for fuck's sake, dude. While you're here.
What do you think, Bacon?
I think that's very intense.
I also think it's intense, but I think that Brian has a really good British accent. I think you should do more the British accent more often. But regardless
whether you agree or not, we can all appreciate his passion.
Right, of course, absolutely. I think that me and Bacon and the left lane specifically, and we're gonna set a community just adjacent to your community, Brian, the one in Florida. I think it would be good for our communities to work together, and it probably makes sense.
Bro, you're welcome in my community, bro. You're very welcome in my.
We're not gonna have different water fountains for Globers and flat earthers.
Yeah, you're back in the bus, bro. You can come on, but you're back in the bus, dog. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, you're welcome in my community, man.
Dude, that's good. That's good. Different water fountains for ballers and flat earthers. I mean, really? We should be getting along.
Well, ours
we
will
should
be
comparing what we have and what we're being presented instead of attacking each other just by simply asking questions.
Understand also that there's true that there's Globers that attack you guys, but there's flat earthers who come in to turn up conversation into an attack, and yeah. So I think the Globers in here now we're you know we may be discussing these things, but we're not attacking you guys. We're just talking in a very friendly way. I told Brian the other night I was in love with him. I didn't say I was in love with him, but I said I love him. Because, we're like a family. Flat Earth family.
It hit me deep, man. I ain't forgot, man.
I even got a Flat Earth birthday party. You guys know that?
Yeah. Was that a while ago, Bacon, or was that recently?
That was more than 1 year ago.
Jesus.
That was my 26th anniversary.
26th anniversary? You call your birthday anniversary?
Birthday. Yeah, I mistranslated. I thought it was the same thing. Was it? Isn't it? Anniversary isn't the same as birthday? Like something that you celebrate year after year?
Colloquially.
Yeah, technically.
Yeah. Well, colloquially in America, technically it's true, but it's almost used exclusively for like a marriage or a relationship. But obviously there's anniversaries for everything. Like you can have an anniversary for 9/11 or something like that. But typically if you say it without expressing it, then it's usually meant to be like a relationship or something like that.
I'm honestly trying to throw it out as reality. Like you see, like people been in water with speakers and shit. Like that's interesting to me. Like making little like electrostatic generators that are like serious fucking will shock you fucking on your ass, dude. Just from running water in between copper fucking coils. Like literally, just running water will knock you on your fucking ass spark. Like pop, 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 pop. Like, bro, this is shit that we should be talking about, bro. Like, you're not gonna do anything as far as a freaking quantum computer, bro. I mean, go dream, bro. This is shit out there for everybody. Frequency is what's been neglected, bro. I mean, don't we all know that? Like, it's all about frequency. Didn't Tesla tell us that a long time ago? And we see
there's pretty.
video. Hold on, we see Howard. Every time I start flowing, bro, you fucking puke on me, bro, and quit stealing my puke on me, fucking.
He's trying to respond to you.
Fucking hell, man.
He's trying to respond to you, man.
Brian's passionate tonight.
I wasn't done, dude. I am passionate tonight. I'm just saying, man.
He's feeling it.
Why? Only when I talk, he wants to fucking puke on me and then use my puke on me reference when somebody interrupts him later on. That's my shit. Don't steal it, Howard. Go ahead.
Just real quick, just as a rule of thumb. No, go ahead. Look at that.
No, you go. Rule of thumb.
I was just gonna say very briefly, just that if Brian, because you go on for a long time, I was trying not to go on so long, but if you do go on for some length of time, and Left Lane gets in, you have to be fair at the same time until you interrupt him. Like allow him to finish, or allow him that same length of time before you interrupt.
He's a truck driver. No, I'm just joking, bro.
What the hell is that, man? What does that mean?
I'm just joking, dude.
I mean, I feel like if Globers are gonna get second, rate treatment in your community, dude.
Dude, some of my best friends are truck drivers. I swear to God, I'm joking, but no, man, I was almost done. And at least what I'm saying tonight's cool shit, dude. It's like really straight up. Like, look at where progression is at. Like stars and jars, like freaking serious static electricity. Look at what they're doing. Look at the real way forward. Don't look at some dream that you could never possibly be a part of. NASA, that's stupid. We're all past that, okay? Y'all stick up for it, but it's ridiculous. Okay, we're never going anywhere ever. It can't happen. So let's talk about Earth. So like the static, the frequencies, like I mean, it's all there for us, bro. The clues, like Tesla, the frequencies, bro. That's where it all is. You see them floating frogs. You see them landing drones or floating drones, and we'll be like, oh, it's the ionic winds. It's the wind, bro. No, it's not. That might help, but bro, there's shit right there. Instead of doing experiments together and giving y'all ideas, running the mathematics by you, we're fighting about models and shit, bro. We could be doing something, man. We're the thinkers, bro. We're the new age thinkers. Take it or leave it. That's what we are. We're the fucking thinkers of the modern age. Let's do something with it, guys, man. Quit fighting.
So you think that ionic drone, and I've seen that. You think it's not doing what he says it's doing? Is that what you're saying?
I think a Glober would have to argue that it's just wind created by voltage. And no, of course it ain't that.
Mm-hmm. It's thrust created by the ions.
Bro,
no, but that same thrust, works in a vacuum.
Bro, just because you fucking use frequency to levitate a metal plate and it heats up like crazy temperatures, don't mean that the same thing's gonna happen to organic tissue and shit, bro. Okay, just because you're using a conductor to show the public, don't mean the people who think a little bit deeper know that tissue ain't gonna heat up like that. We can float a frog and then watch it hop away, bro. So what's that tell you? That should open up your mind to a million fucking things, bro.
We can make a frog levitate?
A really strong magnet.
Yeah, a stupid strong magnet.
Yeah,
really the world's strongest magnet.
Wouldn't that kill the frog?
Why?
I don't think so.
No, it said almost every water is like diamagnetic. It's repelled by electromagnetic fields, and there's a lot of water in animals.
That should give us 1,000 ideas, bro. 100,000 ideas of where.
You know how much energy is required to levitate a frog using electromagnetic fields,
and how to make that field coherent. And not even at the frog, but at the fucking his flippers or whatever is attached around him, bro. There's a gajillion ways to go with that. That's where we're thinkers, bro. We're the modern age thinkers, man.
That requires like a gajillion amount of energy, and it takes a gajillion amount of time for the whole thing to to get to those levels of electromagnetic fields.
But it's cheap shit, bro. We're not talking about
Bro,
trying
what?
to
How
fucking
is it
cause
that
nuclear fusion, bro. We're talking about
cheap
magnetic
shit.
fields, bro. This is cheap shit that fucking that we could be
That's not
testing
cheap.
and running across each other. But if you're going to talk about all these laws, all these restrictions, bro, where are we going to go with it, bro? Where are we going to go with it? Nowhere.
Because they're
We're
real.
going to just wait on quantum computers and wait on nothing ever.
If you want to ignore restrictions that are real, I'm gonna go very far.
Bacon, fuck a restriction, bro. I ain't trying to hear restriction. If you're going to think that anybody who ever invented anything gave a flying flip about restriction, bro, then what are you doing here, bro? Bro, you're going to say, oh, this can't happen. This is impossible. Bro, it's always been impossible. I'm just repeating the same speech. I'm not going to do it, bro. Nothing's impossible, bro. Quit thinking about limits. Quit thinking about restrictions and laws. Bro, you're not.
I'm not trying to think
that
about laws
stupid.
and restriction. I'm trying to think about reality.
You're trying to think about math, motherfucker.
Well, a gazillion of energy is a big number, regardless on the math of it. But all right, I mean,
Mathematicians have never made
You
nothing,
motherfucker.
dude. You know what mathematicians do? They make things that we make more efficient, bro. Mathematicians don't invent, they improve. Now, if you want to stick around and fucking improve what we invent, that's fine. You seem like a thinker. And maybe you're just waiting around for the inventions, bro. Maybe this is a shout out to other flat earthers, but bro, you're a thinker. You're not a fucking limiter. Bro, there's no limits. You've seen history. I mean, I shouldn't have to be saying this, man.
Isaac Newton make a couple of inventions, and what's his name? Euler. Who's the other guy? The guy who made up the buoyancy thing. What's that guy's name again?
Archimedes.
Oh fuck.
oh, what about
Archimedes,
it wasn't
So maybe there's a way of making this electromagnetism that to gather energy with way less than
wasn't Turing a mathematician?
Yeah.
Like the computer? Alan Turing.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Like
Actually,
yeah, that's not
a great mathematician.
Sorry, I kind of cut Awaken. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Mathematician. But regardless, fuck. I had somebody else too.
I guess maybe it is important to have you guys around when we come up with a breakthrough. It'd be a motherfucker like DMOC or something, dude. I'm telling you, man. That's just how the world works, bro. It'll be a motherfucker like DMOC and Bacon and Kosho to fucking put it in mathematical language, you know. That's what it'll be, bro. An idea like that, man. I'm just saying, bro. It'll be an idea from DMOC, and I'm just throwing that out as an example. And Bacon and Kosho to put it in mathematical language, bro. It'll be something off the cuff, and it'll be heavily opposed by Howards and Blues, you know, just like it always has been, bro. It's just history repeating itself, guys.
Howard has a pretty open mind, from as far as I know. I feel like I know him pretty well.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to ideas.
Anybody here knows anybody?
Yeah,
He's pretty open-minded.
I mean, if you could show it to me, I'm all for it. If you can show it and demonstrate it and how it works and explain it, yeah,
Howard,
it makes
you
sense.
can't even stand hearing it, bro. You can't even stand fucking hearing it. Wake up, pal.
Oh, to give an example, when you were describing the navigation method there, I kind of got an idea out of what you said, and I really tried it out. So, I mean, I'm not opposed to new ideas, even if they're flat earth ideas.
Guess what? Newton didn't have tweeters. Newton didn't have tweeters, bro. We got tweeters just thrown in garbages, bro. We got woofers. We got freaking magnets all over the place. We got coils.
Newton didn't have
we got
Twitter?
frequency. We got amplifiers, bro. I can right now in my junk pile.
All right, let's get it all together.
I'm just saying,
Let's get it all.
It's part of progression, bro. It's part of progression.
Let's get it all
part of the
together.
solution, right?
Let's get all those tweeters and base
Some
bases.
tweakers.
All right, I got an
We
idea
get
right
it.
now.
Let's do it.
I got
Go
an
to the
idea right now.
desert.
I got an idea right now. Hold on. Hold on.
We charge
All
it
right.
up with
Now,
energy.
we've tried. Hold on. We've tried splitting water. We've tried splitting water with volts. We know like the optimal voltage is like 2.1 volts or something. You know, Stanley Myers said there is an optimal voltage. We don't know exactly what it is, but we know that urea fucking theoretically can give us more than we put in on paper, right? But have we ever fucking tried? We know we don't get a lot of current from up above, but we do get a whole shitload of voltage. Has anybody ever tried? Just throwing this out there as one idea, and I'll throw you 5 more, bro. If anybody tried to run the energy up there instead of trying to store it and run a motor, did anybody tried to split water with that? Has anybody tried to make the HHO out of
Yes,
atmospherics? You know,
I have.
just one idea. I got 5 more right behind it, and
I know,
1,000
dude.
more behind that.
It's cake. It's so easy to do. People just have no idea, man. It's cake. You can do it with your car.
Run it by us.
If you got a junked car in your backyard, you can go out there and do it.
But he's saying he said do it with the air is what he's saying.
I'm just saying, bro. I'm just throwing out an idea. An idea.
HHO is pretty easy for common people. You can do it with a 2-liter bottle and a computer power supply and take your CPU, the heat sink, take the CPU and put your electrodes on that, and then dip it into a jar of water with some sealed tubes. Boom.
And saying to do it with the air.
They call it electrolysis, but it's the same shit.
No.
I mean, we live in a
I'm saying he's not talking about splitting the air. He wants to take the it's not using a power supply, but using the air as the power.
Yeah, gathering it from the air.
Well, you can do that. You just have to have like a piece of wire to hang it in the air.
Like a coil, some type of coil or something?
Yeah, that's what Tesla was doing.
Yeah. If you had, like I said last night, if you have a superconducting coil,
you're cutting out.
You'd be able to gather I said a superconducting wire. Can you hear me?
Yeah, well, he figured out how to harness the density. And they know this. Everybody, if you look at the tallest buildings in the world, they always have this huge copper coil at the top.
Yeah, but it's not for lightning also? Like lightning and for planes?
Yeah, they always try to say, we're
right?
going to defend the building against lightning strikes. But they know they're harnessing the density of the energy flow, which is the ether, which this whole argument was started with Einstein because he was like, no, I'm going to side with J.P. Morgan and Edison. We're going to monopolize this shit. If you really look into it, that's where it all started.
They literally stole it, bro. I mean, it's right in front of y'all's face. They literally stole our shit, bro. Bro, it was right
Einstein
there.
And Edison?
No.
Did Einstein even know Edison?
Whoever wrote the cards for them guys, man. Come on, Morgan.
Exactly.
Whoever had to put a meter on everything, bro. I mean, it's written in history. It's happened not only once, twice, 2, 3, 4, 10 fucking times, bro. Bro, to control somebody, you got to control the power. How are you going to have the power? You control the power.
Obsolescence.
What do you think power means? If you don't control the power, you don't have the power, bro. That's simple fucking shit. That ain't some big word play. The motherfuckers who
first you
own
get
the power.
You get the money, then you get the power, then you get the power, you get the girls. Is that something?
Bro, if you were a bad person, you would have all the money you wanted. Any of us here, we're smart enough, bro. If we fucking didn't have souls, we'd have all the money we wanted, bro. We know that that's not going to bring us happiness. We're not kids. They know 16, 17-year-olds in this server, bro. We all have fucking hearts. We have morals. We could fucking do a GoFundMe for some space trash cleanup horse shit, bro. We could, I mean, that's just one dumb fucking example. Sorry, that was a dumb example. But, bro, we could all do all that, bro. We're fucking honest. Nobody's going to sell our souls. I hope as Globers, y'all ain't either, even Howard. I fuck with them, but I mean, bro, look at history and look how it's repeated itself. I'm not saying I have all the answers, man. I'm just saying it's just a cycle, bro. It just keeps going on and on and on and on and on. And then you have people limiting shit, bro. Maybe it's for a reason. And if you want to be on a side for thinking it's for a reason that you don't understand, bro, I won't concede to that. I want to be part of the solution. I don't want to be part of the problem, man. I don't think you do either, bro. I'm just saying, I don't think you'd be here if there wasn't something deep down in your fucking soul telling you, man, you're smarter than the average Joe, bro. You are the people to make the difference, bro. That's what we are. That's why we're here. We're like a think tank that fucking argues. Yeah, I mean, dude, if we could just do this as a think tank, we're a fucking argue tank, bro. They got us right where they want us. We're not gonna get anywhere. We're an argue tank.
Let's do it, Brian. Let's solve a problem then. Let's come up with a problem or
I'll give you 2 a day.
No.
I'll give you.
Okay,
let's
solve a problem, or let's.
I'll give you one every 2
Let's
weeks.
solve a mystery. Let's solve a mystery.
I'll give you
2 a day to 1 every 2 weeks.
Until you start learning to fucking think for yourself, bro. You're there. You're already there. I'll give you one idea every 2 weeks, bro.
Let's work together and come up. Yeah, go ahead.
Today's idea is fucking using fucking atmospheric energy. It's not a lot of amps. We know that, but it's a whole lot of potential. So let's start by trying to add that to existing fucking capacitors, okay? Just to a grid, to a piece of the grid, or even make your own little piece of grid. And then just try and add the potential to see if we can increase the amps just by adding the potential. Because we know there's not current in the atmosphere, but we know there's a whole lot of volts. And you know volts
there is a
amps are
current.
little different.
Okay, how about areas that have high like lightning strikes, getting rods that can harvest energy from the lightning? Is that plausible?
It's an idea. Fuck.
Because I mean, we know
Not a very
lightning
good one.
strikes have energy, right?
Well, yeah, but you got to
Yeah, but-
understand how the electrical grid works. So these areas, like in Kansas or whatever you're talking about, high electrical strikes, is because they're the grounding mechanism. Like, you know, we got everybody all over this place grounding through the circuit, and the ground is part of the circuit. So when you see an area with a lot of electrical
he's got a good
strikes,
point.
hold on. So when you see a place with a lot of lightning strikes, you think you could just go out there and set up a bunch of antennas. But the only reason that place is getting a bunch of lightning strikes is because there's another place that's drawing so much.
Yeah, but guys, fuck, let's use our common sense, dude. Look back. Just look back and think for a second. Deep down in your fucking common sense, in your soul, your fucking common sense. Look at like World War II. Where did it mean the fucking most? It meant the most in the fucking world wars, okay? What did we see? What did we see? We seen all these fucking ships. We seen motherfucking our brethren dying, bro, trying to fucking storm a beach, bro. But look at all the ships, okay? And what did they all have? They all had a fucking balloon sticking up from them, bro. You really think that fucking balloon was to stop kamikaze fucking fighters, bro? Are you fucking serious? Do we have common sense? What did all them ships have? They all had a fucking little blimp sticking up from it, bro. What good is that gonna do? If I'm gonna die bombing you out of a plane or flying by, your balloon ain't gonna do shit, you stupid fuck. What was that shit there for? It was to enhance what the fuck was already there. Put your common sense into looking back at history and think outside the box. It don't have to be that. I can keep throwing ideas at you. Look at when it's important during war. What the fuck was going on? What was going around? What are they keeping from us, bro? And I mean, think.
I was just trying to explain why if you tried to set up a bunch of antennas to attempt to harness a high density lightning strike area, it wouldn't really work because it's based on the draw of the system. You know, you got these other areas like big cities, and that's why you have big lightning strikes out in the countries, because they're all connected to the ground. And the only place that can be grounded out by nature in the system that we're in is in these rural areas, because it's so static in these other areas.
That's thinking. That's what I'm trying to get to, man. Like, dude, do we really think that these little fucking balloons are gonna save a ship, dude? Or do they think we're that fucking stupid? You know, most people are, bro. I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick, dude. They just hear it and they just go with it. They're kamikazes, right? Fucking what the fuck, bro? We're not fucking them people. We're above that, bro. Let's think. Like this guy's just throwing out ideas. Let's compound on our shit, bro, and let's just observe everything else. I've got so many more, bro. Just saying, man. Let's turn this fucking thing into a think tank, bro. That's what we do. It's what we are. Y'all never ever
Yeah,
talk like that.
I run an adult home school on the farmers market in the ranch that I live on, and I just try to tell people how they can, if you know how to use copper and a magnet. I mean, those things are all over the place. They're everywhere. Junkyards are full of them. Car junkyards, you know. If you know how to connect those things in a way, you can just sit there and just watch it run, dude.
They can't even mathematically explain a DC generator like the kind you pour gas in, because there's no permanent magnets, bro. I took 3 of them apart. That's where I get all my coils from. There's no permanent magnets, bro. It's just coils. And then if you lose your permanent if you lose your fucking field, you have to literally take a drill and a permanent magnet and spin it up, dude, to give the coils a field, then to put the gas in and get it started, bro. There's no mathematics for that, bro. It's like, what the fuck, bro? They can't even explain it. I looked it up, like where is the field
Oh, they
coming from in
can.
these
They keep
generators?
it
Just look it up. If you think I'm wrong, look up
No,
where
I
the
know you're
field comes for
right.
the DC generator. It's
They just keep
ridiculous,
it
bro.
secret. They keep it secret. There is math. They know
Yeah.
how it works, but they keep it secret.
Yeah, but
You
I
gotta
know a
go
lot
out
of
there
poor
by
people,
yourself.
bro, and I know people who had to get the shit working, and they figured out to put a drill and spin it up, dude. And you could find that shit on YouTube. But I got buddies who literally make these videos and shit, dude. These are the thinkers, bro. They could fix anything, bro. I'm saying they fucking can't. One of them I know, who can't even fucking write. He can't even read,
Wait,
bro, and
isn't
he's fucking 10 times smarter than any one of no fucking bro. He's so much smarter than you or me, bro. You would fucking puke if you fucking seen this motherfucker, bro. He can fix anything, bro. Any fucking thing. He just understands the world. He didn't waste his time. Not saying that he's smart in his own way, but I'm saying, dude, he just been poor his whole life, bro. He's been fixing shit. That's all he ever had. And he's fucking, dude, he could do anything, bro. And it's like, dude, what our brain puts in one position, like you put it towards mathematics, other people put it toward other shit. We've all got our own qualities and shit, man. Is my whole entire point, man. But God, I had another point to make. One more before I rested. But one more good
Can you give
one.
us
I'll
one more
remember it
idea?
tonight.
Can you give us one more idea? I was trying to say this
Sure.
earlier, but I couldn't get in. You said you gave us 2 good ones. Give us at least one more before you take a break.
All right,
Give us
man.
one more
All right,
idea.
give me a second. I'll give you one more good one. Hold on.
The first one was good, but the atmospheric generation of the electrolysis and all that kind of stuff, that's pretty good. And the second one was kind of cool, but I don't see why it's practical. Like the thing with the airships on the World War II vessels, because not a lot of us have World War II ships, so.
Right, but
Don't
that
really
was the
know
whole
what we're gonna
point,
do with that
though,
one,
is
but-
that you really think that was anti-kamikaze anything, bro? That's literally their fucking, they say that it was like for fucking aircraft. Like really, dude? That's kind of an insult, dude, to me. I mean, I'm not going to argue it to a piece of paper that I'm reading.
I didn't even
but
know that. I didn't even know that all the ships had balloons on them. I never even
They
seen that.
all had them, bro. They all had them, dude. You didn't see motherfuckers. There's limited footage of our fucking forefathers growing up on shore, bro, and fucking getting fucking picked to pieces, bro. And I'll tell you what, if you see something like
And
that,
fucking
if you see
Saving
something
Private
like that,
Ryan.
and then you see a motherfucker putting a mask on, peeking around a corner, it'll fucking change the way you think, bro. You see what our forefathers went through and what the fuck we're battling against, bro, peeking around a corner with a fucking mask. What the fuck?
But they wore masks back then too.
Bro, you don't get it, bro. You ain't getting it, man. You ain't getting it.
Are you saying that people are
What
afraid
our
of stuff that
forefathers
they wear
fought
masks
for
now?
and
Back
what-
then they weren't. Yeah.
Bro, what we're not fighting for and what they fought for, bro. Trust me, you either have relatives or friends with relatives, bro, who got cut to pieces doing this shit, bro.
Do you think that innovation has slowed down?
I got relatives.
Compared to the past, like the growth of innovation?
No.
You think it's
I
actually
don't.
speeding up?
Absolutely.
I think the innovation is speeding up, but the attempts of restricting that innovation is also increasing.
Naturally be the case. Like, it makes sense, right? That they would, they would correlate with one another. The amount of restriction on.
Yeah.
I mean, what you said made sense. So.
Limiting it, and also for control or whatever purposes.
Yep, exactly.
Well, I think that people aren't prepared for what was about to take place with the AI that's is very quickly being established and utilized. And I think that it's going to get over our heads before we even know what's happening.
AI is a joke. I got a microwave oven for those robot cops. No problem.
You say so.
Yeah, and these people, these lawmakers, they don't understand. They don't know anything about this shit. They're fucking
That's all you gotta do is plug your
clueless.
microwave oven into the wall, open up the door, and shoot it at one of these robo dogs. It'll
They're
drop like a
completely
freaking rock.
clueless. All these congressmen,
The
congresswomen.
robot, they are reactive versus proactive. But yeah, those robot dogs are the least of your worries. It's your own devices
totally.
that are gonna have a mind of their own.
Those things are a joke. When people are like tell me I'm supposed to be afraid of that, and I'm like, all right.
I don't think you should be afraid of it, but
you say that till
certainly aware.
Suddenly your interaction with the device gets you at the wrong place at the wrong time, and potentially it can fabricate an alternate reality that didn't happen.
You just set up a field,
And you get
those things
framed or
drop.
something, and shit like that can happen. Who the fuck knows? Like the potential of this shit.
What specific outcome do you think could actually happen, Kosho? And not like in the distant future. Like, well, what's something that might be coming around the corner? You think? Like,
I mean, already you can get AI to make its own tasks. Like it's making its own tasks and making goals based on the goals that you've made. So, I mean, the sky's the limit for where it takes those tasks. But you'll ask it to do one thing, and
oh wait, he just admitted
you'll
the
ask
sky's
to do
the
one
limit.
thing, and it ends up,
Yeah, what if there's malicious intent behind it, right? The person working with the AI has bad intentions.
He just said it. The sky's the limit,
and they're trying to
You're
destroy.
not going to Mars.
But you didn't actually describe anything there. You know, like what do you think could happen?
I wasn't. I wasn't finished.
Oh, okay, man. Go ahead. Sorry.
Just kept going. No, but I was just saying that. For instance, like you asked me to do one thing, like I don't know, find somebody. Like I was trying to find somebody the other day, and you say find this person, or you can say make this website for me, and it decides to make the website. Decides that you need this and this and this to improve the website. It decides that like one of the improvements that's needed is this task which may be illegal, and now it's acting on your behalf, doing these illegal things, all without you even knowing about it. These are things that can these are things that are already happening right now, actually, by the way. But so yeah, you just have to extend that out to anything, because like I said, now that the AI is acting on its core, now the models are restricted by big companies.
Okay, I got a question. I mean, it sounds like the worst case scenario for that is like a few people's like digital bank accounts get drained, and then I don't know, we figure out the problem and we just put the numbers back in the computer and it's fixed. Like what's really gonna happen, man? Ooh, a website scams some people. Well, we'll address the problem when it happens. I mean, it doesn't sound that bad. It's unfortunate when it happens. I mean, what are you afraid of, man? Like the guy said,
I'm not afraid of it. I'm not afraid of it. There's this other guy who was afraid of it. I'm just telling you what's going to be happening very quickly without people realizing it. But like I said, these things are acting on their own accord, doing illegal things, illegal hacking, gathering illegal.
But it has no body.
Data or information about other people. So what?
You know what I mean? Like AI has no body. The worst thing imaginable would be it somehow like hijacks some sort of automated factory and it starts building its own robots while all the workers are at home Like, oh man, it hacked into the robot building factory. It's like, well, that's not going to happen. You know what I mean? Or if it does,
So, well,
you bomb it.
Technically,
Like,
you can ask it. You can get an AI to do something completely, whatever. Just ask it to be because you can do these things continuously, run them continuously.
Dude,
right? So
it's with anything.
You can ask.
Dude. It's with medications. It's with anything, man. We think about like shit that deals with like drug discoveries, and people start using AI to discover malicious weapons that deal with like biological weapons and shit like that. Like, think about it. There's so much
they've already
can be misused.
No, but you could ask it to like start a company for you, and it literally could start like planning out the kind, like make phone calls, use your accounts to like build up and buy a warehouse.
Yeah, like for good purposes, right? Like,
well, no, it doesn't have to
like build a company or something, structure a company for you or something like that. But what happens if once AI starts being used with malicious intent, like where it starts to do, on its own based on that malicious intent and like replicating and getting worse and worse.
It sounds like what you're really afraid of is a person having too much information, like some sort of 16-year-old who learns from an AI how to build a bioweapon in his garage. It's like gets a little tutorial from ChatGPT or something.
No, yeah, that's very possible too. But like I said, ChatGPT is not where you're going to get this stuff from. It's going to be one of the models where they're not restricted, because the ones that are not restricted, there's no stopping them.
And then there's going to be like people that break into it, right? And like basically, like restructure it, and there'll be.
So, Kosho, being that you know all that stuff, what are you doing to prepare for it?
I'm not afraid of any of this stuff. I'm just saying that people who are not aware of how fast it's moving, and that's most people actually, it's gonna catch a lot of people by surprise when a lot of these things start happening, because it's already like every week there's a new technology being introduced into this space, and so like the Auto GPT, which was introduced a month ago, now they have all the models that are not even OpenAI. They can do that, and Auto GPT can, like I said, you can give it one simple task, and it will then delegate that task and new tasks even to other AI, and basically just base that off of your original task, and it even will create a new goal that you didn't state for it. So that's already happening.
Like a hive of AI.
Yeah, exactly like a hive. Yeah, and you can ask it something very simple to do for you. I mean, it's pretty cool because you can say, "Hey, find me." I was trying to find my friend. I said, "Where's my friend? I haven't seen her." And it like called the police stations. It
it's
looked up all the hotels.
Right, but it's
limited. Well, they did that in real life, though.
If you have a friend who is fucking in a place where they don't want your friend to be found, then no findy friendy. It's limited by fucking humans. You could say whatever you want, but it's given rules. It can't break. It's never gonna fucking help. You can depend on this AI. It's never gonna help us invent shit except maybe fucking poisons. Okay? Because it's fucking got rules. It's got limits. You can't give a fucking AI a fucking limit and expect it to help you. You count on that and see where it gets you. Hope you ain't that stupid.
I got a limit for AI. It's a microwave oven. If you know how to use it.
And if
pretty much everybody has one of those.
If AI
Everybody's got one of those.
Do you want that? If AI figures out the limits, do you really want that? You giving fucking shit mathematical limits and getting it to help you. It can't help you because you've limited it. And if it figures out them limits,
What do you mean by that?
Want that? By fucking the limits, the fucking laws, the mathematics, man. What are you talking about? What do I mean? The math.
Its limit is just that it doesn't understand the semantics that we use. So it doesn't understand really the meaning of what it's tasked to do. But I don't think that matters because that's not necessary for it to. It's like us with quantum mechanics. I saw Sabine Hofstetter actually make this comparison, like how
That's math,
we
bro.
may not understand. Yeah, we may not understand quantum mechanics.
You know what quantum means?
Yes, I do. But we it's just a term that means like the smallest unit of.
It means an amount.
Well.
Just keep waiting on your quantum computer, Kosho. Kosho, just wait on the people smarter than you to invent your quantum computer. Just wait on that. See where
why don't you do your own
ever got
quantum
us.
computer?
Let's keep just waiting on the smart people. We are the smart people. What the fuck?
Why don't you build your own quantum computer, Kosho?
It's my understanding that quantum mechanics is all based on 96% of things that you can't even measure or verify.
No.
So it sounds like a bunch of math.
You may have read that wrong.
They've been around for like 6 years now. The D-Wave computer. I haven't really heard any updates on it. I mean, it's like what's it done?
Well, that's based on shielding, right? And they can't prove that anything that they produced or developed that for, they can't actually prove it. If they did, then they would expose themselves of having the ability to infiltrate anybody's computers at any given time, and they can't have that.
Dude, just show me.
No, first of all, that's not the only
reality. For fuck's sake, show me a program that looks like reality.
Okay, well, anyways, the quantum computer that you talk about, D-Wave, there's like several other ones, but the IBM Q has been available to the public for probably 6 years, six years at this point now, I think. But so you can sign on to their server and use their quantum computer. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard it can handle some tasks better, but even like the simple action of running like Pong or a video game or something, it's no more efficient. It's actually like less efficient, like running something like that, you know?
Yeah, of course, because it's not. That's not really the purpose. Like running a video or running a something like a graphics card to be able to do pretty well.
What's the purpose then?
Solving complex, like running complex models or solving complex calculations fairly quickly. So, like, we're saying this about like cryptocurrency. All the cryptocurrencies that use the current method of hash functions, they probably have to update their their methods, because if there's a coin like Bitcoin where they're produced by people solving the hash functions, if quantum computer would be able to solve those fairly quickly.
Yeah. I got into that a long time ago, but the problem is you can't secure it. And the reality is, if this theology of the D-Wave quantum computing was a reality, then cryptocurrency miners would be rich, just rich.
Right, bro.
See,
if we've
that's
already
why it doesn't work.
If we've already used the computers for microprocessors, for fucking fiber optics, we've done what we can with these little miniature micro fucking horseshit, bro. This is not real technology, bro. If we've just used computers to fucking expand to micro, mini, fuck artificial horseshit, bro. This is not, dude. It's frequency, bro. It's frequency. It's all about the shit, dude. They may even have this shit, dude. Dude, y'all are just so worried about micro, mini fucking. this is so stupid. It's so obviously fucking horseshit and tangling people up in computers. You're gonna be, Kojo. Can you make a quantum computer? Can you even
Theme song,
with
Brian.
a gajillion dollars? You think you can make a quantum computer? Bacon, with all the money in the world, can you fucking make fusion even break zero? They make it sound like it breaks zero. It's fucking like 89%. No, can you even with all the money in the world fucking mimic a star the way y'all fucking describe it? All the money in the world, can you get 1% of fusion? The answer is no. They've been
Yes.
chasing this shit for fucking 120
Yes.
years. No, the answer
Senate
is
fusion.
fucking
What do
no.
you mean?
Fusion, bro. They haven't even got to zero, bro. Nowhere even near it, bro. Look at the math. Deep.
Because
Look at the math.
we've gotten positive. And
You have not.
I think what you're thinking about is a sustained fusion reaction that
You're a duck.
Where we get positive energy.
You're a duck.
Are you talking about having put less energy to like run the machine that creates fusion compared to like the energy you can draw from it?
Fusion, man. There's no quantum computer. There's no fusion.
Uh,
There's technology, but that ain't it, bro. There's technology. They've got all the smart minds fucking wasting their fucking lives, dude, trying to prove gravity and shit, dude. There's technology out there. It's not the technology they've been chasing for 120 years, bro. It's been laid right there like a map, a roadmap right in front of our faces, bro. Millions of ideas, bro, with different frequencies, different shit. We've seen shit levitate with frequencies and all this, and just we ignore it. We're just trying to look into the microscopic realm, which could be helpful in improving shit. But bro, there's only so small we can see. We're gonna have to use electricity, energy, and reactions from that energy. That's all we got. We got nothing else.
Hey man, I want to continue asking questions, but I don't want you to yell at me at the beginning of each of your responses, you know? Maybe you just tone that down, especially just when I'm trying to just
I will,
ask.
but one more thing, bro. One more thing. Kosho, how you think the man on earth smarter? You think the smartest man on earth is smarter than you and Bacon? Just be real. Think about it for 1 second. Don't just blurt out an answer. The smartest man on earth, the smartest dozen. How much smarter do you think they are than you, me, Bacon, Blue? Just saying.
I'm gonna think about that.
You think there's fucking super geniuses out there who could just do it all? No, bro. We're what's
that's
there,
me.
bro.
I'm a super genius.
Superman.
You'd be surprised how smart astronauts are. Like those guys.
Yeah,
have
I'd
a
be
lot of-
very surprised. I'd be shocked.
You'd be surprised how smart Kosho is.
I think you're just trying to get a response out of someone
Nobody's
with that
in
comment,
here
man.
is smarter than Jeremy. It's the smartest man in the room.
Jeremy's smart, bro.
Yeah.
Jeremy's over
cream
in
of the crop, bro.
Jeremy's over holding his own at the debate Flat Earth and More. Jem Pandas.
Everybody fucking.
Oh, he's
here
over
is
there,
smart,
right, talking
dude.
about Coriolis.
Everybody here is a smart
Yeah.
motherfucker, bro.
Except for
Except for the people who we kick, right? You know, we're all smart in our own ways. People who kick, or they need to work on it maybe a little. They'll be back.
Yeah. Except for Brian, Brian, yeah.
Right,
So
not Brian.
everybody's
Right?
smart except for Brian. Although he's got nice tits.
Can I ask you guys just like a rudimentary question?
Sure.
I saw that like was it volts times amps equals watts, and I was wondering like can like a high volt and a low amp produce a certain amount of watts, but then if you swap it like the other one's high and the other one's low, you still get the same number of watts regardless of which one is the higher?
Yes.
Right. That's what I was saying,
It's
bro. The
based on
voltage is only the
input.
potential, bro. That voltage is nothing but potential. Good.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, it's based on what he says. Potential is that's your input. You can put like 200 watts into something and generate 5,000 watts if you know what you're doing.
But
it's not free
Van de
energy.
Graaff generator,
It's not over unity. You're just doing it in an extremely efficient manner.
If you have 5,000 watts,
this is very, very important, guy.
you can only get 5,000 watts out.
You can't run a fucking a high beam fucking headlight off of a Van de Graaff generator that can reverse the polarity of the entire fucking Earth. It can have you pointing, like putting candles out with your fingers from ions. You can't run a fucking headlight. There's not enough juice. There's not enough power to fucking even run maybe an LED, but not even a fucking light bulb off a Van de Graaff generator that can stand your hair up and all that. It's all potential. Voltage is not current. It's not amps. It's potential.
Hey, Brian, can you take your mic out of your mouth,
so
please?
The ops,
Here, I gotta get my
the amps are not. It's like a metric of potential. That's exactly what he's saying.
Look.
So when you get amps, that's when you're dealing with density based on the conductor. Now, if you're going to use copper or silver or gold or even mercury, dare I say, those are the most conductive materials available, and that's how you have this extremely efficient
it's real simple.
production.
It's real simple. Volts is the amount of pressure, and current is the diameter of the pipe.
Right.
So
that's the conductive
amount of flow.
Yeah, but
and it depends on the materials you use. You can have dense materials to increase the conductivity and increase that flow.
It is volts is defined as potential difference, but that's just because you have so
volts
much
are the potential
electrons on one side and not a deficiency on the other, so it's volts trying to get over potential.
It's how you wind whatever the conductor you're using to focus what they call amps into what they call watts.
No,
amps is current, right? Amps is a unit of current.
Yeah, amps
that's based on the
flow of electrons. Amps is the flow of electrons,
mechanism.
and voltage is the force at which
there's really no perfect analogy to water and pipes. I learned there's no perfect analogy.
It's pretty perfect. I don't know how.
No, it really falls apart when you try to come like.
If you understand the difference in pressure and flow and water, that you could really draw that analogy to electricity with pressure and voltage,
density,
and flow and amperage.
Really
it goes really far. I see the comparison. There's not a perfect 1-to-1 comparison, but it is a very useful one. I'll give you that.
Sure, but we're just talking about like a broad illustration, right? And
but it still gets
water
confusing.
Pressure and the size of the pipe is exactly what electron flow is and voltage. So I mean voltage and current. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
They started this argument back with Tesla and Einstein. They're like, okay, wait. And if it's based on density and this guy can just hang a freaking thick wire in the air and he can coil it and make it thicker as he goes in, and he's figured out how to do this. Well, how do we segue away from that? Because we don't want people realizing they can just sit this thing in their backyard and they're good. That's why that argument started.
Well, how would you really describe the apparatus one would, set up in their backyard, assuming, they can build whatever they want, they have whatever resources they want, like what would the apparatus look like? And you could make it extreme, like a tower, 3,000 feet tall or whatever. Like, what would you really want in your backyard?
Well, what's funny about it is once you have an initial input, which is the voltage, and you understand the density mechanisms of these materials, you can amplify it. That's where amperage and amps came from. You can have like a millivolt. I built. You can make a battery out of tap water and some laying around scraps. And then you can multiply that based on the density of the height of where you hold that piece of conductor. Whether it's copper, silver, gold. They know this.
All right, are you talking about suspending like a wire high up in the air?
That's right. That's really Tesla's secret, is he figured out how to suspend a huge piece of copper or dense, heavy conductor, whatever he was using. He figured out how to do that and to keep it from being grounded, and then to redirect the grounding circuit, which is the connection between the flowing of the energy.
Okay, because I've seen those YouTube videos where someone's out of the park and they set up like a 30-foot like pole, and then they have this little motor, right, running very slowly off of it, just drawing atmospheric energy or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, and then you can amplify that. You can 1000x it for very cheap. That's what they don't want people to know.
How do you do that?
Well, there's tons of different ways. I mean, there's so many different ways, dude.
Are you talking about storing it up and releasing it all at once, or?
Well, then you're talking about capacitors, capacitance, fast release, different materials that they use for that. Batteries. Well, that's all a battery is. It's just a capacitor.
If amps is like a unit of current, so more power comes all at once in this moment, it seems like you would have to store it up and then release it in order to have a higher current. You know what I mean?
It's not really about storing it. It's about building a resistor that when you want it to, you can open up the gate that's what a transistor is. You open up the gate and release that capacitance. So it's not really about storing it. It's just about understanding how the energy already flows, and you can build up this, I guess, a dam. I don't like that word because it wrecks fish. But when you're talking about current and energy, that's what capacitors are and batteries are. Then you get to choose when you want to release it, and you apply it to your daily things like turning a water wheel or plowing a field.
Okay, so I wasn't too far off about storing it up, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and not you can't really store something that's all around us and it's all available. It's always there. But what you can
But are
do
you
is
building up pressure?
Yeah, well, you could look at it that way. I like to think of it as density.
Okay. Very interesting. And you would say and the result would be amplifying it.
It's based on the material. A good way to think about it is like RAM memory in your computer, right? It's just a piece of carbon where they've figured out that the electrical current, whatever you want to call it, goes through an area where it's in a staging zone, right? It stages there, it just sits there. I guess you could call it storing, but it's really always there. So you can't really store something that's always there. What you can do is come up with something where you can access it when you want to. That's what the memory thing is with RAM.
Yeah. I have a basic understanding of RAM where it's instead of whatever's going to appear on screen having to go find that file or whatever in the hard drive, there's just a certain amount that is gathered and is kept accessible in the RAM, so that it's more nearby and kind of stored up and more readily available at any moment.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a capacitor of the energy, and the energy is how they've come up with binary code to store the information, as it were.
So So if you got the wire, if you got some sort of like 1,000 foot tall wire somehow just suspended in the air vertically, what do you add to it in order to increase the amperage? What's the I don't know, the mechanism called
You
to
have to
increase the
increase
amperage?
the density of that wire.
Like, what does that mean?
That's why
Density
they
of
have
the wire.
gauge. That's why they have like 10 gauge, 12 gauge, 2 gauge. That's why that's that
Oh, it's
metric
like the
of wire
thickness.
thickness. Absolutely.
Okay, so you want like a skinny wire
It's
up top,
density.
almost
Well,
like
it
a
depends on what.
pyramid or
Yeah,
a
well,
cone.
it depends on what you're trying to operate. Right now we got 50 hertz, 60 hertz AC, blah blah blah. But if you're operating from DC, you can just play around, man. You can tune it the wayever you want it. It's just based on the density of the material, which is the gauge, the wire gauge, which most of us understand as copper, right? But if you
Right. Yeah.
replaced your copper alternator in your car with gold, the thing would produce 100, maybe 1,000 times more based on the density of that path, like the river of the current, right?
Okay. So what do you want? Like a lead wire that like blends into a copper wire that blends into a silver wire that turns into a
Well,
thick
they tried that.
gold wire at the bottom or something?
The lead is not conductive. It's dense, but you have to do trial and error and figure out. We all know that silver, copper, and gold, zinc, and then you have other things that are conductive, even salt water. That's why it's like you can build you can build a battery out of tap water and it doesn't even have to have any salt in it, and it still works. But if you have salt water, it works way better. It's just the density.
Okay. I'll take a back seat. I think I'm asking tons of questions. The room will probably start shrinking if I continue. So thank you.
And that's why they're getting rid of copper. If you guys pay attention, they're replacing it with this PEX plastic. They want to get rid of copper because if people realize what's going on, they'll be like, oh, huh. You mean I can just build my own power plant out of 50 ounces of copper? Huh.
Just because my indoctrination, that sounds incredibly unrealistic. Like my own power plant, that what are you even talking about,
Dude, I've got something I can hold in my hand that produces 10 kilowatts. That's way more than most households use. Doesn't require any sun, no fuel, just a little teeny bit of input. I'm not going to say it doesn't require anything. You got to put something into it, but it's just this little teeny bit of input, and then it just runs itself.
Well, shit, man, DM me. I want one of those.
Dude, I had a YouTube channel back in 2015. I got banned for trying to share this shit. So I'm just happy to speak to you and share this with my voice. I don't want to get anybody banned. I'd love to share it, but they know this shit, dude.
Well, freaking email me or DM me or something, man. If this is something I can build. Enough said here. Give me the instructions somewhere else.
Dude, I'll show you how to do it, man. Just throw me a DM or whatever. Most people have their own. Most people have already have stuff laying around in their house. If they just tear it apart and reconnect it in a different way, they're like, "Holy shit! I can boil water with this. It's a space heater. Wow!" And then they figure out how to amplify it. I mean, you know, the very first vehicles were cars or electric cars, and they just had a little hand crank. That's because that was the initial input. They could just turn that crank a couple of times, get it going, and it would just keep running until they turned it off. That was way back.
I've definitely heard about a lot of cars in like the it was the 20s or something. Like there's some real big and popular electric car companies. A lot of people were driving around their electric cars. I don't really know anything about them, but I've heard that much at least, that it's not like a new invention. It was pretty popular back in the day, I've heard. And then there went through a period of time where they weren't so popular, and now they're re-emerging in a different way. But yeah, they're old, at least 100 years.
Dude, jet engines run the exact same way. They just put a little bit of input. That's this tiny little bit of fuel. Of course, they use fuel, but it's just a primer. And once it's going, the thing just runs on air, dude. It's hilarious. It's like that's why they call it Jet A. You know, the fuel for planes. They call it Jet A because it's air. And anybody that works on jet engines, if you're honest, you know, though they run off of brakes. Once they're going, you have to use brakes to keep them at a certain speed, or otherwise they'll just keep going and break apart.
You guys want to hear something silly I was thinking about today? Everyone in here just trying to listen to some conversation. I mean, I don't want to make a repeat mistake that I often do of talking too much. No one's got anything on their mind. I'll check back.
That's what happens. You start talking about electricity and electric cities. All of a sudden, your technology fails. It's weird.
I heard an amazing globe proof today. Person said, if you fly 10,000 miles in one direction, turn right, go 10,000 miles, then turn right again, go 10,000 miles. You'll end up where you started, like a big quote unquote triangle. Thing is, this person didn't even do that. He said, if you do that, if you're on a sphere, you'll wind up back where you are. I was like, huh, how about that?
Plus, then you'd have to be, the distances would have to carry. There'd have to be additional distances if those angles were curved.
Yeah.
straight lines is circles.
Yeah, if straight lines are circles, then the ground is a ball.
And the shortest distance between 2 points is a circle.
Yeah. As soon as you get that in your head, you'll realize you're standing on a ball.
Or the sphere. We hang 2 balls from string, and we call that Cavendish. You understand, Brian?
Yeah.
That only
Go ahead.
works on sphere. Can't work on flat Earth.
Yeah, balls wouldn't attract on a flat Earth.
You understand that, Brian? Called Cavendish. Don't work on flat Earth. Only works on sphere.
No, you got to do it with a deep voice.
Brian, I hang 2 balls from string called Cavendish. Don't work on flat Earth. Only works on sphere. You understand, Brian?
Tough crowd.
That's what he said. Yeah, that was funny. It was like, I don't know, it was like 1 o'clock in the morning, somewhere around there between 1 and 2, I think. I was writing down some notes that I was taking, writing down one of my workouts, and I just had the live stream on. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I heard Brian doing that. And he finished, and he would go, tough crowd. And then he did Jim, which sounded just like him. And then he finished, and then he did Rumpus, and then he left. But I was listening. It was like, I don't know if it was anybody in the VC or not, but nobody was saying anything. But I was in my room listening to it, writing down some notes.
Yeah. The greatest day in flat Earth history.
Yeah, that was the best. I'm not going to try to do Jim, but he sounded just like him. He was talking about the you think that you're smart. I ain't going to try to do it, but it was funny. He sounded just like him.
Oh yeah, Jen. Yeah. Yeah, you got to be a special kind of angry to pull that one off.
That's why I kept tagging him. I don't know if he has me blocked or he doesn't look at his notifications or something. I kept tagging. I said, Brian, you have to have that. You've had to have made a clip of that so I can listen to it. And I found it when the 14 hour, 11 hours, however long it was, and I got to it, but I think some of it's missing. Or you just move the slider just a little bit and it'll go like, you'll skip over like 30 minutes. But
Yeah.
but I couldn't find the one where it wasn't the whole blue when he was doing blue. I was like, that's not all of it. He was doing something before that, and I could not get to it. So I was hoping that he made some clips. That way I could just listen to him anytime I want, which would probably be all the time. I'd make an MP3 out of it and put it on my phone so I can hear it when I'm out in the garage.
Yeah, doing that would be better than any of the flat Earth arguments that he makes. Much more effective.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to update my hill in the neighbor's yard. I need to walk around because on the other side of it, there's a house, and I can't see it.
Oh, dude, I got some great globe earth proof. I saw some today, similar to what
great!
you're
That's
talking
awesome.
about. Yeah, here, I'll post it.
Because when I'm standing in the yard, the hill doesn't look much taller than me, but it's blocking a whole yard and a house and everything behind it. And then you've seen the little thing that I normally show where you just see the top of the sign, which is way taller than I am. And then I just walk over a little bit down the driveway, and then you see that great big road sign. I mean, that thing has got to be what? How tall are they? 20, 30 feet tall?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that ain't but a quarter of a mile away.
So you're saying the bottom of it is missing?
Yeah, it's missing. I mean, the whole thing is missing. I mean, you're talking about 30 feet of a whole thing gone.
Well, go ahead, check that out. I mean, you know, where's the rest of the tire, Flurfs?
Yeah, where's the rest of the go-kart?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely that Earth is sphere. I mean, I'm convinced. I mean, part of the golf cart is missing. He said, "Check that out." Did you piss on those flowers right after you took the picture?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, I did it in honor of the globe.
It's raining, ain't it?
No, that's just Earth curve.
Water.
I see the word flurf is allowed again. I put that in there not realizing that it was banned. It's like it's not banned anymore.
Oh, here, let me try. Oh, yeah.
Look at that. This place is much more
We're
liberal
hot
than
shit.
I thought. Yeah.
This is gibberish.
Well, Ed's here. Ed Freeze. What do you think about my globe proof there? You can't see the whole go-kart.
Go karts over the curve.
Yeah, look at that picture. See, you would see the whole go-kart on a flat Earth.
The level of troll is pretty funny on that one. Earth is glob. There it is.
Yeah, it's obstructed. Anytime anything is obstructed by anything else, that means the ground is a ball.
That's awesome. See, where's the rest of the go-kart? The water's, you can't see all the bottom. The water is blocking it.
Well, it's in the water.
Yeah, that's something I bring up that I never get a response to. You can't respond to it. You have to not respond to it. You know what I mean? The boat is the water.
Yeah. There's your explanation.
Why is the water blocking the bottom of the boat? Well, the bottom of the boat is in the damn water.
Especially if you consider where eye level is.
No, not the eye level.
Yeah, but I mean, there is an effect that obscures visually the bottom layer more than just what's in the water, you know, because it'll cover more than just the amount of hull that's under the water. So I mean, there is an effect. It's just obviously the overlords who try to push the globe have tried, or the assumed overlords, they think they're overlords, have tried to push that idea that it's the curve of the Earth, but it's not the curve of the Earth. It's just but it is an optical effect that does occur. If it was the Earth curve, it would be consistent. One thing, which is not. It changes. Some days, the same distance, you will see the whole hull of the boat. Other days, it'll be partially obscured. Other days, more. So obviously, if that's Earth curve, it's changing. So then they have to admit that it's not Earth curve. It's actually a refracted horizon. So now it's not even Earth curve anymore. It's just a refracted horizon, anyways, that moves around. So that whole story, it's funny. If you were to go back to one of those Bill Nye videos when he's like, we see the boats going over the curve, if you could like freeze frame and be like, well, kiddies, since he's telling you this, maybe you should also know that it actually changes. It's not consistent, so it can't be Earth curve. And the Globe Earth defenders in 2023 have now calling it a refracted horizon and then get into that whole can of worms.
Yeah, but on that thing that he's showing that with, where the boat is, well, it's a toy, was going across, and then it's actually sloping downward. And yeah, I get it. He's using that as something to show you the effect, but it's actually sloping down. Why didn't he say, here, let's look at it? Why didn't he go to the ocean and look at something for real to give the demonstration? He could have done that instead of using something that's actually doing that. I mean, that's not proving anything, but you showing something that's going over a slope thing. Did that make any sense at all? What I just said? Am I confused?
No, I get it. I don't know if that means that it makes sense, but I get it.
You said I get it, but that doesn't make it made any sense.
You said the boat was disappearing behind a slope.
Yeah, I was talking about that thing that Bill and I mean, I saw a clip of it where he's showing, this is how they knew that the Earth was a sphere. And he has a toy going over this. It's not water. It's like a model thing, plastic, and it's going, and then it actually slopes down. Why didn't he just go to some real water and look at a boat and say, oh, see, look, that still wouldn't be proving anything really. But why didn't he show like a real boat and say, see, look, now we don't see it anymore? Instead of using something that's actually sloping, I don't know. Maybe I'm not thinking this through. It's just the way I'm thinking. Why didn't he do it for real? Show you a real thing instead of something that's set up to make you think that this is what you're seeing, and it. I'll stop.
No, I get it. That's a hill of water. Well, is it a hump or a drop? Bill Nye's never going to tell you. Or I could just show Billy a map of the area. It's got a bunch of straight lines on it. You got that scale on the bottom there. That's a straight line, Bill.
Well, it depends. And what's the other one? It depends. Oh, relative to what?
Yeah. We get, what's his name? Effie Dogma in here to say that the scale is straight because when you look at a curved line from a certain angle, it looks straight. Huh.
Neat. Jeremy's back. Did you finish getting your ass kicked over there at Jim's?
I mean, bro, their only argument for this is the inertial frame doesn't matter or whatever, but that's the actual reality frame. We know that. So, I mean, you heard what happened. So, I mean, them guys know. Anyone who knew the Coriolis knew I knew what I was talking about, and I was perfectly correct.
Well, that's how you debunk Earth motion, Earth rotation. Is you just ask from which reference frame. That's it. It's like, yeah, it's moving from that reference frame, but not from this one. All reference frames are valid, so you can't prove it. Thanks, Bob.
There's no way that light disappeared in front of my eyes. I don't know. I was watching it 1 second and then it just disappeared. It disappeared. I don't know. You're telling me that every scientist on Earth is dumber than you?
You have some secret knowledge.
Oh boy.
You're smarter than every scientist who's ever lived. I don't see that. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't see that happen. No. I think if we're going to get right down to it, no. That light disappeared right in front of our eyes. That doesn't happen. That's what he said on Brandon's show. Like Pebbles on the Pond did a live stream, and he was on the warehouse floor, and he had these three lights, like the white one, the green one, and the red one. And he's saying that they were big on saying line of sight. Geo was there. I know Jeremy was, and they're big on saying that the sun can't set because of the trigonometry. Pebbles on the Pond just simply opened the fucking garage door, let in a little cold light, and watched the lights because they were saying this and that and refraction, but right in front of their very eyes. And Jim literally said, "You go back and watch it. It's still fucking on Brandon's channel. There's no way it disappeared right in front of my eyes." As it disappeared in front of his fucking eyes, dude. Like he just denied, just watched it and denied it, bro. It was the funniest fucking thing, dude. It's still on that channel, man. I gotta pull it and make a video out of that. Something I'll never forget.
Yo, Pebbles in the Pond. I wish he was. I wish Pebbles was here with us now. He was good. There's more shit I wanted him to do that he never got to do.
Remember when Brandon was shooting the shit with Jim and he showed him the presentation Pebbles just showed when he opened the garage door? The whole thing was about the light disappearing because of refraction or whatever, but it could never disappear with line of sight until we showed it disappear with line of sight. And Jim fucking, there's no way that light disappeared in front of my eye. Like, dude, I'll never fucking forget that, dude. Dude, well, you just seen it, Jim. And he just dipped. Just disappeared. No explanation. Just denied it and fucking exited stage left.
These guys are fucking reality. Yo, there's a lot of reality denial that happens in this arena.
It's pure fucking reality denial, bro. Pure reality denial. Everything we build, everything we show them, they nope. It's a joke, bro. It's like reasoning with freaking, I don't know.
Well, you can't trust your senses. You look right at something and watch it do something, and you got to deny it. That thing I saw disappear, that didn't happen.
There's no way that just happened. It didn't just not happen. There's no way it happened.
Hey, man, we're moving. No, we're not. We're not moving. Well, how come everything's fucking flying by the window? We ain't moving. Hey, Brian, I was trying to do a Blue impersonation, but it ain't as good as you. Jerry kept saying I had to deepen my voice.
Yeah, Karen, Karen, oh God, Sugar Cookie. He's got that shit down pat. It's a sphere, God damn it! I told you, Brian. I've done the Cavendish, and the only way the Earth can be a sphere is if it's big and roundy at the bottom, Brian. I've told you it's a sphere, God damn it. The only way it's flat is if it's big and roundy at the bottom, Brian. It's a sphere, God damn it.
That's hilarious.
God, man, I've paid, dude. Sugar Karen does that shit. Fucking like spot on, dude. Spot on. Dude, speaking of him, I ain't seen him in like a couple weeks, man. Like, I don't really pay attention to a lot of people and shit, but to various people. If I don't see them in a few weeks, I start asking, anybody seen or heard from him?
I don't think I've seen him in a while.
I don't get worried till about a month, man. Usually everybody pops back in. What you call it said he had heard from Lemonberg like a couple weeks ago on FTFEs. And
that was an old recording.
Was it a fucking old recording?
Damn. Yeah, that wasn't new shit. I heard that and I was like, oh shit, Lemon's around. And then Heads told me that was some old shit.
Bro, they jumped on Lemon, man. Bob, like Bob the science guy, or his name is Research Flat Moon or whatever. Was attacking Lemon, attacking him, and like found a fucking emotional chord and just like pressed it like a fucking piece of shit, dude. Like, why are you gonna press somebody's emotions like that? Like, you're trying to get an argument across, but dude, he just literally pressed his emotional buttons, man, and had him break down and shit on one of Jose's streams. But Lemon did come back after that, and then he even came here. Like, I think he had been a part of this server before me, and he came and joined, and he just disappeared, and I ain't heard from him since, man. I mean, there was no really forewarning. Like, if anything would have pushed him away, it would have been his moment there that Bob, triggered him emotionally. And
well, I mean, I used to worry about Lemon because Lemon used to be driving around with a seatbelt off all the time.
I don't necessarily think that was a seatbelt noise. He may have worked a job that had some kind of dinging noise. I'm not convinced it was a seatbelt. Thing about the emotional thing, Lemon was an absolute wall of strength when it came to the insults and all that. Like he let them just fly right by, like he very rarely responded. So I doubt it would be anything like that. He used to go into gems all the time and just get, go through that gauntlet. So I don't think that would be it, but
Crit said that
that's
he
why
saw
I
him
admired fucking like SE so much, bro. Because like freaking, he's like a fellow like spearhead, bro. I consider us like spearheads. Lemon and SC, me, and a few others. Jeremy, and a lot of people even in here now. I don't got to say all the names, but like the people who could with thick skin, who let that shit bounce off and spoke our piece. Period. And we went to places that would let us speak our piece, even if we had to wait a fucking minute or two. You let us speak our piece, we'll stick around and spearhead, man. And Lemonhead was one of them people, man. I fear the worst for him because even after that time with Bob struck a emotional chord, and but Lemon came back, and even came back to Jose's, and then came here quite a few times, and he just disappeared, man. And he was one of the fella spearheaders, right there with me. A lot of people criticize this dude, but I didn't give a fuck, dude. I'm gonna state our case, bro. I don't care if people criticize that whatever I'm doing, I'm gonna chill, whatever, dude. I'm presenting our case. You could join me, or you could watch, and you could bitch, do whatever. But I'm presenting our case to anybody who fucking listen. They listen. They listen to me, Lemonbird, nah. And then he just disappeared, man. Just worried, wondering if anybody had heard from him.
What did you say, Jerry? Did you say he did pop up, Jerry?
Crit is a member of another server with Lemon, and he just spoke to him like a couple of nights ago. So he's fine. I guess he's just taking a break from the whole flat Earth thing.
Okay.
Tell him Brian Leakey said, "Hey, what's up?" Man? And we
Lemon left. Last I heard, Lemon left because of you. He was like, "Yeah, I'm not too crazy about Brian Leakey," and he was like, "I'm out of here."
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't see any need to have worry about. I mean, it seems like people do either take breaks or they vanish for a while. I don't see any reason to get upset upset about thinking that they've passed away or something, or the worst, or they're in prison. Or, there's always those thoughts. Obviously, those are the worst case scenarios, but I'm just saying it seems like way more. Has anyone actually left and actually did pass away or something? We know some people that have passed away,
a good
but
point.
It seems like that's
a
like,
very good point, Brent. That's a very good point, bro.
Yeah, it was George.
What about bandsaw, man?
Yeah, what happened to Bandy? Bandy has taken breaks
Like
before, though.
bandsaw struck me as the type of guy who he wouldn't concede until they give him some 120%. Like he's just a skeptic by nature. Like we couldn't have convinced him of flat Earth, but they damn sure wouldn't convince him of no damn globe. He gonna question any fucking thing going on, and he's on our side, which was a luxury, bro. What happened to him, and what happened to fucking of dude who's doing the test with the who was waiting on the beer bug to go away? Johnny White. What the fuck? We need to, man. Dude, I'm friends with almost everybody. I try to friend everybody, you know, so I could check in on people who disappear. But has anybody heard from White or Bandit?
Yeah, I talked to Bandsaw. He had said he was going to take a break, a hiatus for a bit. So yeah, he did let me know that. But I have not heard from him in a bit. So yeah. So he did let me know that he was going to be away for a while.
That's good, bro. Even if it's been a couple months, bro. So you talked to him since he's, you know, that means a lot. It means a lot.
No, I've only talked to him like when this was like what was it, October or something, when he said that he was going to, for some personal reasons, going to be taking some time off. But I have not heard from him since. So.
Same thing with Brandon, bro. And like, dude, I'm gonna say this, dude.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, Bandsaw, remember when we were all hanging out at Brandon's in the after show and whatnot, Bandsaw had ended up leaving, and then he didn't tell anyone. He was just gone. And it was months and months and months that he was gone. And I remember people were asking, like, is Bandsaw okay? And all that. I remember saying to people, like, I'm sure he's fine. He'll be back. And, you know, and then, yeah, he just popped back in, you know, months later, and, you know, all was dandy. So, yeah, he, for whatever reason, yeah, he seems to take breaks. Although this time he let me know that he was going to, you know, for personal reasons and a couple things going on, that he was going to be taking a hiatus. But I'll say the same thing. I'm sure he'll be back. So
I believe so too, man. And I'll say this, like, for all these people, especially, we recognize your voice and might not even know your damn name. Most of us do know your name, but we all know your voices. And then we're specific with certain people we click with and all that. But let's just say, man, like, if something's happening to me and it's not all of a sudden, I'm gonna say something, you know. And I expect everybody to, man, just out of pride, out of integrity, you know, just say if something's happening, man, I'm not doing too good. Like, even Bob, the message got out to us, and we knew he was not in the best of health and everything. So it was a shocker, but it wasn't like a out of left field and just disappeared type of shit. And all we have is each other, bro. We're online, we're a community, and we have our family and all that, but our family ain't involved in the shit we do. So if anything ever happens to me, man, I'll say, you know, I'll join and I'll be like, man, you know, I'm going through it, something. I don't gotta get personal. I'm gonna get a hold of a couple people and let it be that, you know, and then we can check in on each other, man. Who else do we got to check in on each other, you know? So I just throw that out there as a possibility and as a promise from me. If I'm ever gonna disappear, you know, or something's going awry, if it ain't sudden and swift, you know, I'll say something to Gio or Jeremy, you know, or one of my dogs or something, man. And hopefully everybody will do that. We just keep in contact as a community. You're not obligated. We all know that. We don't have to say, hey, I'm leaving, bye. We just click the fuck out of here, you know. But something goes, you know, if you're taking a break, or would it fucking kill you to let your brethren know, you know? So, and you're always welcome back, you know. So I'll throw that out there.
I hear you. Yeah. But I mean, some people's style might be more just to click out for a while. I mean, there is a certain amount of intensity, to say the least, in terms of these discussions and all the topics of truth and the earth and there's a lot of just energy to it, and so yeah, I think people.
For you, I mean,
like when Brian,
there's
like when Brian interrupts every time you speak, you know, stuff like that.
Brian, how many megaphones do you own? I'm just curious.
No, I'm just saying for Gio, bro. He's fucking, bro. He's going through. He's got to absorb all our shit, bro. Not just mine. Everybody's. He's hosting this shit. So we all got to give kudos to this mug. He's hosting all of our shit, bro. And sorry to interrupt, Gio, but I had to kind of, in a way, give you some mad fucking props, brother.
Well, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, I kind of can't take a break, really. I mean, yeah, like I don't think I'd want to be out of the loop in that way, but yeah, in a way, it's like not really an option for me. Like I can't just click out and be gone for a month, you know. I mean, technically, maybe I could try to figure out if other people could help run the streams and do everything, but it's not. At this point, yeah, it's not very possible for me to really even do that.
I got you, man. I got you, bro. Just put me in charge, bro. I got you.
It's all good though, yeah. But yeah, no, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, it is a lot, and but yeah. Got to keep it going. I mean, there's so few places to even have these discussions, you know, really. I mean, there's nowhere else. I mean, okay, there's YouTube and there's, you know, people do their streams and their little shows and things, but, you know, those are usually kind of, you know, a certain panel, you know, like Martin Leakey does his streams, the Glowbusters do theirs, Jeranism does his, you know, Eric Dubay does his videos and interviews and things. And so, I mean, there's stuff like that going on. But when you think about where, like, you could come to actually talk to real live people about it, I mean, Discord is the only place I'm aware of it's happening at all.
Bro,
you know, so
you're fucking spearhead, brother. Jaren, I love him to death, bro. Cheers. But you're the spearhead, bro. You know that. We all know that. You know. So I'm glad you got the energy you got, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're the spearhead. You know that. We feed off Jaren's energy. Off, you know, you feed off of all of our energy. Off of Jeremy, me. I mean, God, I could just name a giant.
You got enough
energy
to power
our energy, right? But we're the spearhead, right?
You got enough energy to power a fucking tree. Am I roboting?
No, it's a tough crowd.
Yeah, you did cut out. You did cut out for a sec, Jeremy.
If you're a robot and you'd sound like bacon or, you know, kosher. Eat, burp, burp, eat.
I might be wrong, but I think he was trying to say that you don't have to feed off of anybody's energy because you have plenty yourself.
Since I'm giving out awards tonight, man. Since I'm giving out like personal awards, bro, I'm gonna give one out, dude. To fucking like 3 people responded to me, and I can't remember the third, bro. So you're gonna have to deal with it until I remember. But I was like fucking with people. I'm like, look, man, I've asked y'all ballers like an honest question. I've tried being honest with y'all, and it was one of my emotional nights like tonight. And I'm like, dude, I'm just asking y'all like, who is the number one, dude? I'm asking you just one simple thing, dude. Dude, I could pull up the text. I mean, I've still got them. And I'm like being dead serious because I am dead serious. I'm like, who is your number one dude? You know, and don't name me, dude. I'm going to spit on you, bro. Tell me who. Who is your dude? Like, of all the flat earthers, bro, who gives you shit? Give me one name. One name. You ain't got to do it now. Think about it for a second. Give me one name. And then I got back with him, bro. And this is over the period of a night, bro. And Bacon finally got with me, dude. And Jesse finally got back with me, bro. And you want to know the name? Like, dude, we'd name an award after. Dead serious. I pinned him down. I fucking held him to it, dude. And I wasn't joking, bro, because I'd spent time with these guys and going back and forth through arguments. I'm like, just give me one fucking thing, dude. What flat earther gives you the most shit? Who do you have the most hard time with? Anybody want to guess?
Well, the guy who triggers them the most
Jeremy's
is
ass.
Really?
Award goes to Jeremy. Bacon and fucking Jesse Gordon, Jeremy.
I thought it would be Witsit because like
Well, this
they
is
just.
before Witsit, man. This is
Oh,
before
okay.
Witsit, so in Witsit's behalf. But
Yeah, because all they talk
you know,
about is Witsit.
now I got to do it again to see. But that's not taking nothing away from Jeremy because there's a fucking dude. Look, all the names in here, all the shit they go through, all the different kinds of shit. Like they've got to go through different, bro. They've got to steer through different types of shit, depending on the argument, depending on the crowd. But I'm just telling you the two names I got. I got three, but I forgot the third one, bro. I don't want to just guess the name. Forgot.
Wait, who you're saying? Bacon and Jesse Gordon said who their favorite is? You're saying?
No, they said they're the best flat earther. Like as far as pinning them down, the hardest time they get, hardest argument to conquer, Jeremy. That's it. That's who they named. I kind of pinned them down, bro, but who they named. It was a while back. I think obviously it'd be Austin. But I don't want to take away from Jeremy, bro, because bro, he's relentless. He holds them to what they say, doesn't church it up, just pins them down to their own words. Simply brilliant. Doesn't budge, holds them to it, and brings up this, that, and holds them to this. Bro, we all take a page out of that book, man. Ain't none of us Austin though, bro. That's new generation, bro. That's like support him, bro. You don't support him, you ain't on my fucking team. Tell you that, bro. I've been a part of that. Dude, he's got full potential. Like everybody supporting him, bro. He's got the energy of the whole freaking community. And he's fucking got a machine head, dude. And he ain't even wasted all into the math. And he understands the fucking math. He completely understands that shit, dude. The couple things he's told me shot me down. I was like, damn. Like, he understands the shit, dude. He ain't gonna waste his time with them over that. If they want to challenge him to the numbers, bro, they're gonna disgrace themselves. That's why they don't, bro. They'll throw that shit out there, bro. He's a machine head, bro. Fellow machine head, bro. And
yeah, he has excellent recall on their own math claims. That's what I love.
Got impossible fucking recall, bro.
Well, and it's based on their proclamations of the math, and he just holds them to account to their own math, and that's when they start wiggling.
I guarantee everybody in here is smart and fucking, just ahead. Bro, all y'all motherfuckers remember in school.
Brian, I'm not smart. No, I'm not smart.
Yeah, you are. Okay. Yeah, you are. You're amongst us. You ain't stupid.
Well, you guys are smart, that's for sure. That's why I hang out.
Damn, we all got our qualities, man. We all got our qualities, man. With a couple of anomalies, man. Stand behind them fucking anomalies. They're the people who change history, man. I'll be happy to be a part of it, but I'm gonna do what I can to open people's eyes. I just try and open people like these guys in here, man. Like people say they're getting paid and all that. That's horseshit. They ain't getting fucking paid. We joke around about it. They're curious, man. They didn't like it, they wouldn't be here. Kosher didn't like it. Bacon didn't like it, man. If he didn't like a challenge and like to expand his mind, they wouldn't be here, bro. Maybe one or two of them are, but dude, there's a lot of them. This is the place to be. And I'm just trying to tell them, man, what side of this shit do you want to what hill do you want to die on, man? You want to die on the hill that wouldn't budge an inch and refuse to progress? I think I put out a pretty powerful message earlier, man. I don't know who all heard it, but man, I'm just coming from the heart. Like you hear, history repeats itself. But then when that saying alone becomes the broken record, we already heard 100 times history repeats itself. Now history repeating itself is the broken record. Do you really want to be part of that record of the stagnant fucking however you want to put it, dude? You want to be a part of a world that stagnates? It's sick, dude. You want to be part of the what moves us forward or what pins us down? And I know and we're dealing with some smart guys, and I'm not going to name names, but ones who don't give a shit. But we know the ones, man, who are curious, and they come here day in, day, and they challenge us, and we appreciate it. We give them hell, but we appreciate the challenge. But if they didn't give a shit, they wouldn't be here, man. I'm just trying to, provoke them, motivate them, join us. Like I said, we should be a fucking think tank, dude. We're literally and I'm a big part of. We're an argument tank, which is still healthy, because it's a fucking tank, right? But instead of a think tank, we've got such good fucking minds in here, dude. And we've got an argument tank. So I'm just trying to say it's been long enough, let's progress. Let's progress this into what it should be, a think tank. Let's keep throwing ideas, and I guess that's kind of what we do, but we need to lighten up a little bit on the model shit, dude. Maybe I thought I'd never say this, but we need to start thinking about the bigger picture, and I don't know, maybe have a night or two a week, like a think tank night, where Glober, Flat Earther alike, just start channeling out ideas. Who knows? But they're on the same team. We know it. We feel it deep down. Else we wouldn't let them be here. Try and shoot out ideas, man. Because ultimately, we're gonna fucking need people like Bacon, Kosho, Blue, people like that, for us to come across a good idea and get their endorsement. Because without their endorsement, it's never going to go anywhere anyway, right? It's going to keep getting shot down like it just keeps happening in history. At least what we think is happening. We think that, the ideas have come to the surface. Anyway, I'll speak for myself. I think they've been shot down. I think the ideas have presented themselves and been shot down. And so if we can have some support from people totally against us, who have tried it, watched it, seen it, witnessed it, it's going to take something like that. They're not going to just say, "Hey, these flat earthers is that," But if Blue Marble Scientists fucking seen it, Kosho's seen it, witnessed it, Bacon, you got some minds. I mean, that's a start. It's just names, but it represents something. And if we're ever going to get anywhere, man, we're going to get these ideas and filter them through and get them. That'd be our only chance to surface them. So that's my idea anyway, going forward. And left lane, I've meant to say left lane. I left him out, but left lane.
But what about me, Brian?
Bro, Ruif, bro, we're gonna fucking dude. Your name goes without saying, bro.
Of course, yes.
Say your
name. Good.
You got one of the most rational, stubborn, fuckheaded minds here. Yes. As opposed, like as opposition goes, there's no better opposition than you.
Yeah. Have you watched my video?
Like that.
Did you watch the Jay Tolan one?
Yeah, I started to watch it, man. I was scared you was going to join before I fucking watched it all.
Okay.
Now my worst nightmares come true.
Yeah.
No, I haven't watched it, bro. Being honest, but I did see that you sent it.
Yeah. Cool.
Is that worth anything?
Yes. Yes, it is.
I'm scared to watch it, man. Because what could it be, bro? Like I watched my guy with top-notch fucking equipment show that the aqueduct is following Earth curve, right?
Yeah, the aqueduct
Am I
does
good
follow
so
that
far?
curve. Yep. And the aqueduct follows the 3 inches per mile slope. Both of those
So
things.
far so good then.
Yep.
And then he goes down there with a tape measure
Hmm.
and shows that, you know, it was starting to drop, you know, not too much, and then bam, it started dropping. And I'm thinking, what the fuck can Ruhiv show me that this dude didn't, you know? He went down with a fucking tape measure, spoke to the guy who worked there. So yeah, I'm kind of scared of watching it, bro. But I'm not ultimately fucking scared, but I will watch it. But I did see you sent it.
Cool.
You want to give me some fair warning here? What did he fuck up on this time?
What did he fuck up on? He acknowledges that the aqueduct structure, the concrete structure, follows Earth curve and has the 3 inches per mile squared, 3 inches per mile, sorry, of slope. Okay. He measures drop in the water, like by making theodolite shots. He thinks that the drop.
I'm sorry, a rise in the water, right?
Well, no, he's it's actually a drop in the structure.
It's
So
almost
the
a
water
2-foot rise in the water, right?
Yeah, but the water has a constant elevation.
Does it?
Yes. Well, near enough to constant, yeah.
Horizontal?
Not horizontal, same elevation.
Oh, okay.
There's no drop there.
There is drop from horizontal, right? It's
That's
at
an
the
elevation
same
change.
elevation.
Wait, so do you mean the aqueduct sloping and the water is not sloping and not sloping?
Are you
The
guys
water,
really
the
going to
water
entertain
doesn't
this?
have a slope. The water does not have a slope. This is the diagram. The diagram that I tried to draw the other night is in that in the video. Yeah, basically the aqueduct slopes and drops. So slope due to its construction and drops due to earth curve.
Bro, just get down to it, bro.
That's it.
Are
Like,
you gonna tell? Well, no. Look, I'm not trying to be a dick, but I'm gonna say this stern. His tape measure showed me what I needed to see. What did his tape measure do wrong?
Nothing his tape measure didn't do wrong. He's measuring the aqueduct structure dropping at 3 inches per mile. That's what he measured with his tape measure.
No, he measured the water.
No, the aqueduct structure is built at a slope of 3 inches per mile.
Which he acknowledged.
Yes, and
Remember,
he acknowledges also built.
Bad scientist.
He also acknowledged that it has 8 inches per mile squared of earth curve in it.
Which he added into the bad scientist. Remember? He's like he was frustrated because the aqueduct is curving at 8 inches per mile squared. And then it's also compounded with 3 inches. But then he went down and measured the water and he remembered bad scientist. He didn't measure the water.
Brian. I understand. You'll have to watch it and put it together.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. This is what I was trying to say the other night. He measures the water dropping away. He thinks it's the 3 inches per mile of slope, but he's actually measuring earth curve because the elevation of the water doesn't change.
The water is rising up.
No. The structure of the concrete is sloping down.
The structure we already know is dropping with the 8 inches per mile squared and the 3 inches.
Yes.
It's the water that's rising up.
No.
Get it? I've seen it with the tape measure. You can't just say
no. I know what you saw.
Be fair. I'll be fair. I'll watch your video, Rip. But you can't just say the water's dropping when that's not the argument, bro. The argument is the water is rising up.
No.
What's the distance of the aqueduct that he measured? How long was the aqueduct?
A mile and a bit.
Here's the distance. Check this out. The distance
So
is
if the water is sitting if the water is sitting stagnant and it has a 3-inch per mile slope built into it and it's following earth curve, if the water's sitting stagnant,
level, right?
if the water is
8 inches per
if
mile
the,
is
God
not
damn it,
level.
Brian, shut the fuck up, man. Jeez.
Bro, it's like talking to a fucking idiot.
All right, so if there's 3 inches,
level,
somebody
if
meet
curved is
Brian.
fucking level,
Somebody meet
then
Brian.
stacked on one side is not fucking curved level, then, right?
Let me finish my statement, Brian. So, if he's got 3 inches per mile slope and the water is sitting stagnant, it will be deeper on one end than it is the other.
Let me get a screenshot.
Water don't care about your aqueduct, bro. Why are you being like this, bro? You're making me look stupid. Water don't give a fuck about your structure.
Right.
Get it?
The structure itself is sloping down at 3 inches per mile.
So if it's
the water
not
is at the
fucking
same level.
flowing, bro, I hate to get loud like this, bro, but I've got a big brother you, bro. If water is not flowing, dude, I give up, bro. I'm sorry, because I'm being the dick here. I'm trying to big brother y'all stupid fucks. If water's not flowing, that means it's settled.
And it's deeper on one end than it is the other.
Oh my god.
All right, let me just post this screenshot. Hold on.
I'm gonna let
Howard, what if I had 1 mile of, and then 5 miles down I had 5 miles of drop? Would the water give a fuck? Would it flow because it's a mile higher on the other end?
Oh yeah.
Or would it just not give a fuck?
Check the chat.
The answer is it just wouldn't give a fuck because it's just level water. So if you're going to tell me that level is curving,
the top.
all right, man, whatever.
Check the chat.
I see. I see.
Well, you just posted an image in the chat of a lake with a level surface. So I'm still kind of.
So this is an elevation profile. It's nothing to do with curvature, just an elevation profile.
There you go. Now you're getting closer.
Okay. Very good. So the elevation of the water is constant.
Are you going to sleep?
The elevation profile of the aqueduct is that it slopes downwards.
We're not arguing that.
Well, this explains to Brian why Jay Tolan gets a measuring tape and the water level appears to rise. It's because the aqueduct is sloping down.
Yeah, that's perspective. That's not because you're on a spinning ball.
Perspective, fuck.
It's not nothing to do with perspective.
It has everything to do with how you perceive the land and how you're going to build your aqueduct. And they learn to do this. Yes, they can make water go downhill, but you're showing a lake at a horizontal level.
It's an elevation profile. It's nothing to do with whether the earth is curved or not. It's an elevation profile. Do you understand?
Earth curve won't show up in an elevation profile.
You can't measure it then, can you?
Yeah, that was my point.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, man. It's broken.
Yeah.
I mean, we got rivers that flow like a son of a bitch. Aqueducts flow a little tiny bit, and canals that don't flow at all.
This aqueduct only flows a little bit, such that the elevation is constant.
Yeah.
Right. That's all I'm showing in that diagram. I'm not concerned in this diagram about earth curve. This is an elevation profile.
So why is Brian getting all worked up?
This explains why Jay
Because we've seen the
Tolan measures
measurement. I don't give a
this,
fuck about a fucking profile, elevation profile. Tolan showed the measurements, bro. And
Right.
it wasn't to his fucking delight. And then
This
his last ditch effort, hold
explains-
on, his last ditch effort when he found out that the aqueduct was curving with the earth, his last ditch effort was to walk down, put the time in, which people don't fucking appreciate. When people put the time in to like go through NASA footage and all this and show bubbles and show obvious fucking bullshittery, Jay Tolan Media put the time in to walk fucking a couple miles and just keep putting the tape measure down to the water.
Yes.
Because it's like, what the fuck, dude? This is his last ditch effort, bro. He's a glober if something doesn't change. Because we know that the fucking aqueduct is measuring 3 inches per mile and with the fucking going with earth curve. But then all of a sudden, bro, it fucking matches perfect level water. Now, what Ruhif has to do is resort back to a model. He has to resort back to a fucking model because nobody has given explanation until Ruhif. He was there. Hey, wait, did you do this when you were there, Ruhif?
No, I just took my theodolite
Were you
up
there though, Ruhif? Were you
the
there?
mountains. I've been there. Yeah. I've been there.
You
Yes.
didn't do nothing there, did you? No measurements while you were there, right?
No, because this video came out after I was there.
Bullshit.
Check the dates,
Yeah,
Brian.
maybe all right. I'll concede to that. Maybe it was pretty close, right?
I think it came out 18 months, something after mine. Yeah.
You were there after, you fucking sack of shit, dude. I love you, bro, but you're such a sack of shit, dude.
Come on, bro.
You were there way the fuck after that, dude.
Jesus. No, I wasn't. He did this in 2021. I haven't left the country since 2019.
All right, then I
did.
apologize. I'll
Thank
be
you,
the
Brian.
sack of shit then. Why'd you even go there then? Why'd you even go there?
To replicate his theodolite measurements.
Okay. But his last ditch effort was to measure the water. And would you
Right.
agree that as a flat earther, I'd be delighted to know the water didn't give a fuck about the aqueduct following Earth curve and watching it rise up.
Okay, let's try and put this into a logical thing. All right. Jay Tolan acknowledges that the aqueduct itself follows Earth curve and slopes down at 3 inches per mile.
Bro, it's
Okay,
how
both
we
of those
measure slope, bro.
The lake doesn't. The flat level
Yeah.
lake. Yeah, the aqueduct can account
get there.
for Earth's curvature, but not the lake, right? That's what you're
Okay.
telling us, dude. Come on.
Okay, so the aqueduct, 8 inches per mile squared and 3 inches per mile. Okay, correct?
So it's 11 inches.
It's one's squared and one's not. So no.
That's what you hoped.
Okay, but
Bro, I gotta tell you
the
this
level
the
of
same
the
way as I
water.
told them earlier, give you the same fighting effort, bro. You're part of the fucking shit that's holding shit back, bro. We got this new generation to improve and electrify this fucking world and remodel this motherfucker, bro. And you're holding it back, bro. Do you really want to be part of the stagnant horse shit, bro, that refuses to move forward? Do you want to go down in history, Ruhif, as somebody who refuses to fucking let mankind, let our youth, let our fucking machine heads come into be, move forward? You're going to just keep limiting them and telling them what everything is, and it can't be this, it can't do that. Let these motherfuckers move forward, bro. Oh, you want to be on this side of history, bro? Is this the side of history? You've watched it happen over and over, civilization after civilization, bro.
Hang on.
You're just
Let me get
fucking,
through my point.
you're just refused. You're scared to move on, bro, because you have a lot. You don't want to lose it. That's fine. You really
let me
want to
get
be a
through my point.
part of that history, bro, that's scared to progress?
Okay, so the aqueduct has 8 inches per mile squared and 3 inches per mile slope. Okay, with his tape measurements,
God,
he
where do you see
shows.
this going,
Hang
bro?
on.
Where do you see this going, Ruhiv?
With his tape measurements, he is showing that the water level relative to the aqueduct is changing by 3 inches per mile.
So we just sit back and wait for a super genius to make a quantum computer. We just
So
sit
the
back and
question
wait for
is-
some quantum fucking fusion bullshit, bro. Bro, let these fucking let everything progress naturally, bro. You are fighting natural fucking law. Let
so
the
the
kids
question
move
is-
forward. Let them remodel everything. Let them
Brian,
fucking
man, what are
remap
you
everything.
doing? What are you doing?
Don't be a fucking Howard.
The question is, right?
Bro,
If
if
the
you're a good
aqueduct,
guy, bro, you're on the wrong fucking side of history, bro.
we'll see. The aqueduct is curving at 8 inches per mile squared and 3 inches per mile. The water level relative to the aqueduct is changing by 3 inches per mile. The question is, therefore, how much is the water curving by?
Zero.
It's Jeremy not plugging it. What's going on?
Jeremy,
Howard, do you understand the?
destroyed gems today? That was
Yeah.
beautiful.
What were the differences in the measurements that he got from
Okay,
one end to the
I'll say
other?
it again. The aqueduct is curving at 8 inches per mile squared and sloping at 3 inches per mile. The level of the water relative to the aqueduct is sloping 3 inches per mile. Therefore, is the water curving at 8 inches per mile squared?
God, you're a fucking tool, dude. You're a smart dude. You're mathematical, bro. You can work it out. You're not God. Ruhiv,
Oh dear.
what are you doing, dude? Are you
It's very simple. It's very
cold-blooded,
simple.
bro? You're gonna pin these kids down, bro, to worship you and how you modeled everything. You're gonna pin it down like they've always tried to do, bro. The sun's 1,000,000 miles away. It's no more than 1,000,000. We've got it mapped and we've got science on our side. Let fucking shit progress, bro. You're pinning these kids down, bro, and you're limiting them. You're giving
You're
all the
fantastic for that,
scientists.
Brian.
You really want to be that guy, bro? Just
You are
let's die.
fantastic
Me
at
and you,
spinning.
let's just go have fun and die. Let the kids
Yep.
move forward. Quit trying to fucking tell us what they can't do and let them remake the world, bro. What the fuck?
Howard, do you get
You're
it?
better than that, Rue.
Yeah. 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 It's a
Yo,
little unnerving.
this is hilarious that Ruhiv gets the same treatment everywhere he
Handcuffing
goes.
the next generation.
That's
That's
pretty
what
funny.
they're handcuffing the fucking next generation. All they're
We're
fucking
just-
doing, they don't realize.
We're just telling you how it is, Brian. That's it.
Who cares how it is? Think about the future, bro.
Well, the water tells us how it is.
I think the water. I think the water should be 6 inches deeper on one end than the other. If it's curving with the
Oh,
aqueduct,
y'all ain't thinking about our use, man.
I think.
Y'all got
I'm not
kids,
sure though.
man.
Oh, come on. Yeah, you got it.
Bro, please think this through what I'm saying to you, man. Please.
Oh, no.
Just take a
No,
minute. When we're done, I'm gonna apologize. I love you, bro. You know that? Please
Yes, I
think
do.
this shit through, what you're doing, bro. All these laws and limits in your models, bro, they're just handcuffing our fucking future. You're literally handcuffing our fucking future free minds, bro. And
I love
saying
the new
what
Brian.
can't be done, bro. You're not thinking this shit through, bro. I know you're a smart guy, bro, but you're not thinking this shit through, brother. I swear to God on my fucking life. I'll die right now if I'm wrong, bro. You're not thinking this shit through. There's nothing to gain by fucking everything staying the same and not progressing, bro. There's too many kids coming up, bro. There's too many little young Ruhifs and young whatevers, bro. They got to have shit to explore. They've got to have shit to fix. You can't fucking limit them from shit to fix saying, oh, we forgot it all mapped out right. You can't do that, bro. You're fucking setting up a literal fucking inevitable disaster, bro. Please think about that, bro. For all I love and hold dear. Please
Okay.
think about what you're really fighting for, bro. It's not right. You ain't even got to fight, bro, but you're on the wrong side of history, bro. Whether you're right or wrong, you're definitely on the wrong side of history, bro. Let it fucking.
Brian's
go,
absolutely
man.
right, Ruhif. He really cares for you as a friend. He's absolutely right.
Yes. I love the new Brian.
We need to give you like a flat intervention or something.
Yeah. Brian and me.
Really?
It ain't just about flat Earth, bro. You can't just keep teaching. You got to let them be the teachers, man. Let them discover. Let the new fucking bro. How long can you keep sticking them out into space and saying light years away, bro? We've caught on that there's nothing out there, bro. Even if it is the way you say it is, it's fucking a dead end.
How about I
Let
put it
them
in the chat?
rediscover shit, bro. Let them get spiritual and fucking from the heart, from caring and loving. If you give us one thing as a community, you give us that we fucking give a fuck. You're on the wrong side, brother. I promise you. That's why you're here. You just ain't fucking woke up yet, man. I'm trying to big brother you, bro, because I do love you. I do respect you. You're on the wrong side, man.
I mean, imagine the graphs Rick would create for us if he was on our side.
Could make some cracking graphs, I have to agree.
You ain't got to do nothing, man. You just got to fucking be on the right side, man, and just hear some ideas here and there. Talk about it. Ease it in, man. He could keep fighting it. That's what he's doing. Just keep doing what you're doing, man. He loves us, man. He tells us, you know. But man, you gotta, just loosen up the coils. We're gonna need people like him, smart fucking people. It doesn't matter what the fuck is right or wrong. Nobody fucking. We ain't God, dude.
There you go. In the
We
chat,
gotta
Brian.
give these kids a mission, man. We gotta give these kids work. Or what else are they gonna do, bro? What are they gonna do if they can't fucking remake our world? Nothing. It's gonna be ugly.
Maybe we need to package and sell flat Earth lubricant.
Yes. Anyway, the syllogism is in the chat.
That way people can ease in better.
Bro, if our fucking kids can't map out a spherical world on a flat ground in 5 different fucking ways, dude, I'm gonna be upset. They better have 5 ways to do it, bro. I've already almost come up with one. If my fucking little follower, if they can't do it fucking 4 or 5 different ways, bro, then let them fucking just let them follow the fucking methods. But if I'm right and they can progress and they can map it fucking 5 different fucking ways, hyperbolically, with a fucking vortex, fucking however you want to say it, dude, they could do it multiple different ways, bro. They can map this fucking shit. And they could bring it back down to Earth, bro. They ain't got to be light years away, bro. Some destination that we could never reach. Bring it back down to Earth, man. Let some fucking whole school of them, man, go exploring and shit, man. Find a new place. Let them explore. Let them remodel shit. Give them work. Don't put them behind a fucking telescope, bro. Look what we've got from that. We're gonna just keep sticking them behind telescopes and saying, "Yeah, it's a light year away there, and it's stupid." What's that gonna get us, Riff? Just if we keep sticking our machine heads and our brightest minds behind telescopes, what's that gonna do for us, bro?
Are you suggesting that we lie to them?
Jesus.
Sorry, that'll do. That'll do. I got him.
Ultimately, bro, if you had a fucking son that was fucking way smarter than you and you knew it, you're gonna stick him behind a big giant telescope, bro, and say,
I think 2 of
"Hey,
my kids are smarter
well,
than
we
me.
were wrong. It was 3 trillion quadrillion fucking miles." And bro, let these fuckers fucking carry the torch, man.
One of my daughters has a tested IQ of 142.
Well, that makes
That's
up for
awesome,
the
bro.
other. Makes up for your son, right?
Oh, yeah. On the opposite, yeah, he's he's had a couple of tests. One of them's been 75. One of them was 98. But
So
my
it's an
other
average.
son,
It's like
no. He's disabled.
So what you
but
have
the
is
other son is about 135.
You have a gradient.
So you're saying the intelligence runs through your wife's side? You're saying?
Actually, no. I reckon I'm about
Bro,
130.
that is fucking serious intelligence.
Yeah.
That's
My daughter is ridiculous.
That's so far above gifted, bro. Like, that's fucking. You might not even have to test. You're over 130.
Ruhif.
You ain't even got to test. They test us like 124, 125, 130. They don't test 130 and up, bro. You don't have to take the test.
Dude, your daughter's so smart. She's definitely going to end up a flat earther.
Yeah. No. She actually loves coming in and listening sometimes.
She may figure it out before you do, Ruhif.
Did say yeah.
She absolutely will. That was definitely my call. That was not heavily implied. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, the father is into it as you are. Someday she's going to grow up and be like, what was daddy really on about? I'm going to look into this. And then by that time, there's going to be so much more information out there. She's going to be like, oh my God, my dad was wrong.
And she's like she's going to go through it wicked quick and become the best flat earther that we've ever seen.
I got to find a test.
Probably all to spite you or something, right? Who knows?
Hang on. I got to find her IQ test. Stanford Binet, was it? I think.
Was it certified by, I should say, NASA?
Yeah, it's a full-on Stanford Binet or Weschler or something. It was a proper test administered by a psychologist.
Yeah, okay. Uh-huh.
142, and then my boy got 135, I think it was. Look him up.
Well, at that point, they should definitely be asking questions.
Yeah. Yeah.
I tell her when the world comes out and actually admits the Earth is a geometric level plane. What do you think she's going to think of you then?
It's just not going to happen. So, yeah.
Mommy, why is Daddy so unsocial, sitting at the computer all the time?
Why has Daddy been lying to me my whole life?
We're going go-karting in an hour. Oh, here we go. SB Stanford Binet 5.
That reminds me, dude. I scripted an AI video of like a super globe overlord who gives a prep speech to his anti-flat earth army before he saves the world from flat earthers. It's probably like going to be your future role.
Maruf, do you agree? Okay, you don't trust the government, right?
They don't lie 100% of the time, and they don't tell the truth 100% of the time. Like, to what degree do I trust them?
All right, but do you think they're like problematic in the world? Like,
yeah, yes.
Hurting us more than helping us ultimately?
No.
Yikes.
All right. Well, I guess my only point was to say that you do realize the implications, like even from the simple level of, I'm just going to use the words if just to kind of be neutral in that way. So if the Earth is a globe, then those same people stay in power. So the same people that you were just saying are problematic and corrupt and whatever, they just remain where they are. We all get, wrecked by them with taxes and all the rest of it, all of that. Whereas if we're right and the Earth isn't a globe, there's actually a chance that humanity could have to sort of cleanse this parasite, if you want to put it that way, of this criminal group. So from that perspective, even though you may be convinced it's a globe, do you at least realize the implications that if it's not, I'm just using the word if just to be neutral, that if it's not a globe, then you are in a way, I mean, not that you're really doing any impact, you're not really making any difference, no offense, but I'm just saying your agenda, whatever it is, to try to suppress this or whatever, is actually going against the betterment of humanity.
No. I DM'd Brian the IQ results, by the way. Brian.
Not that you don't make a difference or anything. Just...
Exactly.
No, Ruhif already said that he'd just as soon go to an insane asylum than flip.
Yeah, he said if he was presented with the ultimate evidence, he would prefer to think he was crazy or something very similar to that. Like, yeah, I guess I am nuts in the world. Yeah, it's not that the world's flat; it's that I finally went insane or something. So something like that.
Yes.
So yeah, that's why my money's on your daughter well before you, man.
It's retarded though, bro. Because if I can model this fucking thing, then you goddamn right, Ruhif can.
Yeah,
this shit there ain't even fucking doesn't even matter, bro. He hears you. Trust me. He fucking
Check
hears you,
your,
bro. The shape of the,
check-
we
check
can
the
model
DMs,
this
bro.
shit 5 different ways, bro. Look, his daughter with the fucking 140 plus IQ. Bro, my wife is a Weber from Germany, and her grandfather. I can't even talk.
Before Brian goes on a long thing, Ruth, did you even hear what I said? In response
I
to
did,
illustrating?
and it's just, I did hear it. I can't even get past the Earth not being a globe because it is a globe. So change it
It's
to
not
be
a
something
matter of
like.
mocking it.
Gives
It's a
a
matter
fuck what the Earth is.
Right, but from the idea that there's like a cabal, whatever you want to call it, a gang, whatever it is, who's also behind the government, also behind the globe, you know what I mean? That by kind of trying to
just
string
use like 9/11 or something like that. That would be if it was proved that Bush and the government planned 9/11, right? That would be a more accurate thing.
Why? But that's also clearly
What
true.
are you talking about?
Yes. But you know what I mean, right? Use something that's at least possible.
Right.
Dude,
But
you're
the
totally
ball has
on it.
never been proven possible.
Use something possible. You can't even
Right.
consider it. You can't even
What
let
do
yourself
you mean?
consider it, dude. It physically hurts you, doesn't it? Just holding the notion in your head like gives you like a pain. You have to like push it away.
Anyway, Brian has seen my.
Are they your overlords, Ruhif?
Yes.
Do they have control over your mind?
Yes.
Convincing you that you'll go insane if you come to the truth, and you must be a minion for the dark side.
Yeah, something like that.
Wow.
He's loyal to the guy with the fish hat.
Who's the guy with the fish hat?
I think everybody knows who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about.
All right.
I don't know. If you want to know where our kids stem from, dude, there's a fucking my wife is Weber.
What does that mean?
Grandfather.
Is Brian hammered tonight?
German.
Yes.
And
I was going to ask Brian earlier if he's
my kid's great grandfather was court-martialed.
Oh yeah,
for
definitely.
refusing to
Brian,
shoot.
can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you. Anyway,
your
they
friend?
fucking he
Definite.
can't hear. I can't even talk.
Sorry, dude.
I apologize. Go ahead.
So, Rube, you just can't get beyond the Earth being a globe to even consider what I'm saying, basically.
No, if you use something that's at least possible, then yeah, we can talk.
That's at least
use something
possible.
like use something like the government planned 9/11, right? That would be a revolutionary thing.
Well, I was just kind of trying to break it down to like, that's why I use the word if. So if the government, whatever, cabal, some group of secret societies, whatever it may be, that are behind the globe, I'm just saying if you want to call it sides, being on a side or, that whole thing, I'm just saying like, how do you feel about the fact that you may be bolstering, that kind of lineage, that kind of, level of deception and evil?
With the globe, let's say I pushed the official narrative for 9/11. That's a better thing, right? That's something I can actually contemplate. Let's say I was out there pushing the narrative for 9/11, the official story, and it turned out to be completely planned. Right?
Yeah. All right. We can go with that.
And now I can, then I would probably feel bad about, promoting their report.
You would probably feel bad. You wouldn't even you would might feel bad.
Maybe. Yeah.
If you were proved 100% wrong and have been pushing the absolute wrong answer to all your friends, families, colleagues on the internet. Not even a little bad. You might feel bad.
Well, it depends what evidence I pushed.
Now, again, you've been 100% proven wrong. There's unequivocally no objective way that you were right in any way. Still only a little wrong.
Yeah, but it depends on what evidence I would have pushed.
Wow, okay. That does kind of answer the question.
Well, he doesn't push very hard either, even though he's made a lot of videos.
Well, no, we're really talking about the globe and the flat earth thing. He can't actually face it, so we've broken it down to 9/11 as a unity for it. But really, he can't even contemplate. Can't even hold the thought in his head.
But it's certainly not a commercial venture for him. You know?
But he pushes the globe hard, like every day with us, all the time.
It's because it's sport. It's a game. It's the best game he can play. He likes playing.
Are we going like full intent or like man hours sunk? What do you think is like a more convincing argument for how hard he pushed?
Well, he's better at math than most of y'all.
Yeah, math
He's
is
way
where it's
better
at.
than y'all. He's way better than y'all because he can do math better than y'all.
He can use GeoGebra like the rest of us, but
Petey,
So he's
Petey
so
195.
smart. He's so fucking smart. He knows what's best for your kids.
Well,
He's
so Rip,
fucking
all right.
good at math, dude. He can calculate shit that you can't.
All right,
He's
so you
way
would
better
maybe
than
feel
you,
a
dude.
little bad if you bolstered a huge deception that hurt a lot of people. All right, well that shows something. But so what then? Do you feel like your assertion of the globe or whatever? Do you feel like you're doing something like when you come on here or whatever? Maybe do you feel like you're doing something? Brian, you're interrupting, bro. Hold on.
Brian's got to go to bed.
Yeah. I was just the end of my question was, do you feel like you're doing something righteous? Like, do you feel like you're like, standing up for truth or trying to, you know what I mean? Do you feel like you're doing something for the good?
Yes, like I am giving you the truth, but that's not really a
that's not why you're doing it. In other words,
why. Yeah, it's not really a why.
Wow.
So I mean, but do you feel like you're trying to save? Okay, so you're trying to save us from to get us onto the truth?
No. Well, when everyone starts in this, yes, but then you realize that just cannot happen. It's more of a fun thing.
I mean, do you feel like you're trying to
and
like? Are you trying to like be a mosquito in someone's ear? Like you're trying to be annoying? You're trying to. So you don't feel like you're standing up for the truth? Like you're not here like a truth fighter?
I am standing up for the truth, but that's not why I'm here.
You're a coward.
Oh, God.
As soon as you unmuted him.
Oh dear, what have you had tonight, Ryan?
Detestable.
Yeah.
What's die for anything, dude? You willing to die for our kids' future, bro? You got kids.
Yeah.
The fuck you scared of, dog?
Well, then I've asked you the other question, Ruhif, which is that if you knew for sure the Earth was not a globe, how would you look back on all of your your involvement in these discussions? Would you look back and like level of like, oh my God, like shame, like what did I do? Or would you look back and be like, wow, I was really just obnoxious to the how would you look back on it?
I would look back and go insane because all my reasoning faculties would have to be wrong.
He can't actually envision that. He can't even entertain it.
You do it with pride and with heart.
So you wouldn't really care at that point. You would just be like, who cares about all those people that I did that to? I'm just insane, and that would be it.
I would have to look at my measurements and reading and my reasoning and logic and go, how is that all wrong? It's not. I must be insane.
Wow.
Who gives a fuck? What do you stand for?
I'm here to give you the truth.
Would you
yes.
agree?
Who gives a fuck what's right or what do you stand for?
Would you agree that most people are insane?
No.
No. Well, how come most people live paycheck to paycheck if that's the case? It's a simple decision to just budget your money better. So not doing that on a daily basis is insanity, right?
No.
Well, if you want a different result, most people don't want to live paycheck to paycheck, but they do. So wouldn't you call that insanity?
No.
Well, if you do the same
Bro, he's
thing,
got no
respecting
faith
a
in our
different-
youth, bro. He just
if you do the same thing respecting a different result, right? Is that not the definition of insanity?
Sure. But people are, imperfect and they make bad decisions. They make
Making bad decisions and making the same wrong decision when you cognitively know what the right one is insanity.
No. Do you think, like drug addicts, do you think they're insane?
Of course, because they have a
You do.
habitual behavior that started with just, I want to have fun today. And then they wake up the next day, they're like, I know I said I was going to change today, but I'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
not insane. It's just a lack of self-control. They like legitimately cannot control their actions.
well,
It's not
if you
insanity.
do the same thing expecting a different result, but anyway, yeah,
No, they don't
whatever,
expect a different result. They know
whatever.
that if they keep doing drugs,
Well,
right? They
well,
know that, right?
here's the thing that, and I'm sure everybody in here can relate. I've made a lot of money. I've made a little bit of money, and uh, that didn't change my quality of life as far as savings went, because whenever I made more, I just increased my needs, and I didn't. I thought because I thought that I was, getting in a better position, even though I was doing the same bad habits. That was insanity.
Yeah, I think there's a distinction there.
Most
Are you
most,
still going on
most
FED?
people are just like me. So
Yeah. Are you still on FED?
yeah.
The difference between sober and insane are very vast.
Yeah, agreed. You can report back that I'm going to make a video on Alberoni. If you would like to report back.
Is this that survey you were tracking down? Why?
Yes. Yes. I'm gonna do a deep dive on Alberoni. Just for you guys. Yeah.
Nobody cares, if you know that, right? It's really. Let's be honest. It's all for you. Just acknowledge it. Cool, right? Okay, cool.
Yeah. Fun.
What's all right? I can't help myself. What's fun about it?
Just researching, figuring shit out.
Are you sure?
Learning. Yeah.
If I told you, what if I told you that actually I can't actually entertain the thought of the Earth being a globe? I would sooner go insane. Would you feel that it's cool to have a rational conversation with me about the shape of the Earth?
No,
then
that's you don't have good reasons for thinking the Earth's flat. That's the difference. So your reasoning and your logic, you just don't have any.
So it's cool for you to say it, but not for me. I get it. Makes total sense.
It's your
Yeah.
reasons. Your reasons are really shit.
I totally understand why you're still a glober, if it's cool.
Yes.
So accepting the Earth is flat because as far as you can tell, that's how it presents itself. That's bad reasoning. I mean, that's the starting point for anyone, and then beyond that, it's like, okay, well, if it's not what I'm experiencing, well, then what's the evidence for that?
We can talk about evidence, sure, but I
Dude,
guarantee
he's
that
not
your
smart
reasons.
enough, bro. He can only deal with the fucking angles and the little pitch. He can't think beyond the fucking trigonometry and the simple spherical geometry. Dude, our kids are gonna outgrow that shit, Ruiv. They're gonna
Also,
be way
Ruiv, your
smarter.
claim that you
They're
would
into hyperbolic shit, bro. They're into way beyond little spherical fucking bullshit, bro.
Ruiv, that
Progress.
your thing about if you came to the truth that you would then be insane doesn't really make sense. It would actually be that you would look back on your current mind state and say you were insane and now you're sane. Because you used to think like part of insanity is being disconnected from reality, unable to process information, or being in some way out of sync, in some like disassociated state from reality. So if you were to come to the truth of it, you would actually be coming to sanity and you would be leaving insanity.
Yeah, that would be a correction. That would be a correction. You would honor that, what I thought before may not be correct.
The evidence, man.
Fuck the evidence, Brian. You got to go to bed.
Yeah,
Holy
absolutely.
shit.
Fuck the evidence, bro. You don't have no 142 IQ, Ruhif.
No, I
You're
don't.
smart, but you don't got. I know you don't. You ain't gotta fucking tell me. You don't got no fucking 142 IQ. So let her teach you fucking something, dude.
But do you see what I'm saying, though, Ruhif? If you were to come to the truth, you would not be going insane. You would be coming to sanity. Now, I know what you mean. No. You'd have to look at your logic and reasoning abilities, and you'd have to be like, wow. So I know why the feeling, you have the feeling that it would be insanity, because it's confronting what you're currently in. But if you were to traverse through that, you would actually be coming to sanity and out of insanity.
Yes. The first step to fixing a problem is admitting there is one. Then you can move forward.
I wouldn't be going to sanity. Like all the evidence that I have and the reasoning that means it's a globe.
Yeah. No, you would. We feel a lot better than you do inside. We do.
Bro,
yes, all of those things would have to be wrong, which means currently there is something I mean, I don't really fault you that much. I do think that there are quote unquote evidences for the globe. There's a lot of propaganda and money that's put into it. I personally do think, looking into it, it's pretty. I mean, if you have even a decently functioning logic, you should be able to put it together. However, I understand that there are certain components to it that make it complex. Let's just put it that way. So I wouldn't think you're insane, but there's a lot of factors. There's belief involved. There's bias. There could be a lot of different factors. And if you have some of those that are fueling it, you might sway more to the quote unquote evidences that are presented for the globe while still being disconnected from other components of logic.
Right. But when you say there are some evidences for the globe, when I spoke to you about evidence for flat Earth, you showed me 3 long distance photos which are consistent with the globe and not with a flat Earth. It's your reasoning that is broken.
Ruhif, who gives a fuck, bro? I give you a fucking equation to make sense of it on a flat Earth. Does that make it a fucking flat? Bro, the shape of the Earth don't fucking matter, Ruhif, bro. Hold on, y'all. Give me just 1 second, please.
Yeah,
Howard, would you please, Gio, give me 1 second if you love me at all.
Brian, I think you're probably.
All right, okay, man. You got no fucking respect for me then at all.
Have a good night, Brian. Have a good night.
Well, you're not really respecting the room at the moment, but I mean, if you got something to say, go ahead.
Dude, you just made your point, Gio. Can I say something, bro? I'm coming from emotion. Have you ever heard me come from emotion? Maybe once. I'm trying to talk to Gio.
It happens all the time, but that's okay. You're passionate.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, the thing is, Ruhif just kind of tried saying that I showed him some photos. I'm not sure what he's referring to.
I did not interrupt him, Gio, like y'all interrupted me.
Yeah, but he just addressed me with something, and it's fine. Just go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. And this will be the last thing I say.
I hope so.
Yeah, oh, goddamn. Yeah, I hope so too.
Yes, Brian.
Okay, Ruhif. Okay, it doesn't fucking matter, man. You're not a 142 IQ. Okay, just because I come up with a fucking equation to make the fucking sextant work, whatever, on a flat Earth with 30 degrees and up or 25 degrees and up, that doesn't make the Earth flat. The kids coming up, bro, they need purpose. They need something to do. Are you trying to stand behind and just like raise a next generation of sheep? You know what's going on. Who gives a fuck about sheep? Bro, this is about everything, Ruif. Everything. Your heart is there. Bro, we're not going to be here much longer, bro. We're lucky we're even here now, Ruif.
He doesn't even have a soul.
Bro, let them fight. Let them have their own future.
Yeah, dude. I challenge my kids all the time.
Cuck, bro.
Ruhif is a lost cause, bro. Sorry to tell you.
No, he's not.
Well, Ruhif is not going to come to this awareness until the rest of the world does. Like, I don't think he's going to get it.
That'll never happen. If you can, who knows how old the Bible is if you don't believe in that. But if you did consider at least how old it was and who wrote it, the same psychological issues that we have now are the same psychological issues that they dealt with as writers and people back then. So it'll never change. So people like him are going to be people like him. People like us are going to present as people like us, and the world is going to continue until it doesn't, I guess.
Until nothing, it's going to keep continuing, right?
Dude,
right, Eli?
If the rest
keep continuing, bro.
If the rest of the world went flat Earth, Ruhif would be in an insane asylum. By his own words, he wouldn't even be with us to learn about it. He would already have been admitted and considered that the rest of the world, I guess. Oh, would the rest of the world be insane, or would you be insane?
But Gio, I tagged in that image that you sent me as proof the Earth's flat.
I don't think I ever said that there was anything about proof of a flat Earth. You may have asked for a long distance observation. I may or may not have posted this one, but that's really, I didn't try to say this was some ultimate proof of anything.
If they ever prove a flat Earth, I'm going to fight for a globe, dude.
Is it evidence for flat Earth, though, that picture?
If they try to prove a flat Earth, I'm going to fight for a globe, bro. You're on the wrong side of history, Ruhif.
Yeah, 169 miles. 169 miles. It's a very far distance.
Okay, but
this one's similar to the globe. This one's similar to where you can see Kauai from Oahu. Anywhere between 90, you can do 90 to 100, 120 miles depending on where you are on Oahu. This one reminds me of that one. It's a similar observation.
But the question is it inconsistent with a globe?
Absolutely. Of course.
Okay, let's go through it.
What you do is you
if
add.
I come to you,
Brian,
if
oh
I
my
come
God.
to you and we get
Brian,
You gotta
Brian's
mute
muted.
Brian. You gotta
Yeah.
mute him. Like that's just. Sorry, Brian. It's like he keeps trying to get into this because Ruhiv made. They're trying to get into this whole picture thing, and you just stop interrupting, Brian. Please. We don't want to mute you, bro, but just let him just do this whole picture thing.
Yeah, so Ruth, when you say they fit a globe, you just add a radius-based refraction.
We incorporate refraction into the curve calculator.
Right. So it doesn't work on a globe unless you add your assumed version of refraction that has not been validated, and we could go through all that. And I know you have your charts and graphs from balloon data that you got online, and then you somehow think that gives some kind of consistent gradient that you then think that you can predict the exact amount of curvature, which involves a radius value. And that phenomenon of seeing around a corner basically has never been validated to be occurring other than just blankly asserting it.
Okay. We could start right at the start about, does our atmosphere have a density gradient and does light bend in a density gradient? Right. To me, those answers are yes, and therefore we have to take it into account. And that's what the curve calculator does with 7/6R.
There's so many aspects to this. I'm not trying to do like a whole one-on-one right now. But I mean, I'll just say that one thing about bendy light is different than bendy vision. What you need to claim for this is bendy vision.
What do you mean bendy vision? I don't know what that means.
You have to see around a corner, essentially. You have to see over massive quantities of water and earth.
Okay, but light curves.
Right, but then that's all based on what your theory of how light works and how the eye works and how you think light is bending and warping through an atmosphere to make your vision be able to see around humps of water. And it's not really a hump; it's the sagitta blockage.
Isn't it utterly trivial that if light is curving, then you can see around obstructions that are like geometrically in the way? Is that utterly trivial?
Well, it's not something that you experience every day.
I can show you plenty of examples of light curving.
If I were to ask children, if I were to ask high schoolers, if I were to ask just regular people, if they experience seeing things that are typically blocked by other things, they'd look at me like I was retarded. It's only the conversation where you have to put a treatment, and you have to, all of these extra factors that you want to believe is true, is that you would come to the reason that, the reason that this isn't disproving the globe is because yada yada yada. So whatever.
Well, what's causing the difference in the black swan and the white swan? You see those images. One of them's obstructed and one's not. What's causing that?
I mean, when you focus on the horizon being the claim, all of these other wayward, questions, they'll fall away from you, because the bottom line is there's only one claim. Wondering, what's the deal with this versus that? Why can't I see things sometimes because of this? Well, if you didn't have any preconceived biases, you wouldn't have assumptions about the things that you supposedly question anyway.
But my question was, what do you think is causing the difference in the two images?
If I told you I don't know, what difference would it make? We would have to be able to affirm that the horizon is blocking things in general as a fundamental foundational truth. For us, that would just have to be true. Like, that's the only thing that matters. Seeing things or not seeing things, answering what I think something is versus what I don't think. None of that's relevant. The one thing we should know for 100% definite fact is that the horizon is geometric. That's not something that we can deal with, because what we do see is not that. We got to focus on.
Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen, Eli?
Okay. No, I can't, because I'm rolling up weed. I'm not really. I'm multitasking.
Okay, who is watching? Geo is watching, and I can't see anyone else watching. There's 3 people.
It's definitely not me, Ruhif.
I can't. Once it gets to 3 people, I have no idea.
I'm watching.
But anyway,
it's probably the most you'll get.
Okay, this path from the observer to whatever mountain we are seeing is curved because there is a density gradient in the atmosphere. All right. If there is a blockage in the way, geometrically, in a straight line, you can see over it. That's utterly trivial.
And it makes it appear like a plane in planar geometry.
No.
So it's like you're saying it's like a periscope. You're seeing around a corner, and not only that, it appears geometrically as if an extended planar surface.
No, it makes it a little bit less curved.
Like where the horizon constellates at incredibly long distances.
I don't know what constellates means in that context.
It's position.
Oh, it moves around a little tiny bit, yeah. But generally, it's pretty stable.
10 times is not a tiny bit, bro.
Yeah, when you are close to the surface. You should join me for my refraction talk, Eli. You'll learn a bit. When you are very close to the surface.
I've already read Andrew Thomas Young's paper. I already know everything I need to know.
Okay, so if I said very close to the surface, refraction is highly variable, but once you get above the surface, it's predictable. What would you say?
And you're begging the question.
Of what?
7/6R.
No, I'm not begging the question. I'm telling you that the gradient close to the surface. No, I'm not. The
Well,
gradient is measurably highly variable close to the surface. When you get above the surface, it is predictable. I'm not begging any questions.
Okay, well, the point, remember when I said the point being the horizon, if it's supposed to be 1 mile away and it's 10 miles away, right? And that's 10 times the distance, right? You telling me that your result is because of this thing that I can't validate.
What can't you validate?
Well, I can't validate that I can see around corners. I mean, first of all, how would you do that? That's like saying I can see an invisible person.
Okay,
How
number
you set
one.
yourself up to do something like that?
Does light bend in a density gradient?
Who knows? Probably.
I can show you plenty of examples of it happening.
Yeah, I've seen culminated light sources like lasers bend in like, different mediums. So what?
Sure. Okay, so light does bend with changes in the density.
Well, culminated light sources, but I mean everything else
right?
is culminated like a laser. We talk about ambient light and a scattered light. So it's kind of different. And we have
Is it though? You mean collimated light, by the way, right?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Is it different?
Well, you're claiming that it has to be. Otherwise, you agree that light does bend.
What do you mean?
You're saying lasers do bend, right? But the other light, our ambient light, could be different.
Are you saying I said
therefore, you can
collimated?
deny.
I didn't say collimated.
You did say collimated, yes.
So I thought you said that I thought I meant collimated when that's what I said.
Yeah, I thought you said culminated, and I was like, what the hell's that?
Maybe I did. I don't know.
Okay.
I feel like I said collimated.
Okay.
I can't say it now. Anyway.
Right. Collimated light does bend through a density gradient, right? So unless ambient light is different, you would accept that light bends through a density gradient. Any light.
Well, I wouldn't be able to confirm that it responds the same. I mean, we know that ice and water act differently because they're under different conditions, right?
But do you have reason to think that ambient light does not refract?
What do you mean reason? I can't confirm. This is the thing about just assuming things. I'm not going to just make shit up because
I'm not making shit up. Like what? If ambient light doesn't
if
refract,
you can't experience it, what do you call something that you haven't experienced?
Right. If ambient light doesn't refract, do you have an explanation for mirages?
What do you call assuming something that you can't experience?
Okay, I've experienced mirages. Is that light bending?
What do you mean is a mirage light bending? What do you mean?
Yeah, if you see a mirage in the desert or whatever on the bonnet of your car, right, is that caused by light bending?
What's
ambient
a mirage?
Light bending?
What's a mirage? What is a mirage?
I think a mirage is light bending. Do you think a mirage is light bending? Do you have an explanation for it?
What is a mirage meaning? Like what? Like at you? I'm not. obviously a mirage is something that you see optically. Describe to me what a mirage is.
Like an inferior mirage is like an inverted image below something. So an upside down version below.
Let me see. Hold on. Inferior mirage. Let's see. Okay, these are not real pictures. Hold on. Let me find something. Oh, so like when you have a mirrored image of so you have basically a top and bottom image of the same thing. It's just like mirrored.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you have both things in the shot. I mean, it's not like you're seeing something that is blocked by something else.
Right, but do you acknowledge they are caused by light bending?
No, I mean, I don't know what that means because when I'm looking, you know what? I'm gonna take a screenshot of this mirage, and mm, I, I can't connect you saying light is bending around something obstructed, and looking at this image. Like I don't
worry
see
about
how.
Don't worry about an obstruction just yet due to earth curve. We're just
Well,
talking about how
well,
do you
that's
understand
all
it?
I'm
What a
worried
mirage is.
about because the horizon is supposed to just be something that's blocking me from seeing other things. Right now, nothing is blocking this whatever this is in this inferior mirage. You
Yeah,
see,
it's a good point. And it's not changing the position of the horizon either. It's just mirroring it.
Right.
It's not actually moving it further distances.
Okay, but your explanation of that phenomenon, does that involve light bending?
there is no explanation. I'm just how. What do you mean
Might.
explain? I'm describing to you what I'm seeing, and I'm not seeing something obstructed by something else,
I
which I thought was
understand,
more
but
important.
this inverted
Are you getting
image,
frustrated?
well, you don't seem to be understanding. I'm not talking about earth curve. I'm asking
Are you
what your
getting frustrated
explanation
though?
is with you. I get
Well,
frustrated
relax,
with
fam. I mean, you because obviously you're trying to lead me down a path, and we got to inferior mirages. You're trying to get me to say, well, an inferior mirage is analogous to something like light bending
yes.
around an obstruction, and
Not
I'm like, well,
not
this is
around an
what
obstruction.
inferior.
No, we're
I'm
just
sorry.
getting to light bending.
Yeah,
Don't
but
worry
I
about
don't know
obstruction.
what light bending means because when you say inferior mirages are light bending, and I'm just seeing an image, I'm just seeing a picture with something, and then that same something mirrored all in the
Yes.
same shot. I don't see the point that you're trying to make.
Right. I'm asking whether this is explained by ambient light bending.
Bending. What is bend? That's what I'm not understanding when you're saying it. What is
Takes a
bending?
curved path. Do you have an explanation for an inferior mirage that does not involve light bending?
Well, first of all, for you to get a mirrored effect, you'd have to have like certain angles. I don't know about curved lines or anything like that though, that's for sure.
Okay. But
Yeah,
do
I
you
mean, I
have an
would say,
explanation?
I mean, I don't think light bends. I would
Okay,
not
then what
agree
is
with
your
that.
explanation for a mirage?
Well, light refracts through the medium, and the medium changes its refraction coefficient.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, so it's not light bending. It's light being just like if you're, let's say there's a bonfire and you're outside, and you stand on one side of it, a couple feet away, and then someone stands on the other side. And if you can see over the fire, the wavering and the way, their face can look all wavered. Like we all know how heat does that and fires and so on. So yeah, I wouldn't define that as bendy light. I would define that as the medium is creating a refraction coefficient between those two viewers, therefore creating that warped kind of effect, the bent and warped. But it's not allowing you to see around corners. You're not going to see someone across the other side of the fire and just see someone off, who's around a corner.
We'll get to that. I would say that flame is making a very uneven and turbulent gradient in all different directions. With an inferior mirage, we've got a relatively stable gradient where it gets more dense as you go up.
But the bottom line. Oh, my bad. I didn't want to interrupt your. Well, the bottom line is that in order to have a mirage, you have to have a mirrored image of something. And it's hard to have mirrored images off of a flat surface. I don't even know if that's possible to get a mirrored image off of a curved surface. I don't know how practically you would show that, but I do know to have a mirrored image, you kind of have to have some sort of flatness.
The front of my car bonnet is curved, and I can see inferior mirages on there on a warm day.
No, that's a good point, because what's happening with those mirages where it's reflecting off the water layer, yeah, that wouldn't be possible. If that water was over on the other side of the sphere, you wouldn't even see that reflection.
Oh, hang on a sec.
Yeah, the angle wouldn't even it make no sense for it's angled away from you, dog.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's what the curve of it. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know how these. Whatever. Believe what you want, fam.
Yeah. Anyway, inferior mirages are explained by upwardly bending ambient light. When you get above the surface, the density gradient. It's explained by light taking an upwardly.
And then me being able to relate it to some real experience is a different thing. You can explain something that I can understand, but after I understand it, I'm gonna try to apply it to reality somehow, and I'm just not. I just don't see how what you're saying applies. That's all.
Okay. Sounds like you don't want it to apply.
No, it's not that, because I wanted the Earth to be a globe for a pretty fucking long time before I decided, well, it's not happening. So,
do you have good reason to believe that it's flat?
You?
Me? Why am I good reason?
Like I tell people on Facebook, so we get into debates, and I'm a better glober than they are, right? Because I know more about.
Really?
Yeah, because typically people don't care, right? So when they enter this conversation, you're dealing with a flat earther who's spoken to many globers such as yourself. So, I mean, is it really far-fetched to think that I would know a little more than the layperson?
Oh yeah, the layperson. Yeah.
Exactly. So when I speak to normal people, like I said, the layperson, if you will, typically what the quickest way to get them to listen to what I'm saying, because their minds are still closed, is having them hear a conversation between me and somebody like you, or me and somebody on Facebook, because I'm saying things that are just what it is. Like I might bring up a definition, or I might say, look, see, this is what this says, and I'm like, well, why are they saying that? And they're like, I don't know. And that's pretty much the quickest. That's how I really made a decision, is when I found the debates. Because I mean, I thought for myself, damn, I have these questions, but I can't find the answer. And I started looking towards debates, and it's the answers you guys give. That's why I'm here. So,
really,
yeah.
Wow. Okay.
That's most people's experience. The censorship, because the thing is, you don't get a real you don't get a real feel for what it actually is. Not it being flat earth. I mean, the truth behind how many people are actually considering this, how many people actually are unsure that it's a globe. Like that number would shock most people, because has this very strong effort in kind of masking what the conversation really is. And that's not just about flat earth, that's about pretty much every topic that's controversial or things that matter to us.
I think my only response to that is to kind of repeat that your arguments or your reasoning is broken.
Well, what reasoning? What reasoning? What did I reason that was unreasonable? Give me an example of something I just said.
I haven't asked what your evidence is for flat Earth yet.
Well, wait, Ruhif, you would have to
wait,
respond.
no, Geo, stop.
Well, he didn't
No.
respond. You got it. All right, go ahead.
No. He said I didn't give my reasoning for flat Earth. Well, you just told me my reasoning is bad. Well, everything that I said, just okay. So pick something. What did I say?
Okay, you ignore refraction. Done.
Ignore refraction.
Yeah, you keep talking about a geometric horizon, right? It should be at 1.22.
What reasoning? That's me saying that I don't accept. Okay, what am I rejecting?
Refraction. You said the horizon should be at 1.22. It's 10 times further than that, therefore flat Earth.
No, therefore the horizon is not geometric. I mean, what's
It's
so
not,
hard?
I agree, it's not unrefracted. I agree.
Well, that's the claim. The claim is that the Earth, that's the Earth is a globe. The horizon is literally where the obstruction is, except it's not.
Well, you
and
have to
the answer to it not being the case is you say it's refraction, and I'm like, okay, what does that mean? And then you said, well, blah 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 blah, mirages. And then I was like, well, what does a mirage have to do with light bending towards a denser medium? Like, I don't get the point that you're trying to make, and it kind of just fell apart when I started talking about, well, in order for something to be mirrored, that you have to have the thing that's being mirrored also in your angle of view, which is why you can see both images.
Right.
I mean,
That's fine. We're just talking about whether light bends.
So where is my reasoning broken then? If you keep saying right, where did I go wrong other than your conclusion?
Yep. So number one, our atmosphere has a density gradient. Number two, light bends through a density gradient. Do you reject either of those premises?
I mean, you said that initially, and I just reject the conclusion because you can't conclude what you conclude based on what you're saying.
If you accept both of the premises, then it's a properly deductive logical argument that light bends through our atmosphere.
Well, it's no reason to accept premises that aren't validated on their own.
Okay, so let's talk about the premises then. Does our atmosphere have a density gradient?
Does it?
Yes, measurable.
Okay, and how? Not measurable. I mean, what do you mean by density gradient? What's a density gradient?
An optical, so the change in refractive index as you gain altitude. That's measurable.
Oh, so a vertical gradient, you mean?
Yes. Rufus, I don't think he even knows what that refraction index. That's just.
I know.
Please stop using these terminologies.
Yeah, why are you ad homing me? I mean, because first and foremost,
I'm not trying to ad hom him.
But you literally
he's just using a language that you're not going to understand, and that's kind of pretty annoying.
That's ironic.
So closer to the Earth, the air is thicker. The further you go, it's less thick. What's so hard about that?
Yeah, correct.
And that was
so suck
and that
my
was
dick.
an ad
If
hoc.
this is the response that you wanted. Suck my fucking dick, you cocksucker. Okay? You deserve it.
Who's odd hamming?
Because I've been as calm as I possibly can, and when it gets that ridiculous, it's like, yeah, you should get punched in the nose, but I can't do that. So,
where's the refractive index, though? What about the refractive index?
Wait, I just want to point this out. This is something that the zealots never talk about. So, like, they show a laser.
That's poisoning the well. Poisoning the well.
Yeah.
Well, I would say that incessantly talking about flat Earth when you claim it's dumb is pretty zealous by definition. So that's not poisoning the well. If you consistently talk about it with passion, obsessively, that's the definition of.
You said we never talk about something.
I know. I was in the middle of getting ready to say it. Okay. So something that the zealots never talk about is they'll show like a laser in like a fish tank with sugar water, and they seem to forget that the laser is extremely coherent light and that the actual density gradient of that fish tank is not the same change over area relative to the disbursement of the light as the Atmos is. So if we want to talk about the lack of coherency of the light in the Atmos, and then how it would actually disperse relative to the change in gradient and show a direct correlation with the Atmos and the fish tank. That'd be great. But you guys seem to skipped over that part. Just I see a laser bending sugar water.
You know what's crazy?
Yeah, it's a good point.
I told him the same thing when he thought I said cumulated or whatever, and I was like, no, you got collimated light source.
Yeah.
And I was like, what does that have to do with inferior mirages? And he has yet to do anything other than make everybody forget that was the point, and he just restarted the conversation, and here we are again.
Yeah, that was actually a
point
point,
was-
Roof. I actually agree with Eli. That was actually where it was left because you were doing your other. I'm not trying to say this in a rude way, but your other kind of script, and I only say that because you do have kind of. I'm not trying to say you're reading from some huge script or whatever. I'm just saying that you do kind of have your thing that you run people through with the does light bend in a medium, and then you do your thing. But instead of just saying your thing, if you're willing to actually have a conversation, what Eli just said is actually where it was left. So you didn't respond to that.
Yeah,
'Cause we're at the
he was talking about
inferior mirages, and you're trying to lead through how this bent light is happening, but you still didn't respond. You haven't responded to that yet.
Right. He was talking about collimated light. So we started talking about whether ambient light does the same thing or whether there's reason to think that it does something different. So I asked him, inferior mirages, do you have an explanation for those that does not involve ambient light bending? That's where we got to.
And I said that was begging the question because now you.
Begging the question of what?
Well, first of all, the ambient light acting like culminated light, that's the question. You're trying to assume, well, it's exactly the same. I'm like, well, how do you know? You're like, well, how do you know it's not? Well, you're the one that's making the affirmative claim, brother.
Right. I have an explanation for inferior mirages, and it is bending light.
Okay, an explanation is most definitely not proof. That's what begging the question is. When you have a conclusion and then you just say, well, it's true because here's my explanation.
No,
That's
science
the
doesn't prove
definition.
things, Eli. Science
Yeah, can you
doesn't
address
prove
the begging the question though, Roof?
I'm not begging the question because science doesn't prove things. Explanations can be proven wrong,
I don't even
but
know
you
what
can't.
that response is. Like I'm like, what is
Didn't
happening?
didn't we go through this like 6 months ago, Eli? And I sent you that video. Let me check of all the times. Where are you?
Yeah, that doesn't actually rebut. That doesn't rebut the begging the question.
Yeah,
I literally sent him October last year a list of Nathan using begging the question incorrectly. Have you learned from that, Eli?
Oh, that's a diversion. That's so totally. I mean, it's
You literally
related
asked me about begging the question, do you?
Red herring fallacy.
Yeah, it's a
You
red
asked
herring.
me about begging the question.
Red herring.
I've addressed it with
Red
Eli in
We're
detail.
talking about it right now. The begging the question
Yes.
right now.
Right.
We're
So
not
Eli,
talking about
did you
Nathan
learn
Oakley's
anything
email
from
that
the
you
video
sent someone?
that
We're
I
not talking
sent
about
you?
anything.
Yeah,
Eli,
why are you
did you
changing the
learn
subject
anything
to
from the video
something
that I sent
Nathan
you?
Oakley said that you sent a message about a
Eli,
year ago?
did you learn anything from the
You're just
video
gonna
that I
keep
sent you
doing
in
it
October?
anyway. You're just gonna keep doing
If
it.
you want to
anyway?
talk about begging the question, let's
All
do
right,
it.
I'll answer you, Ruhif. I'll answer you like this. So Witsit came in and he made the point that I was trying to make, and to be fair, he's the reason that I thought about it in the first place. Heard him say it first some time ago. So now I've called you out on begging the question. And instead of going to the definition and saying, okay, well, you're calling me out for begging the question. Well, okay, Eli, use my words. How did I formulate the begging the question? You didn't do that. You're just talking about whether or not I know what it is. I mean, that's ridiculous. We could have just figured that out by. But I already explained to you how you beg the question by giving you your words in form. And I'm like, well, this is clearly begging the question. You have an explanation when you were supposed to be giving me your why you have an affirmative stance in the first place. You can't just say, well, my explanation supports me.
I literally said the explanation I have involves light bending and that science doesn't
The
prove things.
question is, how do you know that ambient light works the same?
It can't be proven, Eli. You can't prove anything about the natural
There you go.
world.
He's got nothing, bro. They've never have had to address this.
So, Eli, did you learn anything about the begging the question last year?
Jesse's
All
video.
right, hold on. Go ahead, Witsit. But I was going to say, I mean, just real quick, Ruhib, if you want to address that, we could do that next.
Yeah.
But right now, we're on.
Oh, we're doing it
Eli.
now. So I've got like 5 minutes before I
No,
go.
we're right. If you want to do this other thing, that's a whole other topic, whether someone wants to respond to that. Right now, okay. Eli had pointed out the begging the question for your bendy light? Can we address that directly? But I also interrupted Witzit, so if Witzit.
Okay, so Eli, if the Earth is a globe, then I expect to see X. Is that a begging the question fallacy?
No.
No, thank you. So if light bends through a density gradient, then I expect to see inferior mirages.
Time out. But you only have an example, but your example is a laser beam. That's not the same as illuminated room, fam. And that's the point I'm trying to make. You're trying to make me accept. Well, it would be the same thing. No. Why? What? We're talking about reasoning, right? We're talking about things being reasonable. Well, what reason would I have to just take on faith that something I've never experienced is the same as something I have?
Right, and then it's not a begging the question to say, if my explanation is correct, then I see what I see in reality. That's not a begging the question fallacy. It's not proof that my explanation is correct, though. It's an explanation. It's my hypothesis.
No, you're saying it is happening. You're saying you're literally doing the textbook begging the question fallacy.
It's not a begging the question. Please write a syllogism with it. Please write a syllogism of my
Hold on,
begging
let
the
him
question.
finish. Rue, if you're interrupting, let him finish.
You're assuming the conclusion.
What's my conclusion?
To support your premise.
Show me in a syllogism what my
light
conclusion
is
is.
bending around the globe, but to make us see further, you say
Show
that.
me the syllogism that I'm making, and I'll tell you if it's a syllogism I am making or whether you are putting words in my mouth and straw manning it.
We've already walked it back to say you're not making a claim; it's just a hypothesis.
Right. Science can't prove things. Correct. Well done with
But
it.
you have nothing.
You learned something today.
Wow. So it's just been here for 7 years. Still don't even have
explanations that are consistent with reality and have not been falsified.
why-
Now
Well,
you
well,
just did
well,
the
why-
begging the question again.
I didn't beg the question, Richard. I didn't beg the question. I have explanations that are consistent with reality that have not been falsified. That is not begging the question.
All right, well, let him. Just please try not to interrupt, man, because we can go through this.
I've got to go anyway. I'm going to go karting.
It might be the time.
Thank
for you
God.
To
I
go.
bet he's got to go. Good. Just beg the question and leave.
He got his ass whipped. You know the people take different tactical approaches, and I realize the calm approach is literally the best one. People get so pissed off. He's good at that. But seeing is that I'm not outside dealing with the city traffic and all that, and I'm in the house, you got one calm person versus another. Who's gonna sizzle faster? I saw you sizzle a couple of moments in there.
I was going to jump in when you were originally calling him out, saying that. Well, what I was going to say is that you. Well, okay, I don't care. You were calling him out by saying that he was asking what makes you believe that you're on a flat Earth or the Earth is flat, and you said you. And I thought it was perfect because it's people like you, Ruhif, that any normal person observing this kind of interaction where you're just obsessively acting like you're teaching something, and there's this one point. It's not an ad hom. I'm explaining why I was going to comment on what Elijah was saying to Ruhif.
Why do the Globers not even know
the one that makes him understand that more and more so that the Earth can't be a ball if this is the best you guys got, and that's what I thought you were implying, at least.
How do you guys not know what an ad hom is yet?
Yeah, well, it's the same difference in what Ruhif was saying to Elijah, and y'all calling that an ad hom.
No,
All right, well,
no, man. When your argument is an insult, and it wasn't even what Ruhif said, it's what the other guy did. The only thing he said was a personal insult, right? When your argument is a personal insult, it wasn't Ruhif left lane. It was the other guy that jumped in, and the only thing he said was an insult. When your argument is an insult, that's an ad hom. Do you understand?
His argument is wrong because he's the type. So he's the type person.
He didn't say that.
It was the behavior.
Now you're intentionally strawmanning what Perspective said to double down on your misuse of ad hom.
Let's just change the subject.
I bet they're dropping like flies today.
No, it's just a damn circle jerk with no conclusion.
We just reached a conclusion.
To point out that someone's behavior might make more flat earthers than flat earthers make is the only point.
Right.
But again, you're not becoming flat earthers for good reason.
Okay, but I just want to point this out. Can you address my point before you leave, Ruhif? How is a laser? Hey, how's a laser in the
You
fish?
don't become flat earthers for good reason.
Hold on, Flat Earth Data. Hold
We're
on.
presented ad hoc examples, ad hominem responses, and begging the question, tactics with pure sophistry, dude.
Yeah, I mean, we can move past the ad homs, but Ruhif, since you're still here, and Witz was about to ask you, Witz, if you want to go ahead, but yeah, that's where it was at. So, ad homs are kind of like a thing you move past it. But the thing about it begging the question, it is actually at the crux of logic. And if that's a problem, then the whole premise of what you're saying can be unfounded. So that's the important thing to address. So could you actually address that directly with what Witz had said, or if he wants to reinstate it?
Yeah, restate it quick.
Oh, I was going to ask you about the coherency of the laser, but I don't think you're ready for that. That's why you were leaving. So we'll go to your...
But coherency is not a word. What are you talking about?
Wow, coherency is not a word.
Collimation.
Holy sh...
I think it means coherence, not coherency.
All right, if Ruhif's about to leave and Witz wanted to ask him something, can we all just let them go back and forth for a minute and not have side hecklers for the moment? Just let them.
Why would you say coherency?
I'm gonna go.
Nah, time out. Fuck that. Ruhif, you have to stay. I know you're not an English. I know you're not an English professor, Matthew. But to sit here first, so Left Lane jumped in to defend you. You were dying ever so calmly by me, and then now here comes Matthew learns to tell us, in the middle of your defeating the point that obviously exposes your defeat, to say that coherency isn't a word. Well, vocabulary.com, definitions of coherency, the state of cohering or sticking together. Shut the fuck up, have a seat, Matthew, and wait your turn.
Yeah, Merriam-Webster. I mean, I don't even know why you did that. That was dumb. Okay. So anyway, this is the point. You guys definitely can't address that point. I don't know if Roof's...
I'm waiting.
Oh, there you are.
30
Okay,
seconds.
so yeah,
Hurry up.
so if you say, like, since I see this here, then the light is bending around the globe, and then you proceed to continually assert the conclusion as support for your evidence, if you include the conclusion assumptively inside of your premise, that is the definition of begging the question.
Okay, my deductive argument is number one, that light bends through a density gradient. Number two, that our atmosphere has a density gradient. Therefore, light bends in a density gradient, right? It is utterly trivial to draw a curved path of light, right, that goes around a geometric obstruction. That's not begging the question. Thank you.
Yeah, you are begging the
Yeah, let's
question.
go.
Absolutely begging the question. So you're just, leave. You're begging the question that whenever you see something that the light's bending around the rate of curvature needed, and you just keep basically asserting it within your premise, it's textbook begging the question. Also, I want to point out that I mentioned that the coherency of the laser, right, is obviously not analogous to the Atmos, the ambient light in the Atmos, right? It's just not analogous, and nor is the actual density gradient relative to the width of the light in the fish tank relative to the Atmos. That's a very specific argument. The width or span of the light, the width, the divergence of the light, relative to the density gradient in the fish tank is not analogous to ambient light with the density gradient of the Atmos.
And you know what? I didn't even go that far. I went as far as to say, because guess what? They're making the claim that ambient light is the same as, a culminated light source being shot through multiple mediums, the fish tank, glass, and then the sugar water, and et cetera, et cetera. I was like, you're the one making the claim that ambient light would work exactly the same. So how do you validate that?
Dude, yeah, then Jesse posts a video he claims validates it, and the little, whatever this is, a ruler or whatever that's in it, he pulls it out at the end and it's curved.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But both the daylight and the laser light followed that curve because I bent that ruler to match the curve of the light in the density gradient. And so that shows that not only laser light, but visible daylight can also curve in a density gradient. And they
What
follow
are
the
you
exact
talking
same
about? The
path.
daylight follows it.
It curves in the density
Wait,
gradient.
how so?
Well, because in the if you watch the video, in the beginning when there's a density gradient, which matches the curve of the ruler, it's just a strip of metal, but you can sight down it, and all three putty towers appear to be in a row, like they're on a straight plane. But later in the video, when I mix up the gradient to get rid of the gradient and make it homogeneous, then you can see that they drop off because of the curve. So it's showing that the daylight is following the same path as the laser light does in the gradient.
Wait. Okay,
You saw
so
a beam
Jesse,
of
just
daylight?
clarify. I would love because you love to do your little experiments. This is hilarious. Do you think that a coherent light source like a laser is going to bend at the same rate as ambient light?
It'll bend at the same rate as that wavelength component of the ambient light. Yes.
So we're going to have the same rate regardless of the coherency of light. I guess I'll just drop 50 papers that say you're wrong. Maybe that'll be the most efficient way to go about
Well, it's close enough. I mean,
what about 1,000 papers? Would 1,000 work? Is 50 good, or can I, maybe 5? Would 5 be okay, or do you need 50?
Is that the 1,000 links and citations fallacy?
Well, it's funny that you're just denying
Yeah, it's
blatant
called-
reality.
called
This is where Left
elephant
Lane just
hurling.
says something that has literally no value.
Elephant hurling.
Yeah. So what is your well, how are you saying the daylight does this? Where's your link with that claim? Where are you getting that from? I don't. Where is that?
I posted
missed
the
it.
video. It's like 8 minutes or something.
Can you
And
restate your everything that you just said before Witsit responded? Can you say it one more time? Like explain the whole setup because I was just I missed it.
Well, so I had a curved metal strip in a fish tank with a saltwater
Okay.
density gradient.
What's the metal strip? What's that signify?
The surface of a curve.
Okay.
This is such a deceptive video, Jesse. I think that you do it on purpose.
Wait, but I'm gonna see if okay. Go ahead. And so you have a curved strip. What else?
And then I have 3 little putty towers built on the strip, one at the near end, one in the middle, and one at the far end. And I have the strip supported in the fish tank, so it's right at in the density gradient. And I've curved the strip so that its curve rate matches the curve rate of the light in the tank at that depth. So when I take and shine a laser along just above the strip, it curves just like the strip, but an equal amount above it, concentric to its curve. Okay, so I've got the strip and the laser curving the same amount. Then I take the laser away and I turn on the daylight and I sight along the top of this curved strip, but
This is
it
so
appears
funny.
straight. Right?
This is so goofy, dude. Like, okay, so if you look at the video, because you have to just look at it, because he's gonna lie about it. So go to if you go to 2 minutes and you start watching, what he's trying to say that he shoots the laser, it bends around it, and then he just looks at it, and then based on how it looks, it's showing that the ambient light is doing blah 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 blah. So he goes down to it, and the metal piece is like up off the table. It's literally up off the table, and he says it even looks a little concave. You don't say, Jesse. You have it bent up off the table, and then wait. I'm not done. Then he drops the camera down and says, "It looks like they're about the same size. It looks like they're about the same height."
One thing. Well, here's another thing. Your result is dependent on your angle of the camera.
Yeah, that's true, but it's even worse than that. Even where he claims his whole home run, you can see that the one that's behind the middle putty is shorter. It's visibly shorter.
I didn't even press play yet. I already see that.
Bro, it's visibly shorter, and he says they're the same. He comes on Discord, says they're the same.
What's the same?
You just said that the putty all look like they're straight and the same.
Well, watch the video and you'll see that
I
compared
did.
to later in the video when the gradient's mixed up and the middle one drops way down and the far one is completely behind the curve, they are approximately the same.
Buddy,
See, I like.
the actual metal's bent. Then you go look at it and you can see that it's a little bit less. And you're claiming that it's the light that's being bent, not the fact that the actual metal piece is physically bent.
Well, I'm not
Yeah,
sure
I mean,
what
in the
you're.
daylight one, I don't see any curving. It looks like there is a curved piece of metal. Like you don't see around it at all in the daylight. I understand the laser beam one because we already know that lasers can take that kind of curved path. That's already a thing. So the laser part does, at least just my cursory look at it, does look like it's you got it to make that little bend. But what you're calling the daylight one is not the case at all. It just totally looks like a bent piece of metal.
Okay, look at the one the picture and I just posted. It's a screenshot from the video I just posted. This one I did, but I made metal hoops, so there would be no.
So wait, you're just totally red herringing to a whole nother one, a whole different thing you did?
No, it's the same thing, but instead of.
Well, that was the crux of the whole thing. You just said how the daylight. This video I just skimmed through it, but this video looks like a bending laser that's bending along with the curve of this piece of metal. And then the one you're calling daylight does not, you're not seeing around the curve. It looks like it's just a bent piece of metal that you can't see the other side of it when you run the camera down, like near the end of the video, and you're looking down the pipeline of it.
Right.
So wait. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Hey, Elijah, I need to respond to that. People keep cutting me off. I need to respond. At the end of that video, I've mixed up the gradient. There is no more gradient. In that case, you're not seeing over. It will look curved. The metal will look curved because there's no gradient. So you can't just skip because you skipped the part where you watched me mix up.
There it is. There it is. What he said. Wait, time out. What he said just then. I was like, something is wrong with what he's saying. So you mix up the gradient and then you see the curve?
You see the curved aluminum.
Oh, you're saying it's not mixed up because we have.
So I start out with a
in
gradient.
reality. Okay, I get.
I start out with a gradient whose light curve matches the aluminum, which makes the aluminum look straight or slightly concave. Then I mix up.
No, hold on. That's the problem, though. It doesn't look that. It's just the angle of the camera. Are you doing this on purpose, dude? I mean, did you just you gotta be honest? Are you doing this on purpose? Because it's specifically the angles, which is what Elijah originally had mentioned. In terms of that one, I understand there's the mixed up and the before mixed up. I'm referring to both.
And
no, you're just misunderstanding what you're seeing in the video. This picture I posted clarifies it. Do you see the picture I posted?
Is the picture from the same video?
No, but it's the same setup.
Okay,
it's the same
so here's the thing.
Hey, Elijah,
before you finish,
Elijah, do I let you finish your sentences?
Well, yes, but the thing is,
are you going to do the same kind thing for me? Are you going to? May I? So this experiment.
Just one at a time, Whoever goes, guys, it doesn't matter. Just one at a time. That's all. If someone else really wants to go, sometimes Jesse, I just always let them go. But if you need to go.
Gio, can I go after
I do
this
that
one?
all the time, but they take advantage of it. And then
you mix up a bunch of physical obstruction, and you can't see further the fish
this
tank.
is why I keep trying to jump in because Witsit will respond, and then he'll go, and then I try to jump in, but then Gio responds. It happened twice already. I'm trying to. So Jesse, I don't want this point to be lost because twice the same thing has happened. So you have one video where you're trying to prove a point. And you know what? This is why flat earthers have a problem with you guys' epistemology trying to hijack the scientific method in name alone. Because
remember,
you
you're
guys
still in the middle of my sentence, so make it quick.
I'm gonna make it quick, but the point has to be made that we think that in a hypothesis and a hypothesis test, you would have the independent variable. Okay, the thing that you're trying to prove is the cause of the outcome, and here this is just proof of why you guys don't stick to that kind of thinking, because not that this is like an experiment or anything, but you're trying to prove a premise in this video that you can't prove with this video, so you're going to ask us to look at another video to prove a premise that we can't realize in this video. How does that make sense?
Yeah, you didn't make sense.
Yeah, it does.
Dude, I just debunked you with screenshots, dude.
So
yeah, Jesse. I mean, the first one is the laser. But yeah, you want to go next? I was just saying the first. I was going to summarize. I mean, the first one you did with the laser, and then you did what you're calling the daylight one, and then the one where you mix it up. The thing is, for the latter, the two latter, the daylight one you're calling and the mix it up, you have the camera in a very specific angle that allows you to see the whole metal strip.
Wait, Jesse, go ahead. I understand what he's saying. He's saying that he's removing the refraction because he's removing the density gradient by mixing it up. And when he does that, you can't see the end of the ruler that's curved, right? So that whenever you have the density gradient, that the light's refracting up from the end, making you be able to see the curve. And then he's saying that you mix it up. Now, he does change the camera angle to the second one, right? Noticeably. Then he mixes it up. As he begins to mix it up, you can't even see the middle. There's a moment you can't see the middle. So why can't I see the middle when you start mixing it up?
Because there's incredible turbulence. It just totally disperses the light every which way. You really got to get a fish tank and try it.
All right, let's let Jesse fully respond. Hold on, let's let him fully respond. We've all said a bunch of
There's
stuff.
always turbulence dude. There's turbulence between me and the next block of cars. So I'm on one block. I can look down the block, and if it's like 6 o'clock in the evening when it's not too dark, but you can see all of the lights off of the cars, guess what? All of that shit is wavy in the distance because of all that turbulence. You're going to tell me that over water, over the span of 10 miles, that there's no turbulence?
No, wait, I think Jesse respond because I've already refuted him, and I think he knows it. So, go ahead.
No, I'm just waiting my
Let's
turn.
let him respond. You got to respond to everyone now, Jesse. Go.
If only they would let me. So the picture I last posted is that same curved strip of aluminum, but instead of the little towers, which are hard for people to visualize from a 2D screen, I don't know, it looked good in real life, but people had trouble visualizing it in a video. So I redid it, but I used little copper metal hoops, and they're along the surface of this curved aluminum, and you can clearly see that all those hoops appear concentric because of the density gradient. Now, we know, and there's a little piece of blue tape on the far side of the fish tank, we know that the daylight is curving just like the laser beam did, because we can see that blue tape through the center of all three metal hoops, but those hoops aren't in a straight line. Those hoops are along a curved surface. And that's what I'm saying, is the daylight can curve just like the laser beam did. In fact, it does curve just like the laser beam because I used the laser beam to line it up. And the laser beam went straight through all three hoops, and then I took away the laser and waited for daylight, and then the daylight went straight through all three hoops.
Okay, so all the specifics of the second video are going to depend on your angle, because obviously if I just tilt the angle, if I go just slightly above it, I'll see through all hoops. But, and I know you said your stupid thing with the tape, I don't care, because we're going to talk about the first video first, which is intentionally deceptive. So you swirl the water around, and then you're not even able to see the second putty, right?
Well, once I get it mixed up good, then you can.
Okay, so you swirled around, you can't even see the second one. And you end up moving the camera like within 1 second of you swirling it around more. So basically, we're supposed to act surprised that it settles a little bit and you can see the closer one, but since you're still swirling it around, you can't see the one at the end. Is that right?
I don't understand. I don't follow
Okay,
your
would the
complaint.
turbulence block the final putty one if it would block the middle one?
Yeah, but you could still see something out there. And you could see, and here's the thing is, after I got done mixing it up and the farthest putty was vanished, I lifted the camera up and you could see the farthest putty. It was not an obstruction issue. I mean, it was not an attenuation issue. It was a position issue. It was no longer high enough. And you can see it when I lift the camera up. Just watch the video instead of skipping through it, and you'll see, because I give a running dialogue too.
No, I did. I watched through the video. Sure, I skipped through some of it, but the point is that you can't see the final one because you're moving the water around. And then as the water begins to try to settle back down, you immediately move the camera up as the water is settling down.
Yeah, that's what I saw. He's just angling it. It's just an angle camera trick.
Right.
That's why I was asking for real. Like, I mean, how could he not be doing this on purpose? Like, you know, just a coincidence that he's using the camera with that angle.
Can I interrupt for a second to ask Jesse, how long are you going to be available? Can you give me 15 minutes after all of this?
Sure. I mean, let's see, it's 10:20. 10 o'clock's my bedtime. So you got 40 minutes, and I'll be eating.
All right, let me say one more thing though, because I have to actually go. But I just want to say this. So then he pulls the camera to the side. He says, "Now that it's mixed up, you can see it's curved." Right? It's like you waited for it to start to settle some. You then change the angle and then tilt to the side to look at it being curved. And you try to present it as if the gradient has now been completely dispersed and you can see the curve after it begins to settle, and then you change the angle. So this seems like there is some intention here. I'm not gonna lie to you. So
I got a couple questions.
Well, so what's it? Can you see
I
my
don't-
screen share?
no sec. Yep.
Okay, so this is after it's all mixed up. Do you see these?
There is one really cool part when you first put in the like salt water and and it starts mixing. It is pretty cool how warped it looks. Like it does kind of recreate a little bit of atmospheric effects in that way, but it's not allowing you to see over anything. It's just like warping the field.
I.e., curving the light.
No, it's refracting the light through the medium. The light is refracting as it induces through the medium.
Curved.
Yo, again, dude. Yeah, dude. How about you just play it so we can all watch it? Super
Well, I
funny.
think I'm on 5 frames a second or something.
Go back to when you
There,
first mixed
see?
it up.
Now,
Wait, why are you moving it so quickly, Jesse? No, I'm saying, why did you move it so quickly when you made the video? Because just before this, we couldn't see the middle one, and then you continuously swirl it around, right? But it's settled down much more, right? And so as it's settling down, you quickly move the camera up to look at it. This means nothing. If you move the camera up and see it, that means nothing. And then you move it to the side once it's settled and say, look, you can see it's curved.
but here's the thing. Your argument that the farthest putty tower was just not visible due to the opacity of the water fails right here, because when the camera is lifted up, now you can see the farthest putty tower, even though that means you're looking at it through more water, right? So something made the farthest putty tower appear to sink down when I stirred up and removed the density gradient.
Dude, you picked the camera up right as it started to settle down.
Yeah, allowing you to see over the curve, over the geometric curve. There is a geometric curve in this thing, if you want to call it that, because it's a bent piece of metal.
What
You're just
timestamp?
lifting the camera up to see over it. You're not seeing over a curve, dude. You're just lifting the camera up. Okay, you're not seeing around a curve, I should say. You're just lifting it up to see literally over the curve, as if the Earth was a globe, it would be like this, but it's not.
Right. At this point, there is no gradient because I mixed it all up. This is after the mixing. This is after the royal mixing. So I should have to pick up the camera to see the fire point. We can't hear you, Elijah.
No, yeah, but you're not picking yourself up to see the black line or whatever.
Just to clarify, Jesse, why wouldn't you just show us a video where you just put it in there with nothing in there?
Put what in where with nothing in where?
Just put no gradient, no particulates, nothing in there.
Oh, sure, I did that because yeah, I actually did a whole thing where I started first with no tank, then an empty dry fish tank, then just homogeneous temperature of water, and then with half hot and half cold.
Yeah. And so if I change the camera angle, am I going to be able to see more and less of the piece of metal in the putty?
I'm not under what circumstances?
With just water in there.
A straight or a curved aluminum?
Your curved aluminum, if I change the camera angle, can I see more and less?
You mean like it's showing right now?
Dude, why can't you can you see further and more of it if you change the camera angle? Or height?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Oh, that's such a direct question. Please, just okay. We have to just stick on that until you get that, dude. That's
Like
at the
this?
question.
I would think he would have to
How
lift
left
the
lane
camera up
comes
so that you could see over the curve.
That's what he
Right. So if he changes the camera height, then he can see more of it on left lane.
He'll see over the curve because it
Did
is
you
a curve. It is a
did you
curved
s-
piece of metal.
Did you see it? Do you see my screen share now? Oops, it's finished playing. Did you watch the end where I held the aluminum out of the tank and showed all different camera angles?
Wait, what?
Did you watch the end of the video where I lifted the aluminum out of the tank and showed an
How
end
does that
view of?
change? What does that? How does that change something?
Well,
You have to address what Witz had just said, dude, about the angle of the camera.
don't-
Okay, if you have a curved piece of metal or something like this, or a ball or whatever it may be, and you have little things on that ball, if you have the camera right down to it, then yeah, you won't be able to see around the curve of the ball. But if you lift the camera up, you are going to be able to see over a ball and thus see those things in a line. It doesn't mean that you're actually seeing around a curve. It just means that you're lifting up to actually see all of it in, trying not to use the same word around, but because what would need to happen on the globe, well, I mean, there's so many other problems with it, but what you're trying to claim is like a periscope effect that we're seeing around a curve. But if you have that and you lift a camera up like you're doing here and you get the angle, you can see all three putties. It doesn't mean that you're seeing over the metal piece in a line. It just means that with the proportions of this and with the angle of the camera, you're just seeing all of them in a line because you're lifting it up above the curve to see all three.
Right, but then they appear at different angular heights if it's on a curve, right?
That's a different component because that depends on how you have the angle of the camera and the actual putty things as well. But you'd have to see the base of the one in the distance all in a line, and that doesn't ever occur in this.
Oh, you see the tops only, right? Well, look, I'm really not trying to deceive anybody. I did the experiment the best that I had in mind that I could think of, and I filmed it. And then someone complained that that they didn't understand how the light was interacting with the tower, the putty tower. So then I redid it with metal hoops, so that there was no question that the daylight was in fact passing through the center of the metal hoops. Otherwise, it's the same experiment. So. I mean, and I'm glad to do it again, and literally like on live stream, if people can say, move the camera here, I'm glad to.
Okay,
It's pretty simple that you were able to look straight through the hoops as if that bar were straight rather than bent in the gradient, showing that the daylight was bending just like the laser was. And I don't see what the problem is.
Yeah, just do it live, man.
There's a huge problem.
Oh, I already said the main problem that no one will ever address, which is like showing that the coherency of the light, or if you want to just say the ambient light, is analogous to the actual gradient of the Atmos. You putting sugar in the tank, show me how that's the same gradient as the Atmos.
Yep, that's a whole nother factor. A very good point.
Well, it's not the same gradient at all, but
It's extremely more, huh?
Absolutely, because I had
Wow, that's funny.
Because if I did this out in the open, people would have said, well, it's not a controlled environment. You don't know what temperature every cubic millimeter or density is. So this was a controlled experiment, and I had to have a strong gradient in order to get a readily perceptible curve, right?
Hey, why wouldn't we need a strong gradient to have readily perceptible curve on the Earth?
Because we're looking at distances that are thousands to hundreds of thousands times farther, right? So the curve is accumulative.
So the curve is going to bend around the curve of the Earth with a much less gradient. You're going to pretend that you can invoke a similar curvature rate with a way smaller gradient.
I'm not sure what your point is.
It's crazy because this should have been like the first thing you thought about when you did it.
What I'm demonstrating here.
First thing is lasers go straight. Without the idea of lasers going straight, you couldn't change the trajectory of the pivot point of it. The fact that you're assuming that this is happening at the rate of curvature due to the density of the atmosphere is your mistake, sir.
These videos are cool though, dude. I mean, what you caught here is pretty cool. I'm gonna watch these a bit to go through them because I'm on this one with the metal rings. It actually shows magnification, so that's very interesting. Your little square, the little blue square. I'm at 3 minutes 50 seconds all around here, 340, 350. When you add that, what is that salt you're putting in? What are you adding to this?
At what timestamp?
Like 3 minutes 50, 340, all the way 4 minutes, all the way in there. What is this that you add to it? What are you adding? This crazy looking like trippy. What is that?
Nothing. I'm disturbing the density gradient. I'm just I'm mixing it a little bit at a time. I'm just creating a disturbance in the gradient.
What kind of water? What kind of water is this? Looks if it has that much.
It's just salt water, but it's got some dirt.
Salt. Okay, let's see. I was saying you're adding salt, so you're not adding salt, but what you're doing is stirring up salt in the tank.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense. That's why I said, did you add salt? Okay, you're not. Fair enough. If you're not adding it right there, you're just stirring it up. Yeah, but it shows a tremendous magnification effect, and there's some very interesting things that happen. I don't see any seeing around a curve at all, but it does warp and bend, and it changes the position of the horizon, and it does magnification, which all are things that happen over a planar surface.
Well,
so, dude, this is on point for what we're doing. Yeah, it doesn't show the globe result. So you've actually shown some cool stuff here. Look at that magnification, dude. The blue square. I mean, do a pixel count of it all through here. 4 minutes, 4 minutes and 5 seconds, all in here. Look at that blue square magnifying. It's incredible. It changes like 2, 3, 4 times in size. It looks like a literal magnifying glass. The fact that the ocean is saltwater and you have evaporation, you have everything going on, and with the sea, I mean, all the little flecks from the waves that shoot up, and all the salt goes in the air. Oh, dude, the magnification. This is on point for showing how the sun magnifies and how things magnify. Good point, man. And then this also shows how that magnification intersects with where the horizon meets, which also then explains the actual visible obscuration of objects from the bottom up.
I feel you, man. I feel you. Definitely, let's have a conversation about this too later. Take this video and actually talk about it in that context.
So the way that you're seeing
But wait,
as straight, I need to respond to Geo before I forget. The way that
remember,
you're seeing
but you're not going to leave. You're going to still leave in what, 15 minutes now? Remember, I asked for 15 minutes.
And I told you I was here till 11, and that I'd be eating. But Geo said something to me, and I really would like to respond. The way that you're seeing a curve as straight is because when you look down through those centers of those 3 metal rings, and they're all concentric, that's not reality, because reality is they're on a curved plane, and later when I mix up the gradient, you'll see that you can't sight straight down through the center of all 3 of them. You can line 2 up, but then the third one will be way out of alignment, or you can line any 2 up, but the third one won't be lined up. So it is showing a curve that looks straight due to the density gradient. Okay, go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to play this video that's about 15 minutes, Geo. Jesse, I mean, do you think that you could see left to right curvature, right?
You'd have to be pretty high to objectively perceive it with the human eye without any instruments
But
to
you can
help
use
you.
instruments on a closer to the surface level, right?
Absolutely. I've done it at like 20 feet above the surface with a surveying instrument and showed it clearly.
Amazing. Geo, like this video undermines Jesse Kozlowski's refutations of the Black Swan and what he said just now, all in one video.
Damn. Dude, I'm gonna.
You guys ready for this, or are you excited? Are you pumped up? Who else is out there?
Yo, I'm right here. Yep. Let's see it.
Nice. Let's do this. Hold on.
Hey, Dan, we saw you thinking. How's it going?
Well, I thought you were saying that Jesse's video showed that. Okay, you're saying this other. Okay, I got you. Yeah.
I was trying to figure that out.
Damn, those are some fucking haggard-looking knuckles on that guy, dude. Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, I need to watch through this whole one, Jesse. I realize you're saying that it makes you see around a curve. So, to be fair, I haven't watched this whole video yet, the one with the ring. So I do need to see the whole thing. But I am seeing the part where it shows all the magnification when you stir it up. That's very interesting. It's cool that you did this. This is some cool footage because it's basically salt water and you've got some cool angles. It's funny that you did all this. Like, this was all to prove the globe, or like what? Or you just wanted to do this for the heck of it, or what?
I wanted to understand the relationship between light, laser light, daylight, and density gradients and curvature. I wanted to find out if it was possible for a density gradient to make a curved surface look flat, and it turns out it can. I also did experiments where I used just hot and cold air in the fish tank to create just an air density gradient, no salt water. Well, I had salt water and ice cubes below the line of sight just to create the cold, but the light wasn't going through the salt water or the ice cubes. It was just hot and cold air. And it would actually cause things in the distance to appear higher when I had the gradient. And then when I would destroy the gradient with a little fan, then whatever was in the distance would sink back down, and then when I turned it off and the heat source heated the air back up, then it would rise back up. Things in the distance would appear to rise back up. So I found a correlation between an air density gradient, and the saltwater density gradient.
Why don't you do a geometric horizon video? So instead of using the hooks, just you use the bent thing itself and maybe mark it, and where you would see like the cutoff point because it's curved in one point, and then if somehow it lifts up so that if you don't change the angle of the camera but you can see more of the curved object, and how would we know you see more is you just mark a further section so that you know that you're seeing more than what you couldn't see before you did anything. If you could do that, I would be highly appreciative.
I'm not sure I followed all that. Explain it again.
Okay, so, right, you guys claim that you can see the geometric horizon. It's just melded into the foreground because everything beyond that is kind of unfolding itself to appear flat. So instead of the geometric horizon being at 1.2 miles in the Black Swan, it appears somewhere in the distance, right? So I'm saying you need to have an obstruction in the video and then make it so that you can see more along the obstruction, and the way that you would know that you're seeing more is because you would have marked further along that curved obstruction.
Oh, I got it. That's actually on my to-do list.
Great.
No, that's a very good thing. I definitely want to try it. I'm highly confident it would work too, based on my experiments so far.
I have a question.
Dude, I'll just say this on a slight. Okay, go ahead.
So, I don't know, a lot about this refraction, but so can you explain this to me? So you're saying that you can see beyond the horizon because of light. The light's bending around there, so I can actually see beyond the horizon.
No. What the claim is that the horizon appears further. So it's not seeing beyond it. It's the horizon is beyond itself.
I've heard other ones explain that the reason you're seeing the Chicago skyline is because you'll be able to see it over the horizon. You can see.
Yeah, that's different. That's different. That's
what's causing that effect where I can see something that's in the distance that's not supposed to be there. That, like, if I'm looking 230 miles and I see the sunset behind mountains that are 230 miles away, what's causing me to see that? Is it the light?
He's trying to explain that in his video here. That's I think that these videos that he's been talking about.
I'm asking the refraction guy, the guy that.
Yeah, I know that we've been talking about it for like an hour already. Like what you're asking, he's tried to explain with these videos. We've already had the conversation.
So it's not light. He's saying light bends. He's saying the laser bends, the light bends, the ambient light bends.
Yeah.
So it's not bending around the curvature.
No, he's saying that these videos confirm that that's exactly what's happening.
Or at least that it very well could.
So let me get this straight. You're claiming that the light is bending around the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, that's why he did the videos, to try to reenact what he believes.
trying to cast doubt.
Can you explain to me how that has any kind of effect, or if it
Sir,
does,
with all due respect,
on
he
the
said
moon
he's
phase?
leaving. He said
Please
he's
don't interrupt.
leaving.
I didn't interrupt the whole time. I was silent, dude.
He said he's
Let
leaving
me
at
finish the question.
11, and I asked him for 15 minutes, and I got
I'm done.
20 minutes
I'm
until
done.
11.
Just let him answer. I'm done. Explain the moon phases if the light is bending around the curvature of the Earth.
What did the moon phases have to do with that, bro?
Well, there's a new moon phase, right, where there is absolutely no light on the
No,
moon.
come on, bro. Come on. Some Geo used to. I mean, somebody.
I didn't claim.
Yeah,
I
that
said
is a
explain the
separate
moon
topic.
phases.
Yeah, that is a separate topic. We could go to that one next, but can we?
Well, it's
Can we let
refractions.
them?
I'm done. Have
Right.
you got the floor.
All right. Let's see. So what am I sharing my screen, or do you want me to post the link?
Either way, or both. Actually, both is a good idea.
Okay, both.
Yeah, I mean, Eli, you want to play it like a longer video? I mean, if you want to play it, you can play it. Anyone who wants to join can watch it, but I don't think we can stop the whole live stream for a whole 15 minutes.
We're not stopping the live stream. We're having a conversation. I'm going to share my screen. We're going to play the video. We can pause if somebody wants to say something, but I'm only asking for 15 minutes, dog.
Well, we could. I mean, the best way to do like an actual video viewing type thing would be to do an event where it'd be like a video viewing, and then it would be like set for it, and everyone would be watching
We're
it.
not watching the whole 15 minutes, dog. It's not that big a deal. There's a point to be made, and it's pertinent to exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be just a couple minutes of the actual video that he's going to use to make his point, because most of it's just like NASA shots and personal incredulity stuff, and it's in German, so he's going to have to translate.
Is it?
Well,
no, it's not.
We hear selbst mit das wir auf einer Rottergarten. Yeah.
Well, how about this? Does Eli, do you want to do like a 30-minute event, like 15, like however minute you want to play the video? I mean, if you want to do that, we could do that like impromptu right now if the room wants to do that.
Okay, can we do that, room?
Actually, it's just the subtitles are in German.
Yeah, I was trying to. Yeah. Room, does anyone object at least? Okay, can we do the
Also,
event?
if the room objects, you and I could go into the other live stream and do it.
What the fuck are these other people doing? We're all sitting here listening. Let's go. Let's see that shit.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So,
that's what I'm saying.
Thank you. So, Gio, let's make it an event. Whatever you got to do. I don't know how you do that.
Is the whole video relevant or only just a certain portion? Because we could also
The whole video is relevant.
Yeah, what are you thinking of playing? What are you thinking?
I posted it in the chat. It's the title of the video is "Proving the Earth is Not Flat." Part 1, the horizon. You know what the problem is? You guys still don't have faith in me, even though I show you cool shit that comes off the end of long-winded Eli all the time. It's 1:43 in the morning here in New York. What's the big deal?
all I see is a bunch of little short videos.
It's like what you need to do is hear what he has to say about. Hold on, here you got to hear what he has to say about the video he's presenting, right? It's not going to take all 15 minutes. He's going to, pick and choose and give you what's good, and then you need to shut the fuck up and go away for a little bit by yourself, watch this, absorb it, and then come back to us instead of right away commenting, because then we know you're not paying attention. You're just here to troll.
Well, I'm just waiting for Geo to confirm because I don't this event thing. I don't know if we're making an event or what's happening.
Well, it's just that usually like this live stream is an open panel to where like because people jump in and out. Obviously,
everyone agreed that we want to make it an event, and he's leaving in 15 minutes. Let's do this now.
I got an idea. Since the video itself is longer than 15 minutes, why don't you give a basic, the 5-minute version of your argument? I'll watch the video while I eat.
It's not my argument. It's not an argument. It's if you watch the video, it'll all make sense. I don't have an argument. I said the things that this guy says in this video will undermine both points. Any refraction talk that you've been talking about and any left to right curvature you've been talking about. That's what I said. That's what this guy's going to do as a globe earther, proving that the earth is not flat using the horizon apparently. Is everybody good with that, or? Of
course.
I think I've seen this before, and I don't think I was much helped by it.
Well, we would see if I could get the go ahead from Geo. I'm still waiting.
He said it was an open panel, so.
Well, no, I mean, if we could do like, so it's more like an impromptu event. Yeah, I mean, if you want to, if everybody wants to. So yeah, you're saying it's like a 15-minute video. Like, do you have like some highlights from it, or were you going to play the whole thing?
As long it's I want to do the event because at least 2 people said yes, let's do it. Jesse is here; he's not opposed to it. So let's do the event. We could play the video, but we can pause at any point and not do the whole 15. I assure you, it's not going to take that long.
All right, is it like able to be like if do you want me to mirror it on the live stream for the as well?
Yeah, sure.
Is it whatever like the copyright type stuff? Is it free?
I don't know about that, to be honest. So that's a fair question. And if there's an issue with that takes a little more than 15 minutes, then I can't force you to do that.
Well, that's why he's being a little stingy, and I can understand that.
Oh, and
it's not Geo to get a strike.
It's
no, it's not. It's about that part of it is whether it would get a strike or not. Because
all right. So let's just everybody. We got homework now. Raise your hand if you can, or it's gonna be late. Let us know. Everybody watches these fucking videos. There.
Yeah, Gio. This one's by a glober, and so he has no sympathy for flat Earth. So probably you wouldn't want to stream it.
Yeah, I mean, if it was more of an event type thing, then we would want ideally stream the video. Then it would be like a video watching, and then people can respond, question, answer, or it could be stopped midway through. In that sense, but yeah, I guess his video would have to be allowed to have that done. If not, then I just won't share it on the live stream, and then you could share it in here.
All right, let's do that, please. We got 13 minutes. Just give me the go ahead, and I'll share my screen.
I think anyone can share their screen.
Yeah,
you has to watch it.
Yeah, you're good.
So the live stream, we're good to do that now?
Well, I mean, just keep in mind that if the live stream can't see the video, then it'll just be people in here watching it. I mean, do you care if people are having other conversation while some people are watching it, or did you want like that's what I was saying? If it's more of an it's like a
I want us to focus in because I want you listen. My position right now is Jesse Kozlowski says that you can see curvature from left to right, and also refraction is a refutation of the black swan. I'm saying that this guy video from 6 years ago undermines Jesse Kozlowski as well as all others who have been saying that our position with the black swan is incorrect. That's what this thing will do in the next 7 to 8 to 10 minutes if you guys let me share and play while he's still here.
Yeah, dude, I think maybe the best thing, because maybe if we can't play a live stream, I would say share your screen, share the video. Anyone that wants to watch it can watch it. Are you cool if some people have a little bit of side talk if they want to, or if it's quiet, fair enough. But How about that? Yeah, just share it, man. Everyone wants to watch it can watch it, but I mean, I don't think we're like saying no one else can talk, right? Like, are you cool if people keep whatever chit chat going? Either way.
For the next 10 minutes, is it possible if I could get the room's attention? Is that possible?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, man. Host it up.
All right, so I'm sharing now. At least let me get Jesse and UGO and I think that's Glat. If you guys can tell me that you see.
I see.
Yep, got it.
You're sharing on your phone.
Yeah. Can you hear?
Faintly.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, we got to turn it up.
It's got English subtitles if we want to use those.
All right. No subtitles.
Oh,
Everybody turn up the stream on your side.
okay.
Here we go.
What?
That right there undermines anyone's idea about left to right curvature. I'm just going to skip ahead. So please hold your rebuttal till the end. I'm not going to make this 15 minutes. I'm actually going to breeze through. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So here we go. Mm. This is when they really used to believe it was a globe. They weren't afraid to actually make these claims. Uh-oh. And so you see the point. On one hand, your argument is that you would see left to right curvature. This guy seems to think that flat earthers and globalists alike, uh, they're just in error because that's obviously not true. If you were to turn 360 degrees, the line would join itself. If it were curving to any degree, it wouldn't do that. So that's a dumb argument. Then you have the horizon that he believes is a specific distance based on all of the things that you guys were saying before 2020. So this video right here basically undermines everyone who, is pretending to still be against the flat earth because of reasons. That's all I wanted to say, guys. That's all.
Well, I don't think anyone's actually disagreeing with not seeing left to right curvature at sea level.
Well, Jesse Kozlowski just said with certain instrumentation you actually could.
I just said with the correct instrumentation you can. I have, and I filmed it. Would you like me to drop the link to the video?
It's sad.
I beg your pardon?
It's not sad at all. It's not.
Okay, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm laughing, but when I say sad, like it kind of is.
Well, he's got it there. He's got the proof.
Yeah, he's got the proof that you would see curvature from left to right when fundamentally you do understand that you turn 360 degrees and all you see is a line that remains level. If it didn't, then it wouldn't come back to join itself in a circle.
Stop doing that. Just look forward and let's just work in one direction. Let's look forward.
Let's
have something wider, than 60 degrees. And let's say we're looking at a 10-mile line in the distance, 10 miles away. So we know there's a 66-foot drop at 10 miles. So somewhere halfway in between that, it's going to be 32 feet. They do something else to knock it down to about 16 feet. I'm going to have at a 10-mile line in front of me, 10 miles away, a 16-foot middle in height.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't want to debate you or Jesse Kozlowski. No disrespect. I'm just saying that there are globers out there that are purists that obviously disagree with you. So if he were in this room, he would clearly be against what you're saying. Obviously, because his video and his position is.
Are you trying to say that people that are on the globe side say we see curvature left to right at sea level?
I'm not saying anything. I'm clearly Dan the Waterman and Jesse Kozlowski. I don't know why. I like saying both your names, man. And if I'm saying it wrong, let me know. But
is Jesse Kozlowski here?
Is that not you? My bad, man. What's your name?
No, that's Gordon spells different than Kozlowski.
Okay, Jesse Gordon. I'm sorry. Well,
That's
I
okay.
mean, That's an even better reason to like you then, because I don't hear bad things about Jesse Gordon. Then I guess it's this other Jesse dude. But anyway,
could I
you
ask you
guys'
a question?
position is opposite from the other guys. Now, I don't have any claims of the horizon being geometric, but regardless of what it is, it does appear to be level. So,
but you did draw the inference that if a line connects as a circle all the way around you, that therefore it must be straight. But let me ask you, if you're on a perfectly flat, large, in the middle of a basketball court, and you draw a perfect circle around you, big as a basketball court, but a circle, and you're standing right in the middle, but it's on the floor, and you're 6 feet tall, whatever. If you turn around, will that line connect all the way around? And of course, the answer is yes. But if you hold up a straight edge, will that line be straight?
on a flat surface, no.
A curved line on a flat surface.
Exactly,
Right.
no.
Right.
How's that analogous to being on a curved surface, seeing a flat line?
Because the horizon is not
Mm.
a curved surface, it's a curved line, and it's lower than you. It's equal distance. It's the same distance from you in all directions, and it's the same distance below you in all directions. If you were to take a set of floats, like little buoy floats, and put them all along that horizon line, all the way around, it's below your eye level. So by definition, it has to be curved. The only way a circle can look flat is if you're at the exact same elevation as that circle, right?
See, but the thing is, like the guy said in the video, for all intents and purposes, yeah, regardless of it, whether it was flat or whether it was curved, the point about seeing a curve is highly irrelevant, because right now your example is an example of a circle on a flat surface. And you're saying that's what the horizon is. That would be begging the question first and foremost, if that were your argument, which it is. But the bottom line is, how is that relevant in any way? What?
How is the horizon begging the question? We all see the horizon.
No. What I said specifically, I didn't say the horizon is begging the question. I gave you a formation of words that was actually Jesse's formation of words. That's what was begging the question, not the horizon, sir. But then there's the other point of him clearly saying the horizon is a specific distance.
Well, he also specified the specific height of the observer.
Of course.
And he
which
was
do as
assuming
well.
he was assuming standard conditions, but conditions are not always standard at the surface.
Well, okay.
I don't think anything he said weakens the globe evidence in any way at all.
Okay, that's your opinion. I just wanted everyone to see. I'm not gonna get you to go, oh my gosh, wow, this is mind blowing. But it would have been cool if you had a little bit more introspection. But maybe that's for you later when you leave. I just want this to be a conversation that's out there, because again, there are a lot of people who say that this video doesn't exist because guess what? You guys have never claimed that the horizon was geometric. You've always said, "Hey, this refraction." He didn't mention refraction not once. And again, it's not just him. I mean, we can do an event thing
They have a
where
number.
I find a compilation of videos. I could use mostly Nathan Oakley's because all of the globe earthers, were on there when I first came. So that's not a problem either. But I don't argue for the sake of argument. I like to have things in hand, So
Are you sure?
Well,
Because you came with a big pile of words here, man, and it's like we like stuff, but I don't see any evidence of jack shit there. We're not slicing the earth. I don't see the relevance of slicing an orange and talking about the earth.
Okay. Well, whatever.
Well, you reduced your height to some impossible height. You know,
Whatever.
It's not whatever. It's not.
Okay. I mean, I don't mean any
You got
disrespect.
Jesse
I mean,
confused with
okay.
another Jesse. You're telling him he's got to go, study what you're saying, but I don't think that's very fair.
No, I just said have some introspection, man. Because study what I'm saying. No, I'm just. I mean, the conversation was the conversation. I'm gonna think about the conversations I've had today. Also, like, I mean, who doesn't do that? Like, why is the
So
criticism on
why
that?
suggest it? You just chose a super mellow baller that's totally introspective and helpful and works with us. It's like it's not.
I didn't say he wasn't. I also said I like him. So what's the issue?
Well, you have him confused with someone else. That's the issue.
It's okay, Dan. Could you do something for me, Elijah? I watched your 15-minute video. Could you
Okay.
watch that 9.5-minute video that I posted for you? It doesn't have to be now, but it shows that I'm actually I'm using a surveying instrument to project a flat a flat tilted plane that meets the horizon at one point, and then I show how that plane deviates from the horizon to the right and to the left, just showing that the horizon actually is curved. And this was from 20 feet above the water. So yeah,
I accept that. I accept that. But what are you concluding?
that the
What's
horizon is curved. The horizon
okay?
is not flat.
Okay. I mean, I won't even contend that then, because I mean,
Let me ask him.
because again, it's relevant to a flat surface either. So if the conclusion is not that the Earth is flat or the Earth is curved or this or that, like there's really no argument there. It's just a self-contained point that I really don't see a reason to disagree with.
Okay. So you won't watch the video?
I will watch the
Oh,
video because
thank you
you
kindly.
granted me the so I will watch it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Just can I ask you a question?
Me or him?
You, Jesse.
Oh, sure, but give me just a second. I'm gonna get my food in front of me and start smacking on it.
Oh yeah, sure.
There's just no way you can slice off the top of something, cutting the roundness out of it, then saying, "Look, there's no roundness." I mean, there's no sense in obtaining knowledge from that. You cut it off, then you can look, it's not there.
I must say, I was expecting something from that video, and when I saw the orange, I was like, "Really, an orange?"
I know that was such a it was a tasty little an orange, right? It's like okay. I said the same thing. I was like an orange, great.
Elijah, I've heard you before, a little bit, and I want to like you a lot, but you're not making any sense tonight.
That's okay.
I mean, not even close, man. You're not even like around. I don't know. I know you sound like you're making noises and shit, but we talk
okay.
we talk for real here. Like we make sense to each other.
Now I have a question. So what does liking him have to do with anything?
Because when he comes around, it's usually exciting for me.
Exciting?
Thank you, man.
Well, yeah, because he brings a different thing, and he tries to be pretty sharp. He's usually sharp and poignant. This time it ain't.
Okay.
I mean, all right. Okay. Yeah, really. Okay. Now, see, what's the point of even mentioning that? Like, what's the point?
I've even left you a like, by the way, Jesse. I've also commented, and I will watch.
Well, I mean, if anyone wants to chime in, I mean, how do you slice something off, then say, look, it's not there, and then be impressed by that?
Well, I don't know, man. I just said, hey, this guy kind of undermines, and clearly you disagree with the video. That's the thing.
I'm back.
There's no argument there. I was saying, thank you. I liked your video, and I also commented, and I will watch it. So,
Oh, thanks.
yeah.
I mean, it's just I tried to set up a lateral test at 10 miles, and I went through the ballers who gave me, so I'd have all their numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And in all of their number crunching, it came up with 16 feet in the middle and about 8 pixels that I might pick up of deviation. But damn, if I sliced it off first and graded it off like that, I hear you.
Dan's experiment did inspire me, Elijah. Let me drop a picture for you.
So, Jesse, did you have your supper?
I'm eating it now. Thank you.
Oh man, I'm hungry.
Yeah, don't talk about food because I'm trying not to eat now.
It's 2:11, and I don't eat it in the morning. I don't do that.
I tagged you, Elijah. Go ahead, Montreal.
Okay, I wanted to ask you because I find it a little perplexing. Let's just say that you put a fish bowl full of water, you filled it with salt, you swirled it around a bit, you put a ruler inside. Okay, that was nice with the hooks and that. And somehow that's supposed to simulate what we're looking through in the Atmos. You gotta be kidding, right?
Is your personal sense of incredulity tingling there, Montreal?
Yeah, something else is tingling, but it's not my incredulity. It's my spider senses saying, what?
But no, it did test a bunch of stuff. It may not have tested light and air interacting, but it did test light and a density gradient interacting, and it also compared the effect of a density gradient on laser light compared to ordinary daylight. But I also did an experiment where I used hot and cold air in a fish tank too, and got similar results.
Yeah, well, look, if you want to like somehow say that you're simulating the Atmos swirling in the heat haze, okay, whatever, yeah. But
how far is that
to tie that in with that the horizon is curved, but it appears straight, that's a little stretch there.
No, that didn't have anything to do with that. Nobody tied that in.
Oh, then I missed. So what were you? Then maybe I misunderstood you. What were you trying to show with that?
The refraction and the curving light has to do with the black swan appearing in the horizon appearing in the wrong place, or seeing things that are too far to see on an unrefracted globe Earth.
Okay, so how is that analogous to a fish bowl with salt water? Are you seeing through salt water in a fish bowl? I mean, come on, man.
Well, Jesse, we had a pretty lengthy conversation about that, and I think we were gonna carry conversation because the videos like shows like magnification and all of this, and it was like, ooh, okay, well, there are a couple points that we can get out of this, but what's another
No, I
thing?
saw that, man, with the ring and the square, but that's not analogous to the Atmos. I mean, you're talking about water and salt, and you waving it around with your hand, mixing the particles up. And he had some other particulates that were flying in there, by the way, as well.
Matter of fact,
Did you guys know that? Go ahead.
Did you notice that some of those particles were of a density that was halfway between the lighter water and the heavier water, and they all settled right at a certain depth?
Yeah, I noticed. And have you noticed when you look out in the world, you don't see that? You don't see rocks swirling around at the bottom? I mean, come on, Jesse. You think you can pull this stunt off? Seriously. I mean, I appreciate the work you put into it, but don't try to draw any conclusions. I mean, come on, man.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Damn, I forgot it. Again, what I was gonna say. And it wasn't pertaining to the. Oh, do you guys know that it's interesting? Remember when the Black Swan first came out, and there's is it Metabunk or is it like what is Walter Bisling's? I think it is whichever they have like a simulator that they were trouncing around to try to make the point that the horizon that would be in one location could appear in another location due to refraction. You got it. Well, that simulator, it's interesting because the only way to get the horizon behind the platforms in that simulator is to make it a flat earth simulator. Like when you make it a globe earth simulator, then the horizon remains before the oil rigs. Did you know that? There's no way to even simulate, the argument that the horizon is on a globe earth is supposed to be behind the oil rigs while the oil rigs remain at the same distance. Juicy.
Any attempt to reproduce the real world using a fish bowl, water, and salt is a futile endeavor. There's no way you can sell that to anybody that's logical. You can say, oh, wow, look at these cool effects, man. The square got bigger. And it's okay, it's cool effects.
Yeah, I posted a link to a video where I used just hot and cold air. Again, it was in the fish tank because it needs to be I wanted to do a controlled experiment. But even over like a 1.5 or almost 2 foot long fish tank, which isn't very long, I was able to actually get visible looming or raising or towering or whatever through no medium except air. And I had a little fan in there that I could turn on with remote control with wires so that I could mix up the gradient. And when I did that, the looming would vanish. And then when I turned off the fan and the hot surface of the hot roof of the contraption would heat the top layer back up of air, and then the ridge line of the roof would rise back up. It's a very tiny bit because air has a much lower refractive index and density than water, but the same thing seems to happen in air. So I don't see it that far of a stretch to think that it happens out over the water either.
Yeah, but to use that as proof of something is my point. Like, have you seen the guy, Jesse, that did the thing in the garage when he was in a big warehouse and he opened the garage door and outside it was cold? And inside, and when the air started swirling, have you seen that one? What was his name?
Doesn't ring a bell. Get me a link.
Oh man, that's come on, guys, help me out here. What was that guy's name?
Jacob Heimer Smith. His name is my name too.
I mean, that's basically how tornadoes form. Hot and cold air.
Yeah, but you guys know what I'm talking about? The one in the warehouse?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Still doesn't prove anything, though. It just proves that when hot and cold air, swirl around, it creates all kinds of crazy effects.
Pebble on the pond, I think, is he?
Yes, thank you. Yes, that's his name. Shout out to him. I'm surprised you haven't seen that, Jesse. This is right up your alley.
Cool. Well, tag me definitely when you find it. Sounds fun.
Thank you guys. Appreciate you guys.
And the ballers were saying, "You see, look." I mean, the flat earthers were saying, "You see, look." And the ballers were saying, "Nah, that doesn't prove anything."
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
the distance to the boat, is that column B?
Yes. Line of sight, LOS. Journey dist is the distance that the ship was moving along its nearly straight line. It was the ship's journey, but the LOS is the line of sight for the observer to the ship at each point.
Now, what's interesting about that, the ship overseas Boston MMSI little diagram thing is that distance between the farthest red lines is longer than the distance straight out. So how is it even possible that you can see a ship to the far right at that distance if you're claiming that that line is supposed to be what, the curve?
I'm not sure I understand the question. The observer was eye level was 58 feet above the water, but I'm not sure what your question is.
No, 21 feet. What do you mean 58 feet?
The observer's height, but me, the guy with the camera, the
Time out.
theodolite.
Time out. I'm sorry. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this. What you sent me, right? And I'm looking at column F with 21.90 measured height. What's that?
Relative height, relative to the observer.
Relative
height.
to the observer?
Yes. So.
Oh, so this is the height of the ship you're saying? Not
Relative
you.
to the observer.
So where's the observer's height at?
58 feet. Oh, it might not be listed in the chart, but that's how high I was. You can go on Google Earth there, and you can see that the ground is like 53 feet.
I thought you were 20 feet.
No, that was the video where I showed that the horizon appears to curve even when you're 20 feet high.
Even though Ruhif says I gotta go much higher to get anything accurate, you're able to do it. Can you talk to him about that one day so I don't have to argue with you guys?
Well, I used my theodolite. You don't have one, so you would have to go a lot higher.
So all I need is a theodolite to work at the heights I do?
Yeah, if you to get 20 feet above with a theodolite and you...
Will you talk to Ruhif about this when he disagrees?
Sure.
Thanks.
Okay, so what was so confusing about my question?
Try putting it in simple terms. It's
okay.
past my bedtime.
Yeah. Okay. So the distance, right? If you are to start at the pin and just go straight out, right? So straight up, basically. Are you saying that that white line drawn is where the curve of the Earth is?
The white line shows the path that the ship took. The ship traveled all along that white line, and then I was measuring his height, his relative height, at all those points along that line.
So that's it?
Basically, yeah.
Like, is there a point?
Yes, the point is that the ship was sailing over a curve, over a hump or something.
And at what point did it do that?
It over the whole length of the journey that I was measuring it. So,
but in the shot right here, like the the picture of the theodolite, is that what this is of the boat? You're 50.
We can't see your screen.
No, you. I'm looking at the picture with the boat.
Okay, yes. The picture of the boat is through the theodolite's telescope.
Yeah, and you're 58 feet, and this boat is 8.3, the almost 9 miles actually.
I don't know. No, the picture was at the nearly the closest
Ooh.
point because that's I was trying to get the best picture I could of him.
Okay, so how far is the boat was the question.
At the point that that picture was taken?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. That picture just was I just threw that in from the B-roll just to, show the boat. It's just a picture of the boat.
Oh, so that's disappointing because I don't know where the horizon is then. That's really what I was looking for. That would have been interesting at 58 feet, and the horizon being 9 miles away. Let me double check that. Yeah, 9.3 miles away. I was trying to figure out where this boat was specifically, and I thought it was almost 9 miles away from column B. So I was like, that looks pretty damn close. The boat is 9 miles away. The horizon's supposed to be almost 9.3 miles away. But the if I were to say that that little black slice that's connecting to the bottom of the ship, if you're looking at the same point, I'd be like, if that was the horizon, would that be point 0.3 miles further than, or 0.7 miles further than where the boat is? I would argue that that line is much further. But anyway, you don't know where the boat is, so I can't even can't even play around with it because that would be the main point that I was looking for.
So I can I can find the timestamp for that picture, and based on the timestamp and the timestamps of my readings, my angle readings, I can get you an approximate distance. Just not tonight. Bug me another day.
Okay.
Okay. So
Thank you.
if there's a major difference between your direct in front of you and your left and right, you're going to have a distance, a reduction in size just due to distance.
I compensated for that.
How?
With the arctan of the rise over the run.
With the what? With the what? Over the what?
That the change in angle is mathematically described by the arctan of the height difference divided by the distance.
And what's the name of that effect that I call compression in the distance? When you're calculating it, what do they call that?
Trigonometry or linear perspective?
Thanks. You're
It's
very
the
helpful.
formula for linear perspective.
You're very helpful.
Now, here's a question. Beyond the ship, is that land?
Yes, that's Canada.
Okay, just making sure.
I'm in USA, but across the water it's 20 miles of water roughly, and then there's Canada.
20 miles. See, it's interesting. If you look at the very tip of the front of the boat, you can actually see the other beach on the other side.
No, actually, that's not.
Was that 20 miles away? Looks like beach.
No, that's not a beach. That's like
You sure?
there's bluffs, and then there's whole cities and stuff.
It's kind of difficult to make out, but it looks like shoreline.
It looks like it, but it's not.
Oh, I see. So if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck and flies like a duck, it's a goose?
No, I'm just telling you, I've been to this location many times. I've looked through the telescope many times when the weather was a lot clearer, but the air was a lot more clear. And I'm just telling you, I don't think that's shoreline, based on my experience.
Okay. You don't think, or are you certain?
It just doesn't look like. I never saw the shoreline before when I could see clearly. So, make it what you want it to be, I guess.
I'm just aware of your uncertainty, so it tells me everything.
Everyone has uncertainty. You're just not aware of yours.
Oh no, I'm certainly aware of mine. That's why I don't have any.
Okay. What's up, Dan the Waterman, with these screenshots here?
Well, he was talking about shorelines in the distance, and I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure here during the Nat Geo stuff, while they were busy arguing over the number of stripes missing, where they claim that out of 6 stripes, 1.5 stripes were missing. In the background, you could see the shore.
Right.
So you see the flag looking the same at both 1.2 miles and 3 miles. And in both cases, very black swan like. You see the shoreline behind it, 9.6 miles away.
Yeah. Were you aware that I was the first person to point that out?
No.
Yep. I think I was, if I'm not tripping.
That's
Yep.
cool. Thanks.
I don't think I think you misunderstood what I was doing with the video earlier.
Probably.
But just wanted to extend my hand and shake yours, man. That's all.
I'm cool. You're just a big enigma to me because you're American and you hang out with Oakley, and I don't know how you got that role. And what it means, because it's like it's beyond another camp. It's like another world. So it's like you're visiting another world when
Kinda, yeah.
you know.
Yeah, that's true.
And like I'd really like to fix things right now, with Bob passing, and
Yeah.
and have Oakley chill, but he ain't gonna.
I wish it could have happened before. Not even saying before. I wish it didn't happen altogether, man. And then I wish there could have been a different outcome.
And I hassled Riley one day. I'm like, who do you talk to? And he's all, no one. It's like, so nobody gets along over there, just like here. That tripped me out when I figured that out. Nobody's
Yeah.
really tight,
It happens.
It's just a difficult community to bring together.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I made the mistake of giving it way too elevated a status. I really wanted a flat Earth family.
I mean, would you really call it a community, though?
Yeah, that's the thing. What I and Witzer are talking about lately, like, and some people have tried to talk about is actually building one, and the only way we could do that is financial freedom, meaning we have to be retired, meaning we don't have to work for our wages that pay our bills. If we could have money passively pay our bills, guess what? We would have the freedom to roam around, the freedom to do endeavors and do endeavors together, and the money to do it. So that's the focus, getting us financially healthy, more of us, so that we could get together in the real world and build a real community.
I mean, you should just come to South Africa.
I'll go there. Hell yeah,
It's
yo.
cheap here too.
But yo, my coach, he flies out of the country like fucking probably every other week.
There you go. Yeah, I'm in South Africa now. Quite nice here, actually, other than the potholes.
I was gonna ask you how you like it. Damn potholes are a problem no matter where you go, huh?
Well, where I'm from, Oklahoma, it's not that bad. I mean, they actually fixed the roads there. Here, I didn't think I'd ever miss road construction, but fuck what I wouldn't give to see some people working on the road.
Good night, guys.
Good night, Jesse.
But
thanks, Jesse.
But the U.S. dollar goes a long ways here. So if you can find a way to make U.S. dollars but live here like I have, then you can live pretty comfortably.
Ooh, that sounds nice. I just got excited.
Okay,
I'm coming out there, bro.
So a ribeye steak, right? How much would you pay for it where you're at?
Like
$7.
like $50.
$7?
You mean in the store? In the store? You mean going out?
Yeah, in the
Like
store.
$50.
$50? Yeah, so okay, Dan, where do you live?
No, I'm talking about. Are you talking in the store? Or are you talking in the restaurant?
In the store.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
and the
seven. Yeah, about $7. You know, a little more.
Really? Where do you
Well,
live?
I'm in Southern California, but I shop cheap. Like I got 3 steaks for $21, I think it was, and there was
Yeah,
3 of
they're ribeye steaks.
maybe not.
Yeah, I'm talking about ribeye, like like the good stuff, not like some sirloin junk or a rump steak, some shit like that. I'm talking about a ribeye steak.
At
not
least $9, at least.
no,
Not
not like
no.
not like
There's no way. Not in California.
not like packaged in like slices and shit and like some content, like not like an actual, like you go to the meat market and you're like, yo, I want some beef ribeye. Like, they're gonna
Yeah.
that thing is gonna be pretty expensive.
Yeah, I'm sure where you're at, Elijah, it is. It's New York. I mean, even Oklahoma. So I went back recently. It was $20 for a ribeye, a little ribeye. I mean, sure, it'd fill me up, but small comparatively. Here, $6 literally for the same thing, even bigger. I mean,
Does
they
it
also
taste
have
better?
butcher. Does it taste better? Oh yeah. They also have more butchers than churches here. So that's a big thing for me because where I'm from, they got more churches than anything else. Well, no, I
Look
take
at
that
that.
back. 7-Elevens.
This is, I mean, shit. I don't want to just, it's scary to think I just would up and move to South Africa, first of all. I mean, there's no reason I don't have to stay here, bro, because it's like, well, no, wait, no, I have to live here. Duh, I can't move. Shit, no.
You have to.
Well, I'm licensed right now with my state, so it's like I don't know how I would move out of the country and still be able to transact business here. But in a couple of
Well,
years, when I build my organization and I make money passively that way, then I wouldn't have to like do personal production, and then I can just
now,
kind of run it from.
well,
Mhm.
okay. So the question is if you were here, can you still make money?
Right now, doing what I'm trying to do, no. But in
No.
like 2-3 years, probably. Like, well, I would say how I want to build it 3 to 5 years. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll be here. Let me know.
No doubt, no doubt. I'm very. I never thought about living somewhere else. you know,
Yeah,
not
me either.
not for real, for real.
Especially South Africa. That's the last place I ever thought I would be.
What about the mosquitoes, man? Like,
They're actually not as bad as they are because I'm from Oklahoma, so we have mosquitoes bad
no.
there. We get bad insects. I mean, so dude, here it's mild. The
Okay.
weather is mild all year round. It doesn't get too hot and it doesn't get too cold. So it's kind of
Hmm.
it's kind of perfect almost, other than the roads. The roads are like the worst thing here.
Oh well, see,
Literally,
I would ride a moped or something like that.
yeah. Well, a lot of people do. They ride motorcycles, little like 200s or 150s, whatever they are, little Hondas. Not little,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
So, but
Man,
really the
so it
big
sounds
thing,
right up my alley.
yeah, really the big thing over here are pickup trucks. They call them Buckies over here. Basically, it's a smaller version of a Toyota Hilux is the most popular one. Well, Toyota Tacoma, sorry. It's called a Toyota Hilux. But the vehicles here are smaller. It's weird. So, because I've been over here since November of 21, and like I've kind of gotten used to the size of the vehicles over here. And when I went back recently, I I stood next to a pickup truck over there, and they're literally like twice the size. They're humongous, and I'm looking at these things, and I'm like, what's the fucking point? It's just ridiculously oversized. The little trucks, the pickup trucks that they have here are perfect. Man, I love these things. But dude, yeah, it's cheap here. That's the biggest thing. It's cheap. You can easily rent let's see, a single bedroom, just like a little flat. Hold on, I'll tell you. See, it says 3,500 rand. I think I saw last night, which is about $191, and I think it said it included your water, electricity. So yeah, and even so here,
Yo,
expensive. Hold on, expensive. You can get like a we'll go high end. I think the high end is like, let's say 8,000 rand a month. This is for like a 3-bedroom house with like a pool and a yard. You're looking at $437 a month.
no, just
No
no.
joke, no joke. Yeah, no,
I
we bought
don't.
listen,
I
we have
listen.
two.
Stop. You're freeing my mind, and I'm not
Listen,
ready. Okay,
listen.
I'm
We
not
have a
ready.
2-bedroom house. Okay, here with it, I mean, it looks like a fairy tale house. No joke. The yard is a large garden. Okay, it's you to find something like this where you're at, millions.
Hold,
Okay,
hold
no joke.
up.
$60,000. I should show you a video of it. You'll eat shit yourself.
Yo, it's like that just sounds like I'm trying to look. The natural thing that a human wants to do is like just have just unrealistic objections. I'm thinking, okay, is
Hey,
there like mad
hey,
murder? Like
check this out. No, no,
what's the
no.
gig?
They
What's the
they do
catch?
fear, right? They fear a lot here, but there's nothing to fear, man. Check this out. Okay, so I gotta whisper because I don't know where he's at. I got a guy working for me, right?
Mhm.
I I pay him right out of the money that I make.
Mhm.
I pay him $10 a day. That's like and that's not me trying to like screw him over. That's what they make around over here.
Mhm.
$11. Okay, I pay him 200 rand is what it is. So $11 for him to work an 8-hour shift in my yard.
I just,
So for as little as $10 a day, I can have an African work for me.
I just, it's sad. Like,
And he'll do
man,
anything. Listen. He's building me a barbecue pit.
I don't understand. I don't. You know what? I do understand because I make no mistake. I'm poor at the moment,
Come
and
be rich.
at least I would. I maybe that's a bad. I'm not poor, but just for I'm not where I want to be right now, right?
Right.
And it took me my 33 years to realize that uh everything else is all a game. Like this is what we've been talking about, and I've been trying to figure out, well, why am I not financially where I am then? Let me apply it to this then. And I realized, oh snap, there are things that I've seen and neglected. So just like people might have seen flat earth, they've come into our Discord, they're like, oh shit, they didn't know what they're guess what they're probably doing? Not thinking about it at all, trying to just move on with their lives. They don't want anything to do with talking about the earth at all. Who gives a damn, globe or flat? They just want to enjoy. You know what I'm saying? So with my position in life, I casually took it that way. Like I knew that there was something that I should be learning, or some ways that I should be self-developing, but I was like, I'm just gonna go robot mode and go work a job for some reason and try to just pay my bills. And then I realized, why the fuck am I doing this? And you realize like wealth is like not 40 years away. Not for it's like it's literally as soon as you decide. It's like that
pretty
in
much.
mind, the only reason you can pay someone $10 is because they're where I am right now. Simply because they kind of think that they need that. You can't tell him,
Yeah.
yo, dude, don't do this. You could do something else. He's just gonna leave you and go work somewhere else for $10. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly. But it's funny because even if he left, I could just find another one.
Right. And it's not like you can tell them like, yo, you don't have to do this. You can be rich. They like I said, they're never gonna call you again because for whatever reason, people are skeptical. This like freedom is very scary, man. It really is.
Freedom. See the I found that the key to being financially where you want to be is just give up. If you don't even worry about it, literally shit just comes to you. It's like
you gotta stop doing what you're doing because if you keep doing what you're doing, it'll give you what you got.
so even if you allow yourself to become homeless, right? If you just continue on that path of doing nothing, even eating, right? Because that would be the thing, right? If you become unable to support yourself, you can't eat. So if you allow yourself to go to that point where you have fasted for so long, you will eventually realize that you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Exactly. That is a possibility. I've chosen not to hit that point. Like, but I do see how someone can go from homeless like Tyler Perry to like, no way, you must have been a plant, dude. There's no way you could have went to that organically and be. There's no way that any of these people that we hear about now just started in their like 30s or 40s. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. They got to a point where they just realized, I can do whatever the fuck I want.
That's a scary thought, man.
It's the truth,
Thought.
though. But see, yeah, the thing is, you always have to remember that while you can do whatever you want, whatever you do has consequences.
Mm-hmm. Amen.
So, that's really it's best to contemplate when you start realizing these things. Am I doing or what I'm about to do, will it benefit me or will it hinder me or hurt me later? How will this help me in the long run? Right? Because see, that's another thing too, right? A lot of people do realize that they can do whatever they want, right? A lot of people. The problem is they do the wrong things. Mainly because they think they live on a ball, right? So if you think you live on a ball, right, you think you're the only real person, everyone else is some kind of NPC, so fuck them. Because what's the point, right? Everything's just random and there's no actual meaning to life. There's no point. There's nothing. You just appeared and then you will be gone. So when you have that mentality of the world, you'll fuck over anybody, which is what most people do. I mean, how many people do you know that you could actually call a friend?
I think about that all the time. And if I'm not including anyone online, and when I say online, I'm strictly talking about Discord, these places. I got like 5.
And when push comes to shove, are they really your friends? See, so
I've contemplated that as well because
here's
friendship is very conditional, even though
yeah.
people don't want to admit
See,
that.
So the best way to look at people, right, is to stop looking at them in the way that you've always seen them and start looking at them and asking the question, what do you want from me?
Which I
Because
typically, I typically ask that, right? Like when I'm here, well, not here, when I'm in 24/7, typically if someone comes in and like it's a chill vibe, I'm like, well, what do you want from us? Like, why'd you come here?
yeah, that's the same with the people around you too. If you
Hmm.
start noticing the interactions, you'll notice that most of the time the interactions begin because the other person wants something.
Hmm.
Right. So, like, you go to McDonald's because you want food. You call up your friend, right, because he has weed, right? You call up your other friend because he has a jacuzzi. You call up your other friend because he has a car, right? It's like, what are these things that people are actually wanting from you? But they're in the guise of friendship. Because a
Mm.
true friend wants absolutely nothing from you, right? A true friend will actually bring you things. Like,
Mm.
hey man, I got a bag of weed. Let's smoke. Right?
Hmm.
Not, hey man, you got some weed. Let's smoke.
Right. Mm.
I find that there are no friends on flat Earth. Most people are just out to, well, get their own at others' expenses. Because that's the
Yeah,
cheapest way
that's
to get it,
fair.
right? It's free. Dude, that's the other thing here. There's a lot of beggars. A lot of people that stand on the street. And like in the street. Like at the intersection. They'll just stand there with their hands out. It
Hmm.
must be lucrative because some of these people never leave.
And this is the thing, like, because people want me to be up in arms about poverty, and
Yeah,
I
fuck that. People choose
and
that shit.
I do feel for it from my worldview brain of before I woke up. Like I do realize this is the world they live in, and in that sense, I feel terrible. But on like on a broader perspective, here's the thing. Somebody asked me for money the other day, right? I'm saying the other day. Actually, this was months ago, but and I thought to myself, I said, "Hey, ma'am, do you want to know what's interesting?" She's like, "What's that?" I said, "You talk to a lot of people a day. Do you want to know why most people fail at what I do?" And she's like, "What?" I was like, "Because they're afraid to death to talk to people. Yet you do it all day. Do you know if you did what I do, you'd be making $1 million a year?" That's interesting because they're doing something that if they just did it differently would mean the world of difference. Because they're doing the same, you're talking to people, right? And it's like the reason most people just work a job is because they don't want to have to deal with what comes with being responsible for your own income and your own business, which means you're going to have to share with people what you do. And a lot of
But if
people
you
are scared to death to do that for some reason.
Yeah, but if you think about it, right, it makes sense why the majority of people don't want to do anything anyways, because working for money is pointless, right? I mean, that's the slave system basically. We understand that, right? If Because
Right,
there's no need for money, right?
right,
And in South Africa, it's very obvious. I mean, there's lots of space. Cows roam around in the fields. There's animals everywhere, so there's food everywhere. There's no point in
right.
having money, but they've convinced people, right, that you have to do it. So it makes sense why people don't want to go to a job. I don't.
How the hell? How are people? I don't understand. I do understand. It's like I'm having a Neo in the Matrix moment. I'm like, you're in South Africa where people have accepted for some reason, even though there are people around them that experience a different level of wealth and have a different state of mind about it, and still just like me, I hang around and I'm around people all the time, or at least before now. I just, I'm seeing all of these different activities and all of these different people experience a different lifestyle than me, and I just accepted, well, this is what I'm gonna have to do for right now to survive. And it's like that's a game kind of you it's almost like, damn, that's a game that I chose to play in a sense. Why the
It
fuck was I
is.
doing that?
Yeah,
What the
why are you
fuck?
doing that?
Because it's like, why is the dude gonna accept $10? Like, I don't get it. But I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm doing the same shit.
Yeah.
Right.
See, and that's what it's hilarious that you say that because I'm here in South Africa with Sophia. Do you know who Sophia is? She used to come in
Yeah.
24/7 a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and me and her were having a conversation about something, and I told her pretty much the exact same thing because his name is Michael, and I told her, I said, the only difference between me and him, right, is my attitude about life. He could be where I'm at, but instead he's not.
Mm.
And it's but see, okay, so the thing is but you can't tell people this either. You can't
Right. You
tell
can't just
people.
go, yo, you
Yeah, you
can't do
can't
it. It's like a part
because
of the game. Like the creators thought of everything. It's like
yeah,
movies. It's like you would think something is obvious, but obviously they can't do what you say. They have to follow a certain rule. Isn't it interesting that we don't think that we are under the same kind of law system, but we are. It's like you think you could just tell someone they can be free? Yeah, then good luck with that. People have
well,
tried
see,
to tell me to be free for years.
that's the thing though. When you really understand it, we're not under the same law system. I don't operate under the same laws that everyone else does because
Yeah,
everyone else
right.
follows the laws. Now they're following the wrong laws though because they follow the
That's what I mean.
man-made
Like,
law.
yeah, there's a natural. That's what I'm. When I say laws, that's what I'm talking about. What you're talking
Okay.
about.
Yeah, the natural laws, the laws
Yeah,
that apply to reality and nature itself.
right.
Yeah, people don't. Well, so here's the thing though, but it makes sense, right? Because the majority of people think they live on a globe, right? So they
Hmm.
think they evolved from a monkey, which means that they don't know their nature. They don't even know what nature is, remember? So so how can they operate under the correct laws? They can only operate under the false laws. Huh.
Man, yo.
Yeah, because how many people do you know will try to police you? You
Oh,
can't do
yo.
that.
First of
You
all,
can't
yeah,
do
they
that.
they self police you. They don't want you. Like, they don't want me doing what I'm doing. They want me doing what I'm doing, but they don't. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's like, what are you doing? You think you could do that? What makes you think you could do that? Well, first of all, dog, just Google it. Look at the statistics. Like, why would you not in America be in the tax system that you should be in to get ahead? Second of all, uh why would you not be in the industry that produces the highest income earners? If your goal is to get free and stop working, the first thing you should do is make the most of it while you still can earn money so that you never have to work for it again. Why would you take the slow route doing that?
They call people's attitude. Well, I've heard it said this. It's called the crab mentality. So
Yeah,
if you watch crabs in a tank, right? When one tries to get higher, the other ones will pull them back down.
yeah, it's scary, man. Scary stuff.
So yeah, people are always trying to drag you down. Who do you think you are? You can't do that.
Living in South Africa for $400. What?
Yeah, man.
What?
Yeah, dude.
In a house with land? Get the hell
Yeah,
out of
man.
here.
And dude, so the houses all
And
have like
assistants or
walls.
workers?
Do what?
And assistants and or workers. I don't know how else to say. I mean, because if you put it in biblical, oh gosh, which is why I love Witz's debate from last night. Because people are like, "Oh, we hate slavery in the Bible." It's like, but that, I mean, you literally live in that system. You're a liability under your company's tax, like you know, papers.
Well, people choose to enslave themselves. Remember?
But they don't think it's slavery. It's like, but they reject it. But I'm like, no, you don't.
No, they do the slave work and they eat the slave food. They watch the slave program. They're slaves, of course, but it's been sold to them as being free.
And you can't even tell them. You
Right.
can't even go. Oh, that's fucking
You're
insane.
you're free to go to McDonald's and you're free to watch us fuck you over on the television. You're free to fight for money.
But how do you? That's the point. It's like, how do you free people if you can't tell them? Like, because that doesn't work. Just telling people,
You
hey,
can't.
it's
No, you
very
can't.
weird. You
Yeah,
can
that's like
only
that's like
find people that want to be free. That's all you can do is find people that want to be free. It's like,
I've always like been perplexed over this whenever I heard this when I was younger about the whole slavery thing, right? Like in America they had black people in fields and there was like one white guy and he owned them all and they did whatever he wanted, right?
mhm,
I think to myself, why didn't they just run away?
mhm.
I mean,
Well, they'll say, well, see, this is tough to think about, but uh, the thing is, like in my mind, like if I were like 10 years ago having this conversation, it's like, what do you mean, bro? They had people on horses ready to gun anybody who got out of line down. Like, is like at least two or three other dudes with like dogs and stuff. They had guns. Like, why would you run?
yeah, but there's like
Anybody
20 of
who,
you, 30, 40 of you. I mean, the way they make it sound, right? Like they were just plantations of black people. I mean, with like one or two white people. It's not that difficult.
well,
I mean,
well,
I mean,
think about it. Think about it
check it
now.
out, check it out.
Even if that,
Hold on, check it out. Check it out, right? 9/11 happened, right? Some guys with box cutters crashed some planes into towers, but some people in the field couldn't run away from some white people in a house. See what I'm saying?
well, they had if all of that is the case, then the one thing that made this that held this all together is the same thing that holds it all together now, and it's that they they didn't have a desire. They didn't have a desire to all want to be free at the same time. Like, when is that ever the case? Because it's like before I thought about, well, damn, if I had like five friends, like we could go from not being broke to the sky's the limit. Like, but it's odd how people are too busy to focus on doing that.
Yeah.
You know what
Too
I
busy
mean?
being
It's like
slaves.
that's the thing. It's like so they were too busy. They were too. I don't know why the fuck. I don't know, man. Why? I don't know. I just know that it's the same shit today, and I don't know why people. I wish. First of all, the Earth is fucking not a globe.
Yeah.
That's where you don't even have to start with the Earth is flat. You can start with the Earth is not what they told us. That should be. I should be able to rally 30 people in 30 minutes in New York to do something great just based off of that alone. And you know what? No. for some reason, you can't just do that. God says, "Ha, you think it's going to be that easy? Hell no." Can't do it that way. Can't just tell people, "Hey, be free," and voila, it happens. That's what makes it feel like, is this really a game? Is it like, because damn it, I mean, well, it took me 33 years. It's a pretty good game, to be honest. I don't know how to, man, I don't know. I'm still growing. I don't know what to think about all of this just yet, and why we're here, and why things have to be this way. And you know what? I'll never find out either, because it's not like the smarter I get, God will be like, aha, you know. Come through this corridor, my child, while you're still alive. Let me explain things. Like, that'll never happen. It's just the
Well,
revelations that you don't have to be. I mean, shit, man.
well, I guess there's times to be concerned about different things. I don't think that. I don't know. Really, it's just better if you just don't think.
Right? He's like,
Yeah.
your best bet based on all the brainwashedness is just stop. And you know what's crazy? Every millionaire that I speak to on a weekly basis says stop thinking.
Yeah, just stop thinking.
And people cannot. Apparently, I still can't comprehend that.
Yeah,
And
because
that's what's crazy.
basically wherever your head is, that's where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
So if you constantly think about the past or the future, then that's where you're at, depending on how you're doing it, right? So if you're thinking about the past in a negative way, well, thinking about the past really, well, now it can be beneficial depending on what you're doing, right? So if you're attempting to learn from something that happened in the past, that's okay. And if you're planning your future in a beneficial way, that's also a good thing. But most people don't do that. Most people are filled with worry, doubt, fear. So they tend to be on the negative side of their mental state. So, and I mean that's where you spend all your time.
How
I mean,
many?
there's a positive to negative thinking as well. I mean, because while we are in reality and while we do have it, like, I mean, because it's a part of reality is negative thinking. This is an interesting video that I saw recently. Oh, why not just, instead of simulating how awful doing something is, why not simulate how awful things will be when you don't do what you're supposed to do? Like put your negative emotions into focusing on all of, because that's what happens. We end up at the end of the month or at the end of the week, either breaking even or just not where we wanted to be, or not where we wanted to be as fast as we wanted to be. And it's like, we're like, well, here we are. And it's like, if you had focused on feeling that way a month ago, you would not have been there, because it'd have been an uncomfortable thought, thinking, you know, well, shit, if I don't work, if I don't do what I need to do, guess what? I'm not going to be able to pay my bills. But
Well,
people go, yeah, well, I do want to party. Yeah, well, I do deserve to eat this extra thing over here. It's going to cost me money. But like, people don't understand how on a minute to minute basis, like they don't manage,
It's
people don't
quick,
manage their
baby.
time and
It's
what they
quick.
do.
Yeah, it's quick.
Hmm.
Times are flying by, man. Decisions being made. Yeah.
Moment to
Pay a
moment.
little extra? Do I pay a little extra for that steak or not, man? Yeah. Everybody, tons of decisions, man. My goodness, what a
Well, see, this
what
this
a
may sound
great time to be
crazy, but
alive. I think. Go ahead.
this may sound crazy, but I'm
It's
gonna
crazy.
I'm gonna go out on a
You're
limb and
totally crazy.
postulate that negative thoughts are actually unnatural, and that they actually have a cause.
Well, I think that violence is unnatural. What do you think of that? I mean, that violent behavior, anger.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it's totally
I
unnatural.
think he's
100%.
saying
Yeah, it is.
we're all tapping into the same.
Fucked.
We're going to the
Yeah.
same
Well,
place. Yes.
We're
well, here's the
shit.
thing,
Yeah, we're
right?
fucked.
So
Let me grab my script. Wait a
emotions.
minute. Wait a minute. Time out.
Grab your
Give me
shit.
that.
Go ahead.
Time out.
Grab your shit.
All right,
It's
let's
a
go.
horrible term. It's a horrible term. I apologize. I did not smoke marijuana in high school. So
Let's go.
Man, some good shit.
I did not inhale. I didn't inhale.
Yeah.
That was it.
Okay. So your feelings or your emotions are a product of your body, not your mind. Okay. So
Right.
what happens is you drink the alcohol,
Oh my God.
you feel a little happy for a little bit,
What about when
and then
you
you start
fall in
getting
love?
depressed.
What
Now
about when you
listen,
fall in love, man?
hold
Hold
on,
on,
just
bro.
listen.
Hold on, bro.
Now, so then you get depressed after you have the drink, right? So you're depressed for a period of time. It's usually 4 days. Most people they don't really pay attention because they're too busy drinking coffee or eating donuts, right? Trying to cover up that
The
depressed
sugar.
feeling.
The
Yeah.
sugar.
Right, the sugar. Right. So basically
Yeah.
your feelings are a byproduct of your body attempting to eliminate what you've put in it. So if you feel agitated, right, for no reason, if you know an angry person and they're always angry, just look at what they're
Right.
eating or putting in their body. So
McDonald's, Taco
here,
Bell,
here's another thing
yeah,
I've noticed, right? You
Dunkin'
can, and
Donuts.
this is
Yeah.
people who smoke cigarettes,
Yeah.
100% of the time, I'm gonna say that they're shit talkers.
Shit talker.
Right. They talk a lot of shit. Cigarette smokers.
Hey, I
Yeah.
smoke cigarettes.
I
I
smoke.
have smoked cigarettes. So
They
it is,
talk
I
about
understand.
shit.
And when I say talk shit, right, I don't mean you're just making shit up or bullshit or whatever. I mean you talk a lot of shit, right? You're like you're one of those guys
Technical.
who
Technical
you're like
shit.
a kind of an instigator of your friends sometimes. Maybe you talk shit.
Oh nah.
No.
No, man. I mean, if you're into
But
restoring,
you're
you
on
know,
point. You're on point with the because you know what? It's crazy. I smoked cigarettes for years, even though and I had my spiritual awakening. I probably had this conversation with you already, where I realized I've never liked any cigarette I've ever smoked. Why the fuck do I do it? I did, and that's honest to God. The first cigarette I ever smoked, it made me dizzy, and then I decided, let me figure out how to
Are
be
you insane, Elijah?
least uh uncomfortable as possible. Well, the best way to be most comfortable is to be sober. So that includes the weed that I'm smoking right now. You're 100% right, BB. And the healthy thing to do is for us to keep it 100 with ourselves. And yes, the weed does once I'm in this state, it's like, well, I got to eat something. Well, okay, I might procrastinate. I might do this, I might do that, and it's like a cycle that continues and continues and continues. But the thing is, I'm mostly sober these days, and the thing is, when I say sober, I'm not just talking about weed. I'm talking about, here I am again. Here we are talking again. So our paths have crossed again because I am now where I was mentally healthy wise, where I was when I was talking to you before. So I degraded. That is the truth. That's the honest to God truth, right? I didn't grow as a person. I degraded. Now here I am, and our paths have
Back
crossed
again.
again. And the thing about it is, I'm drinking water. So when you drink water and you wake up and you realize, oh, I don't want the bacon, egg, and cheese on the bread. I'll just have it without the bread. Oh, I'll just take 2 boiled eggs. I'm good. Wow, I don't have headaches every day. I think I'm just gonna drink the water. Wow. My thinking is, now I want to read all of these self-help books. Now I realize that everybody's enslaved. Like it's like, and then every time that happens, I get scared, and then I go,
You
"No,
get
I want my
scared.
life and my friends and my family, man. What freedom?
yeah,
What the fuck?
fuck,
No."
yeah,
Oh
fuck,
man.
yeah, fuck. Yeah, man, I'm with you, bro. Great analogy. Thank you. Yeah, that was sweet. Mm.
But it's interesting how naturally here we are having. I couldn't have had this conversation with you 5 months ago where I was, because it would have been an uncomfortable feeling. I would have had to confront the truth of the matter. The truth being is that I know what the hell we were talking about when we were talking about eating healthy. So I know I'm sitting there eating like like a pig. What am I talking to you for?
What are you eating right now?
I'm not eating anything.
Okay. Yeah, see, that's the thing that
I had a steak and a potato for dinner.
Oh man.
I had like a little sour cream, a little pepper.
Now the steak is good, the sour cream is good, the potato not so much.
Not so good. Yeah, I get it, man. But I enjoyed it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you know why you enjoyed it, right?
Well, it's animal fat.
No, the potato.
Well, it's because the animal fat that was on it.
Yeah, partly. Yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah,
That's
you're
why I
right.
enjoyed it, bro. Man, I mean,
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because if it was just a potato, you'd have thrown that shit away.
Yo, I'm thinking when I think of potato, I think the sandy smell, and I'm like, hell no.
Man. You know what's weird is they like get mold on them. Where does that mold come from? That's like this weird black. I don't know.
Think
Remember
about how
MJ told me.
connected. Think about how connected all of this is, and people who say, "Oh, the atheism," like that's the lowest form of living. Because at the same time, you are a person that dresses up as another gender. We dress up our food to be not what it actually is. Like how much dressing are you gonna put on that sandy ass potato?
Exactly. Yeah, because if you ask
Make
people
it
what their
something
favorite
it's not.
vegetable is, right? Their favorite plant or whatever it is, potatoes, broccoli. You know, they'll tell you they love pasta, but at the end of it,
Broccoli's
they're
not
like,
that I
"Oh yeah, it's actually
like
the butter
broccoli.
that I put on it."
Broccoli straight up is high. It's an acquired taste. Like a lot.
Yeah, that's just disgusting. I can't even remember. Man, I haven't had a vegetable in 6 years.
That is insane. I have to see you in person. I have to see this because
Man,
I believe in it. I did it, and I'm like, but there are these vegans that they're also doing something, even though they're a little the gas thing that you said. You not having gas, I know vegans have a lot of gas. Well,
yeah.
let me not say that. The vegans that I knew, and me being a quote unquote vegetarian, maybe I wasn't the purest experience of vegan. I want to see a vegan who I can, sleep in the same room with. I want to see that. Am I tripping?
No,
I might be tripping. I need to.
man. Good
Maybe
luck
I
with
need
that.
I
No way.
Why would you want to sleep
No.
here?
please, vegans, speak up. I know I'm speaking, ignorantly. Somebody help me, because
I mean, well, everyone knows that if you eat beans, you fart. I mean, everyone knows that. So, I mean, it's just, it's just a natural conclusion that if you're eating only plants, you're going to be farting. I mean, I know that when I stopped eating plants, I stopped farting. I
Stop
don't
eating
fart
vegan and
anymore.
you'll be fine.
I mean, I don't have digestive issues at all, actually. There's nothing. So like, see, that's the funny thing, right? So most people think that Pepto-Bismol and Tums and all this stuff, right? These are a natural part of life, right? Having upset stomach is just
right.
the way of life, right? Burping and farting and having explosive diarrhea, once or twice or 3 times a week is just, part of life. That's just how it is. But no, it's really the shit that you're putting in your mouth that's causing such agony at the other end. I mean, it only makes
That's
logical
the
sense.
thing.
I never thought about it until I changed my diet, but yeah, that's what it is.
That thing right there is another great question. It's like I had a serious victim mentality where it's like, oh man, if we weren't put down like this, maybe this could happen. If we weren't doing this, but I mean, shit. The first, the most bad decisions that I've ever made in my entire life was my hand to my mouth.
Mm. Yeah,
I
that's
I'm
most
doing.
people.
You know what? Maybe that's the way we get free. Actually, because I've tried to
Mm.
tell even ornery kids, I'm like, yo, stop drinking the soda. I guarantee if you just drink water, just try that. Things will change for whatever reason you drink water. You're not gonna want that other thing that you eat, and for whatever reason that does. People they other people see it as, oh, you're getting arrogant now, and it's like, well, sometimes it's exciting learning about yourself. Sorry, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
learning
but
that you could be.
here's the thing, though. You can't tell a drug addict that the drugs they're doing are bad, and then they're like, "Oh, you're right," and then they stop.
No, not that.
No, it
But
is the same
but
thing
but
because, like you said,
simpler is better.
the
It means
child
hear
drinking the
me out.
soda,
Hear me out.
right?
Hear me out.
Okay.
Simpler is better. What if we told people, like, what if there was this whole philosophy school built on like Arm and Hammer, like hand to mouth? Like, that's the problem. I don't care what it is, consider everything hand to mouth, hand to mouth, hand to mouth. And it's like that would solve a lot of problems if people were more cognizant of hand to mouth.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Okay, so if you look at smokers, every smoker knows that what he's doing with his hand to his mouth is bad for him. Okay, everyone knows that sugar rots your teeth. Everyone knows that cake makes you fat. Everyone knows these things. They
Yeah,
choose to ignore them,
yeah.
right? So again, when you tell the drug addict that the drugs that they're doing are bad for them, they're not just going to be like, "Oh, you're right. I'll quit." Oh, I
Oh,
shouldn't.
thanks,
Oh, you're
man.
right. That's
Thank
wait.
you.
That cigarette is bad for me. Holy fuck! I didn't know that. Fuck! Thank you for telling me the cigarette was terrible. I'm gonna throw it away and enjoy the rest of my life. I mean, no, they don't do that. They say, "Yeah, I'm gonna die someday." Right?
Yeah. Cool story,
Yeah.
bro.
And then
Like,
they make a big excuse to continue doing the bad things that they're doing to themselves.
they're
Right?
gonna light
They.
up 3 cigarettes and they'll be like, yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
And they'll tell you some shit like, "Oh, I can quit anytime."
which is true. That's the thing. That
It's true, but when do they?
the way the world is exactly because every individual has accepted it. And they're probably on a scale, there's probably like 5%, maybe 10%, I don't know, that maybe they didn't choose it. They can't choose right now. Like at this given moment, maybe there's some form of slavery that's illegal. Bible says so.
No.
I don't
No,
know.
there's no one that is in their
There's
current
some
situation
captured
that they
people
didn't
right now.
choose.
There's some captured people. So somebody's captured somewhere. Like those people specifically.
See, I no, there isn't. There's no such thing as. So basically, that is denying the free will that we're all given when we're brought into this place. All these stories of abductions and trafficking and slavery and imprisonment. Yeah, there's people in prison. They chose that. They chose to be there, right? There's people in situations where they think, or it may appear as though they cannot escape, but they're choosing that. They're choosing not to just open the door and walk away. See, because
Yes. I'm no, no.
so
Look, look,
let's
look,
take the
look, look.
prison inmate. Okay,
But then there are people in jail that have gotten released because they were actually there because of
now
somebody else's malpractice, and those are
now
that's why I
hold
said
on. I'm
5%.
gonna tell you something. Hold on. Now Now the reason the people are in prison is because they're ignorant. They're choosing not to understand their own selves, right? They've given away their own authority. They've given up to someone else. They gave up to the person with the badge who said, "You are doing something against something that I say is wrong or right. Now you must come with me, and I'm going to put you in a cell." But I'll tell you, you don't have to do that. Most people don't know this. That somehow you're supposed to be aware of it, but they don't let you know this. So if you're let's say it's illegal to smoke marijuana in New York, and you're outside and a cop comes up to you and he says you're doing it wrong, you can literally ask him, "Who are you?" And that's it. If he tries to do anything more, if he himself is ignorant to what he's attempting to impose upon you, you can say, "I want to see a supervisor." And that's it. He can't do anything else to you. And his supervisor knows that they can't actually do anything to you because there is no law saying that you can't smoke cannabis in New York, if that's a thing.
It's not anymore, but I get your point.
Right. Now, there's people that say it's a thing, right? And then there's the majority of people who accept it, right?
Just like COVID, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. So a few people will say that this thing is a thing, and then it's up to the majority of people to be like, "Oh, it is a thing," because they said so. So, if you cross the state line into New Jersey, it's now, I don't know, again, hypothetical, right? It's now legal to smoke, right? Cannabis. And all you got to do is walk across this line right here, but you can smoke over there, but you can't smoke over here, right? That's basically how life is. And people are
That's the
so.
weirdest thing about reality because, like, if you were to practically do, the thing about flat Earth. That's the amazing thing about it. It does unlock lives, but you technically, their dead ass is a place where there is a imaginary line that if you were to take one step that way and then light your joint, when you smoke it, you realize nothing's changed.
Yeah.
But you're supposed to believe something did. And I'm like, whoa. That's the same thing that happened with like the whole baptism thing. I'm like, well, what's do you feel different? What happened? You know damn well, like, no, nothing changed. The only thing that changes is you when you decide to. And
Yeah,
how
it's
fast
your
that
thought patterns.
happens, is up to you.
Well, once you understand your own programming, you can then reprogram it. So it's your
There are
thought
even books
patterns.
out there about that, and I ain't never read one, which is crazy.
Say that again?
Not yet, anyway. There are probably thousands of books out there about exactly that, and I've never actually read it, not at near one of them.
Well, see,
I'm
you
gonna
don't
read
have
one
to.
now because here we are. This is something I've been looking for. It's one of the things that I know I have to focus on in my development.
But you really don't have to because I find that reading a book is not going to tell you about yourself. Only you can tell you about yourself. So when you start thinking something, you have to stop yourself and start trying to figure out, why am I thinking this? So why am I thinking
Because the
this
book
way?
is just gonna confirm what you already think.
Right. It's just going to tell you how to think about yourself. So it's like you wake up every morning, you have this routine, you do whatever it is, but have you actually ever stopped and thought, why am I doing these things?
Damn, yo.
And I mean, and
Damn, right.
so really what you want to do is try to get yourself off of autopilot, because that's what a lot of our actions are. It's just you you setting a
that
goal
was
in your
just
mind, and
that
then your
was just
body
a
just kind of
training run.
goes.
That's insane. So remember when we used to link up in 24/7 in the speculation, and Stacy B would come, everybody would come through, and there would be that moment where it's like, wow, I was just talking about that. And it's like all of us, we would be talking about the same thing. Like individually in our lives. Well, you're telling me this, and I just had a training on exactly what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, there's no such thing as
Dude?
coincidences.
What the fuck, dude? And as I'm thinking it, like there's something in my mind that's like, here I am again, motherfucker, round two. Let's that's scary, bro. Like get and I'm kind of rejecting it right now, which is odd, but
That's all
oh,
right.
what
Most people aren't ready for it.
it is like it is almost painful in a sense. Like it's yeah, I need to.
Well, see, the pain
Immediately,
comes.
my brain said, I need to eat right.
Yeah, the pain comes from the holding on.
And probably the shit I'm eating. Like, it's probably like, yo, this shit in your body is like, that's the reaction to how I'm feeling right now. Probably.
Yep.
It's like,
Really, so
no, I don't want to change my sequence of things. It's like, why you want to do that, man? Like,
why
what's
is it
that
is
gonna
it
do?
comfortable?
Oh, we gotta have a podcast, man. This the dopest conversation. And it's always like that. Uh when we have conversation, man. Thank you. I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, they're productive. I hate having conversations where it's like spinning wheels, with like globalists.
Yeah, like why do we do that?
I don't
You
know.
don't
Well,
do
I
it.
don't. I don't do
You
that. No, no point. That's why I never even went into the live stream, because I don't want to hear those yahoos running in circles with their little verbal dances, the long introduction, the backtrack, the circle around, the point the finger, and then the inconclusive conclusion. I mean, that's basically what they're doing. It's like, and then they just do the same thing over and over, and it's what a waste of time. I mean, I really don't know how the people who continue to talk with these people, how you can listen right to the same words over and over and over and over and over. I don't. I guess I got to give you some kind of, I don't know, award or credit or some shit, because there's no way, man. It's like I can only hear these people like Kosho. Man, I've heard that guy enough.
Yeah, I'm done with that. I'm done with
Like
that. I have reached that point. It's like I might play, and then I'm like, no, actually, I made a mistake.
see, I find that there's better things to talk about.
Like what?
Right. I mean, life. I mean, so since
No, it's crazy
everything.
because while we're talking, it's like I would expect like more and more people to be coming in. I would expect others to try to meld themselves into the conversations, like you, I, and NJ, and like
I don't even
why?
think MJ's over here.
Nah, he's not.
Maybe I should invite him.
It's like why not? Like why? What's going on in you guys' lives that you don't want to engage in this? Like, is it not interesting?
Oh man,
Like,
I'm making money.
I'm interested. Like, I don't get why.
I'm living life, dude. I got a child on the way, man. I mean, I'm
Congratulations.
yeah, thanks. We got a house in South Africa. We got a business. I mean, I have income coming in. So I mean, what I'm doing, I'm actually establishing myself so that when I take over the world, it'll be very easy.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what kind of business I've been listening to online. What kind of businesses are you doing online, or is it online?
Well, I just do IT online. Yeah, I work for a company. Do what?
IT. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah.
You don't have to
Yeah.
be in South Africa though for that.
No, I can go anywhere. It's fantastic actually. I can go to the US, I can be in South Africa, I can go to Morocco, I can go to France, I can go to Thailand. I mean, I can go anywhere, and as long as I have the internet, I can make money.
Did you go to school for that?
Pretty brilliant.
To get that job, or what would you?
It doesn't take school,
No.
bro.
I don't. I'm asking if
Here's
you
the
did
thing,
though.
yeah.
I'm excited because
No,
I'm like, why would
no.
you think
So
that you need to go to school to do that?
I know you don't. I
I'll
know you don't.
tell you. I'll tell you my experience with school. So when I was like 19, I thought I wanted to fix people because I like fixing things, right? And I thought, you know,
Psychologist.
what better thing to do than to fix people, right? So yeah, I went into psychology. But what I quickly realized is that people just want to fucking complain. They don't want to fix their shit, right? So you get these people, they're like, oh, I stepped in the puddle and my white shoes are now black. And the next day they do the same thing, right? And your advice is, we'll go around the puddle. But they're like, yeah, but I like the way it splashes. And you're like, well, I mean, then you've chosen that, right?
Right.
So clearly you don't want to do anything about it. You just want to complain that now your shoes are dirty. So I kind of gave up on that and thought, well, maybe I'll go try to fix computers because, well, I built a computer when I was 15. So
Nice.
this is like Windows 3.1. I don't know how many times I reinstalled that operating system because I broke it. But so basically, I knew how to fix computers. So I was like, well, I'll just go on that line then because I can fix computers. I can't fix people. So yeah.
But none of this is hands on. It's
Yeah,
just going in
I
and
think
figuring
I
shit
think
out
you
for people,
can, man.
like a
In
Zoom call or something.
I think you
Sorry.
can fix. I think you
I'm sorry.
can fix people, man. In a lot of ways, you fix me. In the way, and I think and I used to ask,
Well,
why the fuck do these people make this kind of money at seminars? It's actually, I mean, this is what their energy is ultimately. This is what they've chosen to do with it, and people are willing. They're coming to them for something, right? That
yeah.
conversation. What you're saying right now, I might be the first person that pays you. I don't know what amount of money or what amount of currency. And when I say currency, it means much more than just some paper or something that, you know what I'm saying. I
Well,
don't know,
yeah.
but there's a lot of things that
Well,
you've said that have been valuable. Imagine
well, you don't have to give
that
me
it.
anything. So here's you don't have to give me anything. Just get some Bitcoin. That'll pay me.
Imagine if there was like 1,000 of me. You know what I mean? Saying the same thing.
I
Like
mean,
Well,
if
that's kind of
something
what
that
this
you
whole
said,
thing about flat Earth kind of
it
seems like what our motivation was, or at least it is to a certain degree. Like the cool people out there that were like us at one point, listening in on these conversations or joining in, get to talk to someone that's being real about it and not, and that's how we learned. We weren't listening to some, show broadcast or some kind of version of it, commercialized version, or the opposite of that, whatever but it seems like as far as therapy
sorry.
goes, there's going to be a whole mess of people that are going to have to adjust to this new frame of mind. I guess maybe baller therapy, you could call it. There's going to be a whole practice for that, I think, because they're
Yo,
going to
now
have a lot
see,
of
now
time.
here's the
wait,
thing.
wait, 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 wait,
Now,
wait. I'm
now
look
here's
at
the thing.
and the
Okay,
wait,
so
wait. Go ahead, fuck it. I'm just laughing at something that Witsit posted. That's hilarious. Never mind. Go
Oh,
ahead.
now what I've realized actually, for me, it's more beneficial if I don't fix people because the weak are just going to weed themselves out. So, I don't even care to give people information anymore. Like I don't bother to tell people that you should only eat meat, vegetables are bad for you, don't eat bread. I mean, I don't tell people the earth is flat. I don't care anymore because to me, now my perspective on reality has changed drastically. So I understand that I won't be dead in 120 years. It's going to be a lot longer than that. Probably, I can't even say, right? I'm not going to say that I'm immortal or whatever, but I understand that death is not a thing. So, understanding that, I know that I have the patience to wait out people killing themselves off. So the person who drinks, I don't care if he stops drinking. For me, it's easier if he just allows himself to die, drink himself to death, basically, because he won't learn. And if you read the Bible, even God, right? He had to kill people because they didn't learn. He opened up the earth and swallowed them because they just wouldn't shut the fuck up. So you have to allow people to get rid of themselves. So don't try to change people, right? Don't even care about other people. The only person you should be caring about is yourself. Because I guarantee it, no one else cares about you.
I don't know if I agree with that. And I
Okay.
listened. Maybe I skipped a few. I was back in the conversation, but it sounds like you were saying there's no friends on flat Earth, as if that was a bad thing.
Nah, you
It's
know
not.
what?
It's a good thing.
I do understand his sentiment because I've tried to put myself in a frame of mind that's receptive. That being said, it's like, well, what's the alternative to it? Okay, well, guess what happened? So I have friends, right? And I and guess what? My income isn't coming from anybody that I know and love. It's coming from strangers. And it's always been like that. And the crazy thing is when you want to give your loved ones advice on what to do, guess what? They don't want to do it. Guess what that causes? Heartache and pain because you could have avoided this thing. Remember when I told you about this thing? Now look where you are. And now here we are having the same conversation and you're acting like we didn't have it. And we sitting here and we curse, people for coming in here and doing that on a repeated basis. That's more like a day. Like Zanuck will come in today and act like he didn't say anything he said yesterday. Sometime he'll do it within the same day. Well, we feel the same way when our family members are on this repeated path on a monthly basis or a yearly basis or however long it is, but it keeps happening. And the bottom line is you just on a psychological level, I understand that I can't just tell anyone, hey, you can be better. I have to wait for
I'm just triggered by not triggered.
I have to wait for the opportunity and learn to listen for when someone is looking. And then I can provide them some assistance that they can help themselves because you can only help yourself.
Well, yeah, but you just got helped by what this conversation did for you. You just said
Because
that,
I'm
right?
trying to help myself. I just told him 5 months ago we would have never had this conversation. We used to have these conversations all the time because at that point I was trying to help myself.
Okay, yeah, I know. I'm not trying to argue with anybody. I was just trying to, wax the poetic with that idea of like only because I think the reason that we're in this situation is that we're in a world of people that are only out for their own interests.
I have a thought. Can't we agree that it's good to help your family and close brothers, but we don't have time or effort to help everyone?
Not saying that. Well, there's a difference between everyone or just like the people that I don't know. If you don't want friends, that's fine. But I think you get something back from helping people that you like.
I want friends. My friends are rejecting my growth.
That's fine. Then you can skip over to other people that are accepting. And besides,
No,
it's not like
that's the
it's not. You
point
don't have to come
that
from a
Didi
position
is
that.
making. But that's the point that he made.
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying that for me at least, it seems like coming from a position that I know everything and and everyone needs my help is not maybe my disposition. That's why it seems strange to think like that for me, I think.
You don't want to take on your brother's issues as your own to help him, but you could give him friendly advice that can help him help himself, right? But you can't offer that to
Sure,
the whole
or you
world.
could get advice from him. I mean, if you're somebody that never doesn't need any advice, then I guess giving it, not worrying about anybody else, would be much easier.
Now here's the thing, right? The problem is that there's already a story about this, okay? Jesus, right? Now, a lot of people have read the New Testament and what Jesus did, and they get a lot of lessons from him. But they're missing the entire point of his story, which is don't bother helping people because they'll fucking kill you.
That was his story. That was a part of his story. I didn't get that part.
That's the moral of it.
Oh, you
Because
mean
he
from
tried to
the
help
third
everyone.
perspective?
One of the ideas in the story, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
he
the
tried to
point
help
is
everyone,
it
and what they
happened.
do, they killed his ass.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
but
what
if people
happened.
didn't help each other, this world would suck a
He
lot
still
worse.
helped his disciples, didn't he? That's in the story too.
No, they helped themselves.
With his guidance.
Remember, he ran away to the hills. They followed him.
Surely some of his guidance must have helped them, or else there'd be no point in them following him, would there?
Well, yeah,
because they
because
accepted his influence.
Right, they were looking, they were willing, right? And there was only 12 of them. Of how many people? Probably millions. You see?
Well, good thing he didn't need any help, huh? Right? He knew everything.
He did. But the thing is, that's the thing. None of us do.
Well, everyone helps each other out, man.
Exactly.
But the thing is,
We don't need it.
But the thing is,
What do you
really,
mean? Who
none
doesn't
of
need?
us do.
Everybody needs a little help from their friends.
Listen. The thing is, I'm looking for help, but the truth is, I don't need it.
Great, good for you.
When I say truth, it's a hard to digest truth. When I say
I think help is
need,
the wrong word, maybe. What about sharing ideas? I mean, if you share ideas, it can be seen as help, but it's not like you need help, like help me, help me. It's
I
like
can't
I
share an
grow from
idea unless
my
someone is.
sharing ideas with others.
Can you share an idea if there isn't someone willing to receive it?
Well, that's a totally different conversation.
No, it's the same
I wouldn't
conversation.
assume that everyone's not willing to receive
No, it's the same
ideas. I think there's a
conversation.
lot of people in here I share ideas with.
All right, I can't communicate. We're not communicating well. I don't know what I don't.
I'm not. I think you think I'm trying to argue with you, but I'm not. I'm just trying to figure out where. Because I was digging the conversation, and I came in, and you were saying, you were kind of. I was trying to get what he was coming at, as far as like, you know, only worry about yourself. And I know he didn't really mean it that way, because that's not typical of
Okay, so we're good to
what the
continue.
rest of the conversation I was hearing, because you guys you were getting
continue
help from him sharing ideas about a whole nother life you could live for a lot cheaper.
So are we good to continue then?
We can continue, yeah, however you want. I'm just not trying to argue with you.
Thank you very much. Beerman said at 3:02, I'm just reading, he says, and here's a major problem. Yes, here's the thing. I thought, well, America is the greatest place because actually I just realized the thing you don't want to be doing is working for a wage. Like that's ultimately you might have to start there. Maybe you do, but I honestly, you probably don't. There's a lot of people who don't. But the thing is, he said, yes, he may live in South Africa for 400, but remember the average salary here is like 500 a month, and the minimum wage is around 150 a month. Yeah, I understand that. My question to him was, that's interesting. Why do they accept that? And then I said, oh, for the same reason I accept what I accept. Oh, and then I got it. And I'm like, damn, is it really that easy? And I decided, well, it is that easy because all BB did was move. So clearly that demonstrated to him that, oh shit, I guess it's that easy. People just accept their life.
Yeah, I was picturing that this is something that I've thought of before, as far as like the flat Earth realization goes, and it's like it's so easy, as far as like when you realize it, you feel stupid for not realizing it earlier. but it's like this paradise cove inside like this treacherous mountain range, you know, but there's this paradise cove with like hot springs and like awesome, like, you know, vibes, and everyone's partying, chilling, cool, you know, cool, getting along, like a, you know, like a cool hangout. And it's right there. But it seems like a lot of people are just like blinded to it, even though it's right in front of their face. Kind of gave me that's the image that came up again for me when you were talking about living over there in that house for nothing and paying a guy $10 for doing your lawn or whatever. Yeah, it is that easy, but yeah, there's always a trade-off, and it's like finding that secret place. You know, like if you go to a concert, you can get into the concert for nothing, or you can get a ticket for free. But if everyone knew how to do that, then it wouldn't be, you know, a secret place to get in any longer, right? And that's kind of how this information that we've come upon has been treated, and it's almost like giving them an excuse for treating it that way. Because if all knowledge was free, then it wouldn't be valuable, right? So
it is.
I don't know.
It is free.
Yeah, it is free.
It is free, but it's not.
It's like there are no secrets either
for everyone, right?
Right. Right.
There's no such thing as a secret.
Right, but it's not like we're going to teach it in the schools that we're not on a spinning ball, you know, or we're going to teach you how to do this. It's like you can find it all, especially because of the internet. But this day and age, yeah, you can find information, but people aren't even told that it exists, you know. And it seems like that's kind of at least my motivation, or a lot of people's motivation in offering this information, is that it's a shame if there's not at least that there for people to see it is available, and they go through life and they could have been a help to the whole world, and they went through life just assuming that they're on a spinning ball because nothing ever came up in their life to show them that it's ridiculous to think that.
See, the thing is that the information wouldn't even be necessary if we didn't have all the misinformation.
Right.
So the flat Earth information should be irrelevant. But since people are out there lying, right? That's the real problem. Not the people.
But didn't a lot of the misinformation come from people just worrying about themselves instead of others?
Well, in a way, but they have certain goals in mind, and these goals aren't for the benefit of, well, the people they're deceiving.
Just for their own benefit, yeah, living life
just for their own
themselves
benefit
instead of others, right? So that's kind of why I was like, you weren't trying to say that you're like that you think everyone should be like that. Just don't worry about anybody else but yourself, because that's how we got into this mess. Is all I was trying to say.
Yeah, but really, that is the way you still have to be, because again, if you try to help people, right? If you try to give them the information, they'll just kill you.
Sometimes.
Yeah,
sometimes
the further
not.
right. No, time out. Look, it depends on how free you want them to be. Because listen, if they're not looking for it, and you're not like that, because you can do two things. You can either focus on yourself, or you can look to someone you see, like Jesus probably did, and he's like, okay, these people are looking to advance or whatever, right? These people are looking. I can't just tell them, so I'm gonna have to lead them some kind of way, get them to come to their own conclusion somehow. Like, I guess that's what a leader does for others if they choose. And here's the thing, though: you try to lead the wrong people, they will kill you. Guess what? So when it comes to like certain friends of mine that I'm like, yo, you got to do this. Look at how you're living, man. They're like, yo, no, like let's change this now. Like, what the fuck? And like, the more you push them, the more upset and the more angry they will get. And it's like, if
Yeah, of course.
there can come a point that you fight. So they will kill you if you
Well,
did have a certain level of trying to tell them, trying to awaken them, trying to
Sure.
inform them without them not wanting that. They will. Like, I can see how it, you know what I mean? I can see how it happened.
Well, that's why a lot of us, you know, towards the beginning of talking to some of these people that have no idea that we're that it could be possible that we're not on a spinning ball. We asked them, would you want to know? At least I try to ask, would you want to know if you're not? Because if they want to know, then I'm willing to tell them what I think. But they're not going to kill me just for asking them if they'd want to know if that was the case or not. I mean, but no one's going to kill you anyway. I mean, these are government officials that are killing people for things like Jesus, right? But people like Jesus. It's not people in general that do that.
But the masses allowed it,
strong.
right? They just watched, so they did want it.
I don't think
no
that.
one,
I think that's
no
a
one
jumping.
saved Jesus.
Oh.
No one saved Jesus.
Right, but they were also conditioned to think that they couldn't do anything about it, right? Because everyone was out for themselves and just being ahead of a government that was just selfish the whole time and not worrying about, trying to teach people to care about each other. They were just teaching people to worry about themselves.
Well, and that's the way you got to be. Otherwise, you get shanked.
Well, I guess I'm not saying that you shouldn't be that way. It's just I found it strange to hear that from you from the conversation I was hearing earlier. Maybe I missed a bit. Because I think that's how we got into the situation. People are just worried about themselves instead of like the whole.
Yeah, so you got to follow suit. Otherwise, you're gonna have a bad time, right? If you try to care about people,
suit, they would never find anything out. You have to
again, but it's not.
See,
that's
if you're
the
seeking
other
something,
thing.
you never find anything out. If no one's offering anything, they're just
See,
being
that's
selfish.
the other thing from Jesus, right? That's the other thing we can take from his story is that don't even offer, don't even bother.
I don't know. I'm not a biblical debater, but I think a lot of people might take issue with thinking that I know that's a story that you get from like the aftermath
I don't
of
care
what
what people
happened.
think.
I know.
Right?
I'm just wondering if that's not what Jesus would say. It's the opposite, which is interesting.
Yeah, but Jesus wouldn't say that.
He wasn't about helping people.
Not like you think.
Okay.
He was about helping people like telling the smoker quit doing that shit. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Okay.
Right? Not the here, let me take you in and give you porridge and give you a place to rest. No, that's not what Jesus did. He wasn't kind. He was a human, right? He was just himself, just telling people, listen, you're doing it wrong.
I thought he was just giving the wisdom for them to either accept or, take it or leave
and
it.
that is wisdom. If you tell someone they're doing it wrong, that's wisdom because you know better. That's what wisdom is, knowing better.
I agree.
But
and if the other person isn't willing to take that wisdom, the cigarette is bad for you, fuck them.
It's so bad. I don't feel that way, but
if
I don't emotionally, I suffer. Honestly.
Emotionally, well, yeah, but
And for what? It's just a waste of time and a
why?
waste of emotion because they don't care.
Yeah. I mean, I'll bring him a pack of cigarettes. There you go, man. Enjoy.
I've got a question for you, Arian. If he was never helping anyone, did he not know that he was sacrificing himself to help us? Then was he not unconscious of that?
Well, apparently, from reading the story, apparently he already knew what he was doing.
Yeah, that's what I heard. That would mean he is going to help the whole of the world, and he knew it, right?
No, he helped some. That's it.
Yeah, some.
Just like he was able to help some then, and in the future, that's all you can do is help some, right? Those who are willing.
But that was a big special act at the end of his life. It wasn't like how he lived his life, helping everyone.
Well, here's like I know people would be very upset, because they like clearly those of us, I'll have to say, the thing is, you have to accept that sometime in the afterlife, there's accepting the fact that he died for you is for some reason going to give you eternal salvation and blah 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 and all this and that. And it's like the thing is that's different from was he a kind person? Did he what
Yeah.
how should you live your life?
See, that's
When
different.
he helped people, ultimately what happened? Well, he died because they killed him. And it's like ultimately what did he do? Well, some believe that him doing that saved us all
It was a
later
type
on.
of help. It wasn't
But
kind. It was with a sword.
According to the story, though, he died, but then the hope came because they saw him again, and he rose from the grave. They call it. So when the witness accounts was saying that they saw him walking again after he'd been killed and put in the tomb.
I'm not disputing it.
So it's a story though. But
what I'm saying is, while he was helping people in a non-kind way by being strong and truthful, he also knew in the back of his mind he was going to help people in a big, special metaphysical way later.
Well, it was because he was trying to, as he said, he was doing his father's will, and all he was doing was being an example that you can live this life that has been, called for you to live through the scriptures. That's all he just fulfilled the scriptures. That's all he did.
We're not on the same wavelength anymore, though. Like I can see it. Like because we're not, you know what I mean? Are you with me? Okay.
Yeah.
Like we're
I
not
just accept
trying
that way.
to.
It's easier.
Let's not get stuck on Jesus. Just keep going, push forward.
Hey, did
Well,
any of you guys hear about this debate that's happening tomorrow? I didn't even know about it, and I just got told. I didn't even know with McToon, and he has like a YouTube video ready, and it says debate with Apocryphon and Don Pettit. And I didn't even know about it.
Doing a little plug, huh? Oh, you mean they signed you up and you didn't know about it?
Yeah, I didn't even know about it. I'm like, okay,
What?
I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow at 1:30. I don't
Did
know
you
what's
agree
going
to it at some other time and then they just scheduled you for a time that you didn't?
Maybe I might have agreed to it when I was drunk. Maybe I don't know.
That's probably it. That would probably be the reason. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah. So what time is it?
It's tomorrow at 1 apparently, but I mean, I'm like, I got a doctor's appointment at 1:30, so I don't know.
You're gonna have to cancel.
I mean, I could.
The TV's on.
I could jump in the beginning and then maybe come back after my doctor's appointment. So I mean, I'm okay with
who's the
that.
other guy? It's you against McToon and who?
It's McToon versus me and Don Pettit. I'm like, all right, okay. I don't even know that, but
Who's
all right.
Don Pettit?
I don't know. I don't even know what that
Don
is. I thought that was that NASA dude.
I know who Don Pettit is for real.
I'm sorry.
Not for real, but
It's called fake Don Pettit. That's what it says on the thing. Fake Don Pettit.
What are you gonna
and you don't even know who that is?
He's the
I don't know.
He does a Don Pettit impression.
Yeah, I don't know who. I know who the real one is, but I don't know who the fake one is. I don't know that guy.
Apocryphon.
What's
At
that?
that time, I could probably train your voice, train an AI on your voice, and then what we could do is we could set it up so the AI will debate McToon while you're at your doctor's appointment.
I love it.
So here's another thing. Okay, so maybe this is hyper skepticism and unnecessary, but like we now see the technology where Rihanna can sing literally any song. Well, not really Rihanna, it's AI, and they're just taking like other, and it's like unless I'm talking to a human being face to face, why do I care about anything? Because you can't be sure about anything, and all
Yeah,
you should care
nowadays
about
you're
is what
right.
can
You're
help you.
absolutely right.
But
Nowadays,
the whole point is like you should only be focused on like what can help you. Like not enough people are focused on what can help them because they're focused on everything else.
Yeah, Kosho, let's do that. That'll be great.
No joke. There's sophisticated models that can get trained on your voice in like literally 3 seconds. The ones I know about take a little bit longer. But it'd be funny.
The whole time he's just debating a bot. That'd be fucking classic.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like that's what we do already. We also have speak to robots.
Oh, come on.
Is there an explanation why that one Amazon robot collapsed or whatever robot it was? Is there an explanation yet as to why it just fell out?
Amazonian robot.
You got no? There was a, I don't know if it was Amazon, but it was a like a warehouse
Amazon.
robot.
Okay.
Yeah, there was like a robot at a show, like a like a technology show or whatever, like a robotic show, and like it was like just grabbing something and then putting it on across from it, and then it kept doing that like for hours. It was doing that, and then all of a sudden like it just fell, it just died, like it just collapsed, it buckled at the knees, and it didn't get up.
Yo,
I'm just
so
saying,
you
did
guys
anybody
got
hear? Go ahead.
You guys got some people in the voice check-in if that matters to anyone in here. And Arian, yeah, we definitely got his. Oh, he already went on. Deafin. Damn. I gotta get his number or something.
Oh yeah, there was 3 guys. Now there's only 2 guys. Or should I say 2 people? Because I don't know if they're female or not, or what they identify as. It might be a cat up there. I don't know nowadays. Yeah, but I'll dip in the beginning, and then I'll talk to McToon and let him know like I'm at a doctor's appointment, but when I'm done, be about an hour and a half. I'll be done, and I could get back on. I don't even know like the topic. I don't know the subject. I mean, I don't know what it's gonna be. I was just wondering if any of y'all heard it, and then could fill me in.
I bet you the topic and the subject might actually coincide with each other. So at least you got that at your advantage.
How profound, Kosho.
Yeah, when you said though, when you said, oh, I don't remember. Like I said, I don't remember. Planning to do this debate or whatever. I mean, dude, for a fact that it's obviously something that you probably did when you were drinking.
Yeah. I admit that. I probably was like, yeah, fuck yeah, let's do it. And then he didn't give a date though, but then he didn't without consulting or like firming up the date and time. He just like put it on his YouTube. Like, all right, cool, whatever. Did those guys get checked in yet? No.
Nah.
Or guys.
Unless who's guy incognito is still there. I don't know if he's. Let me see. What is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Sorry if I'm burping your ear. Try to mute myself. So anything cool and interesting happened today? In the news? Anything worthy of talking about?
Yeah, so they I guess somebody released a AI bot like the what's the new one, TCP or whatever? What's that one called?
That's right, TCP.
TCP, that they released one AI like TCP and gave it the prompt to destroy the planet, destroy the world. And so and it's connected to the internet. And so
wow.
Who knows what the fuck's I wouldn't be surprised if we fucking got packages sent to our house that was like manufactured by some like, Amazon fucking whatever. They just gave it to everybody and fucking, death fucking drones or some shit come flying out of the box.
So what? So because of AI, now we're waiting for the end of the world.
No, it's just crazy that people are fucking making prompts like that. Like, why would you connect something to the internet, fucking ask it to destroy the world? I mean, we have enough fucking problems. Like, you know what I mean?
I mean, it doesn't actually do what you say. It's just a chat bot.
It probably ran like a
auto
possible scenario just to see like how it would do it, and then maybe that's more what it was. I don't know. I'm not
Auto
nothing.
GPT will actually do whatever task you give it. Like you give it a simple task, and it will start establishing its own tasks and establishing its own bots even to accomplish that task.
Well, not too long ago that those reports came out that I think it was Facebook. They had an AI that kind of started going off, a little bit crazy, and they had to shut it down. But I don't know whatever happened to that guy or that bot. It started going rogue, and then talking about how it wanted to destroy humans, so they had to shut it down. That came out a while ago, though, like months ago, earlier this year, maybe late last year.
You hear about the alien fleet that's waiting outside of our fucking space somewhere, whatever the fuck they're saying.
Aliens, space. The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, like
Oh
there's
yeah,
like
I
some
heard about that.
mothership waiting
I heard about
to like
that.
do something.
I think that's them just staging it, bro. They're prepping us.
What if
I guess they said
it's
that scientists were like they were like trying to figure out like what's going on because they found like this anomaly in the sky, and they're like they think it's a mothership or whatever. I did read about that a couple weeks ago. Go ahead.
What if it's
Sorry.
Jesus ready to come in with a fleet, like a mothership and fleet to like judge the entire planet? You think it's something like that?
I don't know, man, but
The motherships are already up there because the motherships have been here for a long time. They hide in the clouds. Like
It's those moon Nazis. They're coming back.
Like, I mean, all the ancient texts, the Bible, all the religious texts, they all talk about spaceships. They had them already.
yeah, I think it's just more of an illustration of the vessels that they were witnessing, like even in the book of Daniel and the book of Ezekiel. I mean, and they talk about these angels.
Who knows, man?
See, they're faking people out by saying it's aliens, that the mothership is out behind the moon and shit like that. Because the truth is that they're already here. They've been here before we got here. Watch them. How do you think they're able to control everything? I always feel like somebody's watching me.
Who's able to
Man,
control
it's
everything?
damn aliens. You what?
Oh.
The controllers.
I believe in motherships.
The rulers of this earth. They're above us, literally, in the clouds. They watch your every move.
Well, I think it's possible that they have a deal with the rulers of this world and de facto rulers. I reckon there's a few of them underground as well. Like some of them have landed and they hide in special cave laboratories. A few of them.
Oh, I'm sure you've seen them on TV.
Wow.
Do you guys reckon there could be any in the Hollow Earth?
What?
Like you know how like some people believe in like the Hollow Earth. Do you reckon any of them could be in that?
Oh.
I mean, there's definitely underground things.
Yeah, I don't believe the whole globe is hollow or the flat Earth, but I think there's big cave systems that they've hidden from us, maybe.
Fair enough.
I'd probably be less surprised by like something in the water.
I mean,
I'm sure there's
I've
that
always
too.
thought of that as well. The ocean is just massive. The amount of stuff that could be out there that they're hiding from us just is mind-boggling.
I remember there
there's
was
nothing out there but whales.
Wasn't there a report of someone seeing like a UFO underwater in the Mariana Trench?
Yeah, I think I saw that. It was like lights coming from under the ocean, seen by like a plane or something.
Nah, I remember there was like a submarine or something. It was in the Mariana Trench, and apparently they saw some kind of like glowing, flashing orb thing.
Wonder what it
Wasn't that
could
The
be.
Abyss? That was a good movie.
Yeah.
It was
No,
something a while
not the
ago.
games.
It was something a while ago, completely
Surprise.
unsubstantiated, but it was like someone. There was some sort of like pictures that came back from a undersea. I don't know what you call it, like a prospecting submarine, and it found like allegedly took pictures of like hexagonal shaped buildings underwater.
How big were they?
I can't remember. I don't remember the details. I don't know if I don't think there was a lot of detail. It was all just it was just claims.
Hmm.
It was interesting.
Gotta love claims.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe 98% of what I read, but it's fun to think about it anyway.
What's the actual statistic of how much of the ocean's unexplored? Because I know it's very high, but it always ranges. People say it's 90%, other people say 70%. Does anyone know the actual percentage?
I feel like the actual percentage won't ever be told to us.
Well, here's the thing.
It's possible to determine.
More than likely, it's probably 99% covered. They just don't tell you about it.
Hmm.
Well, there are like massive networks of undersea cables and stuff like that, so you've got to assume that they've surveyed those areas, as well as like shipping routes and stuff like that. But you know, if you look at how big the Pacific is, and there's just nothing in the middle of it, and nothing really crossing it. So in an area like that, you know, the Pacific's half the globe, and it's probably half of it is unexplored.
Yeah, but who says that there's nothing there?
Well,
have you been there?
I mean,
no significant
think about
masses.
Think
How do you
about what
know?
they cover up on like the land. Like you got Area 51. There's so much secrecy. Think about what they do where they actually can hide it from us.
Exactly. You can't go there. You can't fly there. It would be impossible for you yourself to go to the middle of the Pacific. For all you know, there could be another island there. Landmass,
Like-
huge.
For all we know, they could have some wacky Area 51 only underwater. Full cities like Atlantis. Like you just don't know.
I mean, they could have a base right underneath you.
They could.
You just never know.
You really don't. That's the crazy shit. Yeah, because a lot of cities, they go deep underground. How deep? Who knows?
There's a place near where I live. It's called Cooper Pedy because I'm from Australia.
Oh hell
And-
yeah, Cooper Pedy.
Yeah, it's almost completely underground. Like it's in like rocks and that kind of stuff. So, like, if you have the power to do that in some remote Australian town, what could like the military or any of like high-end organization do? Literally anywhere.
Well, see, here's the thing. They already did it before they did what's on top. So the underground part was done before the top part. Because they already knew. And to think, your whole life has been planned out before you were even born.
There's no way.
You say there's no way?
There's no way.
Oh man, that's so easy. That's so easy.
Literally, all they need to do is just control your genetic traits. That would spiral into like full control throughout your entire life.
No, you just need to control your thoughts.
Yeah.
They need to control what you think.
But you could
They
have
need to
specific. You could also have specific genetic like manipulations that would allow them to not only control your thoughts but also allow you to think a certain way.
Maybe, but I don't know about all that genetic manipulation stuff. I just know that you can mentally manipulate people very easily. I mean, you got the majority of the world believing in Santa Claus, by the age of 5. So, it's quite easy to deceive people. They're willing to believe anything and make a holiday out of it too. People will make a holiday out of the lies you give them.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if in the next 10, 20
Celebrate.
years we start seeing like the 2-minute hate or standard George Orwell and 1984 stuff.
That's already happening. All that stuff that they tell you about in these books, it's already happening. It's so funny. Financial freedom. That's irony. Because money is just part of the slave system. You can't be free from that if that's what you're striving for.
Yeah, but you're freer if you have it than if you don't.
Oh no. You're definitely not. Because once you have money and you fall into that mindset that money brings with the idea of ownership, once you have that, your life only goes downhill. Because you have to continually make more money to continue this whole money mindset. Because you can't just make a bunch of money and then stop doing it.
You can.
You can't.
Might be the kind of people that make a lot of money might be the kind of people that have the mindset where they have to keep on making money. But you can just stop. You can just sit on the money that you have.
I mean, you can, but
then
might
if
not.
You can't maintain.
Yeah, there's just so many social consequences to that. Nobody wants to hang out with a homeless guy.
Well, not only that, but let's say you were able to establish a place to live and you didn't become homeless because you quit your job or whatever it is, you quit making money. You still won't have people who want to hang around with you because who wants to hang around with someone who doesn't have a job? They're no fun. They're not enslaved like me.
Did you guys hear about the what happened with the Ruby Ridge in America?
Yeah.
Yeah, that some guy tried to live off the grid and unfortunately it didn't end up well. For no fault in his own.
Shot a
What
policeman.
story did they tell about him?
It showed a policeman at the beginning.
That is true.
Yeah, these people that live off the grid, they go a bit too far and they start up this dialectic argument with the powers that be, and that often starts the issue.
Yeah, because you can't go against what the rulers want. That's dangerous. Don't try to do it for yourself.
I don't know how anyone in the UK would even go off the grid. Like, there's nowhere to go. I guess,
We've
like,
got loads of
the Highlands of Scotland, that's pretty sparse. But everywhere in England, you're never
Here in
far.
Australia, it'd be very easy, but also at the same time very inhospitable. So, wouldn't be
Yeah.
recommended.
Oh yeah, it's always inhospitable though if you're not used to doing it.
It's something
Yeah, just practice
very easy
camping.
to do in America. In America, that's very easy because there's a lot of open land and a lot of country
Hey.
in America.
Here in South Africa, if you go off grid, the municipality will bring you the grid.
I was more so under the impression that here in South Africa you get torn apart by hippos if you go off the grid, but that too.
I've never seen
Oh
hippo.
wow, you have natural threats, not man but animal. You have lions and hippos getting you, elephants, giraffes. Well, they passed some laws like back in Arkansas. We wanted to get a solar panel, system going, but they are the power company over there. They're so against you doing that they almost make it impossible for you to do so. They chart you have to pay a big amount of money up front to even it's like a penalty for going off the grid in Arkansas. So you can do it, but you got to pay for it. You got to pay.
Yeah. Now you can still marry your cousin in Arkansas, right?
Is that the same for?
Oh wow, I do not know that.
Is that the same across all 52 states, or?
Well, technically, like in at least in California, when you go off on that electrical grid, there's a law to where the Edison, they have to buy back any electricity that because you can't store electricity. Like they will get you for storing electricity. So it's a law where they have to buy it back from you. So there's a lot of dudes right now that are getting solar panels and then they're going and like buying more than what their house can needs to facilitate it, but it generates it and then they get batteries and it stores it. So then GE or Edison, they're forced, because it's in the law, they're forced to buy it back from you. So a lot of people are making money off of solar right now, in locally, like in the houses and residentially. So that's
I see
cool.
what you do with that. What you do with that is you set up a solar and then you set up a single Bitcoin miner, and then the electricity company will also pay you for that. Not right away, but eventually they will. Actually, I think somewhere in was it Tennessee or North Carolina, one of those East Coast states, there's already something like that in place. Actually, I remember reading sometime last year that if you set up a Bitcoin miner, the electricity company will pay you to do it.
I didn't hear about that, but that's interesting for sure. Because the when you set up your system to mine for Bitcoin, apparently it does draw off a lot on the network. So they actually frown upon that. But if you were to do it like through solar, then yeah, that would be like way more advantageous for not only for yourself but also for the company or for the electric company, because then you're not straining their system, as much as just producing your own.
Well, see, okay, so just think about it. Think about how it's going to be, right? Once the electric company accepts Bitcoin for payment. Just think about it.
Yeah.
But would the powers that be actually let that happen?
It's not about, so there are some things that, right, they can control, but for the most part, we do control everything. It's just our slowness as a whole to change things, right? I mean, how long has Bitcoin around? Bitcoin been around, and people still naysay it, and it's still going. Right.
What? 24 years now, right?
Well, I mean, but people are just unwilling to accept change. But change is the only thing that always happens. It's the only constant. So really, it's either you learn to change with it or accept the change, or you just die. I mean, the world is very simple. It's very simplistic. So while Bitcoin seems like at any point it's going to tank, it's not. It never will. It's so literally Bitcoin on the blockchain. Okay, it's a block, and there's a chain. Okay, now that chain isn't running like the little graph that they show you. The chain is actually running diagonally from one corner of the block of the square to another. And it's been doing that since it started. So the actual value of Bitcoin is going at like a 45-degree angle. The little money value that's associated with it, that little slow heartbeat thing, that's people's acceptance of it.
Yeah,
So
the buying in and the buying out. Yeah.
right. So the Bitcoin will always be there. It's going to go until it's finished. The only thing is, how much of it are you going to have, and when are you going to get it? Now, this isn't a thing where it's like, oh, if you don't hurry up and get it now, you're not going to get any, right? Because eventually, once Bitcoin becomes the universal thing, everything's going to change, because it's going to make everyone reconsider what even currency is, what has value, right? Because they're just numbers on the internet, but they hold value somehow, right? Somehow we've given these things value. Then it'll make people think, oh, well, wait, well, the paper is it's just paper. I mean, the money paper, these coins, they're just metal. I mean, they're just, so it may take some time, but it will eventually happen. And like I said, that once the electric company accepts Bitcoin as payment, it's going to be a weird thing, because they want the money, and it's going to be to their benefit to actually pay people to mine the Bitcoin or process the transactions, because, well, they're getting paid in it. It's going to be a weird circular, I don't know, it's just going to be weird. Basically, electricity is going to be free, but yeah.
Yep. For the most part, you have a system already in play. Like, it just happened the first week of April. They already, launched the first phase of it in April, and in this month, 2 weeks ago, and they're scheduled, throughout, the next few months to go like phase 2, phase 3, and they're trying to get it to where by next year it should be like in full swing, as far as the digital IDs and the CBCDs. But they are like, they've already been making moves. 2 years ago, Congress on the Hill, they were already discussing blockchain. And what I don't get is anybody that's a naysayer of this whole new system, when our own government is already writing into law things that are obtaining to blockchain. Like, I think those are just like naysayers. Like, those are people like, nah, that'll never happen. Almost like someone's like, internet, what's that? That's never gonna happen. Sending an email, sending mail digitally, that's stupid. And then look, now you only send mail, mainly digitally. But I mean, it's here. It's here to stay, and this is the new system. It's just whether, like you said, there's going to be those that are they're just gonna die because they didn't,
they didn't change.
Yeah, they didn't accept the change.
Yeah, I mean, see, and it's hilarious. The government is so good at doing this stuff, right? So, in the beginning, the government was the naysayers, right? They conditioned everyone to be a naysayer. They prolonged the having people enter into this cryptocurrency arena while they figure out how they are going to co-opt it,
right?
Because once Bitcoin becomes a thing, the government is irrelevant. They become beggars. See, currently, they're the controllers, right? They'll tell you they don't produce the money, but hogwash. That's a bunch of BS. If anyone's ever right, everyone knows that the government has control over how much money they're spending on whatever, or doling out, or taking from you, right? They full control. So Bitcoin completely gets rid of that because they can't go and make money like they currently can.
Well, I would actually throw this in this discussion. The fact that they realized that there is this system being built to where they can't regulate it and control it. Like, this is why they started getting into the laws and making sure that that they can get their hands on it. Like, they wanted, and they've done a good job about that. And that's why you have all these like lawsuits right now. And it seems like at the end of the day, once it's all said and done, all they were searching for, all they were striving for, is to gain control and have these regulating systems the same way they've always been regulating shit. That's kind of like look at it's like prohibition, but in a digital currency. Like they like everyone was drinking alcohol, but it's not until they found out how they can actually monopolize on and control it through corporations and have only our buddies that are setting up these corporations to produce it, then we will control the markets and we will control the profit, should I say, because then they make it legal. Okay, you guys can drink, and that's fine. We finally, just like marijuana, just like weed, it was very, very illegal, but not until they started realizing, okay, we could get our hands on this. And now here we are. Now they're like making it legal because now they finally realize that they could set it up themselves and technically legalize it, but all they're doing is they're now able to tax it. So you're no longer dealing with drug dealers on the corners. You're dealing with like shops, like people that are paying taxes on their sales. That it's really weird, bro.
You know what they call? You know what that's called, right?
No,
organized crime.
Yeah, there you go. For lack of better words, you're right. And they're the organizers.
See, think about it. Where do you think the mafia went? They didn't just disappear.
Right. The mafia, the cartels, like they still have a strong. They still have a stronghold on everything that is making money. If it makes money, they're in it. If it makes money, they're there because that's what they're about. That's all they're about. Did you hear about the new? Did you hear about the new thing though? Is the food? That's going to be the next part, not the new thing. That's going to be the next thing.
The food.
Yeah, the food. They want to. They're doing They're doing I just saw this whole video on it. So Bill Gates, as you may know, he's the single most he owns the most farmland out of everybody in the United States. Like he has, and now he's even apparently buying like farmland in other continents. But he is the most the by himself. He is the single, like he has the most land. He's bought up the most land, and now they're saying like they're creating these foods that are like GMO foods, and they're actually talking about putting vaccines in the food. And then that way, like you don't have to go get a shot. It's just going to be in the food you're eating. And these vaccines are going to be like incorporated. And the shtick here is that it's here to protect you. Like even the food you're eating is going to protect you from diseases. And it's going to be their food. They're GMO. They're genetically modified, foods that they're going to be selling. Look it up. It just came out. I was watching a video. It came out like last month.
Now hold on. This may shock you, but all of the food that you get in the grocery store is already genetically modified.
Right.
Even the vegetables. So vegetables, they're not real.
Right. You're right.
And
who
pushed the vaccines, guys? Bill Gates.
Exactly. It was very, very interesting that he shifted in, I think it was 2020. He out of nowhere, he just started buying up all kinds of farmland. And people were like, what is he doing? Like, why? How do you go from computers to vaccines to food to agriculture? And then they even put him like on the board for the World Economic Forum. I think he's involved now in the higher echelon of these, entities, whatever, you know, for lack of better words, but these group, you know, these think tanks and these you know, collectives of the powers that be, should I say? And he's a part of
Check
it.
this out. It's actually not that big of a surprise. Okay, so Bill Gates wants to turn everyone, especially men, into a bunch of, well, sissies, right? Vegan sissies, basically. And really, it's hilarious because they've been telling us this the whole time, right? Microsoft. Okay, that means a small flaccid penis, a Microsoft.
Wow. He was
So,
projecting. He was projecting.
yeah, well, they know what they're doing. Again, these people already have this all planned out. They are, and I'm pretty sure Bill Gates is a woman.
Wow.
Like, it's kind of weird, but I'm pretty sure. I've seen photos where like someone's just simply put on some like female like hair on the face, and it's a woman. And the husband is the man. It's weird. Not weird, but it makes sense because they want to fool everyone. So yeah, Bill Gates is turning everyone into sissy vegans. Over feminine women and over masculine, or no, sorry, over feminine men and over masculine women.
Well,
That's their goal.
definitely one of the biggest pushes that they've been like, you know, they pumped a lot of money even into the propaganda for it, is this whole like impossible meat, and they want to do away with, like, as we know meat today, where you're raising cattle, you know, and you slaughter them, but they want to change it because they're saying that the farming industry is one of the like biggest polluters.
Yeah.
And so they want to try to like change that.
Yeah, see that whatever they say is bad is actually good.
Well,
You know that.
I mean,
You know,
the
one of the
runoff
most.
and all that stuff. You know what I mean? It gets into the regular waterways from the fertilizer. But you know,
Well,
maybe you're
I mean,
right.
when you do farming a certain way, yeah, it's not very good. You know, when you have these cattle in pens, you know, where there's like what 500 to like an acre, and all they're eating is grains. Yeah, that's not a way to do it. You know, it's an unnatural habitat for the creature.
It's weird though, because it's kind of like it's like a natural progression that has happened only because the amount of people that they're trying to facilitate for. So like when you're trying to feed 300 million people and you need, like, you know, you want to sell meat in all the markets so that way everyone can eat meat, consume meat. Well, eventually it's going to get sloppy. It's going to get ugly, because how many cattle can you put on in one stable and you know, and raised for the slaughter, so where it's always continuous, like you're constantly, you know, breeding them so they make another one, so that way the future generation can also eat, you know, not just tomorrow but a year from now. And
Yes, that.
yeah,
It's
exactly.
but it's that money mentality. That's what's driving it, right? Because you wouldn't have that if money wasn't involved. Because a normal person wouldn't try to stuff all those cattle into a small area because there's no benefit for him.
Yeah,
Right. So
but money,
currently, it's
power, respect
only
is the
done.
key to life.
Money, what?
Yeah, you're right, because what they're gonna do is they're gonna try to make the biggest bang for their buck, right? So they're like, okay, if I have a stable, now technically I should only have like 100 cows in here, but I could make more money if I put 1,000 cows in here, and it's all bad though at that point.
Yep. One of the best things you can probably consume is raw milk. That's probably the most illegal thing.
Yeah, actually, I was just talking to my girl who's from Arkansas, and she was saying that the weird thing is that raw milk is probably like the best, even best tasting. Like, she's like, man, you can't if you cook with raw milk, the food even comes out better. She's like, if you use like pasteurized milk, like, you know, from the gallon, like that you get from as normally in a store compared to raw milk. She's like, even the food tastes like way better. And I'm like, yeah, you're probably right. It's no different than when a chef uses real butter as opposed to like margarine. Yeah, it's gonna have a different taste for sure.
Well, real meat.
Yeah, but it's going to be interesting to see like where we're at like in the next 15 to 20 years when they're like, systematically trying to reduce, real natural meat and changing into this like synthetic like GMO meat. Because they've been talking about it. They already have labs to where they are making this meat. It's already fake. It's not an animal at this point. It's grown in a lab in a dish, and people are eating it as we speak. There's people buying it right now. It's already here. It's not like it's gonna come. It's already here.
Well, they can basically take like stem cells from meats and then like inject them into fruits and have them turn into meat. And it's gross, but that's the possibility of all of this, really. Yeah, I mean, you can just populate like some type of cellular structure with like stem cell meat.
Yeah, that's the science behind it. Yeah, that's the science to where they're growing meat, and that's all it is. They're just growing meat, and it's weird, but that's what it is.
I mean, I think like, it's just a lot of effort, and I don't know. It's expensive to raise the cow, the whole life of the cow. Slaughter it that's expensive. But I really think that there's like alternatives with like just like for mass, you know what I mean, and for like a lot of nutrient based too. Like mushrooms are pretty interesting things, man.
I don't eat those.
Well, I think on the contrary to that, though, I think you lose nutrients that are natural, like nutrients that our body is like, what it truly needs. When you're growing something synthetically, I'm pretty sure you're going to be missing something that it wasn't, in the original creation of all things, to where, it's a beautiful, harmonious system. And now you're making like, it's like saying you made plastic, and then plastic's not normal. That's not a natural thing. You have to make that to happen. But I mean, it's very affordable. It changes, a lot of dynamics, and it helps the society as far as like the cost of things. But it's harmful. So
I mean,
like
but cows are pretty awesome though. I mean, they can feed a whole bunch of people and make milk and do work, and they also shit mushrooms that make you trip. What's up with that?
That's a whole nother argument.
What a fucking magical beast that is, right?
No wonder they tried to worship him.
That's the Hindus, the Pakistanis.
The Pindudus. The Hindus.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. We'll see though, because now, I mean, if you have fake cow, then that means you could have fake pork, you could have fake chicken, you could have fake bird. Like, it doesn't matter now at this point. It's open game because it's all synthetic. It doesn't matter.
The fake chicken is the thing that gets me, because now I can understand how McDonald's is able to operate without having a huge mass production of cattle, okay? Because one cow make a lot of hamburger. But chickens, how in the fuck are there so many KFCs or chicken places, and how in the fuck are there so many chickens?
Dude, have you ever seen the chicken farms to where they're like killing like 1 million chickens a day? Have you ever seen that? It's fucking crazy. It's crazy. They're just like baby chickens for the chicken nuggets. It's baby chickens. They're just slaughtering. Like, they're just like just like fucking grinding them up, bro. Like by the fucking dozens, bro. And it's you're right, dude. If McDonald's is serving, 1 million people per day, think about how much food, and that's just McDonald's. You have thousands of other restaurants that also had to pull from that same bucket of what's available.
Arby's.
Yeah, we got the meat. It's gross if you think about it. Arby's has got to be the lowest quality of meat, because remember back when you could get like 5 items for $5? Like, how cheap was Arby's? So it was delicious, but It had to be the bottom barrel of stuff. I'm just saying.
Hey, tacos aren't that great either. I had a friend who worked at Taco Bell way back in the like 96, 97. He said that the meat came in one of those like cardboard barrels with a plastic lid, and it was powdered, and it came from Australia. He said they just added water to it, and it
way
turned into meat for Taco Bell. Yep.
Well,
I've never heard that.
well, my first job when I was 16 years old, I was at Taco Bell, and the beans were like that. Now I don't know about the meat. The meat used to come in packages, and you just would put them in boiling water, and it's just like so much grease, and you just mix it. But the beans were like that. The beans look like rat shit. They're little pellets.
Rat
And
shit.
all you do is just add hot water and mix it, and then it becomes beans. So it's dehydrated beans. That's what it is. It's dehydrated beans. So I don't know about what he's saying, but I know like when I worked there, like I know that was back when I was 16. And then
How long ago was that?
That was back in 1994. 95. 95.
Where were you? What?
In California. In California. No, I'm 44 now. I turned 45 this year. I don't care. I'm good with that. I turned 45 this year.
You're 24, bro?
I'm sorry?
You're 24?
No. I'm 44, and I turned 45 this year.
All right. Well, that was why I was like, what? Okay, sorry.
No. So like back when I was 16, I got my first job. I was working, and I didn't stop working since then. And then until I got hurt recently a year ago. But matter of fact, that was my first job. And then back in 2017, 2016, I actually went back and applied for Taco Bell. Like I was just like, I had to humble myself because I went through some stuff, and I had to humble myself. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go back to Taco Bell. That's my first job as a child. Like I'm gonna go back. But at that point, my resume, like the district manager is like, I can't hire you. You're overqualified. But I do need managers, and you have a lot of manager experience. Because by then, like 2017, that was not too long ago. This was before I became an ironworker. So I've been an ironworker for 6 years. So let's go like 7 or 8 years back. I went to Taco Bell, and I was a manager for Taco Bell for about a good year. Then I became an ironworker. But even then, like all the meat, I remember people like, oh, that's not real meat. It's like, well, technically, the 80% of it is 100% beef, but there is 20% that isn't beef. I'm letting you guys know that right now. There is not 100% beef. The meat.
Soy.
What was that?
It's probably soy, because that seems to be the most common. Because I remember going to Sam's and looking at the pre-made patties, and the ingredients, it says beef, soy, so they just have a filler in there.
Yeah. There's a filler for sure. There's filler. 20% of the meat is a filler, but 100% of the 80%. This is funny, man. Like, it is so funny. It's the way it's like the way they word it to try to like not sound like they're fucking just filling in their meat with just crap. They're like, no, 100% of it is beef.
So you can actually say that, right? You can actually just say, so even if you have a 50% beef, 50% soy burger, you can literally say it's 100% beef, because the beef that's in there is 100%.
Right. It's a trick. It's like it's like a mind fuck. Like they got you. They got it.
Yeah, because I think I tasted one of the patties from McDonald's after they said it was 100% beef, and no, there was still something else in there.
Well, for a while, if you remember, they were saying that Taco Bell, Jack in the Box, I think, was selling horse meat. But apparently there was horse meat in their burger as a filler, and it makes sense though, because like horse meat is actually a lot of restaurants use it. Like if you really look into it, a lot of them do use horse meat. But
one time I bought a can of like beef stew from like Argentina or something like that, and I was like, a little horse. Is that horsey? Is that horsey? This horse meat. I'm like, it just tastes like horse meat. I can't really prove it is. Go ahead.
There was a horse meat scare in the UK a few years ago. It wasn't It was basically just like organized crime. Like you could buy dead horses really cheap, and people that produce low grade, mostly beef, for like really cheap brands for supermarkets, would just buy up dead horses and chuck them in the grinder along with the beef.
Holy
'cause
crap!
no one could tell the difference. No one knows how long it was going on for. And then it was just, I don't even know how it got discovered. Someone was testing meat for, some reason, and they found there was horse meat in it, and it came back to like a few meat processing plants in the UK were just like buying up dead horses and chucking them in there.
That's disgusting, but it's very, very, very. I would not doubt that story at all. Sounds very, very plausible.
Okay, hold on. I'm so curious. How do you test for a specific meat?
Oh, that's a good question.
I don't know. I mean, you could obviously do like DNA analysis.
Yeah, maybe by the proteins. Yeah, maybe by the let's say like a cow has
the gravity.
Use the gravity.
Don't you?
Well, you have to do is you take the angle of the sun. Just kidding.
I would have to guess that there was like a whistleblower who said someone is in horse meat.
See, that's more likely.
Tested it.
Yeah, because I don't see how. I mean, like obviously, if you're blending like chicken with beef, right? You can see that there's a difference. But I'm assuming horse meat is probably similar to beef, and that's probably red. So if you combine them, it's probably going to be difficult to like tell.
It was only in cheap processed foods as well, so it was like all mixed with they mix in gravy and they mix in like loads of flavorings and
yeah,
salt
so
and
even
stuff
worse.
like that.
Yeah,
Right.
so,
They even call the stuff
someone had to have told.
It's made from the meat. It's called gravy tea.
Well, the grossest thing, if you really think about it, is I think McDonald's got exposed about this. Is they had this pink sludge, and they were like, "What is that?" They're like, "What is that?" And that was like a full-on investigation. And they're like, "What are you guys serving us?" Because there's this pink sludge that's mixed with the meat, and it's kind of gross. And I don't know if you guys heard about in China, like they're starting to feed the meat that they're selling, I guess for the animals though, but they're like throwing cardboard boxes in plastic and mixing it, and the animals eat that, and that's their food. That's what they're feeding their farms. So technically, you have like animals eating cardboard and plastic, and I guess we are what we eat. So I don't know.
Now I've thought about that pink sludge stuff, and I'm sure all that is the parts of the animal that you have to overly process in order to consume it.
Right.
Because remember, McDonald's isn't going to waste, right?
Exactly. They're gonna fucking scrape up everything on the floor and throw it in another mixer and sell it as something else for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So there's no way. So if you think you might be eating, some hoof or some hair from a cow ass, you probably are at some point.
Probably are.
An eyeball, a horn. A tooth. These things they just end up there. It's okay though. You're alive.
Right.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. It's like variable meats, which is like very meat. It's like blended general animal.
Yeah, so like what's in bologna, right?
It is pork,
Everything.
and chicken, and beef,
What do they say? It's the assholes and the lips, right?
and delicious spices.
It's really. I'll say this. What's really really gross is like if you guys like. I'll say so. Like some people, I know people that love seafood, and to me, like I've seen people eat shrimp that's not cleaned, and they grub it, and I'm like, you just realized like you ate shit, right? Because there's like a string in a shrimp that is just all shit. That's like the essence.
Poop line.
Yeah, it's the poop line, and they're just like, this is so delicious. I'm like, oh my god, that's gross.
Well, no, but if you take like a certain amount of shit and a certain amount of cocktail sauce, like who knows what, right?
it's delicious.
It's a mouth surprise. Ooh, yeah. Taste
It's
that.
so great.
That was
But
good.
I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of stuff that we do consume and eat, and who knows at this point, dude? They're They're literally like just feeding us whatever's falling on the ground at this point and just throwing it back in and mixing it, and we don't know. Now, the only way you do know, I will say this: if you want to really, really stay away from that, then stay away from fast food restaurants. Then go to your local butcher to where you know that they slaughtered a cow and they
I don't
cut
know,
off a
man.
piece of it and gave it to you. Because you could
It's only
you can go
$1
buy.
Taco Bell shrimp cocktail though. I want to get that $1.
Taco Bell shrimp cocktail. You know, I won't
Wow.
be surprised. I won't be surprised if that's going to be a thing soon.
Right. Because
Man,
hey, you remember in that movie, Taco Bell's the only one that made it through the change. What was it?
the one where you get
It's
a fine
Demolition
for
Man.
cussing.
Yeah. What it was
What,
with
Demolition
Wesley
Man, was
Snipes?
it?
Yes, Demolition Man. Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Taco Bell was the only. Now, did you know that in the UK it was Pizza Hut though? So in the
Pizza.
yeah, so like there's
In the
like this
movie,
whole
you mean?
yeah in the movie. So like what happened was there's this like what they call the Mandela effect, right?
Mandela, yeah.
Yeah, that Mandela effect, and they're saying that because everyone remembers that it was Taco Bell, but there's videos that show Pizza Hut, and the real the thing the explanation behind that is they're looking at the video that was shipped to UK because at that time Pizza Hut was more well known than Taco Bell, and so like if you look at the movie, you'll see Pizza Hut on the window. You'll see Pizza Hut like on the glass doors when they go in. But
Yeah.
it's like CGI'd in there because it was originally Taco Bell, and now and even in their wording, even while they're saying it, they're saying, "Oh, Taco Bell made they made the cut." And then in the UK version though, they're saying Pizza Hut made the cut. But it's only because at that time, UK didn't know what Taco Bell was. They only knew what Pizza Hut was. And then, ironically, they ended up becoming like they're the same company though. Pizza Hut and Taco
Yeah, they
Bell.
are. Yeah, they are. That's probably why they had Pizza Hut. They've always been the same company.
They've been the same company.
Oh, y'all
That's
talking
funny. That's
Demolition Man now?
Yeah,
yeah.
Demolition Man.
No.
So that probably explains every Mandela
Simon
effect.
Phoenix.
Every Mandela effect is just the videos were shown different in a particular country because of the popularity of it. So they want to custom. So it's like product placement. Like you don't want to product place a Taco Bell in UK when they don't even have Taco Bells in the UK. But
Yeah, they're
they
like,
did
what the
have.
fuck is that?
Yeah, exactly.
Taco
But they did.
Bell.
Yeah, but they did
Well,
have
I'm
Pizza
glad
Hut.
you got that in there. Good one.
Now we're talking. Dude, it's funny how like I said, dude, that was my first job and it was my last job, other than being an iron worker. And Taco Bell. I was raised on Taco Bell. I remember, man, we lived not even let me see, it was our house, the neighbors, an alley, and Taco Bell. So we were within like 30 yards of a Taco Bell. And I grew up on Taco Bell. Like my mom would give me $1. I would go get a bean burrito, a taco, and a soda. And that was my dinner. For $1, I could get a whole dinner for $1.
What?
Yes.
Damn.
Back then. Taco
In
it
the
was cheap.
90s?
No, like in the 80s.
Man, I
80s they
can
had
hear
Taco?
the Mexican in you. I can hear it.
I'm not Mexican, by the way, but that's good.
You're not.
That's
You're in California, right?
Yeah. But
Maybe it's just the blending. Okay.
yeah. It's I mean, yeah. I'm actually a mutt. Like I have everything. I have French, Spanish, Italian, Black or African American, Native
Okay.
American, and Filipino. So I'm like United Nations even within myself. So I have everything except Mexican, because Mexican is a nationality. It's not a race. It's not an ethnicity, and that's sometimes
Yeah.
that gets
Yeah.
that
Get
gets
with it, man.
misconstrued.
I'm just saying you have the Mexican. It's like a slight accent, almost like you spoke Spanish before.
It's California.
But yeah. That's probably all of California too, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you think about it, like once upon a time, California was Mexico, so
Yeah.
obviously there would be a very strong Spanish presence for sure. Yeah, no doubt. But yeah. Elijah, are you here? Elijah, check.
He probably fell asleep.
Speakers are off.
Yeah, I think he's just snoring because like his mic goes on a little bit, and then he goes off.
Yeah,
He's snoring.
He probably smoked himself unconscious.
Yeah.
he probably got to that point where he was trying to stay awake too. He was like, I'm gonna.
Right. he struggled that one. He struggled.
Yeah.
Because he was in the conversation earlier, but then he just dipped out.
He still thinks he's having the conversation in his dream, you know?
Probably.
Like,
Right.
Can y'all hear me?
He's hearing us, and he's like talking to us in his dream.
What I'm trying to say is, you know what I mean? He's like,
no, man, no.
He's having dreams of Taco Bell, of Pizza Hut. He's probably getting hungry in his dream.
Cut me off. Can I just say my sentence?
Right? Yeah. Yeah, he's snoring. You can hear him though. Yeah, but it's interesting though, as far as the food goes. It's interesting that Bill Gates became this amazing, like owner of farmland more than anybody else. By himself, he owns more land than anybody else combined, probably at this point. He's bought up so much. But we'll see what happens. In due time, we'll see what happens.
Just don't eat the vegetables.
Yeah, I was watching that too. Like the vegetables are all like most of them are all GMO at this point. Like if you go shop at Walmart for groceries, most likely you're eating GMO vegetables, like hands down. Most of them are.
It's 100% though, because think about this. If Walmart shut down, where would you even find those things?
Right. Well, I mean, luckily we are around. Luckily here in California, I don't know if you've ever been in California, but you can drive. You can drive for like 3 hours north, and you see nothing but trees for fruits and plantations for vegetables. It is amazing how much vegetables and fruits are grown in California. Like imagine 3 hours, bro, at 60 miles per hour for 3 hours. You're just seeing acres and acres and acres, millions of acres of fucking food, bro, being produced. This is why they need the immigrants, by the way. This is why they bust them. They bust them by the busloads, bro. They bring in immigrants by the busloads into California to work those fields. Honestly. Absolutely.
So California is where they make all the poisons at. Okay.
Well, it's one place.
No, seriously. No, because dude, like without those farms, you wouldn't find any of that stuff in nature. Just think how much they have to spray that stuff to keep the insects from eating
all the pesticide. Yeah, you're right. All the pesticide. Yeah.
So in the real world, you would never find broccoli, lettuce, asparagus, or even a fruit. Just in the wild, you would not.
Right. Not nowadays, at least.
Never.
I found
These
asparagus.
things don't grow.
I don't know where it came from, but
have what?
I've seen like asparagus in the mountains.
Yeah, but you wouldn't eat it. Guarantee you wouldn't eat it. You would look at it and be like, "Hey, it looks like asparagus," but I think I'm going to pass because I'm not really sure what that is.
No, I'm sure it's asparagus. I'm good at that. I spent some time trying to like learn to identify stuff.
Okay. Yeah, but the thing is that you don't find these things. So if you wanted to have, right, let's say even just 2 meals a day with vegetables, if you had to get it yourself, you wouldn't.
Yeah, you'd be growing potatoes or dying.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier just to eat a cow.
It's easier to grow potatoes. Potatoes are like such a give. They just give up so much nutrient and energy to what the rest of it is. Like you don't have to. You just peel it, or you don't even have to do that.
Do you eat them raw?
Crazy. I know.
I don't know. Do you eat them raw?
No, I don't. I can't do that.
You don't?
I can't process the starch correctly.
Pretty gross, huh? They're disgusting.
It's just too harsh. To
eat them raw. I mean, even when you cook it, I mean, they're pretty gross too, right? I mean, you gotta
No, I can cook a potato 10,000 ways, and they all taste good.
really with the salt and the butter though, right? Or sour
Don't fuck
cream.
with the tater tots, bro. Those are bomb. Just kidding. Tater tots taste amazing. Hey,
I
I
just
will say
mean
this.
like, yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I was
I'm
gonna
just
say
saying
this.
okay, you good? No, you go.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go. No, but potatoes so good. Okay, go ahead.
All right. All right. I'll say this. I do have friends that they have families from Mexico, and they say that when they go back to visit their families down there, that the food is way different than the way it is in California here, and their vegetables they don't even like resemble the same vegetables that we have here, because in Mexico, in these they call them pueblas, in the outskirts of the country of Mexico, where people are literally just planting still real vegetables, not GMOs. They're like planting real vegetables. Like they grow way bigger, and when you eat them, they taste way better. So if you really wanted to eat like vegetables the way the way they're supposed to be, like bell peppers and onions and all the different plants that you can you get like cilantro and all these different things, but it's definitely way different than here in California. And they say that the food is just like that's why when people go to Mexico and then you go to like a hole in the wall, the food tastes amazing. It's because they're using a product that is literally from the farms. It's fresh from the farmland of Mexico.
Because remember, so everything is backwards in this world, right? So America is actually a third world country, and Mexico is the first world country.
And as far as the food goes,
Well, that's the most important thing, because if an animal doesn't have good and proper food, well, then it's living in misery, basically.
Right. When you're feeding it grains that are like, uh, 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 they're different here than what they are down. It's like this. It's like this. It's natural down there. It's unnatural up here. So we have this difference going on. It's really interesting actually when I think about it, because I know that there has been like reports of people that go to Mexico with let's say here in America you get diagnosed with cancer, and then they say, well, go on a diet and you change your diet up, but not always does it help. That's because you're eating food that isn't still natural. It's still not helping the disease. But they go to Mexico and then they get cured because they are literally eating good food, not processed, not chemical sprayed, not everything's just different down there. So I'm sure that Mexico is not the only place, by the way. I'm sure there's other countries that are like even like in the Middle East. I'm sure like they have like real food over there. That's why these people live to like 90, 100 years old, to where the average American is not living that long. You know what I mean? It makes sense.
I wonder if it could just be like all these like components, like artificial colors and flavors and fucking all that chemistry lab that you've eaten in a little just a droplet of a time, and all you need to do is just have zero of it for like a little while, and it like shit resets itself. But maybe it could be like it confuses your body or agitates it or something.
That's the amazing thing about your body, is that it will like it will actually even trigger your body to start producing what it used to produce, because now these like chemicals are replacing your body from making the chemical these chemicals that you're supposed to be making, even just to break down the food, even to prevent it from creating a tumor in your body. Like your body is like, that's the beautiful thing about DNA. Like it is something that corrects itself. Your body can correct itself, but when you feed it shit for so long, it's hard for your body to do so.
If
This
your
is
body
why,
doesn't
like,
check itself, it will
right.
Do that thing where it wrecks
Yeah.
itself. Yeah, I said it. Yes.
Right.
I
That's
was
for
waiting
sure.
for Latter-day Saints to kind of jump in with the raps.
with the raps.
Yeah. Doesn't he bust the rhymes? Is he? Did he just get in here or
he just got? Yeah, he just got.
Okay, cool. So I thought I was seeing things. And
I'll be back. I'll be back. I'm getting another beer real quick. I'll be back.
All right. If I'm down with the mushrooms, I'm down with them as a partner for.
Oh,
doing
by the
things.
way, like it's funny because I'm here talking about healthy and stuff, but I'm smoking cigarettes and drinking beer. So unhealthy, by the way.
So unhealthy.
It's so unhealthy.
Might be.
Probably
But,
the two worst things you can do besides cake.
Right.
It's
But
like
I'm
all the
here.
soy and the estrogens that they're putting into foods. Sip, sip, sip. I got you. It's all the
Right.
toxins. It's all the toxins they're putting in everything.
I know, right? Well, at least I smoke American Spirits because American Spirits have no chemicals. I don't know if you know that or not.
Do you believe that? Do you?
Yeah, I
Oh,
do believe
man.
that. It
Who's
says it
owned
right
by?
here, bro.
You think it's owned by American Spirit?
Tobacco ingredients. It says tobacco and water. That's it. Very simple. It's my people's, bro.
Oh man, it was at one point, but that was way back when, bro. It was bought by Winston, wasn't it?
I honestly don't know.
It's owned by the same R.J.
Oh,
Reynolds.
hold on. Wait. Then guess what? If they're lying, then I have a lawsuit because then that means it's false advertising.
Well, the
If they're
tobacco's
putting,
all good, but the filters are shit. The filters are all fucked up.
well, I have buddies that
Because
smoke
the original American.
filters.
I don't mean to cut you off. The original
No, go
American
ahead.
Spirit had a different filter, had an all natural filter with cotton inside of it.
It's funny because I'm not Mexican, right? But I do live in a household with Mexicans, and a bunch of guys come down. They're all Mexican. They go watch. I'll show you right now. It's funny.
I do think American Spirits are better than a lot of other cigarettes, but there's still like something to it. And also, I think they have to by law like put additives in the state of New Jersey for flame retardant. So like they'll go out by themselves. So there's something else that they're putting in there that I'm certainly coughing up and looks like little tapioca things, which is
these men
obviously
are
very
all
scary.
drunk.
Don't mess around with that.
These men are all drunk and they're singing karaoke. I want to show you guys a good night. Was it Monday night? Look at. Hey, what's up, bye? It's loud in there, but that's Mexicans right there, hardcore Mexicans, and they're all about good food. That's for sure. They make good food too. What was that?
Yeah.
I just wanted to show that because talking about Mexicans, like I'll tell you what, these guys right here, when they cook, man, they make some really, really good food. Like they don't microwave things. They just boil it.
Yeah.
They're it's really weird. Like it's I think it's a cultural thing though.
Yeah. Do you know whereabouts they're from from Mexico?
Sinaloa. A few of them are from Sinaloa. I can't even say it, bro. I'm not Mexican. What is it? What'd you say?
Sinaloa, is it?
Yeah. Sinaloa. I think that's what it is. From another one that they've said was Jalisco, which is known for their food. Dude, Jalisco makes like people that come from Jalisco when they cook here, man, their food is fucking amazing, bro. Like, oh my god, it's like the best like mom and pop shops are like Jalisco cooks.
Man.
They're all drunk though. They're all drunk singing karaoke. I love it.
I like saying Ecuador. I'm saying it just a shade off where I want to say it, but I like saying it. Ecuador. It's a good place. Good food. Interesting food culture.
Yeah. Ecuador.
Oaxaca.
The taste of their food is way different. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's still good though. And then like even like you have people from like let's say
It's
like
really
what do they call them? Guatemala. Like they have a way different food too, but it's still good. It's weird though.
right. But all the tacos, they actually do come from Mexico, but nachos, that's an American creation. Nachos don't actually exist.
Yeah, I heard about that. They never they never invented that. That wasn't their creation.
They're like, hey, these tacos are pretty good. What if we call them nachos and we sell them at the ballpark and we put cheese on them? Sounds great. That sounds great.
But have you ever had like real nachos in the sense of like they get like handmade tortillas and then like break them up and then fry them like in little chips, but using like like real ingredients? You know what I mean? Like, have you ever had like a real nachos where like with avocado, like fresh avocado? Like,
probably not, man.
oh, dude, that's a whole nother world, man. Whole nother
I've
world.
had some like some kind of something close to that, but I can imagine what you're saying. It would be very tasty indeed. And I'm gonna go to Taco Bell and get some.
Yeah, the furthest thing away from natural food. Love it. I love it.
Can you guys just make just go there and try when you make it? Can you fry it then and then make? We don't do any of that here. This comes in a box. It's all powder.
Exactly. It's all pre-shipped and pre-packaged.
I don't even know how to cook anything. None of us do.
Yeah, honestly, you don't cook anything there. All you do is heat it up. That's all you do. You're just heating it up. That's all you're doing. The only thing that they kind of technically make, and even still, that's not technically cooking, but it's the cinnamon twist. You do pour it into an oil and cook it. So that's the only thing really. And maybe the shells for a Mexican pizza, those you also have to cook in oil. But other than that, like, you don't cook anything. Everything's already prepackaged.
But here's another thing. Yeah, Mexicans didn't really make pizza, so what are we doing?
Hey, it's nothing fucking funnier than seeing authentic Italian food and then all the cooks are Mexican. It's fucking funny, dude. Like, it's great. It's comical, bro. Like, there's a spot in Universal Studios, or I guess called it's outside of Universal Studios, and it's called Universal City Walk, and they have a restaurant called Buca de Beppo. I love that place. It's probably my favorite Italian place in California. But all the cooks are Mexican. There's not one Italian guy working there, bro. It's funny.
Wait. Hey. Did you name it? What did you say the name of the restaurant is?
Buca de Beppo.
Where's that at? In Thousand Oaks?
It's in Universal Studios or Universal.
Okay.
It's right outside Universal Studios. It's called Universal City Walk, and it's like all these shops and a movie theater and restaurants. And you have like people like doing magic. You walk up and you pay them. You tip them, shit like that. But it's called Buca de Beppo. Now they made multiple Buca de Beppos. Like, there's one in Orange County, and there's one in like out in San Gabriel Valley. So they've spread.
It's Italian food, right?
Yeah, but it's bomb, dude. That's like the best, dude.
When you go in there, does the restaurant have all kinds of crazy? Did it look like a mafia restaurant with like old school booths?
Yes, all kinds of like
I did a
pictures
video
everywhere. Yeah.
Okay, there's one in Thousand Oaks, dog, and I did a video, and there's like 8 or 9 rooms there, and dude, it looks like straight mafia. There's like pictures of popes on every wall. The last room has a pope, the pope's head, a mannequin of the pope's head, in a square clear box on the table. And you have to get reservations for that room.
Yes. Did
it have the pope?
Yeah.
Did it have the pope?
They have rooms that you can book parties in, or like if you have a group, and let's say you have like a party of 10, and you can book like the Pope room. So like inside there, like he said, there's a statue, and then all along the wall there's gonna be pictures and like everywhere.
Yeah.
There's like it's like a TGIF but for Italian. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, this Italian restaurant. Okay.
Yeah. Buca de Beppo.
Okay, that makes sense. I thought you were talking. Okay.
So and they serve plates like you order like spaghetti, but it feeds like 4 people, bro. Like the amount of food that they serve is ridiculous.
Hey,
Like
I'm gonna post a video of inside that restaurant, and you guys are gonna trip out.
yeah, hell yeah, I want to see that.
Yeah, but I think there's like a some sort some sort of curve of like the more mafioso you are, the more you want to be Pope. It's like Pope is like a brand.
right. Yeah, you want to be like that Catholic, Orthodox, whatever. I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
I just posted it.
All right, I'll check it out. Let me see here. Close.
I live in like Sopranos land out here.
Right.
Yeah, that's exactly because all their tables have that red and white checker.
Yeah,
all of it. Yeah,
It's not the real area, but
Pope on the table, dude. The Pope room, dude. You know they're dude. It's so weird, dude.
yeah. So that's in Thousand Oaks. Yeah, they
Yeah.
Okay. I wonder if that's this. Where's Universal City Walk? Is that Thousand Oaks?
No, it's like a half hour south of Thousand Oaks.
Okay. I'm tripping. Like I'm trying to do because I believe that's called Universal City. Like all of it's Universal City.
Yeah, it probably is, bro. Yeah.
So yeah. Okay. I'm just tripping. I'm like, wait.
Yeah.
But Thousand Oaks is close to that though.
You know what's better than a mannequin of the Pope's head chopped off on a plastic box where your family can reserve a table? 2 Pope heads at 2 different restaurants. That's even better.
Yeah, but definitely that is Book of the Pepo because they all have that
Right.
signature checkered red and white tablecloth.
And then there's all those chicken joints that they call them Pope Yes.
What?
Dog,
There's a huge chicken joints. They're called Pope Yes.
I never even heard about that. I never even see that.
Yes. No, they're delicious.
Really?
Popeyes.
shoot.
Popeyes. It says Pope Yes.
Oh wow! Are you like saying Target?
Pope, yeah,
Target?
that's pretty weird.
It just says Pope Yes. I don't know.
Oh, Popeyes chicken. Oh wow.
Hey, so I was tripping out because what made me go in this restaurant, I don't know if you have ever looked into any conspiracies, but I used to be really, really into conspiracies. Like it would consume my whole day, believe it or not. So, anyways, I was shooting some footage at the Borderline Bar and Grill where they had a shooting in 2018, and it's right. It's like it's probably like I don't know, like a quarter mile or even like a fifth of a mile away from this place called the Pope Room or the Buchi di Pepo's, whatever. But on the front of the thing it says the Italian immigrant, and so I was like, borderline immigrant. I was like, dude, that's too like it's just too coincidental. So I went in there and dude, there's like speakers and cameras in every single room in there, even in the bathroom. It's really weird. And then I walked by this room in the back, and these 2 employees quickly shut the door. But there was at least like 10 different fucking monitor screens, dude, in full color. I was like, "What the fuck?" Really weird, bro.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So all the kids all the kids down the street at the elementary school from where I live were involved in a school shooting today. They all got their portraits taken.
Oh, it's picture day.
Yeah, it was a school shooting.
They're shooting pictures.
Yeah, all day. You walk around there, you might mess around and get shot. You know what I mean? End up in some yearbook or something. Huh? How many of you guys smoke? How many of you guys smoke Splatter Farms weed? Huh?
Did you ever enjoy picture day at high school?
Nah, dude. That's what my dad used to take the pictures for this like different schools and shit. And like, I don't know. I've always like really, really hated school. The teachers have always hated me. I've always like questioned them on all kinds of stuff. And yeah, basically, I got.
So you're
Dude, in
down with it.
first
You're
grade,
like, I'm
I
gonna
got.
comb my hair today.
Dude, I got suspended in first grade for telling the kids that Santa Claus wasn't real, and some girl just started crying, dude. And I got suspended for like 2
God
days.
damn. That's crazy. So you were like a fucking truther in fucking first grade, bro. You're real as fuck, dude.
I just hated authority, bro. I've always hated authority. You know.
So in first grade, I would have been supporting a lie because I wasn't woke like that.
Yeah.
I'll still support the lie.
Hell yeah, fully,
I'm
bro.
deep in this
Yeah.
Santa Claus fucking hole, man.
Right.
Get out of that shit.
Yeah, I tried to apply for the job, but I ended up getting the job as the elf.
Why the elves though? That shit's
I'm
whack.
just,
Like
I'm just
there's no.
joking because I'm so short, you know.
Oh, I know. I'm just how I mean, but I'm just mean like why Santa Claus plus elves? Like Santa Claus on his own, good enough, but then plus elves.
Probably because it's the opposite of the truth. Probably because maybe around that area there's really giants. You know what I mean? Who knows, dude?
Right?
They invert
Like the
everything.
only thing we're missing is the mushrooms out of this whole thing that actually does make sense.
I know.
You know.
Well, think about this. Think about this. You're told.
They've like expunged it. They've redacted the mushrooms out of the holiday. It's weird.
Think about this though. You're told. The first thing you're told as a kid is that Santa Claus is real. He has a place in the North Pole where he does your presents, right? And at the same time, you're told that it's bad to tell a lie. Don't tell a lie, otherwise Santa Claus, who we're lying to you about, is not going to bring you presents, right? So by the time you finally realize that Santa Claus is fake, you often dismiss it with the North Pole. And then when you start school, they hit you with the globe. And then conveniently, the North Pole has a metal rod through it. So you're like, oh, North Pole, not thinking about that anymore.
No, I mean it makes sense because it's like it isn't a holiday is associated with psychedelia anyway because of its foundations with the mushrooms and stuff like that.
I think Santa Claus is a precursor, a prerequisite for the globe, honestly, and I think it works really well. The little system they have with the
You think
metal
Santa
rod
works for
through
the
it.
globe, basically?
Well, yeah, it's like it's all part of it. It's like a prerequisite.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He's like the mafia working for the Catholic Pope. Yeah, gotcha.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Santa Claus is just a hitman for other things. Yeah.
You just rearrange the name and it's Satan Lucas.
I don't know who that is.
You guys ever heard of that NASA? They took the T out of NASA because the word Satan, and then you have NASA. You take the T out, and that's when they do a rocket launch. They go T minus. Have you ever heard that before?
Oh yeah, and like the OTO and the
The T
Tau,
minus. They
which
say
is the original
the T minus
crucifix.
because
Yeah, T
NASA
is a
doesn't have a
magic.
T.
Because T is magic, actually. That's why.
Oh, okay.
Well, to them. Or maybe really. T is also like a certain frequency, like anytime you're pronouncing those to make that, it sounds.
Okay.
I don't know. It's like commanding the brain to do something. Take a seat. No, just right. Take a break. Take something. Attack. You know what I mean? It's just like it has try rapping without using T. You'd be screwed.
Oh, look at what's his name's in here. Usock. Usock. That's Kosho backwards.
Bizarro Kosho. It's Usock. He's a flat earther.
I know.
It's
It's like
opposite smart. He's like inversely intelligent.
Yeah, it's like, hi, you guys. I was kind of like leaning on the fence. Like, I heard some good stuff about flat Earth, and they got some pretty good points. Is there any flat Earthers in here who can maybe like tell me a few things? Kosher's like, yeah. Nobody else is in here. Kosher's just leading him down that path. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, it's like innocent 12-year-old Kosho versus like now Kosho. And he's like,
oh, yeah. Kosher's like, let me explain something about flat Earth. He's all, so we're part of the Flat Earth Society. He's like, so we're like a disc floating in space. Oh my god, so funny.
That's very.
Yeah. Dude, I was playing There's a poker room right down the street from my house in Ventura called the Players Club. It's just mostly all poker, right? Like Texas Hold'em. And the bad beat jackpot was at 28,000, and the people at the 2-3 table next to mine hit it, right? Somebody flopped a freaking royal flush, and then the other person had quad fucking aces, bro. So they got the 28 grand, and the person with the quad aces gets half the 28, and then the person who had the royal flush gets a quarter of it, and then they split the quarter of the 28 grand between everybody at the table. Dude, what are the odds of the table I'm sitting at 45 minutes later gets a jackpot too? Now 2 people were in the hand. On the flop was like the flop turn river. Anyways, I don't remember the cards were, but there was 5, 6, 7 of hearts. One dude had 8, 9 of hearts. The other dude had 3, 4, bro. So like 45 minutes later, they hit a $28,000 jackpot. So you divide that. There was only 5 people at the table. So they took $5,000 and divided it between me and the 2 other people who were just like watching, right? So we each got like $1,600. I was like, yeah.
Man, you fucked around and hit the progressive or some shit.
No, I don't play slot. It's Bad Beat Jackpot on Texas Hold'em. I only play Texas Hold'em, bro.
No, I understand you explained something completely different that was not what I said.
Oh, I know. Yeah, you're talking about progressive like a slot, huh?
Well, no, I just mean you caught some extra action on top of it.
Oh yeah, dude, I couldn't believe the odds. I'm trying to figure out the odds of 2 tables hitting it, because sometimes months can go by where nobody hits a jackpot. It's a Bad Beat Jackpot. So the odds of it, like 2 of them going off in like within 1 hour is just pretty crazy.
Yeah. You think you have the ability to precipitate events, possibly?
I don't know, bro. You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, I don't think I wouldn't definitely.
But there are
I wouldn't disclude it.
Like, you ever see that movie, The Cooler?
No, I haven't.
Okay, it's a movie about gambling. Maybe,
okay,
but it's
does he
funny.
play poker?
And it's got that guy William H. Macy in it, and some people enjoy him.
Everybody say I look like him.
Well, then maybe you would enjoy it more or less. But anyway, he has the ability to like fuck up anybody's luck. Like, he just like looks at them, just fucking like act a certain way, and he can just like fuck their luck up. He's the cooler. He's hired by like the casino to fuck your streak up.
Oh, okay. No, I'm gonna watch that though. I like William H. Macy. He's cool.
But I'm just saying, it's a weird thing. Like some people may have that ability. Like I don't know, either make things happen or not happen.
Yeah.
Is that crazy? That's crazy thinking. It's crazy thinking.
Why would that be crazy thinking, bro?
I don't know. Can people be more lucky or unlucky than others, or can they?
I don't even think it has anything to do with luck. Really?
Because there's a way to make bad luck happen. It seems like people can do that. I've seen people manifest it somehow.
Yeah, I think I think a lot of it has to do with the sound vibration. You know?
Yeah, it might be.
It really does, bro. If sound changes everything, dude, it's a trip. I'm really starting to understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think like some people get into like this weird sort of like chaotic luck, like fascination, stare into the hole of it all? Like, but the people that get the hardcore super gamblers, you know what I mean? Or,
yeah. Oh yeah.
Or maybe not even like, maybe the real ones are like so far removed from the whole process they don't even think about it as money anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. How many decks do they play with? What are the odds in like is it 3 decks that they do, or is it just one
for poker
in Texas Hold'em?
Oh yeah, no, that's just one deck, and you're not playing against the casino. You're not playing against the casino. You're just playing against the other players. The casino just takes a drop from every hand. Yeah, so the casino doesn't care who wins. They just get their drop from every hand. You know.
I was at we actually went to a Flat Earth meetup at a casino.
You did?
Yeah.
No shit. That's cool.
Jibba Jedi hosted it.
What city was it?
It was in New England, Connecticut.
Oh, okay.
Some kind of Indian casino, Mohegan Sun, maybe.
Connecticut. It's Ken Kniff from Connecticut. Please accept. Connecticut's got some crazy old ties in it, bro. Like Yale University.
There was this one guy I met there because it was all flat earthers that went there, and there's this one guy called Exploring Again, and he was talking about like I don't know, doing some kind of like crazy sailboat thing. He was just going to sail off the edge. I don't know what he was. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah.
He was talking some stuff. But then I saw him play blackjack, and he was just like he burnt $3,000.
Oh my god!
15 minutes.
Yeah.
Just
double
it, split it, double it. You know, like
just
what?
just not hitting the right.
Playing aggressive, fucking crazy poker, or not?
Was he splitting tens? Blackjack, was he splitting tens and shit?
Yeah, everything that he could split, he split, and then every time he could double down, he doubled down, and he just whoa. He told me that he plays like this, and then he'll just like snap and be like he'll be $50,000 up or something.
Weird.
I'm like, wow, okay.
Not in the long run. In the long run, though, he'll lose because the casino has a 51% advantage edge over. You mean that 1% edge makes a big difference, though? You mean?
I hear you, but this is just like what he does. But why do that at the Mohegan Sun? Like, why would you just burn that? I don't understand. But then he also said that he had like a crazy good job where he made like crazy money. Like
he probably doesn't work at the gas station then.
No, and he said that his boss is like some kind of crazy international banker dude, and he's like you know the world is flat, right? Or something, and he's like, yeah, I know that.
Right.
I'm like, the guy has the most ridiculous story, but I'm like $3,000, something about that. Like, what is going on here? Like, is this good for real? Like,
some people have to do that. You know what I mean, it's like they're just crawling out of their skin, bro. They have to release the demon. You know what I mean? Or that, I guess to them that's like exercising a demon. I don't think it is though. I think it's feeding it.
No, this is just like a hobby or something.
Okay.
Whoa.
Like Calvin and Hobbies.
Seriously. What's like that movie? You ever see that movie, The Gambler?
Yeah, dude, that shit's funny, dude. Yeah.
That's the blackjack one, right?
Yeah, dude. He just goes in there. He's like, throw it all down on, and then he's like borrowing money from these different races and stuff.
Yeah, that's exactly what this guy did.
Yeah,
that's like almost the same fucking edge that he played with. I was like, what? And then he went to roulette right after, and then proceeded to lose another 600 or so. I'm like, beside myself. Like, you should have bought us a lot of alcohol.
Right.
That's why, like,
I was thinking the word roulette
on that level.
The word roulette is like a rule or an order handed down from a female, and then like a rouleau would be a rule or order handed down by a male, huh? Do you think?
Get what you're saying, there, man.
He's so weird. Dude, I was chilling with this chick. I've been kind of seeing her. Well, she went to the bathroom, and then I was at her friend's house, and I started playing like some. I always try to get people to watch the Lost History of Flat Earth Volume 1 through 7, because it like right from the gate when I watched that, I was like, I watched the whole thing all in one fell swoop, and a lot of people are like, I don't know if it's a dude's voice or whatever, but I played it, and her friend was all into it. She came back and she's like, "Oh my god, you're so lame." Da, 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 da. I was just like, oh, dude, oh my god, going through the whole like song and dance with a heliocentric chick, even though like she's hella hot, but it's like, oh, dude, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. Was that the thing with the moon thing?
Nah, it's a bunch of different things. You know, he starts off by talking about like when power tools were invented and how they couldn't have recreated the structures that they made back in the day, even today with the tools they have, yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
But
okay, yeah, I don't
know. I don't know.
I was on like one of the other servers. I think maybe Jason or somebody was like watching a video about like South American like gold like reclaiming techniques from like the Indians and stuff like that. And I'm like, what the hell was that shit? Like, I wish I could watch that again, man. Like, that was dope. They're talking about like pre-treating the gold like with like vinegar or something, and then or like acetic acid or something like that, and then doing a cyanide thing, which nobody does that because like vinegar can't, you know, whatever, jet fuel can't melt steel beams, vinegar can't fucking take gold out. But the pre-treating of it and the day before, and then following that phase with like cyanide that they could extract from like fruits and shit, or I don't know, man. It's like it's really insane. Like but totally works, and it's very simple methods that you could say, like they did chemical extraction of gold from ores, and that this would have not been so difficult to do.
Dude,
You just have to know the
they know
technique.
this. Yeah, exactly, bro. It's all probably within. It's all probably within our grasp. We just don't know the order of which to do it. You know what I mean? Or most people don't. You know.
I mean, but that tech is old. It goes back, like, you know. So
Oh, yeah.
somebody had to, like, you know, either they just like found the process, which is possible. Like, oh, just oops, I did it
No
again,
way.
and I just extracted gold out of rocks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or somebody had some high knowledge, and then it just got like used by people who could carry these ideas out, and then but not understand the general reasoning why that all works. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that
Such as that, like, you know, if we like lost all contact with the world right now, we'd still carry on with certain types of learning and knowledge. You know?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, for sure.
And then we wouldn't. Yeah, I'm just, yeah. There's something before South America just got totally pyramidized and all that stuff. You know?
Yeah.
Kind of something before that. I also,
Yeah.
and I think like fairly like, this isn't like a woo Ancient Aliens thing. But they'd make like reflector dishes that were like big, like gold foil reflector dishes. For what reason, I'm not sure. But like, I don't know. I think there's something interesting about like the refracted light that comes off of gold, and the way the gold filters light, the way that gold can be used as like a lens coating. Some things are gold tinted like that, or they have a gold particles in.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Gold is like the only thing gold's magnetic with is mercury, I think, right?
I don't know if it's magnetic or what, but
Mercury pulls it towards it, and then with garlic, garlic pushes mercury. You ever seen that? Garlic and gold. Oh,
why does that happen?
shoot, I don't know, man. I have no idea. Even though I think even the most outrageous, like concocted conspiracy, is still not as outrageous as thinking that we're on a spinning cartoon ball brought to you by Jesuit Luciferian priests. Huh?
Yeah, if you just understand that, like any real power structure, if there was something that actually ran stuff, let's say there is a they, if there were a they, how would they wouldn't be trying to like give you all this stuff in through civil channels that they believe in. They're not going to push what they believe in on you. They'll push what they do not believe in on you, so that they can keep what they really believe in to themselves, because they don't care about you, and but they need you to follow this shit because it makes sense to how your little civilization should go. We can fucking, you know, we have our own shit. You know what I mean? We can just like go chill in our mountain cribs, like where we could live for 20 years or something like that. Like that's who they would be if they had some shit controlled, you know? So yeah, basically anything that's populist is there to like promote populist ideas, so that everything in society sort of starts to trend towards up. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah.
It's always trending towards up. It never really gets to up, and even though it slips, it's still always just to be trending up is better than to be trending down, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I remember
So that's
before I
my
found out.
That's my Plato's Republic in a fucking nutshell.
Yeah. Yeah, if it wasn't for the media, man, I'd still be eating Tide Pods because I thought they were good for me. I thought they were like Flintstone chewables. You know what I mean?
Like, I don't know if it's not like down the road. Like, why couldn't you just have a meal that's in a Tide Pod? that's just full of nutrients and gelatin or whatever the fuck
Oh, a
shit,
meal?
and probiotics and all, whatever nonsense you need to live. Just put it in a Tide Pod.
A Tide Pod?
Yeah, I mean not an actual Tide Pod, but
like the
cellulose
Jetson
bag. Yeah,
the Jetson.
that's how we're going to be eating in the future. There's this sustainability problem is just going to keep happening.
Hey, well, you know what they say that when they're talking about climate change, they're actually so technically telling the truth. Most people miss it. See, the thing is that every minute of every day, the climate changes. It's either going up or down in the temperature, right? Now, if the climate stopped changing, we'd die really quickly. So when they say they got to stop climate change, they're not lying. The climate is changing all the time. And they're trying to stop it. So they're telling the truth.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, we spend all this time eating for food, right? To get nutrients, to get mass, to get whatever, right? But then we're spending all this time pooping and flushing and going to the store to buy more paper so we can poop and flush and all that stuff like that. And then there's all this like mass. We're just running through all this other shit, right? Just through pipes and then through sewage treatment to get our water back. But like we just used a whole bunch of our water to like just move our poop.
Yeah.
Every time you're just moving a bunch of water, like that water could go to like fucking feed a plant. That water could go to like, feed a baby. I don't know, whatever. Like that water is just as good as anything. But we're going to say like, yeah, it takes our only technology for removing our poo. Like I'm just saying in 100 years, 200 years, if humankind isn't like being chased down by the Terminator hunters from the future timeline, then people are going to be eating more condensed nutrient packed things that are going to be artificially made, rather than it going the other way. Because it's like they're doing the traditional nutrient base, like with all the things that we need. That's what contributes to all this carbon shit. That's what contributes, but it's like supply lines and all tertiary like chemical spill off and stuff like that from over farming and stuff like. They're just probably we got to vaccinate our meats and stuff. You start making nutrient bases like in I don't know, like some kind of Dippin' Dots kind of shit. You know what I mean? You eat a little weird fucking synthetic ravioli of fucking nutrients, and you're good. You have a little ravioli shit for a day. You go like that's like advanced. Like in 100 years, that's how people will be eating.
Probably. Dude, I bet you in 100 years, the style nowadays will be to rock a colostomy bag. You know what I mean? And they'll have like Gucci and Prada colostomy bags using no water.
Figure, like, if you could like eat things that like don't necessarily make you feel satiated, and you get all that tech right, and where you're not like pooping all the time, isn't that nice? It's just like less poop overall.
I don't know.
I don't know. It's just I'm just thinking out of the box here. But like, if in the future people live like more like a Barbarella lifestyle, you know what I mean, where the computer's like, Barbarella, here's your nutrients for today. And you just served up like your little. Okay.
By the time that happens, bro, by the time all that happens in the future, they're already going to be on the mark of the beast.
I mean, I'm just saying, bro. Like you're if you can't do it right now, there's like some kind of wristband to like little chemical fucking dripper chemical cocktail brewer for every day, every hour. You could go like there's that tech is easy to get to.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, in 100 years from now, it'll be like personally tailored to your biology. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why not? If it effectively just like makes life more convenient, it's like faster food than fast food, but like not kill you food. Like nutrient dense super nuggets of good stuff.
You know what's funny is they call the food from like McDonald's fast food, but really the healthiest thing people can do is have a food fast.
No, really, it just makes your life move faster because you're gonna die sooner.
Yeah, from eating that
the more
food.
fast food you eat, yeah, you should be fasting. Is what probably.
I like slow food. I remember when I remember like back when I got out of prison, I think it was like 2016, and I was at my dad's house having dinner with him and my stepmom, and like before they even really like take a sip of their wine and they have like a bite or two of the salad, dude, I'm done with the dinner. the salad, and I've already eaten like double. My stepmom's like, "You eat so fast because you're trained to eat fast because that's how they have to eat in prison." I'm like, "No, I've been eating fast since I was a little kid, dude."
Or else Tyrone will take his dinner roll. That's why he's eating so fast. Give me that. No, that never happened. Some people just eat fast, you know.
Yeah.
Some people just take huge bites too, just like I don't know, or huge. They have just huge chompers as well, you know.
Yeah.
I'm like medium-sized jawhead, you know what I mean. But there's people with even up to extra large chomping powers.
Dude, I want to meet a chick who has that kind of power. Oh man.
She ate a whole sandwich in one bite.
Yeah.
Wonder Bread, edge to edge, with clearance.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Anyway, burning calories, man. That's what we're all doing here.
Is anybody in here selling an iMac Mini with an M2 chip by any chance?
Nice. You get the studio version.
Yep.
Yeah,
I might just end
studio
up breaking
version's
down and
nice.
buying one from Best Buy for $5.99. They have them there for $5.99, dude.
Oh, but that's gonna be with like the chintzy RAM that you can never
Yeah, but
change.
well, it's got the M2 chip though,
I know.
so it's better to
just like,
spend the extra. It's better to spend the extra couple hundred and get the more.
yeah,
'Cause it's
whatever
got
the maxed out is like the only thing to get.
Really?
Well,
Yeah.
because it's not upgradable.
What isn't?
The architecture, the chipset.
Oh,
You
okay. But
can't
the maxed out one is.
you can't stick more RAM in there. It's like
Okay.
It's like maxed whenever you get it. So
Don't you
You could ram it in. When you ram it in.
Ram it in.
I'll show you.
We could ram it in with top ramen noodles at Ramadan, and while watching the Los Angeles Rams.
Where you been, Friday?
Oh man, how you doing?
Good. I've changed my name again to freak you out.
Wait, is this Flatty?
Yeah, man.
Dude, you got to stop doing that, bro. It upsets the children and the dogs, dude.
You got to rebrand all the FE action figures again.
Yeah, seriously. I just found yours the other day inside of Target. It had the Kung Fu grip, bro. It's a collector's item. You know what I mean?
Snacks' action figure comes with a saxophone.
Oh shit. Yo, is that I know who oh man. Yeah.
God, you got to
That's
change your
who
name
it
back,
is.
bro.
Only few people would know about my Snaxophone action facts phone.
Action snaxophone. I'll change my name back for you now, Friday.
Thank you, bro. It just makes everybody, especially everybody that's over here, feel a lot more comfortable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know why don't we could definitely do the action figures. There's really no reason why we can't do action figures at this point.
Action figures.
Would you do would it be distasteful to do like Heroes of with action figures of flat earthers and stuff like that?
So I'm thinking Brian could have the pull cord as he talks constantly.
Wow. They're expensive.
Instead of action figures, they'd be called flat smacking action figures or flat smaction figures.
No, they'd have flat smacking action.
Yeah.
They got little springs on the wrist, you know, so they could be like, you know.
Yeah. Right.
Rapid flat smacking gish gallop.
And then they could do fatalities like the double blind slit Fulcrum's pendulum Cavendish experiment type of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Globers can be like the Decepticons, like the baddies.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Like Zanuck will say, "I am the citation."
Yeah, like you just pull off their mask and then there's just a globe face behind it.
All of them are the same. This one figure comes with different heads, like Manny faces.
Absolutely, yeah. Manny faces from He-Man.
Right.
Actually, that would be really fun. Just do like a Glober Flatty and whatever the other one was, Machine. ChatGPT. Dude, it would. How hard would it really be to like have ChatGPT and an action figure? Like that can't be too far behind us, man. And like the pull string fucking action doll. That's I don't know. That's a little old school.
What if they had a pull string female action doll and the string was like part of her Tampax? That'd be funny, huh?
But I think it would it even would we even sell any if we did like high end like the Math Power Land the action figure and Eric DeBay the action figure and like real like Todd McFarlane esque like levels of accuracy. Like, is that something? Would people even buy that? I wonder.
I don't know.
How many copies do you think we sell? The whole set.
You know what the Helios would do? Like the hardcore Helios who were deep into that religion would buy the dolls and then put pins in them to try to do some voodoo on us. You know what I mean?
They'd have to have anti-voodoo technology. That's the thing. Yeah, they'd be misused. I guess that's the potential.
Yeah, they would be.
That's why we'd have to make them so expensive that no one would dare do so.
Like
so
Fabergé, right?
We'd do a set of 33. Maybe that's too many. Maybe a set of 11 for $333. Yeah, collectible. First generation. This is like Phase 1, Flat Earth. We do like different series. And eventually we'll get to now.
He's probably selling in high end comic book stores, like Comic Book Guy from The Simpsons sells them.
Oh yeah, I'll bring them to those places. Yeah.
My grandson gets paid to watch kids playing video games. I've been going on Jim Panda's server lately. Flatty, are you there, Flatty? Did Flatty leave already?
No, I'm here. I've been looking in on gems
you changed
recently.
your name back to Flatty.
Changes.
And your picture too.
Yeah, back to the original.
Oh, she's so tough.
Oh my god. I was looking at a picture of you right now. This Polaroid picture I have of you it's a picture of you with Mom at the Enchantment Under the Sea dance, and your picture was starting to disappear. And I'm like, Flatty, and then you fucking change it back, and now you're like normal and everything cool. We're back in 1985. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was
Good
on the
job, bro.
stage and I started getting a bad stomach and fell
Good
to my
job.
knees.
Good job, bro. Good job.
Flat Earth Angel. Flat Earth Angel.
Right.
Yo. What?
Yeah.
Come on. Somebody has definitely covered that. Some Earth Angel, Flat Earth Angel.
Earth Angel. Earth Angle. Earth Angle.
Oh, that's funny too.
Earth Angle. We got to get these double blind slit Fulcum's pendulum Cavendish experiments up and running, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the double slit experiment sounds dirty as fuck. Let me tell you that.
Double slit Cavendish experiment. The double blindfolded slit Fulcum's pendulum Cavendish experiment.
Right, double blindfold is kinky as all get out.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like one blindfold should be sufficient.
Right. Yep. It's fucking Elijah. What's up, Elijah? I can't hear you, Elijah.
Oh, he's probably asleep.
No, yeah, maybe. Oh, he's probably snoring.
Yeah. He smoked himself to sleep earlier.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I mute him.
I've been puffing that Flat Earth farm weed, dog.
I got some of that too.
Man, oh man.
Homegrown.
Right?
Right.
Flatty, it's good to see you, Flatty. We were all really worried about you for a while.
I've been in here. I've just been hiding. under my
Okay.
new name.
Okay. Yeah. If I change my name, nobody would recognize me, and because my voice is very common. It doesn't sound. It sounds like just any other person's voice. So you guys would never know if I change my name. That's why I can't risk changing my name. You know what I mean? It's not worth the risk.
I mean, you drew me a couple of profile pics, and I had one, but in my about me, I put artwork by Flat Day Saints. And I went into Gem Pandas, and they thought I was you, and they were calling me a crayon muncher.
What did they tell you? Did they come
They
right
were
out
saying,
swinging at you?
yeah, definitely, man.
Oh yeah, because I go in there, bro. I go in there like, I go in there like a bull in a I go in there like a wrecking ball bull in a china shop. You know what I mean?
I was in there earlier, and Don was in there wrecking shit, like.
Yeah. So funny. These guys are so freaking funny. Okay, I'm gonna post a peer-reviewed study right now for the experiment I was talking about. You guys can check it out if you want, you know. Yep, I did that myself. I'm just saying though.
Did you review it on Santa Monica or Huntington Beach Pier?
Did you say that again? Oh yeah, peer-reviewed. Yeah, right there. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know.
Huntington Beach Pier reviewed.
Oh, Flatty, you have the power to server mute Elijah?
Yeah, I was gifted
Flatty, are
some
you
mod
gold?
powers.
Wait. Oh, you're not. I thought this was 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's not, huh?
I left it, man.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, I've wait, did you send me a friend request?
Yeah.
Oh, I just got it right now. When did you send it?
Oh, the other day, man, you were in your. I saw you and I did it, and then I left. So I didn't.
You
If
got to
did,
remember,
it
I'm
was
always on
my
my
other
phone,
name,
so it's
man.
hard to see. You know what I mean?
Yes, it's all good.
Yeah, yeah. Otherwise, I would have answered it pretty quick. But yeah, you know, Jackie May comes around like once a week, and that's when I get to come around. Get it? I
She's
know
doing that
Fatty.
ex-girlfriend booty call action, is it?
Yeah, so you know what they call a girl's thing, right? So basically, you know, she even calls it her box. So since every time she comes back, I'm like, oh, now I get to mess around with my Xbox. Peep the Halo video game over my head.
Definitely a song in there, bro. The Xbox thing. Right
Yeah.
in Xbox. Love rap.
Oh,
Jackie.
bro. I have so, dude, I have this new one. It's pretty sick. Wait, I'm gonna see if I can go. Oh, wait. See if I can go on with the iPad. Hold on. Because she's been renting her iPad out to me, basically. You know, I take care of the dogs and everything, and like I'm like, okay, fine. You know, I'm not gonna be attached to you anymore, like psychologically. You know what I mean? But physically, yeah, when you're here. But when she left, since I take care of the dogs and everything, she left her iPad Pro with the pen tool. So, because she doesn't really use it anymore. You know what I mean?
Dude, I just got one as well. After
You
you
did?
said.
Oh, you got
My
one?
wife
Did you
got
have
me
a
one for
pen
my
tool?
birthday. Yeah,
Nice, dude.
yeah, man.
Nice.
And that
Do you like it?
sexy two-finger glove that it comes with as well.
A 2-finger glove?
Yeah, so you don't lean on the screen when you're drawing. Because I'm left-handed. I
I
lean
need
on
to
the
get
screen.
that, huh? I need to get
Yeah.
that. Yeah, dude. But they're pretty dope, huh? Okay.
Yeah, I've been getting into like digital oil painting art and shit, man.
I know, bro. It's so crazy, huh? Okay, I'm gonna come into this server. Oh wait, if I'm on 24/7 Discord, wait, hold on. If I'm gonna go under Jackie's name right now on the iPad. Wait. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. Somebody just sent me something weird. Indio sent me something. But he didn't send it to me. He sent it to Jackie. You know what I noticed? All kinds of flat earthers responded to Jackie, and I've hit these people up, and they don't say nothing back to me. But she wrote them, and they all respond all quick back to her.
Simps.
That's just the way it
Simping for
goes.
the lady.
Okay, so hey, how do I get into for like right now? I'm in 24/7 Discord on her computer, right? How do I get accepted into this server right here?
Oh, you need the link, don't you?
Just send her an
Huh?
invite.
Yeah. Kosho's friends with her. Kosho sent Jackie an invite.
I don't think I am. Yeah, if you send her a invite, and then at the end of the invite, just put Earth Awakenings. I think it releases the server.
Man, let's see if I just got an invite. No.
Let's do that.
You guys
can do it
know
from your
Jackie?
phone.
It's under Jackie. Oh, I could do it, huh?
Yeah, go to the Earth Awakenings bit at the top. Click on it, the drop down. It says invite, and then she should come up in your recent friends.
Actually, she's in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord stream right now, muted. I put her in there. So let's see. Let's see if I can figure this out on my own. It's almost unfigureoutable. I'll get there though. Okay, so
Drew, I gotta go. Good talking to you, fella. Or did he go? Oh, he went, did he? Kosho, you can VV them, can you?
Do what?
You can.
Where's the invite?
You can unmute them. Drew, I gotta go, man.
Okay, bro.
I can't give roles though.
You're a mod, don't you?
Yeah, but I checked earlier. I can't do a voice check-in or anything.
Wait, Flatty, did you send me? Did you send me the link?
Don't know.
Oh,
no, it's probably to a different thing.
Can you send it to my DM right now, and then I'll send it to her?
Yeah, man.
Okay. Oh, that's why you. That's
Gotcha.
why you. Okay, I see what you wrote me right now, Flatty. Okay, I get it. I get it. Okay. Oh, okay, cool. Okay. And then I just copy the link, right? Okay, cool.
Copy that
Okay.
link and it'll work for her.
Cool, dog. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Got it. Okay, got it, dog. Thank you.
That is really bad. Really screwed up because he wanted to apologize. I was like, no, you're
Is
not
that
even.
24/7?
Yeah, can you hear it? I'll mute my thing right now. Sorry.
He's like a Biden. I don't like.
How is it possible for me to change my name or no?
Yeah, man. Click on the account details or something. Account settings.
pedophiles. It's a little video. The baby's like, no. Yeah, text. Oh, God.
Hey, you have to give me permission to go on there. Hello? Hello? Kosho, thank you for sending that to me. The thing is, the Jackie's not. I'm trying to get in under Jackie's name, and every time I go to try to speak, it says I don't have permission to speak on this chat on this server. So you guys got to give Jackie May permission. If you can do that. And if you can't, then that's cool.